When people woke up, they found themselves shrouded in a strange black fog. Animals and plants mutated. The end of the world came quietly, and everyone was forced to stay in their homes, unable to go out. People who had been without food for several days could not help but go out of their homes to look for supplies. But they were attacked by mutated zombie dogs. After losing their lives, they turned into zombies and wandered the streets. In order to fight for supplies, people in the community not only broke into other people's houses and snatched other people's food, but also openly declared that they had taken over other people's beautiful wives. On the other side, a man was lying in a luxurious villa, hugging two beautiful women. Facing the surveillance video, he said calmly, "What should we eat today? Tomahawk steak or abalone and lobster? Oh, it's too hard to choose." All this is because Shun-E is bound to an infinite material system. He could get a bottle of mineral water every second, and all of this is unlimited. In a day, he can get more than 80,000 bottles of mineral water, which he can't drink up. Moreover, as long as he takes in beautiful women who meet the standards, he can unlock new materials and stack them infinitely. Mineral water, beverages, self-heating hot pot, beef, mutton, rice, flour, and even various supplies such as supernatural fruits, pistols, rifles, submachine guns, tanks, airplanes, etc. were unlocked with the help of the system and continuously poured into his life. At this time, Shun-E locked the dormitory door tightly with one hand, and the sound of metal collision was particularly clear in the silent room. He walked to the bed, sat down, took out his mobile phone, and operated it skillfully on the screen. He posted an advertisement in the Shaanxing University student exchange group. "The doomsday is ruthless, but people are kind. I will take in girls who are short of food and water. I have unopened bottled mineral water here, guaranteed to be uncontaminated. As long as you're beautiful and have a good figure, contact me privately, and you will have enough food and drink." As soon as the message was sent out, the group immediately exploded, and everyone expressed shock and anger. Some people thought Shun-E was talking nonsense, and some laughed at him for showing off just a few bottles of water. But even so, some people still contacted him privately and even threatened to cause trouble for him. Shun-E didn't care and directly blocked these people. However, water resources have become extremely precious and almost non-renewable because not long ago, a sudden black fog covered the world and polluted most of the water sources. Those who drank the contaminated water either died or were tortured to death. The surviving water and food could only be preserved by sealing and could only be barely edible. Shun-E stood up, walked to the window, and wiped the stain-covered glass. Through the small, clean area of the glass, he could see the scene downstairs. The campus, which was once full of vitality, was now swallowed by rolling black fog. The black fog was as thick as ink, rolling wantonly, blocking all vision. Fortunately, the black fog stopped on the 5th floor, which was still some distance away from his 6th floor. Shun-E felt fortunate. If he had not asked for leave to rest in the dormitory last night because of a cold, he might have been trapped in the teaching building like everyone else. It is said that after inhaling the black mist, although one will not die immediately, one will feel an uncontrollable desire for water. If one cannot get water, one will die of thirst within a few hours. Normally, humans can barely survive without drinking water for 2 days, but the effects of the black mist can be fatal in just a few hours. However, Shun-E was not panicked because he had an endless supply of water. Although he had not yet found a beautiful woman who met the standards to unlock food, he firmly believed that among so many students in Shaanxing University, he would definitely find a girl who met the requirements. As long as he could unlock more supplies, he could live a luxurious life with the speed of increasing every second. Just as he was thinking, there was a scream and a violent roar from downstairs. The deafening sound startled Shun-E. He quickly ran to the window and saw a boy trapped in fear, holding the railing tightly with both hands, his eyes wide open, as if he had seen a terrible scene. As the boy screamed, Shun-E saw vines in an ordinary flower pot gushing out of the soil at an alarming speed, spreading wildly along the wall, and eyeball-like spheres actually grew on those vines, slowly rotating and emitting a faint green light. Shun-Yi's heart tightened, and he suddenly felt a strong fear. He couldn't help but whispered, "What the hell is this thing?" Just then, a sharp scream came from the girls' dormitory opposite, breaking the depressing and terrifying atmosphere. The Shaanxing University, where Shun-E was studying, was already a few years old, and the dormitory building looked a bit old, so the distance between the dormitories was very close. Even though the black fog was thick outside, Shunny could still vaguely see the girls' dormitory opposite. However, he didn't know what happened, but he heard the girls' screams. Could it be that they also encountered something mutated like the boy downstairs? Shun-Yi closed the window and quickly opened the group chat to search for relevant information. After browsing several groups, he finally found relevant information. Wang Yuan from the Foreign Languages Department, Class 201, sent a message. Fuck. Zhang Yifeng was eaten by the cactus he raised. Chun Xiao from the Literature Department, Class 203, replied, what are you talking about? I can't even understand these words. Zhao Tianlin from the Physical Education Department, Class 101, asked, what happened? Can you tell me more? Wang Yuan from Class 201 of the Foreign Languages Department continued to send messages. Monster. That cactus is simply a monster. It is scarier than the monsters in the movies. Who can come and save me? Then, Wang Yuan shared a video. Shin-Yi clicked on the video immediately. The screen was shaking badly, but the content was still clear. Vines covered with strange spheres spread out from a potted plant, almost covering the entire dormitory. In the middle of the vines, a lifeless corpse was being dragged into a cracked mouth by the vines. In the video, although the plant looks like a cactus, it has undergone a huge change. It has grown something like a mouth and is using it to eat, which looks bloody and cruel. Zhao Tianlin from the Physical Education Department's Class 101 sent a message. What the hell? What the hell is this? Are they filming a movie? The classmates in the group also raised questions, seeming to be in complete disbelief. Wang Yuan did not speak again after that, and Shun-Yi's heart sank, thinking that something had happened to him. The mutant cactus appeared on the 3rd or 4th floor, some distance away from him, so Shun-Yi was safe for the time being. But he had to prepare in advance, either to find a safe place or to find weapons for self-defense. Just as Shun-Yi was about to exit the group chat, he suddenly saw a new video. In the video, a tall boy had blue lightning flashing in his hand. He swung it violently, and the lightning shot out like a bullet, directly piercing through a can. Zhao Tao from the 205th class of the Department of Physical Education sent a message in the group. Brothers, sisters, come to me if you need shelter. I can lead the whole school. Mutated plants are nothing. I'm not afraid of them. Zhao Tianlin from the 101th class of the Department of Physical Education responded in surprise. What the hell? What is this? Special effects? Or superpowers? Are you sure this isn't a movie? Zhao Tao replied, it's not a special effect. Then, Zhao Tao posted another video with lightning surging in his hands, proving the authenticity of his superpowers. Zhao Tianlin from the 101 class of the Department of Physical Education replied excitedly, Brother Tao, you are awesome. You actually have superpowers. Are you the legendary child of destiny, the protagonist of a novel? Please take me with you. Chun Xiao from the Literature Department, Class 203, also sent a message. Brother Tao is awesome. Please add me as your friend. Wang Yu from the Foreign Languages Department, Class 301. Please take me with you. Shun-Yi watched the video, his heart filled with surprise and envy. What he lacked most now was the ability to protect himself. Although he had the system and didn't have to worry about food and supplies, without sufficient military force, it would be meaningless to stockpile more food. Others stockpiled guns, but he stockpiled food. He didn't want to be someone else's granary. Shun-Yi thought, how did he get his superpowers? Was it like his system awakened after the apocalypse? Was his superpower the system? Or was there another way to get superpowers? He carefully read the chat records, looking for clues. Time passed bit by bit, and the rescue was still not coming. The black fog downstairs became thicker and thicker and seemed to be rising slowly. Although the speed was slow, Shun-Yi could clearly see that it was rising. He calculated in his mind, at this rate, the black fog will reach this layer in 10 days at most. As he ate the self-heating hot pot and drank mineral water, his mood became more solemn. A day passed, and Shun-Yi did not get any more information about superpowers from the group chat. It seemed that only Zhao Tao had obtained superpowers. Although some girls applied to add him as a friend, Shun-Yi agreed, but each girl did not meet the system standards. Helplessly, he could only delete them and continue to use a small account to post advertisements in various groups. This time, no one kicked Shun-Yi out of the group. As time went on, rescue still did not arrive, and the survivors who originally had some supplies became cautious. Everyone began to think that maybe Shun-Yi could be useful in the future. 2 days later, on the 5th day of the Black Fog, the snacks and food reserves in Shun-Yi's dormitory were almost gone. The situation of others was even worse, especially water resources. Someone in the group offered 3,000 yuan for a bottle of water, but no one was willing to sell it. Many students had already become alienated, and their original moral concepts were also collapsing. After all, in the face of disaster, morality seemed insignificant. At this moment, Shun-Yi suddenly heard a voice coming from outside the window. "Hey, male student over there. Can you hear me?" Shun-Yi walked to the balcony, confirmed that the cactus downstairs had not spread to his place, then opened the window and looked at the girl next door who was calling out. She was wearing denim shorts, had long legs, and a beautiful face. Shun-Yi recognized her as Su Wanting from the Foreign Languages Department, the most beautiful girl in the department, with an extraordinary background, beautiful looks, arrogant and indifferent, and had never looked at Shun-Yi straight in the eye. "Shun-Yi, do you have any water?" "Su Wanting shouted." Shun-Yi nodded slightly, took out a bottle of mineral water, and shook it. "Yes, mineral water. I haven't had any water for a few hours. Can you throw that bottle of water over to me, so I can drink some? How about giving you 1,000 yuan?" Su Wanting licked her cracked lips, her eyes flashing with eagerness. Shun-Yi shook his head and said lightly, "No money is needed." Su Wanting seemed a little annoyed. "Then what do you want? 1,000 yuan is not a small amount. Water is so expensive, you can't ask for too much." Shun-Yi didn't want to waste time and said coldly, "If you want to drink water, come to the boys' dormitory. I will give you water for free." Su Wanting widened her eyes angrily. "You're dreaming. You want me to go to the boys' dormitory for a bottle of water? What do you think of me?" Shun-Yi didn't care and continued, "It's up to you whether you want to come or not." Then he turned around and took 3 bottles of water, pretending to take one out from the system space, unscrewed it and drank it all, and poured out the remaining half of the bottle directly. Su Wanting looked at the bottle of water flowing out of the window and was immediately furious. "How can you waste water like this? Even if you have more water, you can't waste it." Shun-Yi replied coldly, "Remember, I'm in dormitory 606. If you want to drink water, come here by yourself, otherwise forget it." After that, he closed the window. Although Shun-Yi wanted to unlock new supplies, he knew that he couldn't risk going to the girls' dormitory. Who knows what monsters are hidden in the black fog downstairs? Maybe a mutated cactus or something like that. He has heard a lot of screams recently. If something happens to him when he goes downstairs, then all the supplies will be meaningless. Therefore, he thought that letting Su Wanting come over was the safest way. And if Su Wanting had any problem, Shun-Yi didn't care. She would either die of thirst or take a risk. There might be a glimmer of hope if she tried. Otherwise, she would just have to wait to die of thirst. "Asshole!" Su Wanting stamped her feet in anger. He was indeed an uneducated, poor loser. If she hadn't been so thirsty, she wouldn't have talked to such a person. If it weren't for this disaster, she wouldn't even have had any contact with Shun-Yi. It was a waste of time to communicate with such a commoner. But the only person who could be contacted and provided with water was Shun-Yi. Most people in the dormitory were not there, and no one else could help. Su Wanting also tried to contact her family, but her parents were abroad, and for some reason, she could not contact them at all. The police line was always busy. In desperation, Su Wanting saw a figure in the male dormitory building opposite and shouted loudly. Unexpectedly, she met Shun-Yi. So, she scolded him, and a few hours passed. As the sky gradually darkened, Su Wanting was so thirsty that she almost stopped saliva. If she continued like this, she might die of thirst before rescue arrived. She looked helplessly at the boys' dormitory building opposite. Through the window, she vaguely saw Shun-Yi drinking water. She stared at it for a while and couldn't help swallowing, but she found that there was no saliva at all. It was all because of this bastard. Shun-Yi has not been idle these days. While the network has not had any problems, he searched for many nearby group chats, applied to join, and posted an advertisement for taking in Beauties every once in a while. In short, he cast a wide net. The system standard for taking in girls are quite high, so Shun-Yi can only use this finding a needle in a haystack method. As long as the net is cast wide enough, he can always catch a few suitable fish. After all, at this stage, he has no self-protection ability, and it is impossible for him to find high-quality goddesses in person. He can only rely on the internet to find them. Shun-Yi had a hunch that this disaster would never end so easily, and it would probably turn into the end of humanity. If it was just a black fog that made people hungry and thirsty, it wouldn't actually be considered a doomsday disaster. At most, it would be a problem of food and water scarcity. But the plants in the black fog seem to be mutating. Moreover, 5 days have passed since the black fog appeared, but official rescue has still not arrived. The authorities have only pushed information online, reminding people not to leave their homes, to throw their pets out of the house, and also issued some precautions on how to tell whether water and food are contaminated. The official information was released only 4 or 5 hours after the black fog descended. At first, no one took it seriously and even stored very few supplies. Until now, the black fog has become thicker and thicker, and most of the food and water have been contaminated and spoiled by unknown bacteria. It is too late to store them. Moreover, most people dare not go out. Now, there is a deadly crisis hidden in the black fog. In the past few days, screams were often heard in the black fog, and countless people were killed and injured. At this time, Shun-E was drinking water and chatting with a new girl. Suddenly, a WeChat message popped up. Jean Rue, the eldest roommate. Chun-E, do you have water in your hand? Bring me a bottle of water. I'm on the 8th floor of the teaching building. Hurry, get lost. After cursing, Shun-E directly deleted Jean Rue's friend. Damn, I was bullied by this group of stupid roommates before the doomsday. Now that the doomsday is here, who will still swallow their anger? It is said on the internet that all the male dormitories in college are close friends who have been together for a lifetime. Maybe other people really have such brothers, but Shun-E is unlucky and met a rich second generation whose family has some money. And this guy likes to order people around and likes to bully the weak. Shun-E naturally didn't want to be ordered around, and he fought with Jean Rue several times, but the other two roommates sided with Jean Rue 3-1. Shun-E had no power to resist. Shun-E once thought about risking his life to kill Jean Rue, but thinking that his grandmother raised him up and he had not fulfilled his filial piety, he really couldn't risk his life. I don't know how Grandma and little sister are doing today. Shun-E called Grandma again. They just talked yesterday when Grandma and little sister were hiding in the cellar. Because rural cellars usually store a lot of grain and vegetables, there is no need to worry about food and drink. But Grandma and little sister did not dare to leave the cellar. It seemed that they heard that the neighbor's dog was eating people. The situation was terrible. The little sister did not explain the specific situation clearly, but Shun-E guessed that it might be that the animal had mutated. Otherwise, domestic dogs would never eat people. At the same time, in a classroom on the 8th floor of the teaching building, Jean Rue looked at the message sent by Shun-E and was so angry that he almost smashed his phone. Damn it, Shun-E, that bastard, actually dared to scold me. Just wait. I'll kill you when I get back to the dormitory. Although Shun-E had fought with him before, he had never scolded him like this. Jean Rue, who had been a bully since childhood, how could he endure such humiliation? If he hadn't known that there was danger in the black fog, he would have returned to the dormitory and severely taught Shun-E a lesson. Jean Rue knew that although he couldn't kill Shun-E, he still dared to break one of his arms. At most, he would have to pay a few dollars. Anyway, no one knew when the country's rescue would arrive. Brother Jean, don't be angry. There's no need to be angry with this idiot. Doesn't Shun-E just have a few bottles of water? Does he really think that the apocalypse will never end? Wait until the apocalypse is over. Then we'll teach him a lesson. Make him kneel down and apologize to Brother Jean. The two roommates next to him advised. They also saw the message sent by Shun-E in the group, so they wanted to ask Shun-E for water. Who would have thought that Shun-E would become so powerful? They were also very angry, but now they had to please Jean Rue first. After all, Jean Rue's family had money and connections, and maybe Jean Rue's father would send someone to rescue them, and they could also take a ride. As the sky gradually brightened, Sue Wanting went to her place. She had spent another night without drinking a drop of water. It wasn't that she didn't want to drink, but she had run out of water. She was so dehydrated that she couldn't even urinate. She had been without water since yesterday morning. She had called the emergency number countless times and also called her parents, but received no response. Sue Wanting was a little desperate. If she continued like this, she might really die of thirst. The thought of dying of thirst was unbearable, and she, a little girl, couldn't stand it. So she lowered her posture, stood on the balcony, and wanted to ask Shun-E to throw her a bottle of water. She called for a long time, but Shun-E didn't respond at all. It seemed that unless she went to the boys' dormitory in person, she would get nothing. Sue Wanting cursed Shun-E in her heart for several hours, and even used dirty words that she had never learned. But cursing could not solve the problem, nor could it quench her thirst. After much struggle, Su Wanting finally decided to go to the boys' dormitory. In fact, this decision was easy to make. Compared with dying of thirst, sacrificing one's body was nothing. Only those who have experienced it can understand this feeling of hunger and thirst. But what made her hesitate to make up her mind was that she still had a glimmer of hope in her heart. What if the National Rescue Team came? If she just compromised and exchanged her body for water, and the rescue team suddenly arrived, it would be a big loss. She didn't want to give her first time to an ordinary boy like Shun Yi. She usually disdained an ordinary person like Shun Yi and didn't even bother to talk to him. So how could she fall in love with him or even have sex with him? In addition, another reason for Su Wanting's hesitation was that she had just heard a girl screaming downstairs. Although it was far away from her floor, the sound sounded abnormally wrong. She guessed that there might be a monster hidden in the black fog. Her guess was not groundless. Students in the campus group also uploaded videos, which seemed to show that many plants and animals had mutated. Even the gecko, which was originally the size of a palm, looked like an adult dog, which was terrifying. Therefore, Su Wanting has never dared to open the door of the dormitory, and even dared not make too much noise. But now, rather than dying in the dormitory, she must fight. Dam Shanyi, can't you just throw a bottle of water over? You have to make me go out and take risks. She put on her white stockings and sneakers while cursing Shani. After getting dressed, she put the remaining snacks into her pink backpack. These were her only rations. If she had water, she might be able to survive for 3 or 4 days, or even 5 or 6 days. But without water, she really couldn't survive, not even for a day. She looked at the fruit knife on the table, hesitated for a moment, and finally put it in her arms. Then, she took out her mobile phone, found Shin Yi's speech record in the group, and sent him a friend request. However, she didn't get through. She waited for a while and looked at Shun Yi's dormitory building from the balcony for a while, but still couldn't see it clearly. In desperation, she had to go out before dawn. I hope she can get through safely. As the disaster lasted longer, more and more people added him, and there were more men than women. But Shin Yi only accepted girls. In just a few days, there were no less than 200 girls who took the initiative to add him. This is the benefit of casting a wide net. Among these 200 girls, he finally found one who met the system standards. A new message flashed on Shun Yi's phone screen. It was from Zhou Wanner. She was a newly enrolled college student. She was not tall, but she was very cute. She looked particularly pure in her Lolita outfit. Her eyes were full of requests, and her voice was tender and soft, making it hard to refuse. She mentioned the dangers of the black fog in the message, and even said that her roommate had mistakenly entered the black fog and never came back. Zhou Wanner asked Shun Yi for help, hoping that he could take the risk to deliver water. Her voice was very cute, a standard lowly voice with a slightly coquettish tone, which seemed a little innocent. She apologized repeatedly, fearing that Shun Yi would be angry, but her words clearly revealed the fear of not daring to take risks. Shun Yi listened to these words and sneered in his heart. How could he easily agree to this weak act of coquetry? Do you think I should go deliver water? Shan Yi replied coldly. He was not the kind of person who would easily be soft-hearted. Although Zhou Wanner sounded pitiful, he knew that she was just afraid to go out alone. He even felt that this little trick of the girl was not clever enough and did not impress him at all. He decided to completely ignore her message and turn to the discussion in the group. Recently, with the continued existence of the black fog, people's demand for water has increased dramatically. Shun Yi's water resources have accumulated hundreds of thousands of bottles, and his life is relatively stable. He thought that he had no worries about supplies, and his time these days was relatively easy. After all, he had enough mineral water for his daily clean life, and it didn't matter if he wasted some. On the other side, in the girls' dormitory of Campus B, Zhou Wanner and her 2 roommates were staring at the screen of their mobile phones to read Shin Yi's message. She was obviously in a bad mood because she had never encountered such a situation before. In the past, with her cute voice and coquettish way, any boy would be easily hooked, but Shun Yi was completely unmoved. She frowned and looked worried, not knowing how to continue communicating with him. This guy is really a straight man. Her short-haired roommate said sarcastically. Another long-haired girl also echoed. He has no emotional intelligence at all. I bet he definitely doesn't have a girlfriend. The 2 people's complaints made Zhou Wanner feel helpless, but she knew in her heart that she really couldn't use this method to impress Shun Yi again. Zhou Wanner continued to stare at the screen of her mobile phone, feeling a little anxious. She knew that Shun Yi didn't want to pay any attention to her, but but the problem of supplies was imminent. She asked softly, Xiao Mei, what do you think we should do? The water is almost gone. If we don't find a solution, we will soon face difficulties. She didn't dare to go downstairs easily. The screams from outside made her feel terrified. The two roommates looked at each other, at a loss. Although they had some snacks, they had little water left. Looking at Zhou Wanner's anxious expression, they knew that without water and food, they would be in trouble. One of the girls with short hair picked up her phone and called the police, while the girl with long hair beside her quietly hid the drink in her bedding. She knew that water and food were crucial at this time and must be carefully preserved. Zhou Wanner felt very helpless. She tried to stay calm and pretend that she was not anxious, but she was anxious inside. She gently kicked the drink bottle under the bed to try to hide her movements. On the surface, she looked carefree, but in fact, she was ready to face the worst situation. Shun Yi was busy checking messages when suddenly he saw Su Wanting sending an urgent message for help. Help me. There's a monster downstairs. There's a monster. He quickly responded, What monster? And continued typing to ask her. After a while, Su Wanting sent a video, and Shun Yi clicked it to watch. In the video, the black fog was everywhere, and the vision was blurred. In the picture, a huge yellow earth dog was walking through the thick black fog. Its limbs were very strong, its eyes were bloodshot, and it looked very fierce. The dog in the video suddenly noticed Su Wanting, who was filming, and glared at her, causing her to scream. However, strangely, the dog did not attack her, but picked up a broken body and turned around and walked into the black fog. Shun Yi's heart sank when he saw this scene. He recognized the dog. Before the black fog enveloped the school, the dog often wandered around, and some people even fed it. But now, the dog has become abnormally large, with more developed muscles, and has begun to eat people. Sure enough, animals have also mutated. Shun Yi thought to himself. Watching the scene in the video, he became even more worried. This disaster was much more serious than he had imagined, and even animals and plants were no exception and mutated. He soon realized that what his grandmother and sister had mentioned about the neighbor's dog eating people was probably true. Shun Yi began to wonder if the black fog was the root cause of all this. Would humans also undergo similar mutations? Or was the awakening of superpowers a kind of mutation? At this time, Shun Yi received a friend request from a stranger, Zhao Tao, the man who had just awakened his superpowers. Shun Yi couldn't help but think that this was a good opportunity, and he decided to get some information about the awakening of superpowers through Zhao Tao. Zhao Tao sent a message to Shun Yi. Brother, do you want protection? My superpowers are very strong. You don't have to worry about other survivors taking your supplies. In Zhao Tao's video, several classmates gathered together, and the atmosphere seemed quite harmonious. By the way, brother, you should have supplies, right? Look at the message you sent before. Zhao Tao continued. Shun Yi sensed from Zhao Tao's words that he seemed to intend to obtain his supplies. I still have a few bottles of water. Shan Yi responded immediately. Zhao Tao immediately replied, Sure, come find me. I'm in the gymnasium of Campus A. We have dozens of students here. It's easier to find supplies if we unite and wait for rescue. Zhao Tao, who seemed to be bold and daring, did not let Shun Yi down. Shun Yi knew that people in the apocalypse were not completely reliable, especially a guy like Zhao Tao, who could not easily trust his protection. Shun Yi continued to ask, By the way, Zhao Tao, how did you awaken your superpowers? Can you tell me? Maybe I can also awaken my superpowers and fight against these mutant monsters. Zhao Tao seemed to be avoiding the question and replied, I can't remember clearly. Anyway, I woke up by accident. Before he finished speaking, he reminded Shun Yi again, Let's talk when you come over. Remember the address. Shun Yi knew in his heart that Zhao Tao did not have any powerful superpowers. Otherwise, he would have collected all the supplies long ago. Obviously, his superpowers were not very powerful. Shun Yi could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. At least he did not have to worry that Zhao Tao would easily get rid of all the monsters. At this time, Su Wanting sent another message. Chun, which dormitory are you in? Reply to me quickly. Chun Yi only replied with a short message, 606. He picked up the broom behind the door and waited nervously. Not long after, he heard crisp footsteps and rapid breathing in the corridor. Su Wanting climbed up the stairs quickly, sweat soaking her forehead. Damn you. You didn't even come down to pick me up. You deserve it that no one likes you. Su Wanting cursed and panted, her fair face covered with sweat. She barely had the strength to endure this adventure, but thinking of the monster downstairs, she couldn't help but quicken her pace. Finally, she found dormitory 606. After knocking on the door, Shun-E quickly opened the door, pulled her into the dormitory, and locked the door. Before Su Wanting could react, Shun-E had already pressed her against the wall, holding her arms firmly with one hand. "What are you doing? Let me go. Let me go." Su Wanting was startled and struggled desperately, but she had no strength to escape because of overwork and lack of water. "I said don't move," Shun-E ordered coldly. Then, his hand suddenly reached out to Su Wanting's body. Shun-E stared coldly at Su Wanting in front of him, listening to her angrily cursing. "Asshole! You are breaking the law." His hand had already reached into her clothes. Su Wanting's face turned red, and she struggled even more violently. Shun-E ignored her struggle, and while searching carefully, he muttered to himself, "Sure enough, you have to be careful in the end of the world, and you can't let your guard down even for a seemingly weak woman." After a search, he found a folding fruit knife hidden on her body. This cannot be underestimated, he thought to himself. He knew that he could not easily trust anyone, even if the woman in front of him looked harmless. The system required him to take in the woman to unlock supplies, and women's physical fitness was generally not as good as men's, which also made him feel that she could not pose any threat to him. But the system's requirements were rules that had to be followed. He could only act according to the regulations, so he did not let down his guard and quickly checked to make sure she was not carrying any threats. "Give me the bag." Shun-E stared coldly at the pink school bag on her back and said in a deep voice, "What do you want to do?" Su Wanting desperately protected her bag and refused to hand it over. She knew that her bag contained her precious rations and snacks. If she lost them, she would lose her hope of survival. She regretted not hiding the snacks and even wondered why she was so stupid as to bring these things with her. Did she really expect a strange man to protect her? Her heart was filled with fear and anger. "You stinky loser! Let me go. Otherwise, I will call the police." Su Wanting began to struggle almost instinctively. Shun-E was unmoved. His physical strength was obviously superior. No matter how much Su Wanting struggled, she could not break free. He successfully took the bag, quickly unzipped it, and poured out the items in the bag. Inside were various snacks, cosmetics, and some of her personal belongings. Shun-E searched through them with his feet, making sure there were no sharp objects hidden, and then let her go. However, Su Wanting waved her hand angrily and slapped her. Shun-E quickly dodged, and then slapped her back with a loud slap. "You dare to hit me?" Su Wanting's eyes widened, and she was stunned. Shun-E looked at her coldly. "What are you doing here? If you don't want to cooperate, get out." His tone was unkind. Su Wanting, who was beaten, was furious, and her eyes were full of unbelievable anger. This was a humiliation she had never encountered before, especially in this doomsday environment. She realized that Shun-E was not like the men she had met before, who spoiled her casually. Shun-E looked indifferent and pushed her out of the dormitory, threw her bag out, and locked the door. "Get out if you don't want to." He was merciless, with a warning in his eyes. Su Wanting was so angry that she almost lost control, but a trace of fear began to rise in her heart. When she found herself thrown into an empty corridor, she suddenly realized that she had no way out. She began to bang on the door, and her voice gradually became trembling. "Shun-E, open the door. I was wrong. Please let me in." She no longer dared to be as arrogant as before. The darkness in front of her made her feel an extremely strong sense of fear. "Stop shouting and make a decision quickly. If you don't want to, I can let you stay outside." Shun-E's voice came from inside the door, coldly. Su Wanting's heart trembled when she heard it, and her voice suddenly became low. I am willing. Open the door. I know I was wrong." But Shun-E did not open the door immediately. He knew that the end of the world was different from usual, and any disobedient woman could become a burden. In order to avoid future troubles, he decided to let Su Wanting calm down outside. Outside, Su Wanting lowered her head, too scared to speak loudly. She kept looking back, anxiously scanning the stairs, fearing that some monster would rush out. Her heartbeat accelerated, her legs weakened, and she could hardly control herself with fear. At this moment, she suddenly understood that no one would spoil her in the apocalypse. Shun-E's attitude made her realize that she could no longer rely on others, especially men, as she did before. "Shun-E, I really know I was wrong." Her voice was filled with pleading, and she couldn't help but let her tears fall. She realized that in the end of the world, the only one she could rely on was herself. Shun-Yi opened the door and let Su Wanting in. She was already so scared that she burst into tears at the door. Shun-Yi saw her sitting on the bed with her knees hugged, sobbing, and secretly evaluated in her heart. If she can't even get over such a small setback, then it will be difficult for her to survive in the doomsday. As soon as he entered the dormitory, Shun-Yi closed the door and locked it. He picked up her bag and snacks from the ground and threw them aside. The occasional strange noises coming from downstairs always existed, but Shun-Yi was not worried. He thought it might just be the sound caused by the aging of the windows. After all, the threat of monsters is not as great as everyone thinks. Su Wanting's crying was not just because of Shun-Yi's slap, nor was it just because she was driven out. She saw the horrific scene of the monster devouring people, and the fear in her heart broke out at this moment. She always thought that the end of the world was just a plot in the movie, but now everything has become real and terrifying. The screams from time to time downstairs, and the people she saw being devoured by monsters with her own eyes deeply shocked her. Shun-Yi knew that the fear she had endured was unprecedented, and he had also seen the ferocity of those monsters in the video. Although he could withstand this kind of terror better than her, it did not mean that he was not afraid. It was just that Shun-Yi had a heavier responsibility and could not fall down because he had his grandmother and sister waiting for his protection. He didn't plan to stop. His goal was to collect supplies as quickly as possible, preferably firearms and other weapons, so that he would have the confidence to go out and fight the monsters. He believed that as long as he had thermal weapons, those mutated monsters would definitely not be his opponents. After all, thermal weapons were effective against carbon-based creatures, and these monsters obviously belong to this category. However, Shun-Yi does not rely entirely on weapons, because so far, neither the government nor the military has responded, proving that these traditional means may not be able to solve the crisis of Misty. But at least, with weapons in hand, he can feel a little more at ease. Can you give me a bottle of water? Su Wanting cried for a while, and finally came to her senses and whispered to Shun-Yi. She looked at the bottles of water on the table, but didn't dare to pick them up easily, for fear of being kicked out again. Shun-Yi looked at her like this, and calmly handed her a bottle of water. Just drink, there's plenty of water. Although his words were brief, they made Su Wanting feel a little relieved. While drinking the water, she felt Shun-Yi's undisguised gaze and couldn't help feeling a little uncomfortable and shy. She knew that Shun-Yi was not like those boys who usually looked at her secretly. He looked at her from head to toe directly, which made her feel a little uncomfortable. But thinking of the situation just now, she did not dare to get angry with Shun-Yi. After all, in this doomsday world, her own safety is the most important. It's okay, just drink it. Shun-Yi saw that she was a little hesitant, and his tone softened a little. He knew that in such an environment, Su Wanting's heart was actually full of anxiety and fear. Anyway, there was enough water, so let her drink it without worry. After Su Wanting drank a few sips from the water bottle, she looked up at Shun-Yi. She suddenly remembered the 2 bottles of water before. She drank so much in one breath, and the remaining water might not be enough. She felt a little regretful. After all, the stock of these 2 bottles of water was already very tight. Should we save some water? She whispered, with a hint of hesitation in her tone. She knew that the remaining water could only last for 3 days and could not be wasted. It's okay, I have enough water, Shun-Yi said slowly. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hand, and 2 bottles of mineral water appeared out of thin air in front of him. Su Wanting was stunned. This scene made her a little unbelievable. Is this also a superpower? She couldn't believe her eyes. Shun-Yi could actually create water out of thin air. Shun-Yi smiled faintly and responded easily. Yes, my superpower is that I can conjure water and food. As long as you follow me, you will never have to worry about food and drink in the future. He didn't want to show this skill, but seeing Su Wanting's look, he felt it necessary to let her feel his advantage and stabilize her emotions. Su Wanting's eyes flashed with surprise, but soon, a smile appeared on her face. Being able to conjure water and food was undoubtedly the most direct guarantee for her. In this doomsday, having such an ability is indeed worth relying on. The way she looked at Shun-Yi changed. Although he was still not handsome, he became more and more reliable. Your ability is really amazing. She couldn't help but praise him, and she felt that following Shun-Yi was indeed a good choice. Shun-Yi looked at her and said in a serious tone, "This ability is very important. You can't tell anyone without my permission. Do you understand? If I die, my superpower will be ineffective. Understand. I won't tell anyone, not even my parents. Su Wanting nodded, her eyes revealing determination. She is a smart person and knows what to say and what not to say. She also knows that Shun Yi's words carry a warning meaning and can even be regarded as a threat. Seeing this, Shun Yi nodded with satisfaction. That's good. Go brush your teeth first and get ready quickly. He turned around and prepared to organize other things, while Su Wanting lowered her head shyly, knowing that everything that was to come was no longer just a simple matter of survival. Shun Yi hugged the naked Su Wanting, and when he heard the prompt sound from the system, his eyes suddenly lit up. The reward for unlocking the system was roast chicken. Meat. Finally, there was meat to eat, and it was a hot roast chicken fresh out of the oven. This was great. Not to mention eating meat, even the aroma of chicken made him feel satisfied. The time and space in the system space are still, and there is no need to worry about the food spoiling. It is so refreshing. In a short while, several roast chickens have accumulated in the system space, and the supply is still increasing. At the same time, mineral water is also accumulating. Shun Yi pushed Su Wanting away, sat up with his upper body naked, and took out a roast chicken from the space, intending to reward himself. Life has been too hard these days, and he hasn't had a proper meal, so his mouth has become so bland. In addition, he just got rid of being single, so Shun Yi thought it was time to reward himself. He picked up the chicken leg and found that it was still warm and fragrant. It's hot. It's really a freshly roasted chicken. Shun Yi put down the chicken leg and enjoyed the aroma with satisfaction. Su Wanting was lying quietly, but she couldn't help but open her eyes when she smelled the aroma. Seeing the golden and tempting whole chicken, her appetite was instantly opened. She exclaimed, "Is this Shun Yi's superpower? It's amazing that he can actually make hot roast chicken." She couldn't believe her eyes. Shun Yi smiled and handed her a steaming chicken leg. "Do you want to eat it?" Su Wanting sat up quickly, with a hint of desire in her eyes. Although she felt a little pain when she just stood up, the pain was immediately driven away when she saw the delicious roast chicken. She had been hungry for a long time and had only eaten snacks for several days. Now she could finally eat a bite of real food. "It smells so good. I can't believe it tastes better than what I ate in a 5-star hotel." Su Wanting chewed the chicken in small bites, and a satisfied smile appeared on her lips. The chicken was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. When you bite it, the gravy overflows, and the aroma is so fragrant that it is simply irresistible. Shun Yi also ate with great pleasure. The taste was really great. As for why he only gave Su Wanting a chicken leg, it was not that he was stingy, but he knew that people should not be fed too much, especially since Su Wanting had just compromised not long ago. If Shun Yi let her eat too well, I am afraid she would rely on him more. After eating and drinking, Shun Yi burped, stretched, and sighed in his heart that life really depends on constantly unlocking new materials to live a good life. Thinking of this, he picked up his phone and looked at another girl who met the system requirements, Zhou Wanner. This Zhou Wanner is much more cunning than Su Wanting, and it's not easy to be fooled. But Shun Yi knows that as long as she cuts off water and food, she will definitely compromise. Compared to starving to death or dying of thirst, most people will choose to obey. Shun Yi began to accept friend requests one by one. Although this approach was like looking for a needle in a haystack, he was not in a hurry. He had time anyway, and he would always be able to catch some fish that met the criteria by casting a wide net. At this time, he touched Su Wanting's long legs and absent-mindedly replied to his friend's message. Su Wanting was a little embarrassed, but seeing Shun Yi's attention to her, she felt happy. She knew that as long as she behaved well enough, she could live a stable life in this doomsday and would not be abandoned by Shun Yi. Shun Yi suddenly saw some news. His expression changed, and he immediately withdrew his hand and began to type quickly. "What's wrong?" Su Wanting saw Shun Yi's expression and couldn't help asking. Shun Yi whispered, "Put on your clothes." Su Wanting frowned slightly, but still listened to Shun Yi's words and adjusted her sitting position obediently. She knew that she could only be careful at this moment and do better to make Shun Yi rely on her more. Shun Yi, on the other hand, was concentrating on staring at the screen of his mobile phone, typing quickly. He was discussing with someone about how to awaken superpowers. Shun Yi from the Foreign Languages Department. "I can provide water and food, but how can you prove that what you said is true?" Ma Tianming from the Physical Education Department. Zhao Tao and I live in the same dormitory. I witnessed his awakening process with my own eyes. It is absolutely reliable. However, you must give me water and food first. Then I can tell you how to get superpowers. Shun Yi frowned, with a thoughtful expression on his face. If what Ma Tianming said was true, it meant that superpowers were not innate, but acquired in some way. If this was true, then he would also have a chance to acquire superpowers. Shun Yi was excited, but he remained calm. He took photos of several bottles of mineral water and sent them to Ma Tianming. This is unopened mineral water, absolutely not polluted. If your information is accurate, these 3 bottles of water will be given to you. At the same time, Ma Tianming saw the photos on the other side of the screen and couldn't help swallowing. He quickly looked up at the people around him, making sure no one noticed, then secretly took a photo and began to quickly reply to Shun Yi. Shun Yi and Su Wanting sat opposite each other in the dormitory. Suddenly, Ma Tianming from the physical education department sent a message. The content made Shun Yi's heart move. Ma Tianming said that he knew how to obtain superpowers, but the premise was that Shun Yi must give him water first. Ma Tianming also posted a few photos. There were 2 boys in the photos. One of them was wearing a red short-sleeved shirt. Shun Yi seemed to have seen him in a video, and the other was Ma Tianming himself. He mentioned that they were roommates and had a close relationship, so it was impossible for them to lie to him. Shun Yi stared at his phone, feeling somewhat skeptical. Since Ma Tianming knew the method, why didn't he obtain the superpowers himself? Unless the method was very difficult, or he was simply lying. Despite this, Shun Yi decided to give it a try. After all, in the apocalypse, who wouldn't want to have superpowers? However, he would not foolishly run to deliver water, as that would be too dangerous. He decided to trade with Ma Tianming. Shun Yi replied to the message, suggesting that the 2 of them walk halfway to the garden outside the boys' dormitory building to trade. He would bring the water, and Ma Tianming would tell him the method. Ma Tianming seemed a little hesitant, saying that this method was too risky. Shun Yi was a little dissatisfied and responded directly. You want me to deliver water? Forget it. You are afraid of risks, but I am more afraid. Ma Tianming immediately changed his mind. Don't worry. I have another way. Go to my dormitory. I have a drone there that can hang water. This way you don't have to take risks, and I can still get water. Shun Yi thought about it for a while and felt that this method was okay. He originally planned to let Su Wanting do it, but after all, she might not be good at prying the door. Since there's a drone, he will go there himself. Thinking of this, Shun Yi replied to Ma Tianming, I will contact you after I get the drone. Ma Tianming replied excitedly, no problem, but remember to hurry up. I haven't had any water for more than 20 hours. I'm so thirsty. Shun Yi asked sarcastically, doesn't your roommate, Zhao Tao, have lightning powers? Why doesn't he go find some water? Ma Tianming was obviously a little impatient. Don't mention him. Zhao Tao's ability can only hit a can. It's useless. Shun Yi thought to himself, Zhao Tao's ability is too weak. Is everyone so weak? Or is it only Zhao Tao? However, no matter what, let's go get the drone first. Shun Yi turned to Su Wanting and asked her, is it a big deal for your health? He was worried that she would feel uncomfortable. After all, the 5th floor was not a safe place. Su Wanting replied, it's okay, although it hurts a little, but it doesn't affect much. Shun Yi nodded. Okay, then you pack up and we'll go to the 5th floor. Su Wanting felt a little uneasy. Although she didn't want to take risks, she knew that Shun Yi wouldn't force her to do anything. She just hoped that all this would pass quickly. The 2 walked out of the dormitory, and Shun Yi felt a little complicated. This was the first time he walked out of the dormitory door since the apocalypse. Originally in the dormitory, he felt very safe. Now, everything outside has become strange and dangerous. Walking in the corridor, Shun Yi was very careful. He knew that the black fog on the 5th floor might bring some kind of danger. As for Su Wanting, she held Shun Yi's arm tightly, looking a little scared. Shun Yi, what are we going to do on the 5th floor? Su Wanting's voice trembled a little. Shun Yi didn't explain too much, but simply said, just follow me. He knew that he took Su Wanting to the 5th floor not just to complete the mission. More people could increase his chances of survival. Although he thought this idea was cruel, he had no choice. Walking to the stairs, Shun Yi's heartbeat accelerated. The black fog was everywhere, and his vision was extremely blurry. He couldn't even see things a few meters away. Shun Yi took a breath and stepped into the black fog. Su Wanting followed closely behind, nervously holding Shun Yi's hand. Shun Yi thought silently that this black fog might be some kind of poisonous gas or a strange substance that appeared in the doomsday. He still remembered that he had heard before that some people became thirsty and even lost their lives due to contact with this black fog. However, Shun-Yi did not feel too scared. He was just looking for the dormitory number. Although visibility was low, he could still see things a few meters away. 507, 508, 509, this is it. Shan-Yi spit it. He pulled the door of the dormitory, but found that it was locked. It's not difficult for me. Shan-Yi mutated softly. He took out a meal card and inserted it into the door lock skillfully. After a few seconds, the door lock was opened. Hurry up, look for anything useful in the dormitory, and take it away if you find it. Shun-Yi said as he walked towards the first bed and began to search. Su Wanting also reacted and realized that Shun-Yi was looking for supplies, so she began to search near another bed. Shun-Yi sent a message to Ma Tianming while turning over the bedsheet, asking for the location of the drone. A few seconds later, Ma Tianming's reply finally arrived. Under the bed near the door. Shun-Yi hurriedly searched under the bed, and indeed saw a white box with a drone inside. It looked brand new, and was obviously from DJI, and it was not cheap. Picking up the drone, Shun-Yi continued to search around for a while, but failed to find more useful supplies. Perhaps once the goal was achieved, the rest would not matter. The two were about to leave when suddenly there was a bang, bang, bang sound downstairs, like something hitting the wall. The sound was loud and continuous. What's that sound? Su Wanting was so scared that she almost shouted out, and she grabbed Shen-Yi's arm tightly. I don't know either. Let's go first. Shen-Yi didn't want to waste time, so he immediately quickened his pace. At this time, lingering on curiosity is tantamount to seeking death. When he reached the stairs, Shun-Yi heard faint sounds coming from some dormitories upstairs, as if someone was inside. He made a calculation in his mind, wondering if these survivors would launch a sneak attack because of food. Quickly returning to dormitory 606, Shun-Yi locked the door and breathed a sigh of relief. We must unlock the supplies and get hot weapons as soon as possible. Shun-Yi made up his mind. Only with powerful weapons and superpowers can we survive in the doomsday. Shun-Yi opened the box, took out the drone manual, and started reading it. Although he had never used a drone before, it didn't look complicated. Do you want to use a drone? Su Wanting asked curiously. Yes, but I don't know if it can lift 3 bottles of water. Shun-Yi replied. This drone can lift about 5 kilograms, and the 3 bottles of water together only weigh 1.5 kilograms. Su Wanting answered without hesitation. Oh, you can fly a drone? Shun-Yi was a little surprised. Well, I've shot short videos and landscapes before, and I have more than 100,000 followers on Douyin. Su Wanting responded with a smile. Shen-Yi's eyes lit up. It seemed that he could let Su Wanting control the drone, so he wouldn't have to worry about poor operation. Then you operate it and help me deliver a few bottles of water. Shun-Yi handed her the remote control. Deliver water? Okay, let me see if the power is enough. Su Wanting took the remote control and began to adjust it skillfully. Shun-Yi picked up his phone and sent a message to Ma Tianming, asking him about the transaction location he chose. However, Shun-Yi knew that the water would not be given away easily, so he had to make sure that what Ma Tianming said was true, otherwise he would lose money. The drone is ready, but I only have 3 bottles of water. You have to let me confirm that you are not lying to me first. Shun-Yi sent a message. A few minutes later, Ma Tianming replied, the method is to eat something, but I can't tell you what it is unless you show me water first. Shun-Yi replied, that kind of thing is hard to find, right? If it were that simple, you would have eaten it long ago and there would be no need to exchange. Ma Tianming hesitated. Well, it's true, but I can guarantee that I didn't lie to you. This information is very valuable and it's not officially disclosed. You can exchange it with others. Shun-Yi had some doubts, but thought to himself that water was not important to him anyway, and getting the information was the key. Shun-Yi, it's been adjusted. The drone still has enough power, so it should be usable. Su Wanting's voice interrupted his thoughts. The fog outside is very thick, and visibility is not very good. If the distance is too far, the water may not be delivered. She continued. It's okay, just give it a try. Shun-Yi replied indifferently. He didn't care whether he could deliver the water or not. After all, the key information had been obtained. Fly to the gymnasium. Okay. Su Wanting released the drone, with 3 bottles of water tied to the towel. Shun-Yi took out his phone, took a photo, and sent it to Ma Tianming. It will be delivered in a few minutes at most. You can tell me the answer now. Ma Tianming replied. Wait until I see the drone. Shun-Yi looked at Su Wanting's focused look. She frowned slightly and looked very serious. Can we fly to the gymnasium? Shen Yi asked. Yes, but I didn't expect the black fog to be so thick. Su Wanting looked at the remote control screen, her voice a little low. Shen Yi came closer and looked through the screen. The drone's perspective came into view, and the whole world seemed to be swallowed by a thick black fog. The fog was at least 10 meters high and enveloped the low buildings. What a wonder. Su Wanting sai sopti. If this wasn't a disaster, it would be very artistic and would definitely be beautiful if photographed. But in this thick fog, who knows what monsters might be hiding? Shen Yi looked at Su Wanting's serious look and couldn't help but move closer and kissed her gently. He admitted that the end of the world did make people bold, especially when facing beautiful things. Su Wanting blushed slightly, glanced at him, and continued to concentrate on operating the drone. Shen Yi secretly sent another message to Ma Tianming, keeping alert. After the drone arrived at the scene, he said to Ma Tianming from the sports department through the communicator, "We are here. If you're outside the gymnasium, you should be able to hear the sound of the drone." Ma Tianming responded eagerly. "I heard it. It's right above my head. Let come down quickly." Shen Yi's tone was calm. "Don't be impatient. Tell me the answer first." He glanced at Su Wanting in his arms and instructed softly, "Lower the drone a little, not too low, as long as it can be seen by people under the black fog." Su Wanting's cheeks were slightly red. She breathed lightly and began to operate the drone to move downwards. In the black fog, a burly young man was anxiously observing the thick black fog above. That man was Ma Tianming. He had reached this deal with Shen Yi in private, and he had not told Zhao Tao at all. Otherwise, he would have to share the money with Zhao Tao. Moreover, Zhao Tao did not want others to know how to obtain superpowers. He did not want others to have superpowers. But Ma Tianming didn't care about that. He needed water urgently, and he didn't care about anything else. Hurry up, hurry up, he kept whispering, occasionally glancing at the gym. If someone saw him, he would be in big trouble. And Zhao Tao said that there were monsters in the black fog, and it would be even worse if they were targeted by the monsters. Water was the most important thing. Soon, the outline of a drone appeared in the air, with several bottles of mineral water hanging below. "I see. Lower a little more. Lower a little more." Ma Tianming shouted anxiously. Shen Yi remained calm. "Tell me the answer first." The more anxious Ma Tianming was, the calmer Shen Yi's tone became. The initiative of the transaction was always in his hands. After all, Shen Yi was not short of water, and losing a few bottles of water was not a problem. The urgent words he said before were just to make Ma Tianming think that he was very anxious so as to get words out of him. At this time, Ma Tianming's desire became stronger. Hunger and thirst made him lose his composure. Seeing the water right in front of him, all his vigilance was diluted. "Let me get the water first. Otherwise, what if you regret it?" Ma Tianming tretendangridi. Shen Yi smiled slightly. "I can also ask you the same question. I'll give you water, but what if you regret it?" "You bastard." Ma Tianming was so anxious that he almost exploded and tightly grasped the phone. He knew in his heart that Shen Yi might break his promise, but his desire for water made him have no time to think about it. Shen Yi's voice was still calm. "Answer." Finally, Ma Tianming couldn't help but compromise and started typing. "I can tell you first, but you have to promise not to regret it. Otherwise, I will tell Zhao Tao, and Zhao Tao will make trouble for you. Most of us here are sports students. Even if you have superpowers, you can't take advantage of dozens of people." Shen Yi's heart moved. Although he tried to comfort him, he already had the intention to kill him. Anyone who dared to threaten him must not be let go. "Don't worry, I don't want to make an enemy of you," Shen Yi said, but he had already decided in his heart that if this person continued to threaten him, it would definitely be a disaster. "It is a colorful fruit that grows on non-mutated plants." Ma Tianming continued. "Zhao Tao gained lightning abilities after eating it." Shen Yi nodded slightly. "Okay, I hope you didn't lie to me. Otherwise, I will tell Zhao Tao about the deal." Ma Tianming knew that Shen Yi was not someone to be trifled with. He knew that he could not easily go back on his word, so he could only continue to cooperate. "Okay," Shen Yi whispered to Su Wanting, "lower the drone and give him the mineral water. As for the drone, if you can take it back, take it back. If you can't take it back, forget it." Su Wanting nodded and began to operate the drone slowly. The water was quickly handed to Ma Tianming. As soon as he received the bottle, he unscrewed the cap without hesitation and drank it in one breath. That look of desire, as if he was not drinking water, but life. His eyes became restless and even a little crazy. Su Wanting looked at all this and couldn't help but sigh. This is the daily life of most survivors. There are too few people like Shun who don't worry about food and drink. She suddenly felt fortunate that she had Shun to take care of her now. At least she didn't have to worry about survival. Although Shun sometimes touched her, she could understand it. At least now, she didn't have to worry about anything else. However, just as Shun was being pulled by his own thoughts, Su Wanting suddenly screamed, "Shangyi, look!" Shin turned back suddenly and looked at the drone screen, only to see several thick vines in the black fog quickly stretching out and entangled Ma Tianming, tying him up like a zongzi. "What's going on?" Shang Yi exclaimed. A few minutes ago, Ma Tianming was proudly drinking the water in one breath, thinking about how to get more water from Shun Yi, and even planned to use Zhao Tao's help to expose Shun Yi's secret. However, just as he was getting carried away, vines appeared silently in the black fog and instantly entangled him. "Help! Help! It hurts! It hurts!" Ma Tianming struggled painfully, and the vines became tighter and tighter, as if they were going to tear him apart. Blood flowed out of his body, and after the vines absorbed his blood, they seemed to become more excited and more powerful. In the end, Ma Tianming's body was completely unable to break free, and blood and flesh flew everywhere. People outside the gym suddenly heard Ma Tianming's screams, and several people rushed out. The leader was Zhao Tao, who was wearing a red short-sleeved shirt. Seeing Ma Tianming being tied up with Rot Tan, Zhao Tao and his companions' faces changed, and they turned around and rushed back to the gym without hesitation. Seeing that they chose to give up Ma Tianming, Shun Yi was furious. His anger was not because of Ma Tianming's death, but because Zhao Tao had tried to use him. Shun Yi's anger burned at his heart. He was not only angry at Zhao Tao for not saving him, but also because of Zhao Tao's calculations. Zhao Tao knew clearly that there were such horrible mutant plants outside, but he still tried to lead him into danger, and even kept saying that he wanted to protect him. He was really vicious. "I must find a chance to make you pay the price," Shen Yi thought with gritted teeth. He said to Su Wanting, "Pull back the drone. It may be useful in the future." But just as Shun Yi finished his words, the drone's image suddenly became violently interrupted, and a shrill bird cry was heard, as if it could burst the eardrums. In the picture, a huge bird fell from the sky, quickly grabbed the drone, and disappeared into the air with it. Shun Yi and Su Wanting were stunned by the shock. Su Wanting obviously had not recovered from the shock yet, and could not help but say, "What was that bird just now? It's so big." Her voice was filled with fear, obviously because she had witnessed the monster that covered the sky. Although we could only vaguely see its silhouette through the drone camera, its huge size and speed were incredible. Even the largest eagle on Earth would not have a wingspan half as big as that bird. Shun Yi was in a heavy mood. He didn't expect that even the creatures in the air had mutated. He originally thought that only the plants and animals on the ground would be affected, but it turned out that even birds were no exception. He suppressed the complex emotions in his heart and continued to look through the contents of his phone and found information about colorful fruits. He tried to search for relevant content on TikTok and saw a teenager demonstrating his superpowers. In the video, the teenager waved his hands and the surrounding iron objects flew up and accurately inserted into the wall. The power was comparable to the telekinesis in movies and TV shows. Shun Yi was shocked and continued to search for information related to the colored fruit, but found nothing. What a pity! If the drone was still there, it might be useful. Shun Yi sighed secretly, thinking about the next plan in his mind. For safety reasons, he decided to change dormitories first. After all, his original door number was not exposed, but if a woman came to find him with someone, it would be a big trouble. Su Wanting, "Pack your things, let's change dormitories," Shun Yi said firmly, not allowing for rebuttal. Su Wanting was stunned for a moment. Why?" she asked back. Although it was only subconscious, Shun Yi's cold face made her put away her doubts immediately and quickly packed up her things. Although she was once a pampered young lady, in this doomsday, she understood that she had to adapt to the new rules, otherwise she would only seek death. After everything was ready, Shun Yi took Su Wanting to another dormitory, intending to avoid places where people might be. This dormitory was close to the staircase, making it convenient for emergency evacuation. However, when he was prying the door, he suddenly heard a slight sound from the end of the corridor. Shun Yi immediately turned back alertly and held the fruit knife tightly in his hand. At the end of the corridor, The door of dormitory 601 slowly opened. A short boy wearing glasses walked out. When he saw the knife in Shunyi's hand, he was stunned and said hurriedly, "Classmate, don't be impulsive. I am a human." Shunyi's vigilance did not diminish. He stared at the man and asked, "What's the matter?" "It's like this. I'm short of water. Do you have any water? I can exchange it for food." The boy said cautiously, with a hint of uneasiness in his eyes. Shun-Yi raised his eyebrows, looked at him carefully, and asked, "Are you alone?" "Well, I'm alone, and I don't have any weapons, so you don't have to worry." Although the boy spoke calmly, his words were full of anxiety. Shun-Yi sneered in his heart. This boy obviously didn't know how to survive in this doomsday world. A casual remark exposed his true colors. Shun-Yi had already realized that he could use this boy and even threaten him to hand over the food if necessary. At this moment, the door of dormitory 603 also made a slight creaking sound and slowly opened. While Shun-Yi and the boy with glasses were talking, a yellow-haired student suddenly appeared at the door of dormitory 603. He was a boy about the same height as Shun-Yi, a little fat, and had dyed yellow hair. The yellow-haired man looked at them and said with a smile, "Don't be afraid. I have no hostility. I heard you guys talking, and I thought you were good people, so I came out to form a team. After all, it's the end of the world, and there's safety in numbers." Neither the boy with glasses nor Shun-Yi responded, especially the boy with glasses, who stood at the door and observed the yellow-haired man vigilantly. After all, in this environment, who would trust a stranger, especially in the doomsday situation? "Don't you believe me?" Huang Mao muttered. "I don't even dare to kill a chicken, and you won't kill anyone, right? You'll go to jail for that." His words seemed a little convincing, but Shun-Yi was unmoved. The boy with glasses seemed to be persuaded. "Do you have water? I want to exchange some food," he asked cautiously. Shun-Yi had a knife in his hand, and he and the boy with glasses had the advantage in physical strength. The boy with glasses obviously wanted to exchange with the yellow-haired man. After all, the yellow-haired man had no weapons. The yellow-haired boy scratched his head and said awkwardly, "I have finished my water, so I wanted to form a team with you." At this time, the boy with glasses looked at Shun-Yi for help. Shun-Yi thought about it. He thought that if he didn't give the boy with glasses water, he might join forces with the yellow-haired boy, which would be disadvantageous to him. On the contrary, if he exchanged water, the boy with glasses would not betray him. So Shun-Yi said, "My girlfriend and I don't have much water. There's only half a bottle left. I can exchange it for you." The boy with glasses' eyes lit up, and he quickly expressed his gratitude. Okay. Thank you, big brother. I can save some to drink." Shun-Yi walked towards him and took out the water bottle. The boy with glasses took it gratefully, his eyes full of gratitude. Huang Mao took the opportunity to glance at Su Wanting, his eyes filled with lustful desire. He cursed in his heart, "This girl is so pretty. These legs, I can play with them for a year." Although he thought about it in his heart, he didn't dare to say it out loud, because the knife in Shun-Yi's hand made him a little afraid. Although Su Wanting didn't speak, her expression was the same as Shun-Yi's, and she felt a little unhappy. After entering the dormitory, Su Wanting covered her nose. The smell of the dormitory made her want to vomit. This place was completely different from Shun-Yi's dormitory. "Why is it so smelly? Is there no one cleaning it?" she complained secretly. The boy with glasses was obviously a little embarrassed. "The dormitory is not cleaned up, don't mind it." He smiled embarrassedly and explained that he had no water to wash his face and feet, so the smell was a little bad, especially for a beautiful girl. It was really embarrassing. Shun-Yi did not say much. His attention was attracted by several potted plants on the windowsill. Those plants had beautiful flowers, especially a pink flower with a colorful fruit in the center. Shun-Yi secretly observed for a few seconds, and in his mind he had already planned how to get the fruit. He thought to himself that if Ma Tianming had not lied to him, he might be able to gain some kind of supernatural power by eating this fruit. Shun-Yi pretended to be calm and asked, "What food do you have to exchange?" The boy with glasses immediately showed everything he had. "I have self-heating hot pot, instant noodles, spicy noodles, and bread. Take your pick." Shun-Yi took a look and casually chose 2 packs of spicy instant noodles. "Wanting, get a bottle of water," Shun-Yi said to Su Wanting. Su Wanting nodded and took out half a bottle of water from her backpack. The boy with glasses looked at it and felt more favorable towards Shun-Yi, thinking that Shun-Yi was honest. He obviously didn't have much water himself, but he was still willing to change it for me. What a good person, he thought to himself. Suddenly, Shun-Yi spoke again. By the way, these potted plants are pretty. Can you give me two? My girlfriend likes potted plants. The boy with glasses was stunned for a moment, then agreed without hesitation. No problem. These are raised by my roommate anyway, he shouldn't care. Shun-E smiled calmly and said to Su Wanting, don't you like potted plants? Go pick two. Although Su Wanting was a little confused, she quickly understood Shun-Yi's intention and walked over to start picking. Su Wanting picked two pots of plants that were already in bloom, thinking to herself, at least they were pleasing to the eye. She turned her head and glanced at Shun-E, and when she saw him nod slightly, she knew she had made the right choice. Although she didn't understand why Shun-E suddenly wanted potted plants, she also understood one thing. If you can avoid asking, don't ask, and the most important thing is to be obedient. This way, Shun-E will like her more. It's getting late, we should go back. Shun-E suppressed his excitement and said calmly. He knew that this boy couldn't see anything, but if something went wrong, it would be too late to regret. Okay, big brother, call me if you need anything later. The boy with glasses kept calling big brother, obviously very grateful to Shun-E. After all, it was Shun-E who saved his life. Yeah, Shun-E nodded, and just as he turned around and was about to leave with Su Wanting, he suddenly heard a boy's shout from behind. Big brother, wait. Shun-E looked back and saw the boy with glasses, smiling a little embarrassedly. My name is Wang Bingbing. How about we add each other on WeChat? Okay. Shun-E nodded, opened WeChat, and scanned the other party's QR code. Wang Bingbing also quickly handed over his QR code, and after a few seconds, the two added each other successfully. My name is Chun-E. You can contact me on WeChat if you have any questions. Okay, brother Shun. After the two said goodbye, Chun-E and Su Wanting walked out of the smelly dormitory. Just as they reached the door, they heard a familiar voice again. Hey, brother, do you have any water left? Leave some for me. The yellow-haired boy asked with a smile. No, there's only one bottle left, and we both have to drink it. Shun-E refused indifferently, and then continued to leave with Su Wanting. His mind at the moment was not on the yellow-haired man at all, but on how to use the colorful fruit in his hand to see if he could awaken his superpowers. As for the yellow-haired man, as long as Wang Bingbing did not join forces with him, Shun-E felt that he had enough confidence to deal with it. Arriving at the door of dormitory 610, Shun-E pried the door open. There was no one inside, but it was clean and tidy, with no peculiar smell. Go to dormitory 606 and bring my bedding, Shun-E said to Su Wanting. Okay, got it. Su Wanting nodded in agreement, but she was a little reluctant to sleep on bedding that had been used by others. She was a germaphobe. While Su Wanting went to get the bedding, Shun-E set his eyes on the two potted plants, carefully observed them, and confirmed that the two plants showed no signs of mutation. Then, he picked the colorful fruit in the center of the flower without hesitation. This small fruit exuded a strange coolness in his hand, and Shun-E immediately became alert. It seems that this fruit is not simple. Should I eat it? Shun-E hesitated in his heart. What if this thing is poisonous? But then he thought again, since he had already got it. How could he let Su Wanting test the poison? What if she awakened her superpowers? Wouldn't he be at a big loss? After some deep thought, Shun-E decided to take a photo of the fruit and search it on his phone. However, after searching, Shun-E did not find any relevant information. This proved that the fruit had either never been discovered or had not been recorded. Shun-E believed that the latter possibility was smaller because a potted plant raised by an ordinary college student could not be rare in the world. From this point of view, the colorful fruit is likely to have appeared after the outbreak of the doomsday. Shun-E came to a conclusion in his mind. As for whether it is a poisonous fruit or a supernatural fruit, we can only know it by trying it. Although he was cautious, a person without power could not protect himself at all. He needed to become stronger. Shun-E secretly decided in his heart that he must get the power today. If he could awaken a powerful superpower, he could also save his grandmother and little sister. Thinking of this, he ate the fruit without hesitation. Ma Tianming, don't lie to me, or I will curse you. Shun-E prayed silently in his heart. After the fruit entered his mouth, it melted almost instantly, and he didn't even have time to sense the taste. Then, Shun-E felt his body begin to warm up, as if a strange energy was flowing in his body, making his whole body full of vitality. His originally weak body no longer felt sore, but was full of strength. As this warm current continued to expand, his muscles began to tighten, and he felt his strength increase greatly. After about a few dozen seconds, Shun-Yi was completely immersed in the pleasure of increasing strength. Suddenly, a crisp sound rang out, his muscles and bones trembled slightly, and then a layer of grease-like dirt was discharged from the pores of his skin. At this moment, Shun-Yi felt as if he had broken through some kind of restraint, and the strength and energy in his body became almost endless. He opened his eyes, looked down, and found that his body had undergone amazing changes. He used to be thin, but now he has strong muscles, especially the 6 abdominal muscles, which are clearly visible and very standard. At the same time, Shun-Yi felt a little itchy on his face. He wiped it subconsciously, but his hands were covered with red impurities and exuded an unpleasant odor. Shun-Yi frowned, picked up the makeup mirror in Su Wanning's bag, and saw that there were a lot of impurities on his face, but after wiping off the dirt, his face became much more three-dimensional, and it could even be said that he looked a little handsome. What kind of supernatural fruit is this? Shun-Yi asked in surprise. Not only did it increase his strength, but it also improved his appearance. Shun-Yi was a little confused about this, but he knew that this fruit could make him stronger. If he ate a few more, would he be able to become stronger, or even significantly increase his strength? As for appearance, Shun-Yi didn't care too much, but he was willing to accept it. If his strength was improved, it would be fine even if he became more handsome. Suddenly, Shun-Yi heard a voice in his ear. Shun-Yi suddenly received a prompt from the system. It is detected that the host has qualified force value. The personal panel has been opened. The host can check it by himself. He raised his eyebrows, a little curious, and casually said, "Open the panel." Then, a virtual screen appeared in front of him, displaying his own information. Host, change age, 20, force, unlock supplies, master Shuai's mineral water, freshly roasted chicken, obtain superpowers, physical evolution LV1. Physical evolution. LV1, your body has completed an evolution for some reason, and your strength, speed, endurance, health, etc. have all been greatly improved. Shun-Yi's eyes were fixed on the superpower of physical evolution. Although he did not have the dazzling lightning ability like Zhao Tao, he knew that his strength was definitely not inferior. Moreover, judging from the level of this physical evolution, the superpower can be improved. He secretly planned in his mind that he would collect more superpower fruits next, and perhaps he could improve his strength. But at this moment, he was a little confused and thought, I have such strong power now, why is my strength value only 10? This is too low. While thinking, Shun-Yi moved his eyes to the bed, picked up the pillowcase to wrap his fist, and then smashed it hard against the bedboard. Bang! The bedboard cracked with a sound, but Shun-Yi's hand hardly felt any pain. This strength was definitely not comparable to that of ordinary people. However, the force value given by the system was only 10, which made him suspect that the assessment standard of force value must be very strict. Shun-Yi continued to talk to himself. Does the supernatural fruit count as supplies? If so, how great it would be. Suddenly, Su Wanning's voice came from behind. Shun-Yi? She looked at Shun-Yi, whose face was covered in dirt, and frowned slightly, smelling a strange stench. Shun-Yi turned to look at her and smiled. That's great. I want to take a shower. Come and rub my back. He did not explain his special ability, because he knew that if he told Su Wanning this secret, there was no guarantee that she would not have other thoughts. Su Wanning hesitated slightly, but finally agreed. Take a shower? How do you take a shower? She was just surprised by Shun-Yi's changes. He seemed to have become taller, and his face looked more handsome. Shun-Yi did not answer, but locked the door of the dormitory. With a wave of his hand, nearly 100 bottles of mineral water appeared on the bed. Su Wanning's eyes widened in surprise. She knew that Shun-Yi could conjure food and water, but she had never seen him conjure so much water. She originally thought that Shun-Yi's ability must have some limitations, but she didn't expect his ability to be stronger than she imagined. Shun-Yi looked at her expression and smiled slightly. What are you thinking about? Come and rub my back. He took off his clothes and sat aside. Su Wanning's face instantly turned red, but she still walked over with a towel. She felt a little shy. After all, they had already had intimate contact. Although she was no longer so shy, she was still a little embarrassed. However, when she began to wipe the dirt off Shun-Yi's body, she was surprised to find that Shun-Yi's body had undergone a huge change. 6 abdominal muscles, clear lines, more perfect than some fitness coaches. Shun-Yi's body shape at that time was not that of a big muscle, but a slender and strong line, which was extremely charming. Looking at Shun-Yi's perfect figure, Su Wanting couldn't help but feel a little excited, and at the same time the blush on her face deepened. Originally, she was not very satisfied with Shun Yi's figure and appearance, but now, his changes made her fascinated. She was also secretly fantasizing about the future. She was increasingly looking forward to what Shun Yi would look like when he became stronger, and even excitedly looking forward to what would happen next. While admiring his own changes, Shun Yi picked up his phone, quickly approved some friend requests, and copied and pasted a message. Send photos. As long as they meet the criteria, food and drinks are free. He was very satisfied with the feeling of becoming stronger and couldn't wait to unlock more supplies, preferably to get the supernatural fruit or at least hot weapons. At this moment, Shun Yi suddenly remembered something and turned to look at Su Wanting. Don't you have a few friends? They're good looking, right? Su Wanting responded reluctantly. Well, they're okay, but they can't compare to me. She was somewhat aware of Shun Yi's intentions and couldn't help feeling a little uneasy. Shun Yi didn't say anything else, but added lightly, contact your friends and see if they need food and water. He remembered that Su Wanting's friends were all pretty, especially one girl who was even more charming than Su Wanting. Although Shun Yi didn't remember her name, he knew that this girl must also meet the system standards. Su Wanting was a little reluctant, but she still agreed. Okay, I'll go ask. She cursed Shun Yi in her heart. You already have me, but you're still thinking about other women. While she was angry, Su Wanting increased the strength of rubbing her back. If she could beat Shun Yi, she would definitely scold him even more. Time passed quietly, and the 6th day of the apocalypse finally arrived, but there was still no help. There was no news of rescue, and the social order was on the verge of collapse. In order to fight for a bite of food or a bottle of water, the survivors were already caught in a vortex of violence, killing, robbing, looting. These evil deeds that should not have appeared in Xia country are now everywhere. At noon, in the 610 dormitory, Shun Yi was sitting there, shirtless and gnawing on a roast chicken. Su Wanting was sitting beside him, her eyes full of expectation, like a child who had made a mistake, silently watching Shun Yi. After Shun Yi finished gnawing on the chicken leg, he drank some mineral water, wiped his hands, and turned his gaze to Su Wanting. Give me your phone. What do you want to see? She asked with some vigilance. We chat. Shun Yi's voice was not loud, but it was clearly commanding. Let me see how your best friend responded to you. He wanted to confirm whether Su Wanting was really as obedient as she appeared. If she didn't act according to his request, it would prove that she had other ideas in her mind, and Shun Yi didn't intend to keep such a woman. Su Wanting did not dare to resist and handed over the phone obediently. Although she was full of displeasure and even a little jealous, she could only choose to compromise at this moment. Shun Yi took the phone, opened WeChat, and carefully checked the conversation records between Su Wanting and her friends. Su Wanting did send messages to several WeChat friends, but only a girl named Jiang Nanyan replied to her message. Shun Yi clicked into Jiang Nanyan's circle of friends and saw her photo. He was slightly stunned. This girl looked mature and charming, exuding a unique royal sister style. The photo was not overly modified, but it looked particularly natural. Shun Yi's heart moved. This girl might meet his standards. He thought about it and sent a message to Jiang Nanyan using Su Wanting's account. Well, I have water and food here, come find me. Su Wanting couldn't help but take a peek, feeling very depressed. Her boyfriend was actually hooking up with her bestie, and she could only bear it silently, feeling full of injustice. She didn't dare to show it, because she knew that if she made Shun Yi angry, the consequences would be serious. Jiang Nanyan quickly replied, Really? Wanting, where are you? I haven't eaten for almost 2 days. Shun Yi replied easily, My friends and I are in the boys' dormitory of Campus A. It's safe here. You can come to find us. Then, he took a few photos of roast chicken and mineral water and sent them to Jiang Nanyan. Jiang Nanyan was obviously a little surprised. Wow, you actually have so much water, and there is also cooked chicken. Shun Yi smiled slightly and continued to reply. Do you want to come? Considering our previous relationship, I can take care of you. Jiang Nanyan did not answer immediately, but was silent for a while. The boys' dormitory, it's a bit far from me. Then she added, By the way, Wanting, if I come to see you, can I bring a few friends with me? Shun Yi keenly noticed Jiang Nanyan's wording and continued typing. Male or female, we are all girls here. If you bring your boyfriend, I'm afraid my friends will mind. Su Wanting saw this message and couldn't help but despise Shun Yi in her heart. It was obviously Chun Yi who had the evil thoughts in his heart, but he still pretended to be innocent. She's a lesbian. Su Wanting couldn't help but explain. She hates men and won't have a boyfriend. Your question made her a little suspicious. Shunny nodded, but he didn't care. He just wanted to get more resources through this girl, and he didn't care about her sexual orientation at all. Shunny continued to reply. I know your friend is a girl, but my friend is still worried about you staying with a boy. After all, the current situation is special. You could bring your friends here. It's safe here. Jiang Nanyan didn't seem to think about it anymore and agreed. Okay, let's pack up and leave. Shun Yi showed a satisfied smile. All this was much easier than going to find resources directly. After all, most of the friends of beautiful women were also beautiful women, and they were close to each other, so it was naturally easy to coax them. As for the friends brought by Jiang Nanyan, if they met his requirements, he would make a fortune. If not, forget it. Anyway, he could handle the two girls by himself. At the same time, in an office in another teaching building, Jiang Nanyan and her two friends were packing their luggage and preparing to go to the dormitory, where Shunyi was. Nanyan, what is the character of your friend? Will she cheat us? A slightly plump girl asked with some doubt. No. Although she sometimes has a bad personality and is arrogant and selfish, she is not the kind of person who would lie to others. Jiang Nanyan sighed. Besides, there is nothing about me that is worth her lying to me now. To be honest, I didn't expect her to contact me and share food with us. Jiang Nanyan smiled and felt that she had misunderstood Su Wanting before. Maybe she is not as selfish as I thought. In times of disaster, people's hearts will be revealed. The fat girl nodded and said anxiously, That's good. I'm starving. Let's set off as soon as possible. Jiang Nanyan couldn't help but complain, but to be honest, I don't understand why she has to go to the boys' dormitory. I feel sick when I think of the boys there. She herself was a little hesitant, but hunger left her with too little energy to think about these small details. They had almost nothing to eat. If Su Wanting hadn't sent a message, Jiang Nanyan would have been ready to venture out to find food. With the current situation outside, we have to be careful. A mature woman wearing glasses said. Chapter 17. Jiang Nanyan looked at the mature woman who was speaking and nodded seriously. Well, Teacher Bai is right. Although Su Wanting and I are very good friends, we still need to be careful. Besides, it's a long way from the teaching building to the dormitory building. There might be mutated monsters in the black fog downstairs, so we have to be careful. We can find some weapons to take with us in case we encounter danger. Yes. We girls are weak after all. We are not as strong as those stinky men. The 160-pound fat girl agreed with him and angrily cursed. Those stinky men always say ladies first, and they will give priority to protecting us women and children when disaster strikes. But when the doomsday really comes, not a single man comes to protect us. A bunch of stinking scumbags. I think there shouldn't be men in the world. We girls will definitely be happier this way. Listening to the fat girl's constant chatter, Jiang Nanyan and Teacher Bai looked at each other, smiled helplessly, but did not respond. Although they don't like men, they have never thought of eliminating men from the world. Disliking something is just based on one's own orientation and has nothing to do with whether it exists or not. The three of them packed up their things, carefully opened the door, and walked out. There were also many survivors hiding in other classrooms. Some people heard footsteps in the corridor and poked their heads out one by one. When they saw the beautiful women, many male survivors' eyes lit up. There was no rescue, the alarm was unreachable, and the food and water had long been finished. At this time, most of the survivors were on the verge of collapse. Now they face a moral choice. Either go out and find food or steal other people's food. But it is obvious that most people dare not go out, because most of the people who left the building in the past 2 days died in the black fog. Those who occasionally came back were also very scared, as if they had seen some horrible monster. And there are even fewer people who can bring back food and water alive. When food and water cannot meet the normal needs of everyone, unrest begins. And because the official people did not show up for a long time, evil thoughts began to grow in some people's hearts. Since no one cares about the dead, no one will care if I do something bad. As a result, some students with bad intentions began to pay attention to the girls and even try to force themselves on them. Without the constraints of morality and law, people have no bottom line. Just like Shun, he used supplies to shelter the girls. But compared to those who kill and rape, he still has a bottom line. However, some survivors with no bottom line secretly followed Jiang Nanyan and others. Jiang Nanyan, we are out and heading towards the dormitory. Jiang Nanyan, I want to ask, there shouldn't be any danger near the dormitory building, right? The little rabbit said obediently, no, I've been in and out several times. There's no danger in the dormitory building, but I don't know about the distance. Jiang Nanyan, okay. The little rabbit said obediently, I'm on the 6th floor, just come up when you get there. Jiang Nanyan, okay. After Su Wanting replied to Jiang Nanyan's message, she always felt a little guilty. How could there be no danger outside the dormitory building? She saw with her own eyes a mutant dog that ate people. But in order to trick Jiang Nanyan over, she could only continue to talk nonsense along the lines of what Shun Yi had said before. If Jiang Nanyan was unlucky and met that mutant dog, it was not her fault. I only said that there was no danger inside the dormitory building, but I didn't say that there was no danger outside the dormitory building. Well, you continue to communicate with your friends. If you can contact a friend to come over, I will reward you with 2 roast chickens, but must be a female friend and she cannot be ugly. Shun Yi said with satisfaction. Good. Su Wanting's eyes suddenly lit up. The roast chicken smells really good. But every time, he could only eat what Shun Yi had left over, which was not enough, and he couldn't even feel full. If you can get 2 delicious roast chickens by calling a friend, it's definitely worth it. Anyway, I can't refuse Shun Yi's request, so why not get some benefits for myself? 2 roast chickens are enough to keep me comfortable for 2 or 3 days. Just like that, Su Wanting immediately picked up her phone and started making WeChat calls to other friends who had not replied to her message. Shun Yi was not surprised when he saw Su Wanting working so hard. That's one of the reasons why he controls supplies. Only if Su Wanting is not full will she be motivated to work and be obedient. If the food was spilled, then she definitely wouldn't be as motivated as she is now. Even, it would be like last night, playing tricks on me. He wants to empty himself, but he doesn't allow himself to chat with other women or even to contact other women. What a joke. Do you think we are in love? And you want to restrict my personal freedom? You really take yourself seriously? How could Shun Yi give up unlocking system supplies for a tree? So, Shun Yi punished Su Wanting, who had crossed the line, and made her eat only the bones that he had left this morning. Want to eat meat and other foods? No. Shun Yi added a lot of friends today. He needs to screen more girls who meet the system standards as soon as possible before the internet and power are cut off. According to the current situation, the network and power supply will probably be cut off soon. After all, in a doomsday disaster, if no one maintains the power generation equipment, there is a high probability that something will go wrong. And with all kinds of mutated plants and animals causing trouble, the probability of problems is even higher. To be honest, Shun Yi was quite surprised that it could last for 6 days without losing the internet or power. This may be the reason why the survivors believe that the authorities will still provide rescue. Counselor Wang Jiaxing. Shun Yi, is Student Shun here? Can you reply to the message? Counselor Wang Jiaxing. Student Shun, I know you can see my message. The students in our class need your help now. I see that you have posted some messages in many groups, which prove that you should have a lot of water and food, right? So, can you take out some to help your classmates and teachers? Counselor Wang Jiaxing. Of course, we won't let you help for free. I can personally contribute 500 yuan, just as if I bought it from you. Anyway, you have a lot of food and water, so just sell some to the teacher. While making money, you have also done a good thing that is conducive to social unity. School Hunk Lin Yu. Chun Yi, Director Wang is right. Chun Yi, please help us. We're all classmates. It's understandable if you don't help others, but it's too stingy not to help your classmates. Qin Hauren, add 1. I'm also willing to pay 500 yuan. If you have extra water, please sell us a few bottles. Jean Rue. Chun Yi, speak. I know you are online. Wang Lily. Well, I also saw the message sent by classmate Shun Yi in the next group. Since classmate Shun is willing to take in girls, you must be a kind-hearted person. Can you help us? Ma Hong. I remember that Shun Yi used to have a good personality. He would not stand by and watch someone die. Teacher Chi, Associate Professor, Student Shun Yi. Although he doesn't talk much, he is indeed a good kid. This is the message in the class group. Chun Yi also saw that someone kept tagging him, so he clicked and take a look. It turned out that the counselor inexplicably tagged himself and asked to buy water and food, and then all the students started to tag himself and asked for water and food as if they had made an appointment. Shun Yi was amused by the moral kidnapping of this group of classmates. Chapter 18. Chun Yi, you don't have to care about these messages in the class group. Don't pay attention to them. They are all bastards who want to take advantage of you. Su Wanting also saw the message in the group. How could she be willing to let Shun Yi take the risk to deliver water and food to others? It's so dangerous outside. What should I do if something happens to Shun Yi? Although Su Wanting was essentially thinking about herself, what she said was not wrong. A bunch of bastards. Of course I can't give them food and water. Shan used to need it. When he was bullied by Jean Rue's roommates, he went to the counselor for help. The counselor said that we were all classmates, and there was no need to quarrel over such a small matter. He also asked why his roommate only bullied him and not others. This kind of outrageous remarks may seem like a joke on the internet, but they really exist in reality, and there are quite a lot of them. Shun Yi encountered it, so he had no good feelings towards this righteous counselor. On the contrary, if there is a chance, he will definitely let the counselor experience the feeling of why he only bullies you and not others. Thinking of this, Shun Yi took out a few bottles of water and a roast chicken from the system space, then placed other snacks on the table, took a photo, and sent it to the group. Shun, indeed, I still have a lot of water and food, but I'm just bad and I just don't want to give it to you. Are you angry? Jean Rue. Chun-Yi, are you sick? Why are you pretending? Just wait for me. Group member Jean Rue has been banned by the administrator for 29 days, 23 hours, and 59 minutes. Counselor Wang Jiaxing, student Shun, don't pay attention to Jean Rue. I've already banned him. Let me give you 1,000 yuan, and you can send the chicken and the bottles of water to us. I promise that I will not deduct your credits anymore. School Hunk Lin, you fuck. There's chicken, and it's steaming hot. Is it fresh out of the pot? Chun-Yi, brother Chun, give me some. I haven't offended you. I've always treated you as my big brother. Wang Lily, Jean Rue is really bad. Classmate Shun-Yi, don't pay attention to her. Wang Lily, can you give me some of that chicken? I can come find you. Qin Haoren, Chen-Yi, I believe you are different from the poor student like Jean Rue. You help me now, and when my dad comes, I will pay you back 10 times. My dad is the director. I won't lie to you. Su Wanting, shut up. Shin-Yi can't possibly give you food. Wang Lily, Su Wanting, what does it have to do with you? You're the one who should shut up. Classmate Shun-Yi is not as selfish as you. Ma Hong, Su Wanting, it doesn't matter how pretty you are for someone as selfish as you. You are destined to live a short life without morals. Qin Haoren, that's right. Su Wanting was so angry. Seeing that Shun-Yi had no objection, she sent intimate photos of herself and Shun-Yi to the group, proving that they had a close relationship. A group of outsiders actually dared to scold me. She can't bear it. Wang Lily. Su Wanting, you are actually with Shun-Yi. Ma Hong. In this photo, are you two in a relationship? Sun Bowen. Haha, I didn't expect that Shun-Yi could sleep with the most beautiful girl in our class with just a few bottles of water. It's really cheap. School Prince Lin Yu. Sun Bowen, stop barking. What does it have to do with you who my elder brother wants to be with? Sun Bowen, you licks the dog. School Hunk Lin, you damn. Don't think I don't know you and Jean Rue are together. Are you trying to help Jean Rue discuss my brother Chin? Haha, who is a licker? I think you are Jean Rue's licker. Group member Sun Bowen has been banned by the administrator for 29 days, 23 hours, and 59 minutes. School Hunk Lin Yu, Chun-Yi, brother Chun, don't take the words of that idiot Sun Bowen seriously. If you encounter any trouble in the future, I will definitely be the first one to help you. School Hunk Lin Yu, Su Wanting's sister-in-law, please talk to Brother Shen and ask him to help us classmates. Qin Haoren, add 1, Brother Chun, please take it. Teacher Chi, Associate Professor, Student Shun, please help me because I am old. I have children to take care of at home. Shun-Yi ignored this group of fence-sitters and left the group directly. Especially Qin Haoren and Lin Yu. These two idiots used to stand on the moral high ground and criticize me in other groups, but now they have changed their faces. How cheap. Chapter 19. Instead of wasting time with this bunch of rubbish, you might as well add a few more friends as soon as possible. Maybe you can unlock 2 more types of supplies. However, judging by the drastic changes in the faces of these classmates, the survivors are having a hard time now. In order to get a sip of water and a bite of food, he began to beg me humbly, almost kneeling down. Even the usually serious and stern teacher, Chi, looked like this. All I can say is that everyone is equal in the face of disaster. In the blink of an eye, more than 2 hours passed. During this period, Shun-Yi added dozens of friends, but they were either men using female accounts to deceive him, or they were miniature tanks, and none of them met the system standards. The most outrageous thing is that there was a guy dressed as a woman who actually posted a photo of himself dressed as a woman, saying that if you don't mind, he can also. Damn it. Shun-Yi called him a fool and blocked him directly. The world is going downhill. All kinds of monsters and demons are coming out. There are even many people who ask about his address openly or secretly. Of course, Shun-Yi was not stupid, and he did not have a deep conversation with them. He directly blocked and deleted them. What a bunch of idiots. What's the point of trying to trick me? Just for a few bottles of water? If you have the time, can't you just go to the supermarket and look for it yourself? Shun-Yi cursed and deleted another guy who tried to trick him into giving him his address. He just couldn't understand. Do these people have no brains? What's the use of getting your address? Instead of coming to bother me, you might as well go to a supermarket or convenience store. There are bound to be uncontaminated drinks and snacks there. But I don't know what these guys are thinking. They insist on using their own addresses. It can be seen that on the 6th day of the apocalypse, people's IQs have dropped dramatically. It's been so long. Why hasn't your friend come yet? Shun-Yi looked at Su wanting and asked in confusion. Even if it's at another campus, it should be possible to get here in an hour. Could something have happened? I'll call her and ask. Su wanting said and started dialing. Shun-Yi continued to agree to friend requests. But while they were busy, the light that was originally on suddenly went out with a click. The phone that was originally charging suddenly stopped charging. There's a power outage? Shun-Yi and Su wanting looked at each other. Both of them looked unhappy. Power failure. It means there will be no light at night. What's even more frustrating is that nowadays, once the battery of a mobile phone runs out, it can no longer be recharged. No, there's a way, but it is much more troublesome. Ding-ling-ling. Sudden, a cell phone rang outside the door. Su wanting glanced at her phone, then looked at Shun-Yi and said, "It seems like they are here. Hang up the phone first." Shun-Yi walked to the dormitory door, quietly opened a crack, and looked outside. Chapter 20. In the dark corridor. 3 figures huddled together, walking cautiously in the corridor, relying on the dim light of their cell phones. Since Shun-Yi did not let Su wanting tell Jiang Nanyan the exact dormitory number, they were contacting Su wanting while looking for a dormitory. This also gave Shun-Yi time to observe secretly. There should be 3 girls, but why is one of them so fat? How the hell does this meet the system standards? Shan-Yi secretly complained. Although the corridor was dark due to the power outage, the outlines could still be vaguely seen. There were 3 women, indeed, but one of them was too fat. The other 2 are quite good, especially one of them, with a curvy figure like a ripe peach. After confirming the gender, Shun-Yi then said to Su wanting, "Tell them the dormitory number and ask them to come over." Su wanting responded and began to reply to Jiang Nanyan. At the same time, she secretly thought that it would be best if Shun-Yi didn't fall for Jiang Nanyan and then drive them away. She doesn't want to share a man with others, let alone share food and water with others. Even if this person is your best friend. Jiang Nanyan was actually not wrong before. Su wanting is such a selfish person. Especially in the end times, her selfish character became more obvious. Certainly. In fact, when faced with a doomsday disaster, most people would not be willing to share food and water with others, which is normal. It would be strange if someone shared it for free. This is the place where Jiang Nanyan felt strange before. Why was Su wanting so kind to them, willing to share food and water with them, and even provide them with a safe shelter? In fact, if she thought about it carefully, she would be able to detect the loopholes in Su wanting's words. At the very least, she would realize that Su wanting's purpose in calling her over was not that simple. At 6:10, Jiang Nanyan received a message from Su wanting. At this time, she had already noticed something was wrong, but I still can't tell what's wrong. However, we have already risked our lives to come here. We can't go out again, right? They almost died outside just now. As soon as they walked out of the teaching building, several boys followed them and wanted to do something bad to them. Fortunately, they hid in the black fog in time. Otherwise, if they were caught by those boys, Jiang Nanyan didn't dare to think about it. Afterwards, they finally managed to avoid those hungry boys, but then encountered mutated plants, which frightened them so much that they rolled and crawled all the way. If they hadn't run around in the black fog and lost their way, it wouldn't have taken them more than 2 hours to find their way back. The 3 of them found dormitory 610 according to the dormitory number. The door of the 610 dormitory was actually open. There was also a rich, meaty aroma wafting out. It's the smell of chicken. The 3 women swallowed subconsciously, excitement appearing in their eyes. Jiang Nanyan stretched out her hand vigilantly and gently pushed the door open. The person who appeared in front of her was her best friend, Su Wanning. This made Jiang Nanyan secretly relieved. She was really afraid that when she opened the door, a monster would pounce on her. Xiaoyan, welcome. Su Wanning came up to her warmly with a smile on her face. Wanting, long time no see. Jiang Nanyan pulled the corners of his dry mouth and forced a kind smile. She was already hungry and thirsty, and had just stayed in the black fog for more than 2 hours, so her body was extremely dehydrated. Fortunately, I finally met my bestie and was able to replenish water immediately. It seems that my best friend really has no shortage of food and water. Her face is as smooth as before. It is obvious that she has eaten and drunk well in the past 2 days. Hey, why is there a disgusting man here? Suddenly, the fat girl frowned and spoke. Jiang Nanyan was stunned, and only then did she notice Shun Yi sitting on the bed. There really is a boy. How come there's a boy? Didn't Su Wanning say that she and her friend are both girls? What did you say? Shun Yi frowned and looked at the fat girl with cold eyes. The fat girl was startled and subconsciously took a step back, but when she thought about the fact that there were 3 people on her side, and she was a woman, she immediately regained her confidence and glared at Shun Yi and shouted, "What's wrong? I just said a few words to you. Do you, a grown man, want to hit a little girl like me? Do you have any manners? You're already broken? Really disgusting." Before the fat girl finished her words, Shun Yi's fist had already landed on her fat face. With a bang, the fat girl flew out of the dormitory and hit the wall heavily, letting out a wail. In the corridor. Chapter 21. Hearing the footsteps, Huang Mao and Wang Bingbing, who had secretly opened the dormitory door to observe, were stunned when they saw this scene. What kind of power is it to send someone flying with just one punch? Not to mention hitting girls. Even if you hit them, they wouldn't be able to withstand it. Why do I feel like this guy has grown a lot taller and become more handsome after not seeing him for one night? The yellow-haired man thought secretly. Is this secondary development? What's going on? Why are you growing so fast? And why are there 3 more girls coming to the boys' dormitory? Who is this for? Hey, there are 2 girls who are really pretty. It seems like I could try to win them over so that I could find a girlfriend and have more helpers. Well, the one with the mature lady style is good, and the mature woman with the mature taste is also good. Let's wait and see what happens. See if I could take advantage of this opportunity to win over A. Wang Bingbing didn't think as much as Huang Mao. When he saw Shun Yi taking action, he immediately closed the door and hid in the dormitory, not curious about what was happening outside. The most important thing is to stay alive. Ew, how can you hit someone so casually? Jiang Nanyan looked at Shun Yi in disbelief. The mature woman hurried to check on the fat girl's condition. Seeing that her face was covered in blood and she had fainted, she looked anxious and quickly tried to find a way to stop the bleeding. Didn't this fat pig say that my defense was broken? That's right, my defense was broken. Shun Yi twisted his fist with a faint expression. He just held back some of his strength. Otherwise, he should have been able to kill this foul-mouthed fat woman with one punch. It's the end of the world, and you still dare to fight. Now let me show you what real boxing is. Although the 2 girls in front of him both met the system standards, but that didn't mean Shun Yi had a compromise. If they really fell out, Shun Yi wouldn't mind kicking all 3 of them out. Ding! A goddess who meets the system standards has been detected, and detailed information has been scanned. Name, Jiang Nanyan. Age, 20 years old. Appearance, 92 points. Body, 94 points. Internal, 100 points, untouched. Total score, 96 points. Evaluation. After taking in a person, you can unlock a random item. Ding! A goddess who meets the system standards has been detected, and detailed information has been scanned. Name, by Cinny. Age, 29. Appearance, 90 points. Body size, 96 points. Internal, 100 points, untouched. Total score, 96 points. Evaluation. After taking in a person, you can unlock a random item. That's right, another MILF also meets the system's criteria. Her appearance is not much worse than Jiang Nanyan's, and her figure is quite amazing and extremely mature, like a ripe peach. If the system panel had not been triggered, Shun Yi would have even thought that this woman was a young woman. But I didn't expect that she was actually a 29-year-old virgin. You're going too far? How can you be so harsh on a girl? The mature woman by Cinny looked at Shun Yi. Although she was a little afraid of this violent man, she still spoke up bravely for her students. I went too far. This fat pig came in and started scolding me. Why didn't you stop her? You don't think she went too far, but you think I, the victim, went too far? Shan Yusinit it. But, but even if that's the case, you can't beat her like this. Vicini was a little embarrassed by what she said, but Shun Yi said that he was a victim, which was simply nonsense. How could a victim punch the assailant and send him flying? This guy was beaten unconscious. Wanting. He's your boyfriend? Didn't you say that your friend is a girl? Jiang Nanyan couldn't help but question Su Wanting. She realized she was cheated. Moreover, this man was so brutal and violent right from the start, which frightened her very much. Chapter 22. Xiaoyan, don't you want food and water? My boyfriend has plenty of them here. As long as you're willing to stay, my boyfriend will cover all your food and drink in the future. Su Wanting was not embarrassed at all. Instead, she picked up the mineral water and a whole, steaming roast chicken on the table and extended an invitation to Jiang Nanyan. If you keep this best friend, you can get 2 roast chickens. Although Su Wanting didn't want to share her boyfriend with other women, she knew she had no power to change Shun Yi's mind. It is absolutely impossible for Shun Yi to be the only woman in the future. Since she knew she couldn't stop it, Su Wanting didn't try to stop it. Otherwise, if she made Shun Yi angry, she would starve or even be kicked out. It is better to unblock than to block. So, she changed her mind and started to help Shun Yi deceive her best friend. This way, at least I can get a reward, and if Shun Yi is happy, I might get more rewards. The most important thing is that even if Shun Yi has other women in the future, as long as she is the most favored, she could be the first wife. Water? And meat. Jiang Nanyan's throat moved, and he swallowed subconsciously. But my mouth was dry and I couldn't produce any saliva. Her body's instinct made her want to rush over and grab the water and meat, but her reason made her restrain herself. If I really rushed over, I might get punched away. You might even be killed with one punch. She is very thin and can't take much beating. Nanyan, don't be fooled. Let's go. Let's go now. Vicini hurriedly spoke out to stop them. Although she was very hungry and thirsty, she would never sell her body and soul for a bite of food. The woman in front of them had tricked them here, clearly to find a mistress for her boyfriend. This is too shameless. How could there be such a shameless woman? Jiang Nanyan also thinks Su Wanting is shameless. I even wanted to scold her severely. How could you lie to your bestie? I treat you as a friend. What do you treat me as? You actually want me to be your boyfriend's mistress? But the chicken tastes so good. It smells so good. If you take a bite of it, would you be able to ascend to heaven? The more she thought about it, the more Jiang Nanyan's thoughts became shaken. It seems that she would rather sell her body and soul than die of starvation and thirst. If 2 days ago, someone asked Jiang Nanyan whether to choose between starving to death or selling her body, she would definitely humiliate the other person severely and then show off her noble soul and body. But after 2 days of hunger and 1 day of thirst, her noble soul was completely corrupted. Especially when she saw the liquid flowing in the bottle, she felt that every cell in her body was craving for food. She has fallen. Teacher Bai, I'm sorry, I can't walk anymore. After saying this, Jiang Nanyan's delicate cheeks turned slightly red, and then she ran to Su Wanting to drink water and eat meat. Su Wanting did not give her water right away, but asked with a smile, Xiaoyan, you should understand what drinking this bottle of water means, right? Humiliation. Absolute humiliation. I understand. Jiang Nanyan glanced at Shun Yi. Although she felt extremely embarrassed to be humiliated in front of the teacher, her body's hunger and thirst overwhelmed the shame, and she still answered Su Wanting. Even if I have to do that, it doesn't matter anymore. At worst, just think of it as a bite from a dog. And this dog looks quite handsome, not at all annoying. Okay, since you understand, take it and drink it, my good sister. Su Wanting handed a bottle of water to Jiang Nanyan with a smile, as if giving alms. Thank you. Thank you. Jiang Nanyan took the mineral water excitedly, and her hand was shaking as she twisted the bottle cap. She had been hungry and thirsty for too long, and she no longer had much strength left. Even screwing on a bottle cap is difficult. Oh, you're just like a dog. Looking at Jiang Nanyan, who compromised so easily, Su Wanting secretly despised her, but also felt a little happy. In the past, she was very annoyed with Jiang Nanyan, a guy who always pretended to be cool. Chapter 23. She always looks cold, as if she is so noble. The key point is that there are so many boys pursuing Jiang Nanyan, more than the boys pursuing herself, which makes Su Wanting even more jealous. But since Jiang Nanyan's family conditions were not worse than hers, she couldn't afford to offend her. But now, it feels so good to see the woman that I once envied, surrendering to myself in front of me, surrendering to my boyfriend. Su Wanting suddenly felt that it was actually quite satisfying to help Chun Yi deceive her best friend. In the future, I will be the first wife, and I can order Jiang Nanyan, the mistress, to run errands for me. It's so cool. Anyway, it's the end of the world, and no one will dare to laugh at me. Even, many women will definitely envy me for having enough food and drink. If I had known it would be so nice, why did I throw a tantrum last night? Su Wanting suddenly felt a little regretful. Because of his temper last night, not only did he not have enough to eat today, but he also caused Shun Yi to feel alienated from him. I have to change my mindset. I can't be the same as before. Otherwise, I won't be able to live a good life. I might even be overtaken by newcomers. Su Wanting thought secretly, it would be so clownish if I were really overtaken by a latecomer and became the second wife. I was the first one to follow Shun Yi, and even Shun Yi's first time was broken together with him. She should be the eldest wife, and if she wants to become the eldest wife, she must first gain the favor of Shun Yi. Then, he had to suppress other women. Shun Yi didn't know that Su Wanting's mind had completely changed after seeing Jiang Nanyan compromise. Of course, this reform is a good thing for him. You will be able to enjoy better service in the future. Nanyan, how can you compromise? Bai Sini looked at Jiang Nanyan, who was drinking water with big gulps, with disappointment in her eyes, and angrily denounced her depravity. Does the knowledge and morals you learned before allow you to do such a thing? Don't forget what your dream is. How could you do this? Bai Sini's tone sounded quite angry. But Jiang Nanyan was only busy drinking water and didn't bother to reply. Not until she finished the whole bottle of water in a few gulps did she feel like a fish returning to the sea, regaining her vitality. Licking his lips and looking at Bai Sini, Jiang Nanyan felt a little hesitant and embarrassed. After all, it was he who brought the teacher and friends here, but he was deceived by Su Wanting. I have a great responsibility, but she really doesn't want to die. Just when Jiang Nanyan felt guilty and didn't know how to speak, Shun Yi suddenly came over, put his arms around her slender waist, and pinched it. Jiang Nanyan's face turned red, and she subconsciously wanted to struggle. But then he thought of something, and his struggling movements gradually slowed down, and he calmed down. Don't worry, follow me. I won't let you go hungry in the future. After Shun Yi finished speaking, he looked at Jiang Nanyan, who had come down obediently, nodded with satisfaction, and then looked at Bai Sini, who was supporting the fat pig, and said, "This beautiful teacher, if you're willing to stay, I can also guarantee your 3 meals a day, as well as safety issues. Of course, the prerequisite is that you send this fat pig who scolded me away. Otherwise, I can't guarantee that I can resist not beating her to death." Shun Yi has been very restrained. The fat pig started cursing at him as soon as it entered the room. He did not kill the fat pig directly because he had never killed anyone before and could not make up his mind for a while. Otherwise, that punch just now would have blown the fat pig's head apart. Don't even think about it. Even if I, Bai Sini, die of hunger or thirst, I will never sell my body, and I will never abandon my students. Shameless men like you are the ones I despise the most in my life. Bai Sini cursed coldly. Immediately, she looked at Jiang Nanyan again. Nanyan, you really don't want to go with me? Teacher Bai, yes, I'm sorry. Chapter 24. Teacher Bai, I'm sorry, I can't go with you. Jiang Nanyan turned her head away guiltily, not having the courage to face Bai Sini's disappointed expression. Actually, Bai Sini is not only her teacher. He's also her ambiguous object. Yes, ambiguous object. In fact, both of them have lesbian tendencies, so they naturally came into contact with each other. It's just because of age and identity issues that the relationship has not been confirmed. But if we continue to get along, we may be together soon. However, a doomsday disaster struck. Everything has changed. There is no time to talk about love and romance. The most important issue now is how to survive. Compared to staying alive, issues like misogyny are not a problem at all. Just like now, being held in the arms of a man named Shun Yi, Jiang Nanyan, who usually hates men, did not feel disgusted at all. On the contrary, because she smelled the scent of Shun Yi's flesh, she felt more secure. In Doomsday, being well-fed and well-dressed is the greatest sense of security. Compared to living, all human joys, sorrows, anger, and happiness are insignificant. Haha, I see. Vicini smiled, but that smile was so pale and weak. But she still didn't say anything to blame Jiang Nanyin, but helped the fat pig away. Shun Yi naturally did not stop him. He offers a price, and if the other party doesn't accept it, he won't force them. No need. There is no shortage of a woman like her. Anyway, I have gained something today, and Jiang Nanyin in his arms is much more sensible than Su Wanting. After she made her choice, she no longer had any rebellious thoughts, at least not on the surface. Unlike Su Wanting, who has been having all kinds of little thoughts since the beginning. Even today, there's still many little thoughts. Locked the dormitory door. Shun Yi let go of Jiang Nanyin and said, "Let's go eat first, and then we'll do it after we're full." Thank you, thank you." Jiang Nanyin's cheeks flushed, and she felt extremely shy at such straightforward words. After all, this was the first time she and Shun met. Jiang Nanyin, who was arrogant and had never been in love, couldn't help but feel her heart beating faster when she thought about what was going to happen next. But no matter what, let's eat first. At this time, Shun Yi was also looking at Jiang Nanyin. This woman is even more beautiful than Su Wanting. Her facial features are delicate and her skin is smooth, revealing a natural radiance. Although her face may be a little dusty because she hasn't washed it in the past few days, she still looks very beautiful overall, especially her tall and delicate nose, which makes people want to kiss her. Jiang Nanyin has a good figure and is thin where necessary. It's just that the places where she should be fat are not particularly fat, just a B cup very flat. However, her delicate face makes up for her shortcomings in figure. Moreover, the temperament of Jiang in cigarettes is very good. It's hard to describe her temperament, but just one look at her gives you the feeling that she has a different vibe. Shen Yi didn't have this feeling when he looked at Su Wanting. Although Su Wanting is also a rich and beautiful woman, she has no temperament at all because of her bad and arrogant personality. Temperament is nothing more than the fact that rich people have eaten well, dressed well, received a good education, and even received training in their sitting and walking postures since childhood. Otherwise, it would not be possible. To sum up, Shun Yi is still very satisfied with Jiang Nanyin, this woman. He was not stingy with the reward and gave Su Wanting 2 roast chickens. Only by doing what you say can you motivate your subordinates to work for you. Chapter 25. To Shun Yi, women are also considered subordinates. Hubby, thank you. Ovanting kisit shan yihapidi. And for the first time ever, she called him husband. I guess he wanted to show something in front of Jiang Nanyin. The Shura field has quietly unfolded. Shun Yi naturally didn't mind. As long as there is no fire in the harem, he can still accept this small Shura scene. Where did you take the chicken from? Jiang Nan's cigarette, whose mouth was full of oil, looked at Shun Yi in shock. She only saw Shun Yi move his arm, and 2 roasted chickens appeared on the table. What kind of magic is this? While being shocked, Jiang Nanyin did not forget to continue stuffing meat in her mouth. It's really delicious. She didn't know if it was because she had been hungry for too long, but the taste of this chicken made her feel like it was the most delicious thing she had ever eaten in her life. This is our husband's superpower. He can create food and water. Isn't it amazing? Don't tell anyone else. Otherwise, your husband and I will not let you off. Su Wanting instructed seriously, with the air of a first wife. The fox is taking advantage of the tiger's might. Shani didn't mind. Jiang Nanyin was surprised and said, "Superpower? There is such a superpower." "Of course. Why do you think my husband can make us have no worries about food and drink? As long as you are obedient, my husband can make you whatever you want to eat in the future." So that's how it is. Jiang Nanyin seemed to be thinking about something. Now that she is well fed and watered, her IQ has returned. Is this really a superpower? Creating food out of thin air should count, I guess. After all, magic is not that powerful. But she always felt that this superpower was a bit strange. It is understandable that chicken can be conjured out of thin air, but how can the chicken be cooked and still steaming? It's not like a superpower, it's more like storing cooked food and taking it out when you need it. Thinking of this, Jiang Nanyin suddenly had an idea. She thought of a doomsday novel she had read before. Could it be that this man, like the protagonist in that novel, was reborn? Then he also has an infinite supernatural space. Before the doomsday comes, he stored a lot of food and water in the space in advance. Because there is no concept of time in the supernatural space, anything put in it will not rot. That would explain why the chicken was cooked. But this guess was just a guess, and Jiang Nanyin didn't dare say it out loud. What if she guessed right, and he wanted to kill her to silence her? Seeing that Jiang Nan had finished eating, his mouth and hands were full of oil, Shun Yi said, "Go brush your teeth, rinse your mouth, and wash your face." "Well, isn't the tap water contaminated?" Jiang Nanyan was stunned. "Isn't the water in the boys' dormitory polluted? You are so stupid. Can't you just wash with mineral water?" Su Wanting took out a few bottles of mineral water from under the bed. "Huh? Using mineral water to wash your face? This is such a waste." Jiang Nanyan was surprised. "If I hadn't said it before, this is the end of the world. Mineral water is so precious. How can I use it to wash my face?" "It's okay. My husband is here. We won't lack water." Su Wanting smai fai li. Seeing that there was not much mineral water, Shun Yi waved his hand and took out more than a dozen bottles from the space and said to Jiang Nanyan, "Wash your hair, by the way. I don't want to get greasy all over." What an amazing superpower. It can even create mineral water. While Jiang Nanyan was shocked, she also felt in her heart that her previous guess might be true. This man might really be the character in the novel who was reborn. But this is better. Following a strong man who has been reborn, at least you don't have to worry about starving to death. Moreover, maybe I can have a chance to visit my parents and family. Thinking of this, Jiang Nanyan looked at Shun Yi with no more disgust in her eyes. "No matter what, I won't lose money in this deal. Unless the end of the world ends now." Chapter 26. Ding! It is detected that you have successfully taken a goddess, and a random material is unlocked. Ding! Unlocked successfully. Congratulations on unlocking the item. Type 54 pistol. Type 54 pistol +1, stored in the system space. Type 54 pistol +1, stored in the system space. 5-4. Hearing the system prompt, Shun Yi was stunned at first, and then overjoyed. Type 54 pistol. Guns. Hot weapons. Cool. This is really cool. With a gun in hand, where can't you go? Although Shun Yi has never used a gun, it's not too late to practice now. What's more, sometimes there's no need to shoot. As long as the gun is exposed, others will be afraid. This is the deterrent power of thermal weapons. Thinking of this, Chun Yi glanced at Jiang Nanyan, who was shyly pretending to be asleep beside him, and felt unusually good. I didn't expect this woman could help me unlock such an important item as a pistol. But there's still one thing to confirm. That is whether there are bullets in the gun. If there are no suitable bullets, it would be too troublesome to unlock the bullet supplies separately. Shin Yi's mind moved, and he took out a Type 54 pistol from the system space. The gun is indeed quite heavy. After weighing it for a few times, Shun Yi confirmed that the safety was not on and there was no risk of accidental discharge, and then he took out the magazine to check. Fortunately, I brought bullets, and it was a full magazine of bullets. Shun Yi took out all of them and counted them. There were 8 bullets in total. A gun carries 8 bullets, and I have countless guns, so I don't need to worry about bullets at all. You don't even need to change the magazine. After using it, you could just throw it away. At critical moments, changing guns is much faster than changing magazines. It's a pity that there is no rating function, otherwise I would give the system a 5-star rating. Shun Yi happily played with the pistol. This system is very considerate and thorough. That's a gun. Jiang Nanyan, who secretly opened her eyes, accidentally saw Shun Yi conjure up a gun out of thin air and was immediately frightened and almost cried out. Gun. Although she had seen her father playing with a pistol before, she had not had much contact with it and could not help but feel a sense of awe. The lethality and deterrent power of thermal weapons are indeed terrifying. His ability is definitely not to conjure up food. Jiang Nanyan became more certain of her guess. If it was just food, then why could Shun Yi also conjure up a gun? This doesn't make sense at all. Either Shun Yi really has an infinitely large supernatural space and has stored these supplies in advance, or his abilities are probably even more terrifying than Su Wanting knows. Su Wanting, you are so stupid. You are as gullible as before. Jiang Nanyan glanced at Su Wanting, who was sleeping soundly on the bed next to her, and smiled secretly in her heart. How could she not see that Su Wanting was using Shun Yi's identity and her power to suppress her? She just came here and was not very familiar with Shun Yi, so she didn't know how good the relationship between Shun Yi and Su Wanting was, so she didn't dare to offend Su Wanting easily. But now it seems that the relationship between the two should not be particularly close. Otherwise, Su Wanting wouldn't just know that Shun Yi's ability is to conjure up food. Since Shun Yi didn't completely trust Su Wanting, he still had a chance to prove himself. A chance to surpass Su Wanting. Jiang Nanyan, who is very arrogant and smart, would not be willing to be the youngest even if she is the third. Chapter 27. She thought secretly in her heart that starting from tomorrow, she would also get closer to Shun Yi and make Shun Yi trust her more than he trusted Su Wanting. First, she needs to figure out what Shun Yi likes. The fastest way is to start with your preferences. He should like women more, right? Jiang Nanyan looked at the marks on her body, and her face blushed slightly. Without much thought, she was sure that Shun Yi liked women, especially beautiful women. So, since Su Wanting could trick me, why couldn't I trick others? Teacher Bai. Teacher Bai's figure suddenly flashed through Jiang Nanyan's mind. Although Teacher Bai is a little older, she has a great figure. Shun Yi should like her, right? Mr. Bai, I'm sorry. Time passes. A night passed. The next day, the sun slowly rose. And in the boys' dormitory 606, the fat girl who was knocked unconscious gradually stopped breathing and died. Although Shun Yi's punch had some strength, it was still enough to kill him if it hit his head. Bai Sini looked at the body of her student and couldn't help crying. Guilt, sadness, fear, all kinds of emotions intertwined, causing this well-educated teacher to have an emotional breakdown. Yes, Bai Sini did not leave the boys' dormitory. She was tired, hungry, and had an unconscious student with her, so she had no strength to leave. Then, Bai Sini found that the door of dormitory 606 was not locked, so she moved in with her students. However, she never expected that her student would die. If I had known this would happen, I would have taken the students to the hospital, even if it meant risking all my strength. Teacher Bai, why are you crying? Who bullied you? At this moment, a familiar voice suddenly came from the door. Jiang Nanyan walked in with half a bottle of water and a chicken drumstick. Why are you here? Bai Sini looked up at Jiang Nanyan and wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, not wanting to show her weak side in front of her students. I'm here to bring you some food. By the way, I'd like to ask if you want to leave the dormitory today. My husband and I are leaving together. Jiang Nanyan handed over the chicken leg and water. Old husband. Bai Sini was stunned. It's only been one night. Why is she calling me so intimately? And it doesn't seem contradictory at all. Bai Sini then looked at Jiang Nanyan carefully. She found that Jiang Nanyan not only did not resist, but her whole body seemed radiant, with color on her face. She seemed to have more femininity than before and was more beautiful than before. The most important thing is that Jiang Nanyan actually washed her hair and put on makeup. Where does this water and cosmetics come from? Yes, actually my husband is a very nice person. Jiang Nanyan smiled, without any shyness in her eyes. Bai Sini couldn't believe it. It's only been one night. With Jiang Nanyan's rational personality, how could it turn out like this? Little did they know, it is precisely because Jiang Nanyan is very rational that she can weigh the pros and cons more quickly and make the most advantageous choice. And her choice, naturally, was to cling to Shun Yi's thighs. Now Shun Yi has a gun in his hand. Even if there are mutated animals and plants outside, guns are enough to deal with them. He's not bad. He has killed someone. And you still say he's not bad? Bai Sini asked in disbelief. Jiang Nanyan glanced at the fat girl's cold body and frowned. She was also a little afraid of the dead, but she still said, if Wang Mimi hadn't been so talkative, why would my husband have taken action? And my husband is already held back. Otherwise, if he really wanted to kill Wang Mimi, she would have died long ago. After all, Shun Yi didn't use a gun. Otherwise, after one shot, how could Wang Mimi live another night? Well, don't blame Shun Yi. It's all Wang Mimi's fault. If she hadn't been so careless with her words, she wouldn't have been killed. Chapter 28. Crazy. Jiang Nanyan, you are absolutely crazy. Bai Sini looked incredulous. She couldn't believe that Jiang Nanyan, who was always smart and rational, would say such a thing, actually exonerating a murderer. Jiang Nanyan smiled faintly and said, Teacher Bai, I know you are a good teacher, but you should know Wang Mimi's character. It's okay if she was just being irritable before, but what era is it now? She's still the same as before. Isn't this asking for trouble? It's the end of the world now. So many people are dying outside, and no police are taking care of them. We were even followed by a few boys when we left the teaching building yesterday. Teacher Bai, can't you see the lewd looks in their eyes? If we were caught by them, our fate would definitely be worse than Wang Mimi's. In this era, Mr. Bai, do you still want to use the old morals and laws to restrain my husband? Even if my husband didn't kill Wang Mimi, she would have been killed by others or starved to death sooner or later. What's more, my husband only punched Wang Mimi. The real cause of her death was that she didn't seek medical treatment in time. This is definitely not my husband's fault. This is the fault of doomsday and this world. Listening to Jiang Nanyan's well-reasoned analysis, Bicini's pale and cracked lips moved, but she couldn't utter a word of rebuttal. Wang Mimi's personality is indeed very bad. In the past, during peacetime, she often posted online to curse men, but at that time there were laws to protect her. But now, well, although she didn't want to admit it, Bicini no longer had the courage to refute. At most, we can say that Wang Mimi's crime does not deserve the death penalty. But she is already dead. What's the point of saying all this? Bicini felt that what the man said yesterday was right, and everything was her fault. He killed his own students. If he could control Wang Mimi, she would not have said such rude words and would not have died. Jiang Nanyan looked at the disappointed Bicini, sighed faintly, and said, "Forget it. Let's not talk so much. Teacher Bai, do you want to eat this chicken leg? I asked my husband for a chicken leg because you took good care of me before. If it was someone else, I wouldn't waste time like this." "Thanks." Bicini pursed her lips and took the chicken leg. Although Jiang Nanyan sold her body, she still has a good heart. In fact, selling one's body just to survive doesn't seem to be a big deal. While chewing on the chicken leg, Bicini's mentality was slowly changing. Mineral water. Jiang Nanyan placed a half-full bottle of water in front of Bicini, watching her eat quickly, and continued, "Teacher Bai, we are leaving soon. Do you want to leave with us? The boys' dormitory is not safe. I just heard someone in another dormitory in the corridor. If you stay here alone, you might be targeted." Bicini swallowed the meat in her mouth and couldn't help asking, "Can I join you?" She had offended that man yesterday, and given his cruel and selfish character, he might not be willing to take her with him. Of course, as long as Teacher Bai is willing, I could say a few good words to my husband. He actually has a very good personality and won't mind Teacher Bai. After all, Teacher Bai, you are also trying to protect your students. Jiang Nanyan noticed that Bicini was moved and said immediately. Before she left, she promised Shun Yi that she would trick Bicini back and make Teacher Bai obedient. If she can do that, she'll get an extra reward. Otherwise, with Shun Yi's personality, he would definitely not bring Bicini. Even if she starved to death, Shun Yi didn't care. A disobedient woman would only be a burden if you marry her. Okay, thank you for your help. Bicini always felt something was strange. But that chicken drumstick is really delicious. Then Teacher Bai, please come with me. When you meet my husband, you must not make him angry, otherwise I will be punished too. Jiang Nanyan warned. Chapter 29. Okay, I won't get you into trouble. Bicini nodded seriously. The two returned to the 610 dormitory, and Shun Yi and Su Wanting also packed up snacks, chargers, and other things, ready to leave. There are nearly 100,000 pistols in the system space, and with the strength of his evolved body, Shun Yi can be considered to have the ability to protect himself. Even if he encounters that mutant dog, he can kill it with his firepower coverage. Mr. Bai, aren't you very noble? Didn't you say you wouldn't sell your body? Why are you following me like a dog again? When Su Wanting saw Jiang Nanyan bringing Bicini back, she started to act sarcastic, because she felt a sense of crisis. This sexy woman, named Bai, has such a great figure and is very close to Jiang Nanyan. If she stays, her position as the eldest wife will be in jeopardy. You, what nonsense are you talking about? Bicini's face flushed, feeling embarrassed and annoyed. But there is no way to refute it. She had just made some big promises yesterday, but today she was followed by another one. She felt embarrassed and ashamed. Haha, am I talking nonsense? I don't know who was standing at the door yesterday and said that he would rather starve to death than sell his body and abandon his students. But now he abandons his students? Su Wanting was sharp-tongued and very aggressive. Apart from not daring to show disdain to Shun Yi, she was very hostile to everyone else. Bicini's face turned red because of her scolding, and for a moment, she even had the urge to kill herself on the spot. Su Wanting, don't go too far. Teacher, Bai, just wants to take care of her students. She doesn't want to go against her husband. Jiang Nanyan interrupted Su Wanting's attack and said, as for the fact that Teacher Bai is here now, it's because she has thought it through and is willing to be a mistress to my husband. Do you want to refuse on my husband's behalf? Do you want to make the decision for my husband? Don't talk nonsense. I didn't say I would make the decision for my husband. I just can't stand this shameless bitch. Su Wanting quickly retorted, fearing that she would make Shun Yi unhappy. Then don't say so many cold words. After all, we will be a family in the future. We should live in peace and not have conflicts. Jiang Nanyan said calmly, as if she had already thought of the words. "Oomph." Su Wanting snorted coldly, but had no reason to speak again. In this confrontation, it was obvious that Jiang Nanyan crushed Su Wanting. At this time, the most confused person on the field was Baisini. When did I say I wanted to be Shun Yi's mistress? When did we become a family? Why couldn't she understand a word Jiang Nanyan said? She wanted to open her mouth to refute several times, but Jiang Nanyan and Su Wanting's tit-for-tat quarrel with Mangmai made it impossible for her to get a word in. Okay, time to go. At this time, Shun Yi, as the head of the family and the biggest beneficiary after the women's quarrel, spoke. He deliberately allowed Su Wanting to belittle and insult Baisini. This woman made Shun Yi very unhappy yesterday, so he asked Su Wanting to scold her to vent his anger. Moreover, for a woman with a strong self-esteem, you must first crush her self-esteem and severely insult her personality so that you can accept it better. If Baisini couldn't stand the insult and chose to leave, Shun Yi wouldn't care. Anyway, there's no need for a woman like her. It was Jiang Nanyan that made Shun Yi look at her with a higher opinion. This woman is really smart. With just a few words, he played Baisini around and also scolded Su Wanting. As soon as she woke up in the morning, Jiang Nanyan started calling her husband hubby, and she did it very naturally, without any awkwardness, just like they were an old married couple who had been together for many years. Moreover, she took the initiative to help him get Baisini, and would make Baisini obedient and not have any ulterior motives. Hearing this, Shun Yi naturally did not refuse. He wanted to see Jiang Nanyan's strength. Chapter 30. As Shun Yi spoke, neither Su Wanting nor Jiang Nanyan dared to argue anymore. The words Baisini wanted to explain were stuck in her throat. She really wanted to say that she had no intention of being a mistress. No, it should be said that she doesn't want to be Shun Yi's woman at all. But she didn't say this in the end, because she was afraid of implicating Jiang Nanyan. Jiang Nanyan had said before that if she made Shun Yi unhappy, she would also be punished. Jiang Nanyan was kind enough to help me and gave me food and water. If I caused Jiang Nanyan to be punished, would I still be a human being? Then, Baisini could only remain silent in frustration. If she had known this would happen, she would rather starve to death in the dormitory than come here. But it was not her character to give Jiang Nanyan anything in return, even though she had received help. Just like that, Baisini followed Shun Yi and the others in silence. In order to prevent Jiang Nanyan, who had been helping her out of kindness, from being punished, she did not even refute Su Wanting's words calling her a bitch. Little did they know, the simple-minded Mr. Bai had long been used by Jiang Nanyan as a pawn in her quest for favor. Honey, someone is following us. Jiang Nanyan approached Shun Yi and reminded him quietly. Yes, I saw it. Let him follow. If we encounter danger later, we can let him serve as a human shield. After saying that, he touched the gun at his waist and continued to go downstairs. Even without a gun, Shun Yi's physical strength was enough to deal with the yellow-haired guy following them. That's right. The person following them was none other than Huang Mao. Huang Mao had finished his food and water yesterday, and he was hesitating whether to take the risk and go out to look for supplies. As a result, he happened to see Shun Yi and his companions about to leave. He felt something in his mind and thought that this was the opportunity. If you encounter any danger with these people walking in front, you can escape safely. Maybe if Shun Yi died in an accident, he could take the opportunity to get the woman. On the 7th day of the apocalypse, Huang Mao's mentality has changed drastically. Anyway, no one is watching over me and no police will come to arrest me. So why not just do whatever I want? If Shun Yi could be killed, wouldn't these 3 women be his? You can play however you want then. When he thought of this, Huang Mao became extremely excited. But he didn't dare to do it himself. After all, the scene of Shun Yi punching someone away yesterday was still vivid in his mind. It would be great if there was some monster that could eat him. The yellow-haired man stared at Shun Yi's back, thinking secretly. Where you going? Baisini hesitated for a long time, but still asked carefully. She wanted to go back to her home. But it's not easy to speak directly. Let's go to my house first. It's an upscale neighborhood, and it will be safer and more comfortable to live there. Jiang Nanyan replied. This was what they had discussed in the morning. Shun Yi's ultimate goal is to go back to the countryside to find his grandmother and younger sister, but the countryside is 70 or 80 kilometers away from the city, and it is definitely not realistic to walk back directly, so he needs to find a place to stay first, and then figure out how to get home. Baisini hesitated and said, Well, can I? Chapter 31. Honey, there seems to be a noise outside. Before Bai Sini could finish her words, Su Wanting suddenly spoke. At this time, they had arrived at the first floor of the dormitory. The black fog has submerged this layer, and visibility is only a few meters. Everyone stopped and listened carefully. There was indeed a sound, like something was crawling on the wall outside the building, very strange. The sound is some distance from the door. Let's go out first, and don't make too much noise. After his body evolved, Shenyi's hearing was also enhanced. After listening for a while, he made a decisive decision. He took out the pistol from his waist and led the way out. When Bai Sini saw the gun, her eyes narrowed slightly. He actually has a gun. This student, what on earth did this student do before? In Xia country, a country with a very strict gun ban, it is impossible for ordinary people to buy guns. Jiang Nanyin and Su Wanting were not too surprised, because he had already shown them the gun in the morning. Just like that, several people walked out of the dormitory building cautiously. During this time, the subtle sound still existed, but it did not attack them. Instead, it seemed to be crawling upstairs. Yi and his companions subconsciously looked back, only to see that the dormitory building shrouded in black fog was actually covered with dense ivy vines. Those vines were extremely thick, the thinnest of which was as thick as an adult's thumb, and they kept climbing around as if they were alive. Several people were shocked. The ivy that was so small before has now become so dense, and it grows so fast. If I and others had left the dormitory a few days later, maybe these ivy would have climbed to the 6th floor and covered the entire building. I'm afraid I won't be able to leave even if I want to. This is simply against the law of conservation of energy. How can the ivy grow so fast without any food and water? Bai Sini murmured, very shocked. Shuni looked at it for a while and said, Jiang Nanyin, turn on the navigation, and we will go to your house first. If you come across a supermarket on the way, go in and search for supplies. Yeah. Jiang Nanyin quickly located the navigation. There was no time to be surprised and study the mutated ivy. We had to hurry on our way before daybreak. Although the visibility is very poor during the day due to the black fog, at least there is still some vision. If it is night, you can hardly see the road. Several people quickened their pace and walked carefully along the way. Period. They also vaguely heard other people moving around in the black fog, and they didn't know if they were students looking for supplies or students who wanted to escape from the school. However, as they walked, Yi and his companions suddenly heard cries and screams coming from the black fog. Those sounds were obviously not from monsters attacking, but from people attacking people. You can even hear unbearable sounds. Someone is actually doing that kind of thing in the black fog. Also, it sounds like there are several men forcing the girls. This world has gone completely haywire. Jiang Nanyin and Su Wanting heard the screams and pleas for mercy from the girls in the black fog, and they approached Yi in fear, fearing that they would also be abducted. They suddenly felt fortunate that they had found a man who could protect them. Otherwise, I'm afraid they are no better than the girls who were forced in the black fog. Bai Sini bit her lip tightly, as if she wanted to help the helpless girl, but seeing that Yi didn't care at all, she forcibly held back her kindness. We can't implicate Jiang Nanyin, but she still couldn't understand. It had only been a few days. How could these students who usually abide by the laws become like this? Chapter 32. Forcing girls in broad daylight is just like being an animal or a beast. Shinny just listened a few more times and didn't meddle in other people's business. The strong prey on the weak. This is the law of survival now. It took more than 10 minutes for Yi, and the others to walk out of the school. When they saw the scene outside, they were also shocked. I saw that there were many unmanned vehicles parked on the main road outside the school, and all those abandoned vehicles were entangled by densely packed mutated plants, and the entire road was also covered with plants. On both sides of the road, the rows of trees that were originally only a few meters high have now grown to more than 10 meters high, with lush branches and leaves that cover the sky. Ah, there is a monster. Su Wanting Li shouted. I saw a giant mutated orange cat appear not far away. It opened its mouth full of sharp teeth and made dangerous sounds, as if it regarded Yi and the others as prey. Without hesitation, Yi immediately raised his gun, aimed at the orange cat, and pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. The gunshots were extremely loud. Although Yi's shooting skills were not good, he could always hit the target because he shot so many times. After 7 or 8 shots, a bullet hit one of the orange cat's front legs, causing it to let out a shrill scream and immediately jump onto the tree trunk nearby. Although it has mutated, it still retains its previous living habits and will hide in high places the first time it encounters danger. Shun-Yi changed a gun from the system space, took aim again, and prepared to cover with fire. But at this moment, several branches suddenly stretched out and pierced the mutant orange cat's body, causing it to scream, and various liquids and internal organs flowed all over the floor. The orange cat struggled with its limbs and tried to run, but because its body was pierced, it soon lost the ability to move. Seeing this scene, Shun-Yi couldn't help but swallow his saliva. These mutated plants seemed to have life and were even more ferocious than mutated animals. Shun-Yi looked up and found that some branches were still hung with dead mutant cats, mutant dogs, and other animal corpses. Faintly, you can still see human bodies. There was a faint smell of blood in the air. Deep and scary, Shun-Yi observed for a while and saw that these plants had no intention of actively attacking them. So he took out a bottle of water from the space and threw it out to explore the way. The mineral water bottle hit the ground, making a noise, but the mutated trees on both sides of the road did not react at all. He threw another bottle of water onto the branch of the tree. The moment the bottle hit the branch, several thick branches pierced through it. Really, the mutated trees, like the mutated ivy outside the dormitory building, have no desire to attack actively. Only if you touch it will you be attacked. Knowing this, Shun-Yi secretly breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Don't leave me too far. Keep going." The three girls followed with nervous looks on their faces. The mutant orange cat just now scared them a lot. The big tree that killed the orange cat made them tremble all over with fear. If Shun-Yi hadn't stood in front of them with a gun, the three women would have been scared and run around screaming. Now they fully understood the dangers in the black fog and no longer had any second thoughts. They followed Shun-Yi closely, not daring to slow down even a step. Shun-Yi didn't even dare to mention going home again. If I leave Shun-Yi, I might not even last 10 minutes. However, they had not walked far when Shun-Yi, who was leading the group, suddenly stopped and grabbed Su Wanting, who was about to fall into the pit. I saw, on the road beneath their feet, there was a pitch-black crack that was more than 10 meters wide, with no end in sight and no bottom in sight. And from this crack, thick black fog was slowly spewing out. Chapter 33. What is this? Why is there such a wide crack on the road? Is the black fog coming out from this crack? Su Wanting cried out in shock. This deep crack seems to have no bottom, and no one knows how deep it is. Dark, endless, terrifying. Shun-Yi stared at the crack for a while and said, "Be careful with your steps. Don't step on empty space. Keep going." Even though he knew that the black fog came from the cracks and that the end of the world might be caused by the cracks, he had no ability to explore the cause. How can an individual solve a problem that even the country has not solved? Compared to studying the cause of the end of the world, it is more important to find a safe shelter first. Anyway, if the sky falls, there are tall people to hold it up, so it won't crush you to death in a short time. On the way to Jiang Nanyan's house, Shun-Yi was surprised to find that the crack on the ground had spread for hundreds of meters. And there are cracks one after another, and there's a long crack every certain distance. All the cracks were bottomless and spewed out black mist. But one amazing thing is that all the cracks only exist on the roads or in relatively empty spaces and have not spread to places like houses. No buildings were damaged by the cracks. That's strange. If these cracks appeared naturally, why would they deliberately bypass the house and the mutated plants? But if it didn't happen naturally, then who was controlling it? Being able to control terrain changes. This person is no longer an ordinary person. If a country possessed such a perverted weapon, it would have unified the world long ago. "We have arrived at the community ahead," Jiang Nanyan said after looking at the navigation. "Because the black fog is so thick, you must use a navigation system to find your way, otherwise it is easy to get lost. Keep going, walk faster." Shun-Yi glanced back and suddenly spoke. The women were stunned for a moment, then immediately sped up, because they also heard the sound coming from behind. That's a lot of chaotic footsteps. Without caring about anything else, they quickly ran into the residential area, and under the leadership of Jiang Nanyan, they soon arrived at the door of a unit in a tall building. The tall building was also covered in plants, but they showed no hostility. Jiang Nanyan hurried forward to perform facial recognition. Shun-Yi held the gun tightly and glanced around vigilantly. The community may be more dangerous than outside. Sudden, his eyes were drawn to the garden not far away. Along the way, there was lush green everywhere, and all the plants had mutated, becoming tall and strong or aggressive. Even the weeds that could be seen everywhere on the roadside have grown several times larger and thicker. But in this small garden before him, all the weeds and flowers had not mutated. They were still the same size and color as before the apocalypse. These flowers seemed to be roses, and in the center of one of the roses, Shun-Yi saw a colorful fruit. To make sure he was not mistaken, he went closer to the garden to take a closer look. Sure enough, it was a colorful fruit. It was exactly the same as the supernatural fruit he had eaten before. Shun-Yi was instantly excited. I don't know if it's because I'm lucky or because most people don't know the function of colored fruits, but I encountered the second supernatural fruit so soon, while no one else was paying attention. He stepped into the garden and picked the colorful fruits. It turns out that as long as the plants grow supernatural fruits, they will not mutate. Why is that? Shun-Yi seemed to be thinking about something. There must be a reason for this. Knowing this reason, maybe I can also cultivate supernatural fruits. Husband, Jiang Nanyan called out carefully. Chapter 34. She had already opened the door of the unit, but Shun-Yi had not come in yet, which made her a little worried. Here it comes. Shun-Yi came back to his senses, put away the fruit, and went into the building. The unit door was then locked. So, the yellow-haired classmate who had been following quietly behind was locked outside. Each unit in this high-end community requires a password or facial recognition to enter, so outsiders obviously cannot enter. Open the door. Please, open the door. The yellow-haired man knocked on the door hard with both hands and was almost crying in anxiety, as if someone was chasing him from behind. Chun-Yi gave him a kind smile through the glass window, then went upstairs with Jiang Nanyan in his arms. Want to take advantage of me? I can't kill you. You don't even need to do it yourself to kill the yellow-haired creature. In the black fog, 7 or 8 men holding various weapons walked out with grim smiles. There was dark red blood on their weapons, and it was obvious that they were not good people. Boy, if you have anything to eat, bring it out. Tell me, are you a rich man living here? Hurry up and open the door for me. I want to play with some rich women today. Damn, I've only played with old women these past 2 days. Ha ha. Brother Wong is right. Rich women are well-maintained, so it's fun to play with them. When I came to fix the toilet before, I saw several young women in this building. I must taste them today. Brother, spare my life. I'm not a resident here. I'm just a college student. The yellow-haired man was frightened and cried, and quickly knelt down and begged for mercy. These people were full of foul language and holding knives and sticks. They looked like they were not someone to be trifled with. Damn, Shun-Yi, why did you lock me out? Why didn't you let me in? You're not a resident here, huh? Then find a way to open this door for me, or I'll chop you to death right now. The burly man in the lead threatened viciously. Their goal today is to rob this neighborhood where rich people live. The house I couldn't afford to live in before, the women I couldn't afford to play with. I'm going to play with them all today. Because of the power outage, Shun-Yi and others could only climb the stairs. On the 20th floor, the women who were climbing were panting and their legs were shaking. Shun-Yi, on the other hand, did not feel tired at all and just warmed up his body. The level 1 physical evolution is so strong. Shun-Yi was surprised. My current endurance is completely inhuman. Climbed 20 floors without even taking a breath. If it were to level up a few more times, wouldn't it be possible to evolve into Captain America? Or even Homelander? Of course, the greater the strength, the greater the corresponding consumption. Shun-Yi's appetite is 3 or 4 times larger than before. But these are all small matters. After all, I have infinite supplies and I can't finish them all. The upper limit of my superpowers is much higher than I thought, but how to increase the level is a problem. Shun-Yi thought about it. I couldn't help but look at the fruit I had just picked. I wonder if I can gain new superpowers by eating another superpower fruit? Or is it possible to evolve and upgrade my physical body? Jingle. With the sound of the password, lock, unlocking. The door opened. Several people entered Jiang Nanyan's house. Shun-Yi looked around the large flat. Since the black fog has not yet reached the 20th floor, you can still enjoy the long-lost sunshine by standing in front of the window. The room has a space of 200 square meters, with simple and stylish decoration, exuding a sense of luxury everywhere. Shun-Yi remembered that the housing price in this high-end community was $30,000 to $40,000 per square meter. In other words, the total value of this large flat, including decoration, is over $6 million. If it was before the end of the world, Shun Yi would never have dared to think that he could afford such a house in his lifetime. Chapter 35. The gap between people is greater than that between people and dogs. But now these are all mine. Shun Yi sat comfortably on the sofa like the owner of the house, enjoying the expensive sofa which might be worth hundreds of thousands. This is what a shelter should be like. The dormitory building is far from it. Oh, what a pity. All the cakes in the refrigerator are spoiled. Only these fruits wrapped in plastic wrap seem to be edible. Jiang Ninian was standing in front of the refrigerator and taking something out. Su Wanning pretended to help. Bai Sini, on the other hand, looked at the house curiously, feeling the impact of the money. Although she knew that Jiang Nanian's family was wealthy, today was the first time she saw it with her own eyes. She couldn't afford this house even if she worked all her life. I sighed inexplicably. However, now is not the time to think about these things. Would it be inappropriate for me, an outsider, to continue staying here? Bai Sini felt a little uneasy. Hubby, eat some oranges first, and I'll go wash the other fruits. Jiang Nanian brought a plate of oranges and placed it on the table. Shun Yi responded casually while replying to the WeChat message. It's news about the green tea girl Zhou Wanner. She couldn't hold on any longer today and wanted to eat. Shun didn't waste time talking to her, gave her the address of Jiang Nanian's house, and asked her to come over by herself. Zhou Wanner, aren't you in the boys' dormitory at campus A? Why did you change your location? It's so far away. Shun, it's up to you whether you come or not. I may not be in the city in a few days. Shun, by the way, if you're going to come here, remember not to get close to the trees on the roadside. Juvan, not in the city. Where are you going? Is there any shelter? Shun Yi did not reply to Zhou Wanner's question. The first two sentences were enough to give her a sense of crisis and force her to come over as soon as possible. If she still can't make up her mind, Shun Yi will have no choice but to give up on her. Shun Yi has more important things to do now. Eat the supernatural fruit. He was looking forward to whether he could gain new abilities by eating new fruits. So, while pretending to eat the orange, he also ate the supernatural fruit. As the fruit entered his stomach, he felt a sense of refreshment in his head. And then it was gone. Compared to the changes after eating the first supernatural fruit, this fruit is simply not cool at all. What kind of ability is this? Isn't it very weak? Shen immediately opened his personal panel to check. Teleport. LV1, you can teleport 20 meters. Since teleport is a spatial skill, you can ignore any terrain, control, or restraint skills during the movement. As long as you have enough stamina, you can teleport continuously without any restrictions. What the hell? When Shun Yi saw this ability, he was completely shocked. Teleport. It can also ignore the terrain and any control and restraint. This is definitely a god-level ability. And the most invincible thing is that teleportation can be activated continuously. As long as he has enough physical strength, he can teleport all the way. As luck would have it, Shun Yi's first ability was physical evolution, which just happened to improve his endurance. And endurance means physical strength. Therefore, physical evolution combined with instant movement is simply invincible. Cool. It's so fucking cool. With the ability to teleport, even if I can't defeat the enemy in the future, no one will be able to stop me if I want to run away. Chapter 36. Having acquired new superpowers, Shun Yi was in a good mood. Now, he finally has the real power to protect himself in the doomsday. The maximum distance of teleportation is 20 meters. No one can catch up with me. As long as you react fast enough, you can dodge the bullet. And teleportation can be further upgraded. Honey, did a lot of people follow us into the community just now? After washing the fruit, Jiang Nanian sat next to Shun Yi and asked worriedly while peeling an apple for him. Well, they followed us all the way. Shun Yi's hearing was much better than Jiang Nanian and the other girls, so he had already noticed that someone was following him. Of course, the person who was following was not Huang Mao, but someone else. Perhaps it cannot be said to be stalking. They suddenly appeared, and perhaps their original destination was also this community, but they just happened to run into Shun Yi and others, and then had evil intentions. There is no order now. The school is in chaos. The society outside will only become more chaotic. Will they be hiding downstairs and waiting for us? Will they attack us when we go downstairs? Jiang Nanian fed the peeled orange to Shun Yi's mouth. Shun Yi leaned on the sofa, opened his mouth and ate the orange, and said, if they were not good people, they would not wait for us downstairs, but would find a way to break in. Well, then aren't we in great danger now? Although the unit doors in this community have a certain degree of protection, they certainly can't stop a group of thugs. Bicini couldn't help but worry. When she came out of the school earlier, she saw students killing each other and realized that social order had collapsed. If a group of thugs really rushed into the building, everyone would be in trouble. She wanted to call the police, but the phone was not working. Su Wanting's focus was different. When she saw Jiang Nanyan serving Shun Yi, she immediately reacted, secretly cursed her as a bitch, then put down the half-eaten orange in her hand and immediately came over to massage Shun Yi's shoulders. When the two women are fighting, the one who feels comfortable is naturally Shun Yi. This is also the reason why he did not stop the Shura field. Honey, it's just as you said, they are breaking the door. Jiang Nanyan looked at her phone with a serious expression. The picture displayed on her mobile phone screen was a group chat in the community. A resident on the first floor posted a video. In the video, a group of men armed with various weapons are violently attacking the unit door. The glass windows were broken and the door was deformed. These guys made such a huge noise, as if they were not afraid of attracting monsters. Jiang Nanyan noticed this and couldn't help wondering, are there no mutant animals in our community? Or are these people capable of dealing with mutant animals? I think they're simply crazy. A bunch of lunatics definitely don't know how to be afraid. Su Wanting snorted coldly while pinching Shun Yi's shoulders. She was not worried about this group of lunatics rushing in. After all, Shun Yi had a gun in his hand. Even if they rushed in, they couldn't use the knives and sticks in their hands to deal with the gun, right? Madmen are not fools. They're also afraid of death. Otherwise, they would have committed suicide long ago. Why would they waste time living? Jiang Nanyan retorted, and then frowned slightly, always feeling that there was something wrong with this group of people. They dared to make such a loud noise and are not afraid of attracting mutant monsters. They probably have confidence. Why has it been so long and there is no rescue? There is not even a policeman on the road. Bicini was very frightened and scared. She wanted to go back to the peaceful times. She can't adapt to or accept this doomsday world without laws and rules. Shun Yi looked at Bicini, the mature woman. Today, try to unlock her rewards as well. Thinking of this, Shun Yi said, I'm hungry. Let me eat first, and then I'll go out after dinner. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and 5 bottles of mineral water and 3 steaming, fragrant roasted chickens appeared on the table. He is now in a strong physique, and although he doesn't get tired easily, he needs to eat a lot to replenish his energy. You too can eat too. Chapter 37. Only after receiving the order did Su Wanting and Jiang Nanyan dare to eat. As for Bicini, she was in a state of shock. What just happened? Shun just raised his hand. How come food and water appeared out of thin air? Is this some kind of magic? Why aren't Jiang Nanyan and Su Wanting surprised at all? Am I the only one shocked? Bicini was very shocked, but she didn't dare to ask. She could only sit quietly in the distance and pretend to look in other directions to divert her attention. Her stomach was growling. She only ate a chicken drumstick these 2 days and was not full at all. Especially now that she smelled the aroma of the chicken, she felt her stomach growling wildly, urging her to eat. But Bicini was too embarrassed to ask for food. After all, she is not Shun Yi's woman. He wasn't even friends with Shun Yi. Honey, what are you doing outside? Are you going downstairs to deal with those thugs? Jiang Nanyan swallowed the meat in her mouth and asked with concern. No, why should I deal with them? They can't threaten me. Shun Yi's expression was indifferent. He's just so cold. When he was bullied before, no one helped him. So, now he won't help others. Of course, there is another more important reason. He can use these thugs to create crises for the survivors, making his subsequent actions more convenient. Jiang Nanyan also thought it made sense. She and the others were on the 20th floor. Even if the thugs rushed in, the first to suffer would be the residents downstairs. Besides, even if the thugs came to the 20th floor, there were guns to deal with them. So what are you doing outside your home, husband? Is it dangerous? Su Wanting was a little worried that something might happen to Shun Yi. If Shun Yi died, these women would be powerless and would most likely end up like those girls who were bullied in school. She doesn't want to become like that. Rather than being insulted by so many people, it would be better to commit suicide. It has nothing to do with you. Don't talk so much while eating. Shun Yi continued to eat meat, too lazy to explain. Oh, Su Wanting was a little unhappy, feeling that Shun Yi treated Jiang Nanyan better than herself. Then, she glanced at Bicini, who was standing in front of the window and pretending not to be hungry, and she felt better again. Humph. This hypocritical bitch should starve. It would be best if she couldn't stand the hunger and died. Su wanted to vent all her negative emotions on Bicini. After eating and drinking, he was ready to go out. When I'm not at home, remember to lock the door and don't open it to anyone. If that group of thugs break into the building, please contact me immediately and I will rush back. They will not be able to break through this security door in a short time. Shan Yi Varnit. As for why he didn't leave the gun behind, it was mainly because he didn't completely trust Jiang Nanyin and Su Wanning. If the two women had any ill intentions towards him, facing the pistol, Yi could not guarantee that he would not be hit. Chapter 38. Watching Yi leave, Jiang Nanyin and Su Wanning looked at each other. Neither of them had any intention of chatting with each other. Once a good friend, now an enemy. Jiang Nanyin felt somewhat resentful. After all, Su Wanning had deceived her. Although she gained protection because of this, she also lost her innocence. It would be a lie to say that she had no hatred. But in fact, it's not that she particularly hates Su Wanning. The main reason why she ignores Su Wanning is because she and Su Wanning are competitors. Su Wanning wanted to be the first wife, and she wanted to be the first wife too. And now, her chances of winning are even greater, because she has Teacher Bai as her assistant. As long as Teacher Bai also becomes Shen Yi's woman, it will be 2 against 1 in the future. With Su Wanning's silly personality, she will just let herself be manipulated. Teacher Bai, what are you thinking about? Jiang Nanyin came to Bicini and asked with concern. My father is home alone, and I don't know how he is doing now. Bicini looked at the world downstairs, shrouded in black fog, feeling very worried. Teacher Bai, do you want to save your uncle? Jiang Nanyin suddenly said. Bicini looked at her in confusion. Jiang Nanyin smiled and said, the world outside is so dangerous now. Teacher Bai, you definitely can't go back alone. But if you are willing to serve my husband and be his woman, then my husband will definitely not ignore your family. With my husband's help, you will be able to save your uncle. Bicini blushed slightly and pursed her lips. I wanted to say no, but then I thought about it, and it seemed to be true. He has a very good physique, a gun, and magic-like superpowers. If he is really willing to protect himself, there's a great hope that he can go home and save his father. Otherwise, with her own strength, she wouldn't be able to go home, let alone deal with the thugs downstairs. Besides, Teacher Bai, do you want to go on without eating? As long as you follow your husband, you can have the meat and water we just ate and drank in the future. Jiang Nanyin came behind Bicini, put her head close to her ear, and whispered softly. Her voice seemed magical and full of temptation. This is the whisper of the devil. Bicini, who had been determined, also began to waver. She subconsciously glanced at the gnawed chicken bones on the table. I couldn't help swallowing. When Yi went downstairs, many people were rushing upstairs. Some of them were carrying large and small bags, as if they were moving house. Hurry up and leave. If those thugs break in, who knows if they will steal our money? I'm afraid they didn't just rob money. I saw blood on the weapons in their hands. I'm afraid they've killed someone. What? Come on, let's go upstairs and ask the neighbors upstairs to take us in first. The residents who went upstairs saw the thugs breaking down the door, became scared, and wanted to hide in high places. Some people saw Yi coming down the stairs with puzzled expressions, but they just passed by each other without any intersection. The residents of this building have not lost their bottom line and are still friendly to each other. Or perhaps it is because there are not many residents in this building and there are sufficient food reserves, so this situation can be maintained. During this time, Yi also went to other floors to take a look. Not everyone was running upstairs. Most residents chose to hide in their rooms. Of course, Yi didn't care whether these people were running up or down. He just wanted to see if there were any beauties that met the system standards. But unfortunately, it was not found. Not many residents showed up, and he was too lazy to knock on every door to check. Anyway, once the thugs break in, these scattered residents will definitely be forced to unite together, and it will be easier for them to find people then. There's no need to waste time now. Yi thought about it and glanced at the building number. This is the 14th floor. He was just about to continue climbing the stairs when he suddenly stopped. Wait, since my teleportation can ignore the terrain, can I also go directly down the building? Chapter 39. Thinking of this, Yi started the test. Looking towards a corridor below his feet, his whole body disappeared instantly with a thought. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in the corridor on the 13th floor. It really works. Damn, I'm such a genius. Yi he immediately began to use teleportation to hurry on his way. The speed suddenly became much faster. In just a few seconds, he reached the first floor. This is teleportation. Awesome. Experiencing the feeling of coming and going without a trace, Shun-Yi felt great. Of course, there is consumption. After using teleportation more than a dozen times in a row, and having to control the distance each time so as not to get himself stuck in the wall, he felt that at least 1/5 of his physical strength had been consumed. In other words, with his current physical strength, he could teleport at least 70 times a day. After 70 teleportations, you will be able to escape from any powerful monster. Moreover, the used-up physical strength will slowly recover. So in fact, it is not that one can teleport 70 times a day, but that one can teleport 70 times in one breath. If you take into account the recovered physical strength, you can teleport hundreds of times a day. So cool. Shun-Yi glanced at the thugs who were frantically smashing the unit door, ignored them, walked to the wall behind, and teleported out directly from the wall. In the blink of an eye, he appeared outside the building, took out his mobile phone, searched for the nearest supermarket nearby, and started navigating. Shun-Yi did not use teleportation all the time to travel, but walked most of the time. Teleportation is used to pass obstacles quickly, but if it is used all the time to hurry, then his physical strength recovery speed will not be able to keep up with the consumption. If he encounters a monster, he will not even have the strength to resist. Just like that, Shun-Yi rushed to the supermarket he navigated to in a straight line. If you encounter obstacles or mutated plants on the way, use teleportation to avoid them. It took him less than 10 minutes to arrive at the door of a medium-sized supermarket. The supermarket door was closed. I don't know if there is anyone inside, but Shun-Yi didn't waste time observing and teleported in directly. No matter if there is anyone there or not, just take the supplies first. There are no police around now anyway. The black fog in the room is lighter and the field of vision is wider. But because of the power outage, it was still quite dark. Shun-Yi took out a fully loaded pistol from the system space and scanned the first floor vigilantly. No one was seen and no sound was heard. After confirming it was safe, he went to the shelf and started shopping. Most of the snacks, such as instant noodles, spicy strips, bread, sausages, etc. that are well packaged are not contaminated. Shun-Yi directly put all the data into the system space. There are also shampoo, shower gel, etc. all put in there. Check and collect along the way. He even collected all the pots, pans, slippers, towels, and other utensils. Under the current social situation, these are non-renewable resources and will become less and less in the future, so it is necessary to reserve more. Unfortunately, this supermarket is too small and there are not many things. And some of the food and drinks were contaminated. So he didn't gain much, and he was a little dissatisfied. After collecting the items and preparing to leave, Shun-Yi saw the thing he needed most urgently. Shared power bank. Without hesitation, he unplugged the power supply and put all the shared power banks into the system space. There are dozens of power banks, and most likely they all have power enough to last for a while. Just as Shun-Yi finished packing his things and was about to leave, a voice suddenly came from behind. It was the sound of something heavy hitting me. Shun-Yi's reaction was also extremely fast. The moment he heard the sound, he used instant movement to dodge the sneak attack. Chapter 40. Shun-Yi used teleportation to avoid the sneak attack and saw clearly who was attacking him. This is a man in his 30s. He was holding a baseball bat in both hands and looking at Shun-Yi with a look of horror. How is this possible? You actually have superpowers too. Shun-Yi, who was about to shoot the man to death, paused for a second after hearing these words. Do you have superpowers too? This person also knows about superpowers? Then would he know about the colored fruit? Shun-Yi pointed the gun at the man and asked coldly, have you seen other people with superpowers? Seen? I've seen it. Don't kill me. The man swallowed in horror and nodded frequently. He didn't know whether the gun in the man's hand was real, but when he saw that the other party had superpowers, he knew he couldn't beat him. Who is he? What supernatural power does he use? Shun-Yi continued to interrogate. Maybe I can get information about supernatural fruits from other supernatural users. She is a policewoman. The man answered with some fear. Police? Have you ever seen a policeman? Shun-Yi frowned. This was the first time he heard of the police since the apocalypse. Logically, the authorities should have launched a rescue operation long ago, but until now, he has not even seen a policeman. He even suspected that this doomsday was not real Otherwise, why would the police and the army not care about the lives of ordinary people? Yes, I saw a lot of policemen a few days ago. The man nodded quickly and explained, on the first day the black fog appeared, there was a fight next door to me, so I called the police. The police came to deal with it right away, but there seemed to be a lot of people calling the police that day, so the police came and left after a while. In the following days, I often heard sirens and even helicopters on the street. I was also curious and went out to see. There were 2 police helicopters with machine guns mounted on them. They seemed to be shooting at something, but they were too far away for me to see clearly. Really, I'm not kidding you. Later, a helicopter suddenly exploded in the sky, and its wreckage fell near the Wong Fujing department store. If you don't believe me, you can go and see it. I'm definitely not lying to you. As the man explained, he slowly retreated towards the stairs to the second floor. Shan Yi Fronit. So, it's not that the authorities didn't want to rescue, but that the authorities took action at the first opportunity and then were destroyed? The helicopter was shot down. What kind of monster did we encounter? Even machine guns couldn't kill the enemy. He couldn't help but think of the giant bird he had seen at school a few days ago. If it was that terrifying bird, it seemed like it could really shoot down a helicopter. As for whether it could withstand machine gun bullets, He was really unsure. Logically speaking, the flesh can't be so hard. But think about the evolution of my own flesh. It's only level 1, but it's already so abnormal. If it's upgraded to level 10 or level 100, maybe my flesh can resist bullets. It seems that the doomsday world is more dangerous than I thought. I need to be more cautious in the future. Shinny didn't think that he could deal with a giant bird or a mutant monster as strong as the giant bird. So he couldn't be too arrogant just because he had a pistol. Where's the policewoman with superpowers you just mentioned now? Is she still alive? Shin-Yi asked again, not paying attention to his boss's small move to retreat. Well, I don't know either. She just came to my place the day before yesterday to buy some food and water. As the man spoke, his eyes moved cunningly, as if he was looking towards the second floor, as if conveying some secret message. As Shunny approached the man, he asked, what is her ability? She can turn her hands into steel, and she's very strong. The man said, staring at Shun-Yi, who was approaching step by step. It seemed like she was expecting him to approach. Only, after Shun-Yi took a few steps, he suddenly stopped, looked at the man, and said, well, last question, have you ever seen colorful fruits? Colored fruit? What is that? I've never seen it before. The man looked obviously flustered. He had definitely seen it. Understood. Shun-Yi nodded and pulled the trigger the next moment. With a clear bang sound, a bloody hole appeared on the man's forehead. He fell down with a look of disbelief on his face and died. Died with eyes open. Chapter 41. He didn't expect that the gun in Shun-Yi's hand was a real gun. I didn't expect Shun-Yi to shoot directly. After killing the man, Shun-Yi's body instantly disappeared from the spot. Time passes. Probably a few dozen minutes later, another man poked his head out from the stairs and looked around the first floor cautiously. Gone. The man breathed a sigh of relief and looked at the body with a headshot on the first floor. Who the hell is this guy? He actually has a gun. Could he be a policeman? Or someone in the military? But there doesn't seem to be any army station near our mountain city. Moreover, this guy actually has superpowers. Boss, your death is not unjust. As he was muttering something to himself, the man turned his head and his eyes suddenly widened in horror. There was actually a person standing in the shadow behind him. What the hell? He subconsciously swung his fist and hit him. His fist turned into an iron fist the moment it was swung. The body is also rapidly turning into steel. This is obviously a supernatural power. Only too slow. Bang. Shin-Yi pulled the trigger. At such a close distance, there was no suspense at all, and he shot him in the head. It pierced the man's head before it could completely turn into steel. To ensure that the man was killed, Shun-Yi fired 6 more shots, each one hitting the head, emptying the gun's bullets, and smashing the man's face. When dealing with people with special abilities, you must be cautious. This was Shun-Yi's first time fighting against a person with special abilities, and he was very nervous. Just now, when he was on the first floor, Shun-Yi noticed that something was wrong with the middle-aged man, and he had been trying to lead him to the staircase on the second floor. So Shun-Yi guessed that there might be an ambush on the second floor. Then, he strikes first and would rather kill someone by mistake than let him go. After killing the middle-aged man, Shun-Yi immediately teleported to another place and waited quietly for the people on the second floor to appear. I waited for more than 10 minutes. When a man on the second floor couldn't help but show his head, he teleported behind the man, listened to the man talking to himself for a long time, and then shot him dead. If he didn't want to hear whether this man could tell him any useful information, Shun-Yi wouldn't have wasted his time. As for the fact that the man was a superpower, Shun-Yi was not surprised. From the very beginning, when he talked with the man on the first floor, he noticed that the middle-aged man knew a lot about superpowers. Shun-Yi thought that the middle-aged man was a superpower user, so he deliberately approached the man to ensure that he could kill him with one shot. After all, Shun-Yi had little experience with guns, so if the range exceeded 10 meters, there was a chance that the gun would miss. The pistol is not that easy to control. The first time he killed someone, Shun-Yi only felt his heartbeat quicken and his adrenaline surge. But he was not afraid, but more excited. Perhaps he is not an honest and peaceful person at heart. He glanced at the body of the man on the ground. With his death, the iron on his body disappeared, and his supernatural powers were lifted. After confirming that the other party was dead, Shun-Yi switched to a fully loaded gun and began to check the rooms on the second floor. Now that you have decided to kill, just kill him and leave no trouble behind. Shun-Yi heard a sound coming from the room at the end of the corridor, so he walked over with a gun in hand. He opened the door cautiously. The scene in the room made him frown and put down his gun. Chapter 42. Carefully push open the door of the room on the second floor. Shun-Yi only saw it then. There was actually a male corpse inside, and a middle-aged woman who was naked, covered with scars, and chained to the bed. The young woman was obviously tortured very badly, and her breathing was very weak. Those two guys are not the owners of the supermarket. Shun-Yi actually had guessed it a long time ago, because a normal store owner would not kill a stranger right away when there is plenty of food. Even if the stranger stole something from his store, he would not kill him. Just like when Shun-Yi dealt with the fat pig that insulted him, he didn't kill it. How can an ordinary person kill someone just by saying so? Only those who have killed others or done evil things will be cruel and ruthless. For example, now that Shun-Yi has officially killed someone, if he were to face the fat pig who insulted him again, he would definitely kill her without mercy. Once the shackles of morality are removed, it will be difficult to be bound again. These two guys are probably criminals or desperados or something like that. They have no bottom line. No one knows how they got into the supermarket, but they killed the real boss, took over the boss's nest, and also took possession of the boss's wife. Shun-Yi walked forward to take a look at the proprietress who was still unconscious, untied her chains, left some snacks and water, and left. Even if this poor woman could wake up, she probably wouldn't live long. Her body was covered with cigarette butts and stick wounds, and one of her arms was broken. She could only be saved if she was sent to the hospital for emergency treatment. But Shun-Yi's kindness was limited to helping her untie the shackles. As for the rest, he was too lazy to care. He feels sorry for the woman, but he won't be too kind to her. He is not a good person. After all, at the beginning, when he was not sure whether the middle-aged man was the owner of the supermarket, Shun-Yi was prepared to kill him after stealing the things. But he didn't expect that he happened to kill two bad guys. As for whether the information this bad guy told him was accurate, Shun-Yi was not sure. But I can believe it to about 70%. For example, when the black fog first appeared, the police came out to maintain order and dispatched helicopters to fight some monsters. This may all be true. If you want to confirm the truth of this statement, you can take some time to go to Wong Fujing department store to see if there is any wreckage of a crashed helicopter. But it is most likely to be true. After all, there was no need for him to make up so many things to deceive himself. As for the policewoman with superpowers, she might be fictional, because the ability to turn the body into steel is the ability of the man on the second floor. However, this information has little to do with me anyway, so it doesn't matter whether it is true or false. I'll just collect information. As soon as he walked out of the supermarket, the phone in Shun-Yi's pocket suddenly vibrated. He took it out and saw that it was a call from Jiang Nanyan. After the call was connected, Jiang Nanyan's voice was heard. "Honey, the thugs broke in and they're breaking down other residents' doors." "Okay, I see. Anything else?" Shun-Yi doesn't care about other people's safety. "Yes, I have convinced teacher Bai, and she is now willing to serve my husband. When will you come back, husband? I'll ask teacher Bai to take a shower and wait for you in bed." Jiang Nanyan's tone was lively, as if she wanted to be praised. "I'm on my way home. Let her wash it first. There's no need to save water, just wash it clean." "Okay, husband, be careful." After hanging up the phone, Shun-Yi recalled by Cinny and couldn't help but feel hot. New items can be unlocked again. In addition, with Zhou Wanner, who will be delivered to your door soon, 2 kinds of supplies can be unlocked at one time. However, this speed is still too slow. Shun Yi was thinking, now that he had the teleportation skill, could he go out and pick up pretty girls? After all, the internet is full of mixed people, and with the recent power outage, most people probably have no place to charge their phones, so it's not easy to continue looking for a needle in a haystack online. Chapter 43. Let's see what supplies by Cinny and Zhou Wanner can unlock. If there are any special fruit or other hot weapons, I will take some risks and go to taking the girls. Shun Yi thought secretly and quickened his pace to hurry back. Along the way, he also saw some survivors who were out in groups looking for supplies. But unfortunately, they had no decent weapons and were soon targeted by a mutant country cat, leaving them with almost no chance of survival. Home and supermarket. That was the supermarket that Shun Yi had just swept through. At this time, several figures appeared at the entrance of the supermarket. They all had weapons in their hands. Especially the 2 leaders, a man and a woman, both had guns in their hands and were wearing police uniforms. They are the police. Behind the 2 policemen were several men holding weapons such as sticks, but these men obviously had no combat experience, and there was fear on their faces. Wait, there's a smell of blood. Everyone be careful. As soon as she arrived at the supermarket entrance, the policewoman spoke immediately, opened the safety of her pistol, and pointed it at the supermarket door. Another male police officer also immediately protected the people, alert to possible attacks from all around, and asked the female police officer, "Captain Sheen, what should we do? Should we retreat?" Policewoman Shin Xiang moved her nose slightly, sniffing the air, and looked inside the supermarket window for a while. She frowned and said, "We don't have much food left. We must take the risk and go in to have a look. Wang Jiqiang, you take the others and stay outside. I'll go in and check the supermarket. You can come in after we confirm it's safe. Captain Sheen, I can go in and help you. We can't let you take risks alone." Male police officer Wang Jiqiang quickly requested, "No, you have to stay. Your responsibility is to protect the safety of the people." Qin Xiang refused seriously, and then said in a slightly softer tone, "Don't worry, with my ability, I won't be in danger. Besides, I've been to this supermarket once before. The owner is very reliable. Maybe the smell of blood is not a danger sign." Okay. Wang Jiqiang nodded in agreement. He knew that protecting the people was the most important task. Then, Qin Xiang walked to the entrance of the supermarket and knocked on the door. However, after waiting for a long time, there was no response. She frowned slightly. Did something really happen? Thinking of this, Qin Xiang no longer cared about damaging people's property. He looked at the locked supermarket door, took a deep breath, and punched it out. I saw that the locked door was smashed through. The people behind were all shocked when they saw this scene. What a terrible power. She looks like a pretty and slim woman, but she possesses a terrifying strength that is totally inconsistent with her body. Qin Xiang walked into the supermarket holding a gun. Soon, he saw a dead body on the first floor. Moreover, the body was shot in the head and died with eyes open. It was the supermarket owner's body. Is this a gunshot wound? How could someone have a gun? Could it be other surviving colleagues? No, this can't be a colleague. Qin Xiang frowned, his expression solemn. Because if it was one of their colleagues, they would never shoot at civilians. Even if they have to shoot, they will not shoot the head, but other parts of the body. This is the rule they learned after joining the police force. The only people who would shoot someone in the head are thugs and evil people. Chapter 44. Damn it, could it be that some dangerous person picked up my colleague's gun? Qin Xiang frowned deeply. The area was shrouded in black fog, and animals and plants mutated. Many colleagues lost contact on the day they were dispatched, and no one knew whether they were dead or alive. Later, the remaining police and special police received orders from their superiors that huge mutant plants had appeared in the city and were wreaking havoc. They were also growing very fast and had already knocked down several buildings and needed to be stopped as soon as possible. As a result, all police forces were involved in the operation to eradicate the mutated plants. But then, the mission failed. The entire city, dozens of kilometers in area, and more than a dozen communities were all occupied. Most of the police officers who went to participate in the rescue also died in the rescue, and even their bodies have not been found to this day. If a civilian happened to come across the body of a dead colleague, it is indeed possible that he could take the colleague's gun, which would be troublesome. As she thought about it, she walked toward the second floor, where the smell of blood was stronger. As soon as I went upstairs, I saw another dead body. This is a corpse with its head smashed. Another gunshot wound. He actually has so many bullets. Qin Xiang looked unhappy. It is not difficult to judge from the scene that the other party fired at least 7 or 8 shots. Every shot hits the head. I just don't know if the other party still has bullets in his gun. Hopefully no bullets. Otherwise, it would be too dangerous to have guys like this who shoot and kill people at will roaming around outside. The city is already in chaos right now. If more guns leak out, it will only exacerbate the chaos. Qin Xiang deeply understood how terrible it would be for a person without legal constraints to obtain a gun. Help, help! Suddenly, a faint sound came from the room at the end of the corridor. Qin Xiang was stunned. He walked over quickly. When she opened the door, she immediately saw a dead body and a seriously injured and dying woman. Hold on. Don't close your eyes. I'm a police officer. I will find a way to save you. Qin Xiang hurried forward to check the woman's injuries. Serious, very serious. And most of the scars were obviously caused by abuse. Damn it. Who is it? Qin Xiang clenched her fists in anger. In a flash, Qin Xiang suddenly caught a glimpse of the group photo on the bedside table. That photo was clearly a picture of the woman in front of him and a man next to him who had been dead for a day or two. In other words, the supermarket owner I met the day before yesterday was not the owner of this supermarket. This poor woman and the dead man are the real bosses. She understood. She understood everything. Damn it. Qin Xiang was so angry that he punched the ground hard, creating a hole. Her anger had nowhere to go. She figured it all out quickly. It was those 2 bastards pretending to be the boss who imprisoned the woman and killed the innocent boss. They're the bad guys. No wonder his colleague shot another bastard to death and even blew his head off. Even if it was her, she would do the same thing after seeing this scene. These 2 beasts don't deserve to live. Maybe the person who killed the 2 beasts was not necessarily his colleague, but he must be a good man, otherwise he would not have let the innocent woman go. But Qin Xiang didn't have time to think about it now. She covered the woman with a quilt, then picked her up and quickly went downstairs. No matter whether it can be saved or not, we should always try. As long as she is still breathing, it proves that she doesn't want to die. Chapter 45. Wang Jiqiang, you take the people in to get the supplies. I'll take the wounded back to the shelter first. Remember to be careful. Qin Xiang left in a hurry after saying this. She wasn't sure how much longer the woman could hold out. Their temporary shelter has a doctor who was rescued 2 days ago. Maybe he can save the woman. Wang Jiqiang received the order and took the rest of the people to quickly sweep the supermarket. Only, after a quick sweep, they found that almost all the remaining snacks and things were contaminated. It's like someone has already swept it beforehand. Only a few bags of instant noodles and a few sausages were barely edible. How so? Wang Jiqiang frowned, then looked toward the 2nd floor and said, Everyone, go to the 2nd floor and take a look. Be careful, don't touch the bodies on the ground. Shun Yi returned to the building and ignored the thugs who were smashing doors from house to house and went upstairs directly using teleportation. Let them cause some damage first and scare the residents in the building. It would be best if everyone could be gathered together, which would save you some trouble. In a few breaths, Shun Yi arrived at the 20th floor. He didn't need to knock on the door and teleported directly into the house. Jiang Nanyan, who was playing with her phone, suddenly heard a voice and subconsciously looked up. Seeing Shun Yi appearing out of nowhere, she was startled and her phone almost fell out of her hand. Husband? How did you get in? She looked shocked. At the same time, hearing the sound, Su Wanting from the bedroom also trotted out. Hubby, you're back. Well, that was my new superpower just now. Shun Yi nodded and explained to Jiang Nanyan. He was very satisfied with Jiang Nanyan's attitude towards doing things, so he treated Jiang Nanyan better. A new superpower? Su Wanting was surprised when she heard this. Can superpowers be obtained? If there's a chance in the future, I can also let you gain superpowers. Shun Yi casually drew a pie. He had this idea in mind. Let your woman be able to protect herself. However, his current strength is not strong enough, so he has to give priority to improving his own strength. When you are strong enough, you can make the women strong as well. Really? I can get superpowers too? Su Wanting's face suddenly became excited. Jiang Nanyan couldn't help but get excited. Superpower. Superpower. If I could have superpowers, wouldn't I no longer have to be afraid of the monsters out there? Well, I already know how to get superpowers. Ordinary people can get them, but it's more difficult, so it takes some time. Upon hearing this, Su Wanting and Jiang Nanyan became even more excited. Ordinary people can also gain superpowers. Husband, teacher Bai is in the bedroom. Jiang Nanyan came back to her senses and said quickly, "This is her chance. You did a good job. I'll give you a credit first." Shini nodded and walked towards the bedroom. Upon hearing that she was commended, Jiang Nanyan smiled excitedly. "I feel like I'm one step closer to gaining superpowers." Seeing this, Su Wanting, who was standing by, cursed her inwardly as a bitch, then immediately took out her cell phone and started contacting her best friend, whom she had finally managed to contact. She must not fall behind Jiang Nanyan. Shuni walked into the bedroom and saw Bai Sini sitting on the bed, blushing and shy. "Come here and help me undress." At the same time, on the first floor, violence was also taking place. Chapter 46. Brother Wong, this security door is too damn hard. It can't be opened at all. The yellow-haired classmate cursed and swore. He has joined this gang of thugs. Although he was severely beaten, he was protected by this small group after crying and begging for mercy. He also drank half a bottle of water and ate a small piece of dried meat from an unknown animal. Although the half bottle of water had turned a little black and the jerky had a bit of a peculiar smell. But at least there's food to eat. Many people want to eat this kind of meat now, but they can't find it. Keep smashing. I don't believe that we can't break open this broken door. Whoever breaks open the door first will be rewarded with 2 extra pieces of meat, and he could be the first to play with the woman in the room. Brother Wong, whose arms are covered with tattoos, said viciously. When the thugs heard this, they immediately roared excitedly and banged on the door even harder. Although the security doors of this community were of good quality, they were no match for a group of armed, crazy thugs. At this time, the yellow-haired man's eyes turned cunningly, and he suddenly approached the strong man. "Brother, don't get so close to me." The sturdy man slapped the yellow-haired man in the face with his backhand, making him feel dizzy. "Yes, sorry bro, I forgot." It took Huang Mao a long time to slowly recover, but he didn't dare to retort at all. He knew how brutal this gangster was, and he couldn't afford to offend him. "What do you want to say?" Brother Wong glanced at him. "It's like this, big brother. I followed a few students from our dormitory. There were several female college students among them, and each one was prettier than the other. Those long legs were so thin and long, and their butts were so perky. Their faces were also very pretty." Huang Mao described it excitedly. He has already started to imagine what it would be like to have those beauties. Bang! The sturdy man slapped the yellow-haired boy again with his backhand, making him see stars and interrupting his fantasy directly. Big brother, why did you hit me again?" "Why did I hit you? Didn't you say you came from the boys' dormitory? How could there be female students in a boys' dormitory? Are you bullying me for not having been to college?" The sturdy man glared at the yellow-haired man fiercely, as if he was about to attack again. "No, brother, I really didn't lie. Those female college students are not from our boys' dormitory. They came in from outside. They're another boy's girlfriends." The yellow-haired man explained hurriedly with a swollen face. This brother's emotions are not stable at all. It's like he's mentally ill. He hits people at every turn, and his IQ is extremely low. No wonder he never went to college. But he didn't dare say this out loud. Otherwise, he would be beaten to death. Bang! Suddenly, the sturdy man raised his hand and slapped him again. The yellow-haired guy was so stunned that even his big teeth were almost knocked out. "Big brother, why did you hit me again? There's something wrong with your eyes. Are you cursing me in your heart? Are you unhappy that I hit you?" No, big brother, I am innocent." Bang! The sturdy man slapped him again without giving any explanation. "How dare you talk back to me? I will hit you if I want to. Don't you accept it?" I obey. The big pot is supported." The yellow-haired student's face was so swollen that he couldn't even speak clearly. "Tell me in detail what's going on with those female college students." "I haven't slept with any female college students yet. If what you said is true, I'll reward you with a piece of meat." The burly man patted the yellow-haired man's shoulder carelessly and almost knocked him down with a slap. Yes." The yellow-haired student had a swollen mouth, black vision in front of his eyes, and stuttered intermittently. "Are you fucking mute? I told you to speak." The sturdy man was so angry that he slapped the yellow-haired man hard again and actually knocked him unconscious. "Grass! You fainted already? College students are so weak." The sturdy man spat fiercely. "Someone, wake him up for me." Chapter 47. Everyone else, hurry up and break down the door. I remember there's a newlywed wife in this house. Whoever breaks down the door first gets to sleep with her first. The thugs didn't care why Huang Mao was beaten and continued to bang on the door, especially when they heard the words, newly married woman. They felt full of strength. Other people's newlywed wives are so fragrant. At this time, in the smashed room, a couple, a man and a woman, were shivering. The man held the kitchen knife tightly in his hand and held a cell phone in his other hand, constantly dialing the police. The young woman was scared and sent a message in the community group asking for help. Only, some people say they care, but no one actually offers help. The newlyweds could only look at the banging security door in despair and fear. Final, after several hours of agony, the door lock was broken and the door was broken open. 6 or 7 men walked in with grim smiles. Bite. It is detected that you have successfully taken in a goddess, and a random material is unlocked. Ding. Unlocked successfully. Congratulations on unlocking the item. 5 A-grade steak. 5 A-grade steak plus 1, stored in the system space. 5 A-grade steak plus 1, stored in the system space. 5A. 5A steak. Shun Yi took out his phone and searched for relevant information. 5A steak, the highest rated steak, costs about 1,500 to 6,000 yuan per kilogram, depending on the region. The fat-to-meat ratio of 5 grade steaks is high and evenly distributed, and the meat is tender. It tastes great even if you only add salt. Thousands of dollars per kilogram? That's damn expensive. Shun Yi was also very emotional. He used to work part-time and only earned more than 2,000 yuan a month. 1 month's salary can't even afford 1 kilogram of steak. That's outrageous. I want to try how delicious this steak that costs thousands of dollars is. Shun Yi's mind moved, and he took out a piece of steak from the system space. The beef has clear stripes, alternating fat and lean meat, and is very fresh. But it is raw. Shun Yi was speechless for a moment. You have to fry it yourself, which is too troublesome. But raw meat is easier to handle. If you don't want to eat steak, you can also fry it or boil it. Shun Yi's current meal only consists of chicken, which is delicious, but you will get sick of it if you eat too much. An extra steak will be nice too. As for frying steak, of course it should be left to women. Now there are 3 women in his harem. He can't let himself cook for himself, right? Well, can you let me drink a bottle of water? Vicini asked in a low voice, wrapped in a quilt and with a red face. Shun Yi glanced at Vicini, then casually took out a bottle of mineral water from the system space and threw it to her. Thank you. Vicini quickly took the water and drank it. Come out for dinner later. Shun Yi said, put on his clothes, and walked out of the bedroom. Honey, the door of a house on the first floor was broken open. Those thugs not only raped the woman in that family, they also filmed it and posted it in the group. Seeing Shun Yi coming out, Jiang Nanyan hurriedly reported the situation. She had been following the news about this building complex, as instructed by Shun Yi. Chapter 48. Let me see. Shun Yi took Jiang Nanyan's phone and looked through the chat history in the group. Then I clicked on the video. The video content shows several naked men torturing a young woman. The insults, screams, and pleas were unbearable to hear. In the video, there's a young man who was beaten black and blue, with several pieces of flesh cut off from his body, and then was tied to a chair and forced to watch his wife being abused. After watching the video, the residents in the group were filled with indignation, and some even cursed the thugs for being inhumane. But the thugs didn't care and instead threatened all the residents. Let the other residents go downstairs quickly, otherwise when the door is broken, all the women will suffer the same fate. Arrogant and domineering. Lawless. But this is the end. The group was silent. All residents are afraid of these thugs. They were just ordinary people, at most a little richer than ordinary people, but they had never seen such a bloody and cruel scene. It wasn't until the account used by the rioters was kicked out of the group chat that people in the group started sending messages. 0501 resident. These lunatics, they are absolutely crazy. They have no bottom line at all. 0501 resident. Where are the police? Where did the police go? Why is no one answering the call? Can you get through to the police? 0201 resident. I can't get through. I haven't been able to get through in the past few days. 0901 resident. What should we do? Everyone come up with a plan. If we are really rushed by this group of thugs, we will be dead. Resident 1001. Where are the property managers? Come out. And the security guards, where are they? Come out and protect us. They only get 4,000 or 5,000 yuan a month, and they do things like this. 0901 resident. If I'm not mistaken, there were 2 security guards among the thugs, and they were wearing security uniforms. Resident 1001. These bastards took my money, but are trying to harm me. Damn it. I will file a complaint against these bastards when the police come. 1001 resident. In this group of bandits, they're all a bunch of poor people. It turns out that the poor are the most uneducated. They only steal and rob. How disgusting. Resident 1402. The property management disappeared a long time ago. We have not been able to contact them since they delivered supplies to us the day before yesterday. 0902 resident. How come the property management can't be contacted? My family has run out of food and water. What should I do now? Where can I get supplies? 0801 resident. The guy upstairs. How come you eat so fast? The property management distributed 3 days' worth of supplies to each of our households the day before yesterday. 0902 resident. I have a large family, and didn't the property management say they would deliver supplies every 3 days? Who knew they couldn't do that? What should I do now that I have nothing to eat? 0801 resident. What else can I do? I'll just starve. It's the end of the world. Why don't you save some food and still want to rely on others? 0902 resident. Are you sick? 801? Have I offended you? What's wrong with me eating my own food? You are so nosy. 0501 resident. Can everyone please stop arguing? Try to stop the thugs downstairs first. Resident 1402. I have a suggestion. Each household in our building can send one person to fight against the thugs together. There is strength in numbers. Most of the thugs will not dare to confront us head on. What do you think? But I'm the only one in my family, and I am a woman. Resident 1502. What's wrong with being a woman? Men and women are equal. Every household must send at least one person. Otherwise, when the thugs break in, we won't protect your family. We won't protect other families who don't send manpower. Resident 1502. If you want to be protected, then unite. Don't make any excuses. Don't try to take advantage. Resident 1001. Second. 0801 resident. Then my family will have a man too. Resident 1402. Since everyone is willing to contribute, let's gather on the 18th floor. Remember to bring weapons, baseball bats, or golf clubs will do. In short, anything that can be used as a weapon will do. Resident 1402. We are a whole building. Can we be bullied by just 6 or 7 people? We must subdue them. 0501 resident. Okay. I'm already mad. We must beat them. Let these guys know how powerful we are. The residents of Building 6 began to organize a counterattack. In order to protect your family and your own safety, you have to stand up no matter how timid you are. The thugs were so crazy, especially the bloody videos they released, which scared everyone. The original purpose of the thugs posting the video was to threaten the other residents and make them surrender voluntarily. But little do people know that even the most timid person will fight desperately when the safety of their family and themselves is threatened. Therefore, the gory videos of the rioters had the opposite effect. No wonder there's no chaos in this community. It turns out that the property management company actually distributed supplies to every household 3 days ago. It's a good property management company with great service. Su Wanting Mumut. She remembered that the school ran out of food the next day, which led to the riot. In this community, people still maintain their moral bottom line and even help each other. But, Chapter 49. That was before. Now the property is missing. 3 days' food is about to be consumed, and coupled with the attack by thugs, I'm afraid the last bottom line will collapse. Not to mention other residents. Even Su Wanting and Jiang Nanyin, who were protected by Shun Yi, were frightened by the brutal behavior of the thugs. That woman is so pitiful. Fortunately, they made the right choice and followed Shun Yi. Seeing the miserable state of the other women, the 2 women's eyes toward Shun Yi obviously changed, with a little more dependence in their eyes. Although Shun Yi threatened them with material things, he was not bad to them and did not abuse them. And they provide them with food and water every day and protect their safety. And he also promised to help them gain superpowers. Thinking about it this way, Shun Yi was not just being nice to them, he was simply being too nice to them. Thinking of this, the 2 women couldn't help but come to Shun Yi's side and took the initiative to massage Shun Yi's legs and feet and serve him. Serving Shun Yi well is what they should do, instead of scheming against each other every day. Jiang Nanyin and Su Wanting looked at each other subconsciously and felt a little relieved in their hearts. Su Wanting didn't want to hate Jiang Nanyin anymore. After all, they're a family now. If Chun Yi is not at home, they will have to help each other. Compared to the group of brutal thugs outside, the hatred between them is really nothing. Jiang Nanyin also felt that there was no need to hate Su Wanting. Although she was deceived by Su Wanting, it now seems that this was a good thing. Otherwise, I would have starved to death long ago, or being bullied by those boys in the teaching building. As she thought about it, her hatred for Su Wanting gradually dissipated. Who among you knows how to fry steak? Shun Yi suddenly asked while enjoying the massage from two pairs of delicate hands. The two women were stunned, looked at each other, and then began to stammer. Obviously, none of them do. After all, before the end of the world, they were all young ladies who had never done any housework. I can fry steak. Suddenly, a soft voice came from the direction of the bedroom. It was by Cindy, whose face was slightly red and whose walk was a little strange. Now she's joined this big family. Well, let's fry a few pieces for dinner, Shun Yi said, taking out 7 or 8 steaks from the system space. One piece weighs about half a pound. Well, if there's a power outage, will we be unable to fry? Su Wanting said uncertainly. Sure, I just checked, and there's gas available. Vicini said. She didn't have much hostility towards Su Wanting. After all, it was me who cheated on Su Wanting. Vicini felt a little embarrassed. Okay, all right. Su Wanting was embarrassed. She knows nothing about the kitchen. I felt embarrassed in front of Shun Yi. Will it make Shun Yi like him even less? No, this can't be possible. Seeing Vicini walk into the kitchen, Su Wanting immediately followed in. She wanted to learn cooking. Jiang Nanyan knelt on the sofa and massaged Shun Yi's thighs. The family is harmonious, and Shun Yi is very satisfied. He is under a lot of pressure outside, so he wants to relax at home, especially after killing someone today. Chapter 50. This so-called 5 a grade top quality steak tastes really good. Shun Yi felt that it tasted better than all the beef he had eaten before. Perhaps it was because the beef produced by the system was of high quality. Also, Vicini's cooking skills are also very good. Every piece of steak is fried to perfection, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, very delicious. For this dinner, Shun Yi ate 5 steaks. Maybe it's because I've been using teleportation all day and consumed too much physical strength, so I need to replenish a lot of energy. But it doesn't matter. What we have the most is supplies. Enough steak. After eating and drinking, Shun Yi replied to Zhou Weiner's message. Yes, Zhou Weiner sent a message. She finally made up her mind to come over. He also said he wanted to bring 2 roommates along. Shun Yi naturally did not refuse. The more women come, the better, so that he can unlock more supplies. After replying to the message, Shun Yi took out a few power banks and distributed them to the 3 girls, asking them to fully charge their phones and not use them indiscriminately so that they could contact each other later. Otherwise, when I leave home sometimes, he doesn't know what happened at home. After finishing these trivial matters, it was already late. Due to the power outage, Chen Yi and his friends went to bed early to prepare for sleep. Before going to bed, Shun Yi also took a look at the news in the Building 6 group. The residents have already gathered on the 18th floor in a threatening manner. Well, with this group of people supporting me, I can sleep more peacefully tonight. Tomorrow is the time to deal with the thugs. Good night, husband. Su Wanting squeezed into Shun Yi's arms and said something in a daze. Well, good night. This night, Shun Yi slept very comfortably. Even before the end of the world, he had never slept so comfortably. Perhaps people like him are really suitable for the end of the world. But correspondingly, other people in the building were having a hard time. A group of residents gathered on the 18th floor. There were more than 20 of them. Most of them were men, with only a few women. They were armed with various weapons, including golf clubs, baseball bats, and kitchen knives. For a moment, everyone actually felt confident. Although the thugs were brutal, there were only 6 or 7 of them, while their side had twice as many people as the enemy. This time, the advantage is on my side. Then, led by a middle-aged boss in a suit, the crowd went downstairs aggressively to negotiate with the thugs. That's right, negotiation. Of course, no one wants to fight to the death, if possible. If a fight breaks out, people will die. But unfortunately, these thugs had no bottom line. They took advantage of the negotiation time to suddenly launch an attack. Caught off guard, more than 20 people were beaten to the point of screaming and howling like ghosts, and the army was instantly routed. More than 20 people were chased and hacked by 6 or 7 people. The final result of the battle was that 3 residents were killed, 2 were seriously injured, 2 were captured, and nearly 10 were slightly injured. And none of the thugs died, not even one was seriously injured. All of them only suffered minor injuries. Miserable defeat. How could these people who wear suits and ties and sit in offices all year round be a match for the desperados? Just one encounter, and I completely lost my resistance. As for these news, Shani also learned about them through the chat records in the group. Some residents who lost their family members cried in the group, while others whose family members were captured begged others to save their family members. But this time, no one dared to speak. The thugs had killed their momentum last night. Now everyone just wants to protect themselves. No one dares to fight, and they don't even dare to go out. Ordinary people are no match for those desperate criminals. That group of thugs are unreasonable and really dare to kill people. Resident 1501. Does anyone have gauze and medicine? My leg hurts so much. The wound I got chopped on last night has been bleeding intermittently. Please help me. I beg you. 1501 resident sent a picture. Shin E clicked on the picture and found that the injured resident was actually a woman. Of course, the reason why Shun E clicked on the photo was because the first thing he saw in the photo the other party sent was a long white leg that looked very tender. Although most of her legs were covered in blood due to the knife attack, one could still see that her legs were in good shape. Chapter 51. I just don't know what I look like and whether I can meet the system standards. Seeing that no one paid attention to 1501's request for help, Shin E replied to the message in the group using Jiangnanyan's account. 2001 resident. I have medicine. If you need it, please private message me. But you must send a full body photo of yourself first, without beauty filters. Resident 1501. Send photos? What do you want my photos for? 0901 resident. What else can we do? Isn't this obvious? 0901 resident. Wait, resident on the 20th floor, didn't you come to the meeting last night? Resident of 1401. The 20th floor really didn't contribute last night. Everyone remember the resident of 2001. Such a selfish person doesn't deserve everyone's help. 0501 resident. 2001 resident, get out. It's all your fault. You killed my man. What qualifications do you have to be in this group? 0501 resident. Asshole. Trash. Uneducated trash. Get out of this group. You don't deserve to live. You should die. You selfish trash. 0501 resident. Your whole family should die. Resident 1401. Well done. Such a selfish guy shouldn't be in the group. Resident 1602. Wow. My husband died when we went out with you yesterday. You must protect us, an orphan and a widow. For a while, Shun E, who had not contributed anything, became the public enemy of the entire building. It seemed as if all these consequences were caused by his absence. Some people are like this. They dare not face the strong, but dare to bully the weak. However, Shun E is not the weakling they think he is. Shun E directly used teleportation to come to room 501. At this time, inside the room, a middle-aged woman in pajamas was sitting on the sofa, tapping on her phone and insulting Shun E in the group chat. It seemed that only by venting in this way could she let out the pain of losing her man. She was so absorbed in venting her feelings that she didn't even notice Shun Yi's arrival. It was not until Shun Yi deliberately made a sound that the woman looked at him, her face suddenly filled with horror. Who are you? Why are you in my house? Shun Yi glanced at her phone screen and confirmed that it was her who was scolding him. I admit that you are in pain after losing your man. After all, he was your only support. But, Shun Yi said calmly, raised his hand, and a pistol appeared in his palm. When the middle-aged woman saw this scene, her face was filled with horror. A pistol appears out of thin air. Is this still a human being? But what does this have to do with me? If you dare to curse my family, I will kill you. Shen Yi pulled the trigger directly and shot him in the head. The woman died without understanding how she had provoked a monster. After killing the people who insulted his family, Shun Yi felt happy and used teleportation to return to the room. As for the other people in the group who called him selfish, Shin Yi ignored them for the time being. After killing the thugs, we will slowly deal with them. Don't think I'm easy to talk to. If I make you angry, I'll fuck you through the internet. Coincidentally, at this time, the resident of 1501 also added him as a friend. 1501 resident. My phone only has 1% battery left, so I can't take pictures. Resident 1501. If you have medicine, could you please send it to me? I have photos at home. After saying these two sentences, the other party suddenly disappeared. I guess my phone is out of battery. Shani thought about it and felt that he could take a trip. Anyway, it doesn't matter to me. If the residents of 1501 meet the system standards, I can unlock new supplies. Even if it doesn't meet the requirements, it's just a matter of effort and no big deal. Think of this. Shun-Yi directly used teleportation and disappeared from the room. Shanyi. Shun-Yi disappeared out of thin air. Bai Sinny, who had just come out of the bedroom, screamed when she saw this scene. Then, regardless of the danger, she hurried to the place where Shun-Yi disappeared and looked anxiously at the gap in the sofa. How could a living person disappear out of thin air? And he disappeared right in front of me. Teacher Bai, don't be anxious. Jiang Nanyan and Su Wanning couldn't help laughing at Bai Sinny's funny behavior. How could a person as big as Shun-Yi hide in the cracks of the sofa? They knew this was Shun-Yi's new superpower, so they weren't too surprised. By the way, I also explained it to Bai Sinny. After hearing the explanation, Bai Sinny blushed and couldn't help thinking to herself that she really couldn't adapt to the doomsday world. Chapter 52. Shun-Yi used teleportation and arrived at the 15th floor in a few seconds. Since this kind of high-end residential complex has 2 households per elevator, 1501 is not difficult to find. He came to the door and knocked politely. He had to take a look at the appearance of the resident of 1501 first. If he didn't meet the system standards, Shun-Yi would just turn around and leave. After waiting for a while, the electronic lock made a sound and the door was opened. Even if there is a power outage, the electronic lock can still be used for a long time. It has power storage, so it is not a bug. A girl wearing a mint green short-sleeved shirt and light blue high-waisted denim shorts appeared at the door with a pale face. The girl is very beautiful, with long, smooth chestnut hair styled into slightly curly waves. One side is tucked behind her ear to reveal a small pearl earring, while the other side falls naturally to shape her face. Her legs are long and straight, with smooth muscle lines, giving her a healthy and energetic temperament. It's obvious that she exercises regularly. Only, now that beautiful left leg was almost stained red, and even if it was tied with a cloth strip, it couldn't stop the bleeding. In other words, this situation happened because the girl didn't know how to treat the wound. Perhaps because of excessive blood loss. The girl's face was very pale, and even her lips were a little white. At this time, system trigger. Bite. A goddess who meets the system standards has been detected, and detailed information has been scanned. Name, Kuxiao. Age, 24. Appearance, 91 points. Body, 95 points. Internal, 100 points. Total score, 96 points. Evaluation. After taking in a person, you can unlock a random item. In any case, she meets the system standards. You are the resident of 2001. She also confirmed from the cat's eye that Shun-Yi was not the thug downstairs, so she opened the door. Well, your leg is bleeding again. Stop the bleeding first, Shun-Yi said, and directly picked him up and walked into the room. Chu Xiaoxiao was confused. At this moment, she even forgot to resist. It was because Shun-Yi's movements were too natural, so natural that it seemed as if they were a couple. But it only took a moment for Chu Xiaoxiao to react. She immediately blushed and struggled, constantly refusing. Don't do this. We just met. Besides, I'm still injured. I can't shiver. If you really want to, at least wait until I'm healed. In fact, Chu Xiaoxiao felt that Shun-Yi was quite handsome and tall at first sight, which quite met her standards for choosing a partner. Now is the end of the world. It's not bad to find a man to rely on. However, Chu Xiaoxiao couldn't accept having to exercise right after meeting. At least we should introduce ourselves to each other first, right? Shun-Yi did not explain, but put the cranky Chu Xiaoxiao on the sofa, then took out the gauze and white wine he had obtained when shopping in the supermarket from the system space, and began to disinfect and bandage her. The reason why Shun-Yi didn't explain was because Chu Xiaoxiao was already feeling a little abnormal due to excessive blood loss. There are no good medical conditions in the doomsday, and if any complications arise from excessive blood loss, it will be troublesome. Shun-Yi was still counting on her to unlock the supplies. You can't just make a wasted trip and waste a roll of gauze and a bar of liquor, right? Especially for liquor. Shun-Yi searched the supermarket and only found 2 bottles of high-purity liquor that were not contaminated. He originally wanted to keep them for disinfection if he got injured in the future. After all, the apocalypse is different from the past, and there are no doctors if you get injured. Shun-Yi was also thinking about going to the hospital again in the next 2 days to collect some medicines in advance to avoid getting sick accidentally in the future. His Chu Xiaoxiao frowned in pain, subconsciously grabbed Shun-Yi's thigh tightly, and screamed. Even Shun-Yi's thigh was hurt by the scratch. Use white wine for disinfection. This kind of pain is not something that most people can endure. However, although Shun-Yi's movements were rough, they were fast. After disinfection, her wound was tightly bandaged with gauze to stop the bleeding. Okay, you take a good rest now. I'll come back tomorrow to help you disinfect and change the gauze. Shun-Yi said and prepared to leave. Chapter 53. This woman is so badly injured that she definitely won't be able to unlock the reward now. Then just keep it for 2 days. Anyway, it won't consume much supplies. Shun-Yi left a roast chicken behind and used teleportation to leave. No requests were made, no demands were made for anything, because he has already decided that Chu Xiaoxiao is his. Naturally, no explanation is needed. What? What if Chu Xiaoxiao refuses? Then give your life back. If Shun-Yi hadn't saved her, she would have died today. Moreover, Chu Xiaoxiao also saw his special abilities. If she is unwilling to surrender, she must be killed. Shun-Yi didn't want his teleportation to be leaked out, otherwise it would be very troublesome if he was targeted in the future. This is what is meant by, all gifts from fate are secretly marked with a price. When Shun-Yi rescued Chu Xiaoxiao, she only had 2 choices. Either surrender or die. Is he the Prince Charming sent by God to save me? Chu Xiaoxiao lay weakly on the sofa, blankly recalling the scene where He treated her wounds and left food for her. As she thought about it, her face gradually turned red. She only saw that when Shun-Yi waved his hand, gauze, white wine, and food appeared. Moreover, after helping her, this man didn't ask for anything and just left. If this isn't Prince Charming, then what is this? Is it a fairy? Chu Xiaoxiao thought that she had to give herself to him in order to repay him for saving her life. In the end, the other party didn't want anything. This made Chu Xiaoxiao feel a little disappointed. However, he said he would come to help me change the medicine tomorrow. Does that mean we will meet again then? Chu Xiaoxiao couldn't help but look forward to it again. She was so weak and powerless that she even thought about dressing up to welcome her Prince Charming in the best condition. It smells so good. Chu Xiaoxiao turned over gently and looked at the steaming roast chicken on the table. She remembered that this chicken was conjured up by her Prince Charming with ease, and it was like a god's work. He really is the Prince Charming in my dreams. While thinking about it, Chu Xiaoxiao happily started eating the chicken. After leaving Chu Xiaoxiao's house, Shun-Yi went straight to the first floor. It's time to deal with this mob. Their role has ended. When Shun-Yi appeared on the first floor, he saw several thugs grilling meat. The meat they roasted was actually cut from corpses. No wonder these people didn't starve to death. Instead, they were full of energy and even had the strength to break down the door. Who is it? Brother Wong, there's a pretty boy. Sudden, the thugs discovered Shun-Yi. Someone immediately picked up a knife and stared at him viciously, with the ferocity in his eyes like that of a wild beast. Chang-Yi, it's actually you. Sudden, in the corner, the yellow-haired classmate with a swollen face came out and looked at Shun-Yi with resentment. It is because Shun-Yi abandoned me that I have become what I am now. It's all because of Shun-Yi. It was Shun-Yi who harmed himself. Chapter 54. Brother, it's him. He's the bastard I told you about who was with several female college students. The yellow-haired man immediately said to the tattooed, burly man, I have suffered so much and endured so much pain. I must make Shun-Yi suffer it all. Hearing this, the tattooed, burly man looked at Shun-Yi with interest. He looked him up and down. Who am I, just this? The sturdy man pouted and then said viciously, Who's he? Break one of his legs and force him to tell us which floor he lives on. Then we can go to his house and play with his woman. Good. A tall, thin man in a security uniform responded and walked over with a baseball bat. The other thugs didn't take Shun-Yi seriously at all. Just an ordinary person with no power. They hacked several people to death last night. But in the next second, a deafening gunshot suddenly rang out. The man in security uniform stood there in a daze, then fell to the ground with a bloody hole on his forehead. Shun-Yi didn't pause. He raised his gun and fired continuously at the other thugs who hadn't reacted yet. The sound of gunfire continued to echo throughout the first floor. After using up all the bullets in one gun, Shun-E immediately switched to another. In just one encounter, 4 thugs were shot to death. No nonsense. He is here to kill people. So, after confirming the number of thugs, he just opened fire. Damn, how could he have a gun? Run, run. The surviving thugs now felt only fear. The reason why they're arrogant and cruel is simply because they have not met anyone stronger than them. This is only the beginning of the apocalypse, and most people have not yet become desperate criminals and dare not fight with the thugs. This also led to the thugs thinking that they were powerful and invincible. But now that they were being slaughtered unilaterally by Shun-E, they finally experienced what fear was. The fear of death. No matter how cruel they are or how brave they are to fight, one bullet is enough to take their lives. Damn it, Huang Mao, you bastard. Didn't you say he was just a student? Then how the hell did he have a gun? The tattooed, burly man hid in the room immediately and was venting his anger at the yellow-haired man. Gun. This is a fucking gun. It is because they know that guns are banned in Xia country that they dare to kill people so unscrupulously. If you know someone has a gun, only a fool would cause trouble for him. With these few broken swords in our hands, what good are they? Huang Mao was already frightened, hiding behind a closet and shivering. Shun-E actually has a gun, and he shot and killed people without hesitation. Is he really just an ordinary college student? Huang Mao was so scared that he peed his pants. What to do? What to do? I have already offended Shun-E. If I wait until everyone else is killed, I will definitely die too. Soon, the gunfire outside stopped. There was no sound at all. There was not even a scream. It seemed that everyone had been killed. The tattooed, burly man held the knife tightly and hid behind the door, beads of sweat appearing on his forehead due to nervousness. Only one chance. Only when the opponent enters the door and is caught off guard can you deliver a fatal blow. The tattooed, burly man held his breath and stared at the door. Chapter 55. But he didn't notice that someone suddenly appeared behind him. When the yellow-haired man saw Shun-E appearing out of nowhere, his eyes widened instantly. He pointed at him in disbelief, trembling, and said, Big brother. He's coming in. The tattooed, burly man was stunned and subconsciously wanted to turn his head, but the gun in Shun-Yi's hand had already fired a bullet, hitting him directly in the back of the head. Afterwards, Shun-Yi fired several more shots, killing the sturdy man with fear in his eyes. Have mercy. Big brother, have mercy. Please, let me go. Let me go. We are classmates in the same school. The yellow-haired student knelt on the ground and begged for mercy with tears streaming down his face. However, Shun-Yi slowly changed a gun from the system space and shot him dead. In the room, there was a man tied to a chair, already breathless. There was also a naked woman huddled in a corner, shivering. This woman's mental state had completely collapsed, and even when she saw Shun-Yi killing someone, she was still immersed in her own fear and had no reaction. Shun-Yi raised his hand and shot her, solving her pain. Walk out of the room. Shun-Yi saw that a gangster who had been shot 4 or 5 times by him was still alive. He had already struggled to crawl out of the building. Shun-Yi was not in a hurry. He just stood there, aimed his gun at him, and shot. The first shot missed. TSK. It seems my shooting skills are really bad. I can't even hit such a big target. Shun-Yi said this while continuing to pull the trigger. He used a thug who was struggling to survive as a target for shooting practice. Shun-Yi's marksmanship has always been poor, which is why he always gets within 10 meters of the enemy before shooting. But he has a lot of bullets and guns, so he can improve slowly. Just like that, at a distance of 30 or 40 meters, Shun-Yi kept shooting at the thugs who were crawling out. It takes 4 or 5 shots to hit the target. That's terrible. This thug was really tenacious and had a strong desire to survive. He actually crawled out of the building despite the gunshot wound. Shun-Yi changed his gun, slowly approached, and aimed again. This time he aimed at the head, just when Shun-Yi was about to pull the trigger. Sudden, a thick white line shot out and actually stuck to the thug's body, then lifted him into the air. Shun-Yi was stunned for a moment and immediately looked upwards vigilantly. What the hell? He observed for a while, but because the upstairs was covered with plants and the black fog was thick, he couldn't see anything. Shun-Yi was still alert. He picked up the body of a thug and threw it outside the building. As a result, just as the body fell to the ground, a thick white line exactly the same as the previous one shot down and snatched the body away. What the hell? What is this? Shun Yi was shocked. He had always thought that this building was safe, but obviously it wasn't. There's a monster upstairs. I don't know if they were attracted by the gunshot or the corpse. No, we must figure out what this thing is. Otherwise, it will be dangerous to go out in the future. Shun Yi picked up another body and threw it outside the building. At the same time, he immediately used teleportation to come outside the building and stared at the building. I saw, in the black fog, a huge black spider about 2 or 3 meters in size, covered with black hair and with many legs, crawled down from the upstairs. A white line as thick as an arm spurted out of its chelate-like mouth, which immediately stuck to the corpse and dragged it up. Shun Yi seized this opportunity, raised his gun, and aimed at the mutant black spider, firing 7 or 8 shots in a row. This monster must be destroyed. Otherwise, it will be very dangerous to travel in the future. But what shocked him was that the bullet only penetrated the black spider a little bit, not causing much damage to the black spider, but instead angered it. The mutant black spider threw away the corpse, opened its mouth sharply towards Shun Yi, and sprayed out a thick white spider silk. Chapter 56. Shun Yi was well prepared and used instant movement to hide 20 meters away, avoiding the attack of the black spider. Damn, even a pistol can't kill him. Shun Yi cursed inwardly. His most powerful attack method at the moment couldn't do anything to this mutant spider. At this time, the black spider locked onto Shun Yi's position again. It seemed that because it was hurt by the pistol just now, it bore a grudge against Shun Yi. Several hairy legs moved quickly, jumped down from the upstairs, and pounced towards Shun Yi. A huge spider of 2 or 3 meters in size rushed towards him, making Shun Yi's heart tremble with fear. He quickly used teleportation to lead the black spider away. But the black spider only chased for a few dozen meters and suddenly stopped. Its dark eyes stared at Shun Yi, and it made strange noises from its mouth. It turned several circles on the spot, and then turned back. Why didn't this beast chase you? Shun Yi frowned. He thought for a while, then followed carefully and found that the black spider had crawled back upstairs. By the way, he also took away the bodies of the thugs on the ground. Shun Yi looked unhappy. It's obvious that this black spider wants to stay here and not leave. Shun Yi just wanted to use teleportation to lure the black spider away, but who knew that the other party was not fooled at all. I finally found a satisfactory shelter, but I encountered this kind of thing again. Shun Yi wanted to curse. If I don't get rid of this black spider, not only my woman, but even I might get caught by accident. But it's not easy to solve it. After all, even a gun can't kill it. How could a spider mutate into something so horrible? Shun Yi frowned deeply and thought for a while. He took out his cell phone and contacted Zhou Weiner. If Zhou Weiner goes out now, I can go and pick her up. Otherwise, even if she manages to walk into the community alive, she will be killed by this black spider. Shun Yi, where have you been? Zhou Weiner, we just left the campus. It's so dangerous outside, brother. Shun, how much battery is left on your phone? Zhou Weiner, it's almost full. I have a power bank. Shun Yi, share your current location. Zhou Weiner initiates location sharing with you. Shun Yi joined the location sharing and saw the distance between himself and Zhou Weiner, which was more than 800 meters, which was not far. If he didn't have the ability of teleportation, Shun Yi would definitely not go to pick up Zhou Weiner. It was too risky. But with teleportation, he can be sure of his safety even if he encounters some mutant monsters. On the premise of ensuring his own safety, Shun Yi naturally didn't mind doing something that would benefit him, such as searching for supplies and finding women who met the requirements of the system. Walking on the street filled with black fog, Shun Yi was always careful about his surroundings. The mutated black spider greatly increased his vigilance. Some mutant animals cannot be killed by pistols. These trees on the roadside seem to have grown taller and thicker. At this growth rate, in a while, the area where humans can move around will probably be squeezed very small. Although plants will not actively attack people, if they grow too large, they will sooner or later pose a threat to people. There are also these cracks on the ground. Although they haven't continued to grow, they are still spewing out black mist. I don't know where all this black mist comes from underground. Shun Yi really wanted to jump down and find out what was going on, but it was just a thought. If you really jump down, you will definitely die. When I'm strong enough, I can go down and find out what's going on. Shun Yi thought secretly. Then, he continued to follow the navigation and approach Zhou Weiner. But from a location sharing, Shun Yi discovered that Zhou Weiner had actually stayed in the same place. This made him frown. This little green tea knew that I was coming, so she actually started waiting there. Not even a movement. Shun walked a few hundred meters and found that Zhou Wanner's position had not moved. He looked very unhappy. This kind of unruly woman is so annoying. If he hadn't already walked a few hundred meters, Shun would have wanted to turn around and go home. Chapter 57. Forget it. Let's unlock the rewards first. If Zhou Wanner is really that scheming, I'll kill her after getting the reward. Shun continued to walk forward, and the surroundings gradually became quiet. He looked at the navigation and found that Zhou Wanner was located in a convenience store in front, motionless. Shun took out his gun and walked over slowly. Although the convenience store is not big, it contains quite a few supplies, so it's a good opportunity to search for them so that the trip isn't in vain. As soon as he approached the convenience store, Shun noticed something was wrong. He smelled the strong smell of blood in the air. Because he had killed people frequently in the past 2 days, Shun could smell the smell of human blood at once. And a lot of dragging marks could be seen on the ground not far away, and a woman's shoe had also fallen there. Judging from the scene, someone must have just died here. Shan Yi retreated instantly. He immediately became alert around him. However, no mutant monsters were seen. What you can't see is actually more dangerous. So, Shun no longer hesitated and used teleportation to come to the door of the convenience store and then teleported in. Then he looked at the map and found that Zhou Wanner was very close to him. Zhu Vania. Shun looked towards the dark convenience store and called out tentatively. I don't know if she is still alive. If he died, then he had made this trip in vain. Chun-Yi, is that you, Brother Chun-Yi? A voice came from a small room at the back of the convenience store. Then, the door opened and 3 figures walked out cautiously. There were 3 women. The tallest of them was wearing a police uniform and holding a gun. The policewoman was walking in front, and when she saw that the man had a gun, she immediately raised her gun and stood alert. Shun was more alert than her. This female police officer actually has a gun in her hand. He immediately prepared to leave using teleportation. Damn, Zhou Wanner didn't say she was with the police. Not to mention the police have guns. Otherwise, Shun would not come to pick her up no matter what. After all, guns can threaten your own safety. Brother Chun-Yi, is it really you? You actually can't pick me up. Whoa, Wanner is so touched. Zhou Wanner, who was petite and cute, looked very excited and even pretended to cry. But she did not approach Shun immediately, but hid behind the policewoman. She said she was touched, but her body didn't believe Shun. This little green tea. Shun didn't even bother to pay attention to her. Comrade, are you also a policeman or a soldier? The beautiful policewoman looked at Shun, pointing the gun at her, and asked carefully. No. Where did you get a gun? I picked it up. Okay. Then could you please put the gun away first? I have no hostility. Seeing that Shun didn't look like a bad guy, the policewoman put away her gun to show her goodwill. Seeing this, Shun lowered the muzzle of his gun, but did not turn off the safety. Even though the other party was a policeman, he did not relax at all. It's the end of the world. Who knows whether the police are good or bad? There might even be bad guys disguised as police officers. In short, Shun would not trust anyone or any monster that posed a threat to his safety 100%, unless he had the ability to detect the other person's thoughts. But what Shun didn't expect was that this policewoman actually met the system standards. Chapter 58. Ding. A goddess who meets the system standards has been detected, and detailed information has been scanned. Name, Suyun. Age, 27. Appearance, 88 points. Body, 94 points. Inner, 100 points, pure and flawless. Total score, 90 points. Evaluation, after taking in a person, you can unlock a random item. 90 points is the lowest score for a woman who meets the criteria currently triggered by the system. But even with the lowest score, this policewoman's appearance is still at the level of a great beauty among ordinary people. It was a level that Shun had never been able to touch before, especially her heroic temperament, which is very different from other girls. As for the long-haired girl next to Zhou Wanner, although Shun thought she was not ugly and could even be described as pretty and attractive, she did not trigger the system prompt. It seems that the requirements for unlocking supplies are not met. Hello, comrade. My name is Suyun. I'm from the Municipal Police Department. How did you get in? Suyun asked seriously after introducing herself. In her opinion, although Shun might not be a policeman, he should not be a bad person, otherwise he would not risk going out to save people during such a special period. My name is Shun. Shun paused, then looked at the direction of the door and said, "You just walked in like that. What's wrong?" Hearing this, the policewoman was stunned. Zhou Wan'er and the long-haired girl were also stunned, and even couldn't help but shout out, "Brother Chen-yi, you just walked in like this? Well, what's wrong?" Shun-yi naturally would not reveal his cards to a stranger who had not yet become his woman, so he pretended to say that he had walked in. "Brother Chen-yi, you are so lucky. There's a big snake outside that can become invisible, and it didn't attack you." Zhou Wan'er patted her chest, as if she was relieved, but that action was quite attractive. Zhou Wan'er is also good at taking advantage of her strengths. Seeing Shun-yi looking at her, she secretly thought that she was right. If I can capture Shun-yi and let him protect me, I will be much safer in the future. Moreover, it can also allow Shun-yi to go out to find food and water. A snake that can become invisible. Shun-yi's heart skipped a beat. No wonder I only saw dragging marks and blood, but no one. Now, even mutant animals have superpowers. He can actually become invisible. What the hell is this human doing? That shouldn't be a snake. I saw it has 4 legs. It should be a gecko, the long-haired girl explained. Policewoman Su Yin also nodded and agreed. Yes, it is a gecko, but it is more than 1 meter long, longer than ordinary snakes, and its invisibility is not really invisibility. It simply changes its body color to the same color as the surrounding environment. Plus, because of the black fog, it is not easy to be discovered. The few survivors I rescued were killed by this color-changing gecko, so I know it very well. Change color? Isn't this the ability of a chameleon? Shun-yi looks strange. Hybrid? Or is it simply because of mutation that the gecko acquired this ability? I also suspected that it might be a mutation of a chameleon, but from what I have seen, it seems more like a gecko, said Su-yin. This policewoman is quite capable to have survived the apocalypse. Shun-yi was lost in thought. No matter whether it is a chameleon or a gecko, anything that can change color is difficult to deal with. If I hadn't used teleportation to get in, I might have been caught off guard and ambushed by it. No wonder the 3 women hid in the small room of the convenience store in fear. It was simply because they couldn't deal with the gecko. Comrade, if you had not been attacked when you came in just now, it might have left. You should take this opportunity to leave as soon as possible, lest it come back again. This gecko is very cunning. Suidun Segiestif. Chapter 59. Zhou Wan'er and the girl with long hair nodded quickly. Their roommate was killed by this insidious gecko. If Su-yin had not happened to pass by and shot the gecko away, they might have died as well. Later, through conversation, they realized that the policewoman Su-yin was not just passing by, but had been chasing the gecko. This gecko ate several people, including the child that Su-yin had saved with great difficulty. So Su-yin fought with it regardless of her own safety. Wait a little longer. I heard a strange noise when I came in just now. It may still be wandering around. Shun-yi made up an excuse. He could leave any time he wanted, but it was not easy to take Zhou Wan'er away. As for the policewoman Su-yin, Shun-yi has not thought about recruiting her yet, unless Su-yin is willing to hand over the weapon to herself. Or, I can ensure her absolute loyalty. Otherwise, there's a time bomb around him, and Shun-yi can't even sleep well. I see. Suidun Fronith. After thinking for a while, she said, "How about this? I'll go out first and try to lure it away, and then you guys leave." Sister Su-yin, what will you do if you encounter danger? Juvana Uskatva Itli. I'm a police officer, and it is my duty to protect you. Su-yin replied seriously, and then a trace of hatred flashed in her eyes, and she said coldly, "Besides, I must kill it. Even if it costs me my life, I will never let it harm innocent people again." As she spoke, she began to check the bullets in the gun, preparing for action. This is a decisive woman. Sister Su-yin, you are such a good police officer. Zhou Wan'er and the girl with long hair looked at Su-yin with emotion. But I was just touched and had no intention of stopping it. Shun-yi was also a little surprised. He didn't expect that this policewoman had such a noble character. But this is also a good thing. With the help of the female police officer, the gecko was led away, and he was able to take Zhou Wan'er away safely. After a few seconds of hesitation, Shun-yi looked at Su-yin and asked, "Officer Su, is there any rescue in the city now?" Hearing this question, Su-yun's face turned grim, and she said in a low voice, "Although I shouldn't say this, there probably won't be any help. A few days ago, all my colleagues in the city police department died. I don't know the situation at other police stations, but I think it's similar. There may be surviving police officers, but probably not many. On their own, they cannot fight against such a disaster, nor can they rescue the people of this city. As Su Yun spoke, her mood gradually became depressed. Hearing this, Shun Yi felt relieved and asked curiously, "What happened? Why did so many people sacrifice?" Logically speaking, ordinary people could survive, so how could the trained police officers who had firearms die so quickly? That doesn't make sense. Alas, Su Yun sighed deeply, frowned, and seemed to hesitate for a while before explaining. This matter is highly confidential and should not have been leaked, but it doesn't matter whether it is leaked or not now. On the first day of the apocalypse, a huge strange tree appeared in the city center. The tree seemed to have life and grew very fast. In just a few hours, it grew to a height of dozens of meters, and it is constantly occupying the surrounding land. And as it grew, it knocked down 2 high-rise buildings in the city center, killing thousands of people. Several dozen meters? Zhou Wanner and the girl with long hair exclaimed at the same time. Shun Yi also showed a surprised look. It can grow to dozens of meters in height in a few hours, which is much more terrifying than those mutated mutant trees on the streets. And it has been almost 10 days since the doomsday outbreak. If it is still growing at this speed, how terrible will it be now? What would happen if it were allowed to grow? Will the entire mountain city be enveloped by it, or even overturned? Chapter 60. Su Yun looked at the shocked expressions of the others and felt exactly the same as she did when she heard the news. She couldn't help but sigh and said, "Some experts speculate that if the tree grows at the same speed as it did, it will cover half of the city in 3 months at most." So, in order to protect the mountain city, most of the police force was mobilized to deal with the tree. It turns out that this tree has life. It will fight back and kill anyone or any animal that gets close to it. Even helicopters were shot down by its branches. Then why not use fire attack? Trees should be afraid of fire, right? Juvana uskatkool usli. Well, some experts do recommend fire attack. Suya nodded, but continued. It's just that the tree is rooted in a densely populated area in the city center. If we use fire to attack it, there will be a lot of innocent casualties. So, since there was no order from above, we could only use fire attack after the people were evacuated. But it's too late. It's growing so fast. In just one day, its size grew many times larger than before. When we started to attack with fire, no one expected that the tree would actually break off part of its own branches to put out the fire, and it would extend its branches to attack weapons that posed a threat to it first. Suyin looked helpless when she said this. Only those who have witnessed the battle in person can understand the horror of that tree. It actually has intelligence. Zhou Wanner and the girl with long hair were both shocked. Break branches to survive. Identify the enemy. Is this the intelligence a tree can have? Su Yun sighed and nodded, her eyes full of sadness. It was too late to think of other solutions later because most of the police force died in that operation. After Shun Yi heard this, an unprecedented tension appeared in his eyes. If this giant tree continues to grow wildly, it will cover the entire mountain city in half a year at most. By then, everything in this city will become nutrients for this tree, including humans. Shuni thought for a while with a serious look on his face, and then continued to ask, "No army came to rescue? If we use weapons like missiles, we should be able to solve it, right?" "I'm not sure. I only know that someone from above has contacted the military, but it seems the military is also dealing with some mutants." Suyin shook her head slightly. After all, she is not a high-ranking official and doesn't know much. But just this information made Shun Yi feel a huge crisis. Currently, the most dangerous thing in the entire mountain city is the growing tree in the city center. If you don't get rid of it, no matter how well you survive, sooner or later you will be devoured by it and become its nutrients. But solving it is almost impossible. The police used countless manpower, even helicopters and armored vehicles, but they still couldn't solve the problem. What's the use of just a small pistol? It seems that we need to make plans early and leave the mountain city as soon as possible and go to other cities. Although this doomsday covers the entire world, I think there shouldn't be such terrifying trees in other cities, right? Otherwise, human beings will really be extinct. Moreover, since the army did not come to rescue the mountain city, they must have rescued a closer or more important city. For example, Magic City, Imperial Capital. These two economic and political capitals of the Xia Kingdom will definitely be given special protection. With the army's firepower, at least we can save a few cities and establish a safe zone, right? If these were not available, then Shun Yi really didn't know how to protect himself. Unless you can unlock more supplies, and these supplies must contain supernatural fruits, and then you can gain some awesome supernatural powers. Then maybe you can solve the problem of the growing tree. Thinking of this, Shen-Yi couldn't help but look at Su-Yun. Now it seems that I have to take a reward as well. Before, Shen-Yi just wanted to survive, not worry about food and drink, and just lie down. But now, the fire was really burning on him, and he also felt the urgency. Even if you can't get the strength to defeat the tree, at least you must have the ability to protect yourself. Although teleportation is very powerful, a distance of only 20 meters is still too close. Are you all ready? I'll go open the door now. After I lure the gecko away, you must leave as soon as possible. Don't waste time. Su-Yun pulled out her gun and prepared for battle. Sister Su-Yun, you have to be careful too. Zhou Wan'er and the girl with long hair were a little reluctant. Although they have selfish thoughts, they're also truly grateful for Su-Yun's efforts. Su-Yun knew that she would most likely not survive, but she still nodded in response to the two little girls, then looked at Shen-Yi and said seriously, Comrade Shen-Yi, I hope you can take care of them. In this world now, we humans can only survive by helping each other. I know. Then get ready. Leave as soon as you hear the sound. Don't waste time. After Su-Yun finished speaking, she walked to the door and carefully opened the door of the convenience store. There was only thick black fog and the sound of wind outside, and no danger was visible. Su-Yun took a deep breath, walked out cautiously, and observed her surroundings. No sign of geckos was found. Chapter 61. Once this color-changing monster hides in the black fog, it is difficult to observe with the naked eye. Su-Yun looked back at the convenience store, then walked into the black fog, deliberately making noises with her feet in an attempt to lure out the gecko. Brother Chani, should we go out now? Juvana askatualitli. The girl with long hair also held her backpack tightly, ready to run away at any time. Shen-Yi glanced at her and said, You continue to hide in the room inside, and come out when I call you. Huh? Why? Sister Su-Yun led the monster away. Can't we leave as soon as possible? Zhou Wan'er said anxiously. Shut up. If you don't want to listen, you can leave now, but don't follow me. Shen-Yi was too lazy to talk nonsense, so he walked out of the convenience store after he finished speaking. If Zhou Wan'er is obedient, I don't mind saving her life. If she is not obedient, that would be a way to her death. Zhou Wan'er was scolded so much that she didn't dare to speak. Until Shen-Yi left, she stomped her feet in anger. Damn it, this stinky straight man. After venting their anger with a few harsh words, Zhou Wan'er and the long-haired girl looked at each other and finally closed the door and hid in the storage room obediently. Without someone to protect them, there's no way they could survive in such a dangerous world. Although he didn't understand what Shen-Yi meant, he could only obey him now. After all, Shen-Yi has a gun in his hand, and the only way to survive is to follow him. Although Zhou Wan'er is tea-shy, she is not stupid. Clatter, clatter, clatter. In the black fog, Su-Yun held the gun in both hands and walked slowly with her long legs, deliberately making noises with her feet. She looked around very vigilantly, not even daring to breathe. She knew very well that the mutant gecko might attack her at any time. She had to react immediately. Even if you are attacked, you must kill this monster. Su-Yun walked very slowly, and her voice was very loud. This undoubtedly gave the mutant gecko the desire to hunt her. At this time, in the black fog, a pair of cold vertical pupils were staring at Su-Yun quietly. The owner of the vertical pupils, its body almost merged into one with the black fog. It stayed there quietly without moving. It is waiting for its prey to come to its door. Su-Yun, who was walking slowly towards it, was its prey. Silence. Silent. Just when the prey was only about 2 meters away from it, it moved. The color that originally blended in with the surroundings was exposed the moment it moved. This is a giant gecko. It is so fast that even if the prey has reacted at this distance, it will not have time to launch an effective resistance. Not to mention, Su-Yun was facing it sideways and couldn't notice it at the first sight. By the time she realized it, it was too late. Bang, 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 bang. Sudden, several gunshots rang out in the black fog. Su-Yun was startled and turned around suddenly. She saw a huge gecko lying just a few dozen centimeters away from her. There were several bullet holes on the gecko's body, bleeding, and its breath was extremely weak. Su-Yun did not hesitate and fired 2 more shots at the gecko's head, killing the mutant gecko completely. Then, she suddenly breathed a sigh of relief and breathed deeply. Her back was already covered with sweat. The hand holding the gun was also shaking slightly. She almost died just now. It would be a lie to say that you are not afraid. She is also human. However, once she puts on this dress, she must live up to the responsibility that the dress represents. She couldn't and shouldn't retreat. If she could avoid death, she wouldn't want to die. She really didn't want to die. Thank you. Soo-Yun looked at the gunman who walked out of the black fog, her eyes flashing with gratitude. Chapter 62. The person who shot and saved Soo-Yun at the critical moment was naturally Shun-Yi. Shun-Yi left the convenience store right after Soo-Yun. As for Soo-Yun, the policewoman who could unlock supplies, Shun-Yi thought that if he could save her, he would do so. You can also unlock one more item. Certainly, if this gecko could really become invisible, then Shun-Yi wouldn't waste time. He would just use teleportation to escape. However, this gecko actually revealed such a big flaw when attacking its prey, so Shun-Yi naturally would not be polite. He teleported behind it and shot it a few times, killing it directly. The mutant gecko may seem dangerous, but it can't actually stop bullets. If there were no black fog, this gecko would just be a larger animal. The main reason is that the thick black fog greatly reduces people's vision, so this color-changing gecko is so difficult to deal with. Comrade Shun-Yi, thank you. Soo-Yun looked at Shun-Yi gratefully. She didn't expect Shun-Yi to risk coming out to save her. You know, if he fails to lure out the mutant gecko, Shun-Yi will most likely become the gecko's primary target of attack. Therefore, Shun-Yi is using his life to help himself. Soo-Yun was really grateful and touched. Compared to the people he had saved some time ago, Shun-Yi was simply much better. Some of those people abandoned me and ran away at the critical moment. Some left secretly because they didn't want to share food, and some even coveted my body. In short, in just a few days before the end of the world, Soo-Yun had seen the evil in people's hearts. That's why she was so moved when she saw Shun-Yi come out to save her regardless of his own safety. The gap between people is really huge. Just a verbal thank you. Shun-Yi looked at Soo-Yun and asked, "Ah?" Soo-Yun was stunned. I don't understand what Shun-Yi meant by this. Does he want money? Shun-Yi was quite speechless when he saw Soo-Yun with a silly face. I didn't expect that the policewoman couldn't even understand such an obvious hint. No wonder she is still pure and innocent in her 20s. I mean, do you want to repay me for saving your life by marrying you? Shun-Yi said directly. Huh? This. Soo-Yun's cheeks suddenly turned red and she stammered, unable to utter a complete sentence. Even though she was usually very open-minded, she was too embarrassed to look at Shun-Yi for a moment. How old are you? I'm almost 30 years old. How can I? When Soo-Yun said this, she felt her face burning hot. So shameful. It's so depressing to discuss this kind of thing with a boy who is so much younger than me. We are only a few years apart in age. Besides, in today's world, do we still need to care about age? Shun-Yi said as he came in front of Soo-Yun. He reached out and wanted to hold Soo-Yun's hand. We might die in an accident tomorrow. Don't think too much. Living in the present is the most important thing. Soo-Yun's face turned even redder as she subconsciously dodged Shun-Yi's hand, then turned her head away and said, No way. We just met. How can this be possible? Although she was very grateful to Shun-Yi for saving her, she also had a certain liking for Shun-Yi. But this affection is not love, but a favorable impression based on comparison with other heartless people in the doomsday. But she still felt it was too fast for her to suddenly start dating Shun-Yi. The age difference is a factor, but the main reason is that it happened too fast. They've only known each other for less than an hour. Soo-Yun, who is conservative at heart, finds it hard to accept such rapid emotional progress. But Shun-Yi didn't care about that. All he wants now is to unlock new supplies. Besides, you can't let yourself waste a few bullets, right? Seeing that Soo-Yun's resistance didn't seem that strong, he stepped forward, hugged Soo-Yun, and then kissed her vigorously. Soo-Yun was stunned for a moment. Sudden. It's so sudden. So much, so that she even forgot to resist for a moment. My first kiss. While kissing, Shun-Yi quietly took the gun from Soo-Yun's waist to prevent the woman from shooting him in a rage. But, Chapter 63. I think I'm overthinking it. Soo-Yun didn't mean to resist. She just struggled a few times symbolically, and then she hugged him back. Sure enough, the more conservative a woman is, the more passionate she becomes once she lets go. This is the sense of contrast. But she must not have brushed her teeth in a long time. It tastes terrible. So Chunyi didn't hesitate and used instant teleportation to carry Su Yun to an empty shop and started unlocking supplies on the spot. Su Yun was kissed until she was dazed and touched until her whole body was hot. By the time I reacted, I was already naked. Her face flushed red and she tried to resist. But with Shun Yi's evolved physique, she couldn't resist at all. That's all. New supplies unlocked. Ding! It is detected that you have successfully taken a goddess, and a random material is unlocked. Ding! Unlocked successfully. Congratulations on unlocking the item. Supernatural Sensing Fruit. Supernatural Sensing Fruit +1, stored in the system space. Supernatural Sensing Fruit +1, stored in the system space. Superpowers. Fuck. Shun Yi, who was immersed in the women's village, sat up from the ground in excitement the moment he heard the system prompt. Supernatural Fruit. I actually unlocked the Supernatural Fruit. What's wrong? Su Yin covered her body with her hands and looked at the excited Shun Yi with a red face. Why is he so happy suddenly? Could it be because he knew it was his first time? Thinking of this, Su Yun's face turned even redder. I didn't expect that after keeping it for so many years, I would end up with a boy who was much younger than me, on the floor of an undecorated shop. She just felt so embarrassed. Does this count as an old cow eating young grass? Of course it counts. Although she was half-hearted, Suyin didn't really mind it. Otherwise, even if he half-heartedly agreed, Shuni would not be able to get her so easily. After all, Su Yun is a policewoman who has received professional training. If she really fights for her life, she is not weak. Nothing, just happy. Shanya hapidi kisit Su Yun heart. It seems that my idea of taking risks was right. Su Yun actually unlocked a supernatural fruit, and it can be stacked infinitely. Damn, so many fruits, it's simply invincible. Moreover, this also proves that the supernatural fruit is indeed a kind of material. In the future, as long as you unlock enough types of materials, you will definitely be able to unlock other supernatural fruits. You are so bad. Although Su Yun was shy, she didn't resist anymore as the matter was done. What Shun Yi said before was true. In today's world, don't think too much, don't think about the future. Maybe they may die in an accident tomorrow. Living in the present is the most important thing. She leaned in Shun Yi's arms, her fingers slowly drawing circles on his body, and asked softly, "What is your relationship with those two girls?" The girl who called you Brother Shun, he seems to have a special relationship with you. Women who have just had sex are very sensitive, even if they are a heroic policewoman. Shun, he was really a little hesitant about what to say. He had not originally thought of accepting Su Yun, and now under the current circumstances, it can only be said that he was impulsive at the moment. Although the result is good. But if I can't handle it well, considering Su Yun's character of fighting the mutant gecko, I'm afraid I will have to be ruthless. To be honest, he was a little reluctant to do such a thing as destroying a beautiful girl. If she had not had sex with him, Shun Yi would have abandoned Su Yun without hesitation, or even killed her. However, he was a little hesitant in this situation. Certainly, if Su Yun really follows me, then everything will revolve around me. Otherwise, even if they had sex, he would still do it without mercy. This is the end. So, it all depends on what Su Yun chooses next. What would you do if I told you that I have other women? Chapter 64. What would you do if I told you that I have other women? After Shun Yi finished speaking, he looked at Su Yun quietly. Unexpectedly, Su Yun was not surprised at all. She just sighed faintly. "I knew it. You were such a young boy, but you were so skilled in kissing me. You must have had many girlfriends and are very experienced. If it was before, and you dared to use force, I would never let you succeed. No, I would break your third leg." Su Yun said, baring her teeth at Shun Yi deliberately, viciously. "But it's not scary, it's kind of cute." Then, Su Yun sighed and said helplessly, "But in this world now, there is no law, let alone morality. You have survived this long and dare to go out to save people, which proves that you have a certain strength. If you want women, there must be many women willing to follow you. So, I'm not surprised at all when you said you had other women. I just felt a little uncomfortable. After all, I thought you belonged to me alone." Su Yun said this, but she still looked at Shun Yi with a bit of reluctance and asked, "Looking at your frank attitude, you should not be willing to abandon other women and only be with me, right?" Yeah. She didn't lie, and there was no need to lie. Not only will he not abandon other women, but he will also take in more women in the future. There is nothing we can do about it. If you want to unlock more supplies and survive in the doomsday, you must do this. Of course, Shani thought this way, not to blame the system. He himself had the same idea in his mind. Who doesn't like the wonderful life of having many wives and concubines? Only, the world is too dangerous right now. Not to mention the giant mutated tree in the city center that is powerful enough to destroy the entire city. He cannot even deal with a mutated black spider in the community. Damn, becoming stronger is the most important issue at the moment. Therefore, he was destined not to abandon a forest for Su Yun. I knew it. Su Yun helplessly lay in Shun Yi's arms, then closed her eyes and whispered softly, "But if you really abandon other women for me, I will look down on you even more. Because if that were the case, you might just as easily dump me for another woman." Shun Yi said nothing, but patted Su Yun's shoulder gently. The advantage of a mature woman is that she doesn't need to explain so much. She understands many things. Even if you don't understand, you can figure it out. The two of them were affectionate for a while. Then they got dressed and prepared to go back to the convenience store to pick up Zhou Wan'er and the other girl. As for the use of teleportation, just now, Shun Yi naturally explained it to Su Yun. Another reason why Su Yun did not resist immediately was because Shun Yi took her to the shop in an instant, which scared her. And this is the superpower. When Su Yun learned that humans could acquire superpowers, her eyes lit up. If everyone could obtain such magical powers, the possibility of survival would be greatly increased. And what Shun Yi was thinking was that it was a good thing that the first superpower he obtained was physical evolution. Otherwise, he would have been drained of energy after these few days of unlocking. How could he have the strength to fight the mutant monsters? Back to the convenience store. Shun Yi first scanned the goods. It's a pity that this is just a small convenience store. There are not many things in it, and most of them are contaminated, so there's not much to eat. Something is better than nothing. The biggest gain of this trip is Su Yun. Because of Su Yun, Shun Yi was able to unlock the supernatural fruit. Chapter 65. Is this another one of your abilities? Su Yun looked at Shun Yi in amazement, seeing that he could take away many supplies with just a wave of his hand. Shan Yi responded. Then, he called out Zhou Wan'er and the other girl who were hiding in the storage room. These two girls are really shameless. Even though Shun Yi and Su Yun came back and made a noise, they didn't come out immediately. Before, when Su Yun said that she was going to lure the gecko away, the two girls looked very touched, but in fact they hoped that Su Yun would sacrifice herself. They only want to protect themselves. Too shameless. Comparable to Shun Yi. That's great. Brother Shun Yi, Sister Su Yun, I'm so glad you're all okay. Zhou Wan'er patted her chest, her face full of relief. The girl with long hair doesn't talk much, and she doesn't have as many thoughts as Zhou Wan'er, the little green tea girl. Well, let's go, Shun Yi said calmly. Then, he suddenly thought of something, took out two guns loaded with bullets from the system space, gave them to Su Yun, and asked her to use them for self-protection. Su Yun's character is trustworthy. Even more trustworthy than Su Wanting and Jiang Nanyan. There are huge differences between people's personalities. Although Shun Yi knew Su Wanting and the other girls earlier, he didn't trust them half as much as Su Yun did. He actually has a gun. When Zhou Wan'er saw Shun Yi conjure up two pistols out of thin air, she was shocked, but her eyes were rolling around cunningly, thinking that she must capture Shun and make Shun Yi like her, fall in love with her, so that she could survive in the doomsday. Su Yun felt warm in her heart as she held two brand new Type 54 pistols. She knew that this was a sign of Shun Yi's trust in her. The four of them walked out of the convenience store and moved forward cautiously. After experiencing the sneak attack by the color-changing gecko, Shun Yi had to be more careful. Some mutant animals have very strange abilities, and you may fall into their trap if you're not careful. Thinking of this, Shun Yi silently took out a supernatural fruit from the system space and put it into his mouth. Get new superpowers first, maybe it will improve your fighting power. When the fruit enters your mouth, a light coolness spreads throughout your body. But it was only a moment. Except for the first time he ate the physical evolution fruit, which made him feel a huge change in himself. The effects of the other two supernatural fruits were very small. I don't know if it's because my body has evolved to be stronger, or because it's the first time I've eaten a fruit, but the probability is the latter. After all, in Shun Yi's opinion, the ability of teleportation is definitely not worse than the evolution of the physical body. As he thought about this, he had finished digesting the fruit in his mouth. He immediately opened the panel to check. Host, Shani. Age 20. Force value, 30, excluding any external bonus. Unlocked materials. Master Shuai's mineral water, freshly roasted chicken, Type 54 pistol, 5A grade steak, telepathy of the supernatural fruit. Ability obtained. Physical evolution LV1, teleportation LV1, telepathy LV1. Physical evolution. LV1 your body has evolved for some reason. Your strength, speed, endurance, health, etc. have all been greatly improved. Teleport. LV1 you can teleport 20 meters. Since teleport is a spatial skill, you can ignore any terrain, control, or restraint skills during the movement. As long as you have enough stamina, you can teleport continuously without any restrictions. Telepathy. LV1 you can sense all hostility and kindness within 20 meters around you through your mind, and you can see all scenes within 20 meters around you without using your eyes, and without being hindered by any obstacles. Chapter 66. Is this telepathy? It's really magical. As soon as Shun-E finished reading the skill introduction, he tried it out himself. In a state of telepathy, even if he closed his eyes, he could clearly see everything within 20 meters around him, including buildings, various plants, etc. And it's a 360 degrees bird's eye view. Even the black fog can't block it. This is simply a perspective cheat. Moreover, in this state, Shun-E could also see white aura flowing through the three women beside him. Although there was no written explanation, Shun-E could understand what it meant the moment he saw the white aura. White represents trust and loyalty to oneself. The whiter, the more loyal. Suyeon's body is as white as flawless white jade. Zhou Wanner and the girl with long hair were dressed in a light white color, with nearly half of it mixed with gray. Gray represents neutrality, which means lack of trust. There were many pure gray things within 20 meters around Shun-E. For example, the mutated big trees on both sides of the road, the grass and trees on the ground, etc., all have a gray temperament. In other words, as long as Shun-E did not actively provoke these plants, they would never attack him, because they had no hostility towards him. As for black, none yet. Black represents absolute hostility, and if a person has a black aura, it proves that he is ready to attack Shun-E. As long as a hostile person appears within 20 meters of Shun-E and is hostile to Shun-E, no matter how he hides, Shun-E will be able to sense it at the first time. This is fucking cheating. Moreover, Shun-E discovered that telepathy combined with instant movement is simply a cheat among cheats. Telepathy can provide a 360 degrees bird's eye view, perspective, and precise lock-on of the enemy's position, and then teleport directly to approach the enemy. The combination of these two abilities can produce an effect where 1 + 1 is greater than 2, which is simply amazing. With this ability, even if I encounter an enemy who likes to launch sneak attacks like a chameleon gecko, I will be able to detect it immediately. Shun-E was very excited. This supernatural power is so great. You don't have to worry about people or monsters attacking you from behind anymore. In addition, if the woman around him is hostile to him, Shun-E can detect it immediately and will not be stabbed in bed. Although the current sensing distance is only 20 meters, it is enough. Besides, there are a bunch of perception fruits in the system space. If eating fruits can increase the level of supernatural powers, then he will be able to raise the level of telepathy to the maximum soon. The bird's eye view is an active skill that I need to use actively, while the perception of kindness and hostility is a passive skill that can be used passively. Not bad. It's really convenient. Shun-E was very satisfied. In this way, as long as an enemy approaches you and shows hostility, you will be able to detect it instantly without having to keep the god's perspective on all the time. Otherwise, it will also consume physical energy. Yes, releasing active skills will consume physical strength. If Shun-Yi's physical physique was not strong enough, he really would not be able to withstand the simultaneous consumption of these two skills. Physical evolution is very important. It seems that most abilities consume physical strength when released, just like the blue bar. Shun-E seemed to be thinking about something. Only then did he understand the versatility of the supernatural power of physical evolution. Physical evolution can improve physical fitness and increase the upper limit of physical strength, while other superpowers will consume physical strength. If the physical strength is not enough, no matter how strong the superpower is, it will be limited. Just like the bug-level ability of teleportation, If Shun Yi's body had not been strengthened, it would be amazing to be able to use teleportation 10 times in a row. Not to mention using teleportation in combination with telepathy, which would consume even more physical energy, and I'm afraid it wouldn't work after 7 or 8 times. This shows the importance of the ability of physical evolution. So, the reason why Zhao Tao's lightning ability is not strong enough is probably because he does not have enough physical strength to support him to release it continuously, in addition to the fact that his ability level is relatively low. Chapter 67. Thinking in this way, Shun Yi understood the reason. Others may not be able to figure out the reason even after years of searching. My combat power has doubled from 10 to 30. That's great. It seems that teleportation combined with telepathy can really significantly increase combat power. Shun Yi looked at the panel, and he also found that this force value did not take into account any external objects. In other words, if you use a gun, your combat power can be increased a lot, but it is not calculated. Next, it is to test whether the supernatural fruit can be upgraded. Shun Yi closed his eyes, opened his telepathy to lead the way, took out a handful of supernatural fruits from the space, and stuffed them into his mouth one by one like eating beans. Regardless of whether it can upgrade superpowers, once the fruit enters the stomach, all the internal organs and limbs will feel chilled, and the feeling is like an electric shock, which is really great. Even if eating the supernatural fruit cannot level up, Shun Yi doesn't mind taking it as medicine. Anyway, this medicine has no side effects, it just feels good. Ding! Your telepathy has been upgraded to level 2. Telepathy, LV2, you can sense all hostility and kindness within 40 meters around you through your mind, and you can see all scenes within 40 meters around you without using your eyes, and without being hindered by any obstacles. Shun Yi didn't know whether he had eaten more than a dozen supernatural fruits in one breath, but he suddenly upgraded. The distance of telepathy doubled to 40 meters. Now, he can see a richer environment and a broader vision. The number of fruits can really upgrade the superpowers. After getting this answer, Shun Yi was even more generous with his supernatural fruit and kept feeding it into his mouth. Anyway, one supernatural fruit is added every second, so I can't eat them all. Ding! Your telepathy has been upgraded to level 3. Ding! Your telepathy has been upgraded to level 4. Ding! Your telepathy has been upgraded to level 5. When Shun Yi brought the 3 girls back to the community, he had already reached level 5. But it seemed that because he knocked too much in one breath, he felt a chill in his internal organs. My limbs are icy cold. Damn, it seems like I need to slow down before cracking the fruit. Although cracking the fruit is fun, I can't crack too many at once. Shun Yi, whose hands and feet were cold, thought so and temporarily put the fruit in his hand into the system space. Telepathy, LV5, you can sense all hostility and kindness within 250 meters around you through your mind, and you can see all scenes within 250 meters around you without using your eyes and without being hindered by any obstacles. An extremely long perspective distance of 250 meters. It's like cheating. Moreover, because he had been upgraded to level 5, Shun Yi discovered that when he actively activated a skill, the amount of physical strength he consumed actually decreased slightly. It stands to reason that the higher the skill level, the higher the cost, right? But its cost has decreased. This is very cool, proving that Shun Yi can use it more unscrupulously without worrying about consuming too much energy. Thinking like this, Shun Yi stopped and scanned Building 6 in front of him with telepathy. Soon, he found the dangerous mutant black spider. Chapter 68. The thick black fog that filled the air was completely seen through by the telepathic perspective, without any hindrance. Through the bird's eye view, Shun Yi quickly locked onto the location of the mutated black spider. It is on the middle floor of building number 6, and under the cover of various mutated plants, it is woven a big web, as if it lives there. Around the spider web, there are several long objects wrapped in white spider silk. From the long shape, it can be seen that it is a human corpse. Why do I feel that this black spider seems to be a little bigger than before I went out? Is it an illusion because I can see it too clearly with my telepathy? Shun Yi frowned slightly. I'm not sure if it's because of the line of sight. After all, there was black fog blocking it before. Brother Shun Yi, what's wrong? Zhou Wana hid behind Su Yun and spoke cautiously. Shun Yi just walked into the community and suddenly stopped. The surroundings were filled with strange black fog, and the occasional chirping of animals could be heard in the darkness, making the 3 women very nervous. It's okay. Let's go. Shun-Yi observed the black spider for a while, and seeing that it was eating and in the middle of the building, he decided to test it. At a distance of more than 10 meters, as long as you don't make too much noise, the black spider shouldn't be able to hear it. The reason why Shun-Yi did not use teleportation was that he wanted to test the attack range of the black spider so that he could respond more easily. Walk faster and don't make too much noise. Shun-Yi turned around and reminded the three girls. If anyone were to commit suicide and attract the mutant black spider, Shun-Yi would not be afraid anyway, as he could use teleportation to run away directly. But they were out of luck. Shun-Yi's teleportation can only carry one person at most. Maybe the level of teleportation is too low. Moreover, if you bring one more person, his physical energy consumption will be tripled, which is far more than the physical energy consumed by teleporting alone. Although Shun-Yi has enough physical strength, he generally doesn't like to lead others. Su-Yun and the other two girls nodded heavily, not daring to be careless in the slightest. Even the sound of your breathing should be as quiet as possible. That's all. The four of them entered the building safely without attracting the attention of Black Spider. Shun-Yi also got the answer. The mutant Black Spider would not attack people entering or leaving the building when it was in the spiderweb position. The premise is not to make too much noise. But when she walked into the building and saw blood all over the floor and several corpses, Su-Yun was so scared that she immediately raised her gun and turned on the safety. Shun-Yi, there's been a conflict here. These bodies have gunshot wounds, and there are many bullet holes on the walls. At least 3 gunmen have fired shots. Su-Yun made her judgment based on her rich experience in criminal investigation. Because the bullet holes on the first floor were everywhere, with no pattern. After hearing this, Zhou Wanner and the long-haired girl hugged each other's arms in fear and followed Su-Yun closely. Don't worry about it. Let's go upstairs. Shun-Yi looked calm and walked towards the stairs. Su-Yun was stunned, and her eyes changed slightly. She vaguely sensed something from Shun-Yi's attitude, but she didn't speak. Did you kill those people on the first floor? While climbing the stairs, Su-Yun couldn't help but ask this question. Yes. Su-Yun was silent. Obviously, she felt that Shun-Yi was not a bloodthirsty person. But that bloody scene just now? Su-Yun pursed her lips, feeling extremely complicated at the moment. When they heard Shun-Yi admit to the murder without hesitation, Zhou Wanner and the long-haired girl were frightened, and their eyes changed when they looked at Shun-Yi with a hint of fear and awe. Judging from the bloody scene on the first floor, Shun-Yi actually killed several people by himself, and he was not injured at all, and he didn't even change his expression when he saw the dead. What kind of psychological quality is this? Is he really just a college student? Chapter 69. Zhou Wanner and the girl with long hair were extremely nervous. But as they climbed down the 20 floors, all their thoughts were drowned out by fatigue. I'm so tired that I can hardly breathe. The elevator doesn't work, and living on a high floor is such torture. As soon as he reached the 20th floor, Shun-Yi frowned as he saw 2 men wandering stealthily in front of his door. Moreover, the aura of these 2 men was mostly black, neutral yet hostile. The 2 men's attention was immediately attracted by Su-Yun, who was wearing a police uniform. They were immediately surprised and came over immediately. Police! Finally, the police came to rescue us. Officer, I want to call the police. I want to call the police. There's a murderer downstairs. Officer, please handle this. Go arrest those thugs. The 2 men complained to Su-Yun excitedly. Thugs? What's going on? Su-Yun asked in confusion. It's those thugs who eat human flesh on the first floor. Officer, didn't you encounter them when you came up here? They are worse than beasts. The 2 men immediately began to recount the evil deeds of the thugs. Rape, robbery, murder, kidnapping, cannibalism. He is simply a demon. Zhou Wanner and the long-haired girl's faces turned pale when they heard this. Su-Yun's expression was even more solemn. I didn't expect that there would be such thugs less than 10 days after the apocalypse. Immediately, she suddenly reacted and subconsciously looked at Shun-Yi. So, this is why Shun-Yi killed those people? Because they are thugs? Really? Shun-Yi is indeed not the kind of evil person who has no bottom line and kills indiscriminately. As Su-Yun heaved a long sigh of relief, her eyes looking at Shun-Yi were filled with love. If there were no outsiders here, she would have wanted to hug Shun-Yi and give him a fierce kiss. Are you done? If you're done, get out and don't block my door. Shun-Yi didn't care about Su-Yun's expression and glanced at the 2 men indifferently. Why? Why do you want us to get out of here? We also need the police's help. We can't let you monopolize the rescue resources. This police officer should serve all of us. You have no right to be so overbearing. The man wearing gold-rimmed glasses was not afraid of Shun-E at all. Instead, he thought that Shun-E drove them away in order to monopolize the rescue resources. Yes, in the eyes of the two men, the female police officer, Su-Yun, came to rescue their community. The thugs downstairs have all been eliminated. You are safe now. Also, I'm not here to serve you. I am not the one who eliminated the thugs. You must leave here immediately. Su-Yun's tone was cold, and her attitude towards the man with glasses changed immediately. Not to mention whether she should serve everyone. Just this man's attitude towards Shun-E made her very unhappy. Shun-E is her man. He is just an outsider. If she were not a police officer, she would have scolded the man with glasses mercilessly based on the tone he used to talk to Shun-E. Su-Yun, who finally found a boyfriend, is very protective of him. She was afraid that Shun-E would suffer because of his young age. Little did they know, if she hadn't spoken, Shun-E would have drawn his gun just now. Suffer a loss? There is no way he would suffer a loss. Judging from the fact that these two strange men were loitering at the door of his house with a hint of hostility, they definitely had no good intentions. Therefore, Shun-E would not feel the slightest bit of guilt if he killed them. It's the end of the world. As far as Shun-E is concerned, there is no such thing as a crime that is not punishable by death. If you dare to covet my house, I will kill you. You, how can you say such things as a police officer? Are you and a boyfriend and girlfriend? Great. As a police officer, you don't save ordinary people like us, but protect your man. How can you be worthy of the clothes you are wearing? From Su-Yun's attitude, the man with glasses seemed to have noticed the relationship between her and Shun-E. He immediately became furious and condemned her from a moral high ground. Yes, officer, you can't just ignore us. We are all taxpayers, and your salary is paid by us taxpayers. How can you abandon us, ordinary people, when something happens? Another man in a suit also stood up and spoke. You should protect us, be responsible for our safety, and provide us with food and water. This is your job as a police officer. Chapter 70. The two men did not dare to speak loudly when facing the thugs, but they were brave enough to face the police and even threatened to force Su-Yun to serve them. You can't mess with bad guys, but you can mess with good guys, because the good guys won't shoot them. Su-Yun's face suddenly turned cold. After experiencing this period of doomsday, her personality has changed, especially after she chose to sacrifice herself to save Zhou Wan'er and others, and then was saved by Shun-E. Her mentality changed even more. I have paid enough. Since the first day of the apocalypse, she has been rescuing people in distress. Over the past few days, she has saved no less than 100 people. But what about herself? I didn't have enough to eat every day, and I had no water to drink. I was almost eaten by monsters several times. The more Su-Yun thought about it, the more uncomfortable she felt. She doesn't want to care about any damn responsibilities anymore. I don't want to sacrifice myself just because of a responsibility. She has sacrificed enough. She has a family now. She doesn't want to die. Su-Yun grew up in an orphanage. She has no parents or relatives and has always been alone. She has never had a sense of security or dependence. This is also the reason why she doesn't want to find a boyfriend. She was afraid that she would finally find a boyfriend, but they would break up for various reasons. She couldn't bear the pain of separation. Rather than breaking up, it's better not to be together from the beginning. If it weren't for Doomsday, it would be almost impossible for Shun-E to pursue Su-Yun, a woman, let alone win her over after just 1 or 2 hours of meeting her. But although Su-Yun's personality seems cold, she is actually warm-hearted. Once she identifies someone, she will treat that person as a family member and will never hurt her family member no matter what. Otherwise, with Su-Yun's sense of responsibility, how could she have no reaction after learning that Shun-E had killed someone? If it was her old self, she would arrest Shun-E without hesitation. But she obviously didn't do that, and didn't even ask Shun-E why he killed people. It was not until the two men said that those killed on the first floor were unforgivable thugs that she breathed a sigh of relief and even wanted to kiss Shun-E hard. Because Shun-E did not kill innocent people indiscriminately. Even if he violated the justice that he had always upheld in his heart, he did nothing wrong. Your man is not a bad person. Even though his methods were cruel, he killed those who deserved to be killed. Based on all this, after Su-Yun heard the two men's blackmail, she raised her gun, pointed it at their heads, and shouted coldly, "Shut up! You're right, he and I are boyfriend and girlfriend. He's my man, and I want to protect him. What's wrong with that? It's taxpayers' money. I made the money with my own ability. What does it have to do with you? If you dare to say one more word, don't blame me for shooting you. Suyin is not just a simple white flower. With her aura fully unleashed, she actually frightened the two men so much that they trembled all over. It was not until a gun was pointed at their heads that they realized that the policewoman in front of them was no longer the hard-working little policewoman before the end of the world. If you dare to talk back again, the other party might really shoot. Although they felt aggrieved and angry, the two men no longer dared to use moral blackmail. I get it. Let's go now. The man with glasses said this and quickly pulled the man next to him away. Suyin snorted coldly and didn't bother with them. Of course, she was trying to scare the two men. Although she was very unhappy, Suyun's basic moral concepts still prevented her from killing people casually, especially ordinary people like him who were not considered bad. Suyun is still too naive. In Shun Yi's eyes, the auras of the two men were obviously darker. Although they fled in fear, the seeds of resentment in their hearts had already been planted. The way to death. When did they get together? Zhou Wanner secretly looked at Su Yun and Shun Yi. Didn't they just know each other for a few hours? How did they become boyfriend and girlfriend? And didn't Shun Yi come to find him? How did he get together with the policewoman? For some reason, she felt a little uncomfortable. It's like being cheated on. At this time, Shun Yi also knocked on the door. It was Su Wanning who opened the door. Hubby, you're back. Husband? Hearing this name, Su Yun was stunned, and her face suddenly became uncomfortable. Chapter 71. She just swore that Shun Yi was her man, but then a beautiful woman turned around and called Shun Yi her husband. This is so embarrassing. Although I already knew that Shun Yi had other women and was prepared to meet them, it was still very awkward when they actually met. I don't know who cheated on whom. Su Wanning didn't care about the thoughts of the three women outside the door, but put the slippers at Shun Yi's feet and wanted to help Shun Yi change his shoes. She is gentle and generous, a good wife and mother, which is perfectly reflected. She knew that being jealous was useless, so she tried her best to show her virtue instead of quarreling with the new woman, which would only make her look inferior. Su Wanning's approach is indeed very effective. Her generosity made Su Yun even more embarrassed. For a moment, I felt like a rat in a gutter. He was clearly number 3, but he still followed Shun Yi to the door. And before she came to the house, she had been thinking that after meeting Shun Yi's woman, she must not show weakness. If the other party scolds me and disagrees with me and Shun Yi being together, I must not lose the upper hand, and I must fight back at the critical moment. Su Yun thought a lot and came up with many plans, but she never expected that when they met for the first time, Su Wanning did not make things difficult for her at all, and even the look she gave her was not hostile. Everything is just my own overthinking. Zhou Wanner also felt embarrassed. But after all, nothing happened between her and Shun Yi, so it wasn't particularly embarrassing. You guys go in first, I'll go take care of something. Shun Yi said, turn around, and use teleportation to go downstairs. He was going to deal with those two guys. If someone dares to covet my home and harbors strong hostility towards me, I will definitely not let him go. Dear sisters, please come in. Don't be too restrained. Just treat it as your own home. Seeing Shun Yi leave, Su Wanning still invited the 3 women into the house gracefully. Even Shun Yi would be surprised to see her gentle and generous attitude. In just a few days, Su Wanning turned from a jealous and arrogant young lady into a gentle wife. Thanks. Although Su Yun and the other 2 girls were a little embarrassed, they still changed their shoes and walked into the room. As soon as they came in, they saw 2 beautiful women sitting on the sofa, eating fruit and playing with their mobile phones. These 2 women, no, it should be said that these 3 women were all washed cleanly without even a speck of dust on their bodies and faces. How can they look like they're experiencing the end of the world? On the other hand, Su Yun and her 2 daughters had not washed their faces and hands for a long time due to lack of water. In addition, they were chased by geckos, so they ran in a panic and fell down, and their bodies were dirty. Even the hair is stuck together. It was like 3 village girls coming to the city and seeing the young lady, and for a moment, they felt an irrepressible sense of inferiority. You 3 should go take a shower first. My husband likes to be clean. Jiang Nanyan looked at them for a while and spoke. Hearing the word husband, Zhou Wanner and the girl with long hair were shocked. This beautiful lady is actually Shun Yi's woman. Then could that other mature woman sitting on the sofa be the same? In other words, this room is full of Shun Yi's women? He actually has so many women. Moreover, he was able to raise 3 women so well. To be honest, in addition to being shocked, Zhou Wanner found that she was more envious. I envy this kind of life where you don't have to worry about food and drink, and you can also keep everything clean. Take a shower? How much water does that require? Su Yin couldn't help but frown. This was such a waste of water. Even if Shun Yi had superpowers, it would be dangerous to go out to look for supplies. Save as much as you can. It's okay. There's plenty of mineral water in the bathroom. Just go and wash. If it's not enough, I'll tell my husband. Jiang Nanyin said lightly. As the first comer, she must of course show some of the airs of a big wife. But I can't let these women who come later stand above me, and I can't let myself be looked down upon. Take a bath with mineral water? Su Yun and the other 2 girls were immediately filled with disbelief. This is such a waste. Even if we have more mineral water, we can't stand such waste. Although they were shocked, they finally went to the bathroom to wash up under Su Wanning's guidance. As women, they certainly like to be clean and want to take a bath every day. But water resources are so precious now. There's not enough to drink. Who would be willing to use it for bathing? It was not until the 3 women walked into the bathroom and saw the full bottles of mineral water that they were stunned. A lot. Which large supermarket did Shun empty out all the mineral water? No wonder the woman asked them to take a bath with mineral water. With so much mineral water, they were not afraid of it running out in a short time. These mineral waters should be drinkable, right? The long-haired girl said cautiously. Zhou Wanner had already opened a bottle of water and started drinking it. Chapter 72. Shun Yi used teleportation to catch up with the 2 men, and without any nonsense, he shot them to death and threw the bodies out of the building. After the mind is clear, he then used teleportation to return to the room. Husband. Jiang Nanyin and Bai Sini were startled when they saw Shun Yi suddenly appear, but they soon turned to happiness. Su Wanning also hurried out from the kitchen to greet them. Shun Yi glanced at the 3 women, and seeing that their auras were all white, he nodded in satisfaction. It's good as long as everyone has no ulterior motives. After a brief greeting, Shun Yi sat on the sofa, took out his mobile phone, opened Gouda Map, and searched for his hometown. Now that I have the power of telepathy, I don't have to worry about the dangers hidden in the black fog and can go home to pick up my younger sister and grandmother. My little sister's phone may be out of battery, and I haven't been able to contact her for several days. But Shun Yi wasn't particularly worried, because my younger sister is very smart and Grandma is not a pedantic old woman. Given my younger sister and grandmother's personalities, nothing will happen in the short term unless they encounter any force majeure. 73 kilometers is not that far, but we need to find a car first and fill it up. Shun Yi looked at the distance displayed by the navigation system and made a plan. This time when I go out, I can also search for some supernatural fruits. Honey, are you going here? Jiang Nanyin asked curiously when she saw the navigation on Shun Yi's phone. Honey, the current road conditions mean that an ordinary car won't be able to drive on it. At least a very powerful off-road vehicle will be needed, Jiang Nanyin analyzed. What do you think? Shun Yi looked towards Jiang Nanyin. From what she said, it seemed like she had something to say. Jiang Nanyin pinched Shun Yi's shoulders and said, "It's like this, husband. I have a friend who plays with modified cars. She also has a house in our community, and there are several modified cars parked in the garage. We could drive her car out." She was talking about us, not me. She wants to go too. This woman is indeed very smart, knowing that following Shun Yi is the safest. Shun Yi didn't care about Jiang Nanyin's little thoughts. As long as he could help him, he continued to ask, "Can you contact your friends now?" Jiang Nanyin shook her head. "I can't get in touch with her. Maybe her phone is out of battery, or maybe she has already, but it's okay. I know which building her house is in. We could just go over there and get the keys and drive." "That's fine." When Shun Yi asked about the meaning of the previous sentence, he originally wanted to see if Jiang Nanyin's friend was pretty and whether he could unlock some supplies by the way. However, since I can't get in touch with him, the most important thing is to get the car and go home first. As long as you have a car, it's only a few hours to go back and forth for about 70 kilometers. When we get Grandma and little sister over here, we can find a safer place to build a shelter. Yes, Shun Yi has the idea of building a shelter. Otherwise, you can't be like a homeless person without a fixed place to live and changing residence every day, right? Moreover, if a shelter is built, it will be more convenient to find beauties and unlock more system supplies. Just as Shun Yi thought of this, the bathroom door suddenly opened. 3 women, freshly dressed in pajamas, came out. Shuni looked at him for a few times and couldn't help but nodded. As expected, it is a product of the strict selection system, with outstanding appearance and figure. If this had happened before the end of the world, both Zhou Wan'er and Su Yun would have been considered goddess-level beauties outside. Even this long-haired girl who does not meet the system standards can be called a little beauty. Let's eat first. Shuni had been running outside for a few hours today and was already a little hungry. Immediately, he waved his hand and took out 10 steaks and several buckets of instant noodles from the system space. I haven't eaten instant noodles for a long time. Today I'm going to have some instant noodles with steak. Sister Bai and I are going to fry steak. Su Wanting was very sensible today and actually took the initiative to find something to do. Chapter 73. Shuni glanced at her, feeling satisfied. Su Wanting is still very cute when she has no ulterior motives. The steak was fried, the instant noodles were soaked, and Shuni took out 3 roast chickens and 2 large bottles of Coke. Let's eat. There are more women now, and more supplies are consumed in one meal. Of course, it's still a drop in the bucket for Shuni. Steak and chicken, there are so many options. Looking at the delicious food on the table, Su Yun, Zhou Wan'er, and the 3 new women kept swallowing their saliva. Since the apocalypse, they haven't eaten fresh food, let alone fresh meat. Shuni was so generous to take out so many fresh foods. Was this specially prepared to welcome him and others? But, looking at other people's expressions, why aren't they excited at all? This is all meat. Of course, Su Yun and the other 2 girls didn't know that this meal was very precious to them. But to Su Wanting and others, it was just a normal daily meal. Although Shun-Yi did not provide unlimited supplies, he would not let his woman starve. What you eat, women eat. So, Su Wanting and Jiang Nanyan have gotten used to meat in the past 2 days. A delicious and hearty lunch was finished. Shun-Yi took Jiang Nanyan out. The 2 came to building 13. Jiang Nanyan looked at the tall building in front of her and said, "Honey, my friend's house is on the 15th floor." Shun immediately activated his telepathy and scanned the entire building to eliminate any possible hidden dangers. This is... Shun suddenly raised his eyebrows. As he scanned each floor, he unexpectedly discovered that something was wrong with the 18th floor of the building. The lights on the 18th floor are actually on. In other words, the family on the 18th floor actually has electricity, dynamo, or some other power generation device. Moreover, when looking inside from the outside through the glass on the 18th floor, you can't see anything clearly, as if they had been deliberately replaced with privacy glass. Moreover, its outer walls have been reinforced with special materials, making it look like a steel barrier. It's most likely a doomsday shelter built by some doomsday enthusiast, and it just happened to be used. Shun-Yi was not too surprised. He had seen many related videos before, and even saw a rich second generation spend hundreds of millions to renovate a doomsday villa. Shun-Yi himself had also fantasized about building a doomsday safe house, but it was a pity that it was something only rich people could afford, so he just thought about it. But now there is a ready-made safe house in front of you. With electricity, great privacy, and high defensiveness, it's a perfect house. I like it. It'll be mine soon. Honey, I forgot the password. Jiang Nanyan tried several passwords in front of the unit door, but none of them worked. Shun-Yi hadn't expected her to open the door, so he walked forward, hugged Jiang Nanyan, and used instant teleportation to enter the building. At the same time, 18th floor. Behind the extremely private glass, there was a tall and lean figure. She was holding a snow-white fox in her arms and staring at the downstairs. Her red eyes seemed to be able to see through the black fog, staring at the place where Shun-Yi disappeared. After looking at it for a long time, her expression was solemn. Her eyes flickered, and her red lips moved slightly. Space-based psychic. Chapter 74. At this time, there is actually a space ability person outside my building. How is this possible? I remember that in our last life, there were no people with superpowers in our community. The fastest person I met who gained superpowers did not appear until more than half a month later. Could it be that my rebirth has caused some kind of butterfly effect around me? On the 18th floor, the only large flat with lights on, a beautiful lady with a curvy figure was muttering to herself with a serious expression. Her name is Murong Shui, and she is a reborn person. That's right, they're the kind of reborn people in doomsday novels. In her previous life, doomsday came suddenly, and Murong Shui was not prepared at all. She even didn't believe in the so-called doomsday theory at first, and thought that rescue would arrive soon. The result was no rescue, Because she did not make any preparations. She went hungry for 9 meals in 3 days and had to be on guard against the male neighbors in the building at all times. After, she had struggled to survive in the apocalypse for more than half a year and lived a relatively stable life. But suddenly a huge tree that blocked out the sun swallowed up the entire mountain city. Murong Shui was also swallowed up in that disaster with resentment and anger. As a result, I didn't expect that when I opened my eyes again, I was reborn 1 month before the end of the world. At first, Murong Shui thought she had just had a nightmare about the end of the world, until she later confirmed through some things that it was not a dream. So she started preparing in advance. Sell the company's properties, sell all real estate, and then spend a lot of money to renovate your house, install solar panels, install generators, and stockpile large amounts of food and water. They also stockpiled a lot of weapons of all kinds. At first, when she did these things, her close friends, and even family members didn't understand and even thought she was crazy. Her parents cut off all ties with her in anger, and several of her best friends also stopped associating with her. But it doesn't matter, because Murong Shui knows the disgusting side of her besties and friends. In my previous life, I took them in with great kindness, but they actually betrayed me and almost killed me. So, she was no longer a saint in this life. On the first day of the apocalypse, she tricked her best friends over and killed them directly. Killing is nothing to her. Having struggled for more than half a year in the apocalypse in her previous life, she had long been accustomed to killing people. In this way, Murong Shui spent her life hoarding supplies and killing enemies, and lived an extremely comfortable life after the end of the world began. Moreover, because of her experiences in her previous life, she knew about many opportunities and had seized them in advance. For example, this beautiful white fox in my arms has a special ability that can help me at critical moments. For example, the supernatural fruit. From the beginning of the apocalypse, Murong Shui first obtained the supernatural powers of her previous life, and also stockpiled some plants that had not mutated and had a high probability of producing supernatural fruits. These plants were transplanted by her based on her memories of her previous life, but she didn't know when they would bear supernatural fruits. The time for the supernatural fruits to mature is different. According to Murong Shui's plan, her home had water, electricity, food, and various entertainment facilities. She didn't need to go out to adventure. She just had to wait patiently for the supernatural fruits to mature, gain more supernatural powers, improve her strength, and escape from the mountain city before the terrifying tree covered the city. She had even decided on the city she was going to. Chapter 75. But I'm not strong enough at the moment and can't go out, otherwise I might die on the way. But all these plans were disrupted when a person with special abilities suddenly appeared in this space and set his sights on him. Yes, Murong Shui had already discovered that she was being spied on by Shun Yi. Because of her ability to see through the black fog, and because her mental power has been amplified, her perception has become much stronger. If someone is spying, she can easily detect it. This is also the reason why she wants to obtain this power as soon as possible. In the doomsday, her special ability is extremely effective in preserving her life. The reason she was able to live so long in her previous life was because of this special ability. I hope he doesn't come to my house. I don't want to go up against a person with spatial abilities. Even if he has just acquired spatial abilities, he's still very difficult to deal with. But if you really dare to come, I won't be afraid of you. Murong Shui sat on the sofa. The scarlet color in her eyes faded away. She gently stroked the head of the white fox in her arms with her jade hand and said softly, "Xiaobai, you have to be prepared too. If that person dares to come in, let him know how powerful you are." The white fox moved its tail, and it was not known whether it understood or not, but just barked obediently. Although Murong Shui was a little nervous, she was not particularly nervous because although the space-related psychic are difficult to deal with, the end of the world had only just begun. She was sure that this space ability user was definitely not strong. How strong can a guy who has just acquired superpowers be? He may not even know what his superpowers are. But as a reborn person with combat experience, weapons, and traps set up, how could he fight? As for whether this space-related psychic has any other superpowers, Murong Shui feels that he definitely doesn't. Because even as a reborn person, I have only gained one superpower so far, despite having the memories of my past life. How can anyone else surpass me? At present, most people don't even know what the supernatural fruit is. Taking a step back, Even if this person was lucky enough to obtain 2 superpowers, he couldn't use them casually. Morong Shue knew very well that the stronger the supernatural power, the greater the energy consumption when using it. With a spatial ability, like teleportation, ordinary people will start to pant heavily and use up most of their energy after teleporting a few times. If they use other abilities at the same time, they will probably die of exhaustion before they can hurt the enemy. With comprehensive judgment, summary of various experiences, and the coordination of several powerful traps she designed in the room, Morong Shue was not panicked at all, but rather very confident. Because the advantage is mine. The white fox in this woman's arms didn't mutate. It seems that not all animals can mutate. Hey, she actually has so much rice, flour, oil, can fruits, drinks, red wine. Great, all of them are mine. There's also a dedicated entertainment room. Wow, you're indeed a serious doomsday enthusiast. This house has been remodeled so well. Oh, there's so many traps. There are even crossbow traps at the door. An ordinary person would definitely fall into it. In the room on the 15th floor, while Jiang Nanyan was looking for the car keys, Shun Yi was using telepathy to observe all the arrangements in the room on the 18th floor. I have to say, this woman is definitely a professional doomsday enthusiast. The house she renovated, plus various food reserves, would be enough to safely survive for more than half a year, or even longer, during the doomsday. Shun Yi especially likes it. At this time, the system was triggered as he expected. Chapter 76. Ding! A goddess who meets the system standards has been detected, and detailed information has been scanned. Name, Morong Shue. Age, 32. Appearance, 98 points. Body, 97 points. Inner, 100 points, pure and flawless. Total score, 98 points. Evaluation. After taking in a person, you can unlock a random item. It really meets the system standards. Shun Yi was not surprised, because this woman was really beautiful, with a top-notch figure and an outstanding temperament. I'm so lucky today. Not only did I find a top-level shelter when I went out, but there was also a beautiful woman who could unlock rewards. Damn, this is so cool. Get it, must get it. Honey, I found the car keys. At this time, Jiang Nanyan walked out of the bedroom. Well, let's go home then. Shun Yi withdrew his telepathy. It's getting late today, so there's no need to rush to find this woman. Go home and unlock Zhou Weiner's reward first. Then, wait until I pick up my younger sister and grandma tomorrow, and then I'll take down this woman. Anyway, with this carefully renovated house, Morong Shue will definitely not leave the community. Husband, Jiang Nanyan took the initiative to lean on Shun Yi's arms. Shun Yi stretched out his arms to hug her and left the building with teleportation. At the same time, Morong Shue on the 18th floor suddenly felt that the feeling of being spied on disappeared. They left. Morong Shue breathed a sigh of relief, but remained alert. Is this feeling of being spied on the girl's ability? It's really strange. It's only been a few days since the apocalypse, but I've already met 2 people with abilities. The butterfly effect is really scary. It seems that I still need to be more careful in the future. It's best to disguise myself as an ordinary person. Otherwise, too many things will change, and I may lose the memory advantage of my previous life. Morong Shue seemed to be talking to herself, but also seemed to be talking to the white fox in her arms. But the white fox was too lazy to pay attention to her. But Morong Shue was not angry. Instead, she picked up the notebook on the table, opened it, and started looking through it. In the notebook, she recorded some major events that would happen in the future, as well as the most dangerous mutated animals and plants in various areas. In order to prevent herself from forgetting the information over time, she would review her notebook every once in a while to deepen her memory. The most eye-catching thing on the notebook is rows of names. These people were famous and powerful people with special abilities in their previous lives. Each of them has special abilities or is very strong personally. Certainly, Morong Shue didn't see all of it with her own eyes, and most of it was hearsay, so the authenticity remains to be confirmed. Among them, the name ranked first and specially marked with a red pen was a powerful psychic that she had seen with her own eyes. No, it cannot be said to be powerful. It should be said to be abnormal. Morong Shue even speculated that even if the terrifying giant tree destroyed the entire mountain city, it could not kill her, because her abilities are extremely abnormal. Unfortunately, after I was reborn and investigated for a month, I found that there was no such person in the city, and I couldn't find her in a short time. Otherwise, if I had established a good relationship with her in advance, I wouldn't have to worry about the problem of the giant tree. Murong Shui lamented. However, the impact is not significant. As long as she doesn't change too many things, she will come to Yamashiro University in 2 months. Chapter 77. Then I'll have a chance to get close to her. Use the memories of the past life to become friends with her. Thinking of this, Murong Shui looked at the name carefully again and remembered it deeply. Deep and crispy. Shun Yi and Jiang Nanyan returned home and briefly talked about going out tomorrow. The girls were a little worried, especially Su Wanting by Cindy and Su Yun. They all wanted to follow Shun Yi. But Shun Yi rejected them all. He was going home to pick up his family, and it was inconvenient to bring a group of women with him. If they encountered any danger on the way, they would be a burden. In the end, Shun Yi decided to take Jiang Nanyan alone. Because Jiang Nanyan is quite smart and she can drive, it is quite useful to take her out with her. As for Su Yun, she has the highest fighting ability among all the girls, and she can also use a gun, so naturally she will stay to protect the family. Judging from the 2 men wandering around his doorstep yesterday, Shunny guessed that the residents in the building might have some evil intentions towards his home, so he still had to be on guard. Honey, you must be careful on the road tomorrow. More than 70 kilometers is a long way. Su Wanting said with concern. The other girls also said some caring words accordingly, except Zhou Wanner and the girl with long hair. After all, they are not Shun Yi's women, so it is not easy for them to get involved in Shun Yi's family affairs. Shun Yi simply responded to the girls, then looked at Zhou Wanner and said, "We will sleep in the same room tonight. As for the others, you can make your own arrangements, but leave one room empty. I have arrangements for tomorrow." Zhou Wanner was stunned. Her cheeks suddenly turned red, and she lowered her head in shame, unable to speak. She didn't expect Shun Yi to be so direct, and actually said he wanted to share a room with her in front of so many women. This is too embarrassing. But the other women were not angry or disgusted. They just seemed to have thought of something and felt a little ashamed and envious. After all, they all understood the purpose of Shun Yi bringing Zhou Wanner back. Anyway, it can't be playing flying chess. On the contrary, if Shun Yi simply rescued Zhou Wanner out of kindness and gave her food and drink for free, the women would be a little unhappy, because they all paid a price to get shelter. If Zhou Wanner could get the same treatment as them without having to pay anything, they would feel unbalanced. What worries us is not the scarcity of wealth, but the inequality of wealth. This is human nature. Nanyan, let's go to the same room. I want to talk to you about something. Seeing Shun Yi and Zhou Wanner enter the room, Su Wanting also called Jiang Nanyan away and went to talk in private. They used to be good friends, and their relationship has eased recently, so naturally they are more intimate than others. Bai Sini looked at the remaining 2 women, hesitated, and said to Su Yun, "Officer Su, if you don't mind, can we sleep in the same room tonight?" "Sister Bai, you don't have to call me Officer Su, just call me Su Yun." Su Yun quickly shook her head, feeling that the name was too strange. In fact, it's not a matter of address, but because of their current relationship, it would seem strange to call them that. Bai Sini and Su Yun entered a room, and they also had topics to talk about. The house has 4 bedrooms and 2 living rooms, which means that there's only 1 empty room, and the girl Lu Yiye. Lu Yiye is the girl with long hair who does not meet the system standards. The reason why Shun Yi didn't drive her away was because of Zhou Wanner and Su Yun's face. In addition, he didn't lack food, so he temporarily protected her for a few days. After all, she was the person Su Yun saved at the risk of her life. If she were to drive her out directly, it would hurt Su Yun's feelings. Although Shun Yi has a cold personality, as long as it does not touch her bottom line, she will also take care of the feelings of her women, especially a woman like Su Yun who is very loyal and obedient to me. Luya also knew that she had not yet joined this family, and she remembered what Shun Yi had just said, that she wanted to leave an empty room, so she slept on the sofa all night sensibly. Although it's just a sofa, compared to the dangerous world outside, it's a very safe and comfortable place. Chapter 78. The second day. After waking up, Shun Yi and the girls had breakfast, left half a day's rations, and then set off with Jiang Nanyan. Before leaving, he also specifically reminded the girls not to go out no matter what. Don't even go outside the building because there are mutated monsters outside that even you can't deal with at the moment. The girls were shocked and obeyed. After, Shun Yi turned on telepathy and used instant movement to avoid the danger in the dark and brought Jiang Nanyan to the underground garage. It took a few minutes to find the garage of Jiang Nanyan's friend's house. Here, Shun Yi saw 3 cars. 2 modified off-road vehicles and a modified red sports car. I have to say, Jiang Nanyan's friend is really rich. In the garage of any house, there are 3 luxury cars worth tens of millions. Fortunately, it's mine now. Shun Yi chose the Mercedes-Benz G-Class, which has a higher chassis and better performance. This Mercedes-Benz G has obviously been extensively modified. The entire exterior is made of aluminum alloy, and even the interior seats seem to have been replaced, not to mention hardware, such as the engine. In short, Shun Yi got on the car and felt it for a few minutes, and was quite satisfied. He has a driver's license, although he has only had it for a few months and his skills are not very good. But the situation in the outside world nowadays is that as long as you don't drive into the wall, you should be able to drive however you want. You don't have to worry about being caught by cameras or being chased by the traffic police. The tank is full. Okay, let's go. After Shun Yi confirmed everything, he stepped on the accelerator and drove out. He drove out of the community in one breath and onto the main road. The road was now full of black cracks and various mutated plants, but Shun Yi avoided them one by one through the telepathic 360 degrees bird's eye view. With a perspective comparable to that of a god, there is no need to worry about car accidents. It's so fucking awesome. Shun Yi directly increased the speed of the car to over 100 miles per hour, turning left and right all the way, rushing around recklessly. Jiang Nanyan's face turned pale with fright. She even regretted coming out with Shun Yi. Who would have thought that Shun Yi, such a steady and cautious person, could drive so crazily? Driving in such thick black fog, and with cracks appearing on the road from time to time, what would you do if you fell down while driving so fast? But in fact, Jiang Nanyan was overthinking. She just didn't know that Shun Yi had a god's perspective, so she thought Shun Yi suddenly became reckless. In fact, Shun Yi saw the road conditions clearly. He would never risk his life. Jiang Nanyan was also getting more and more scared, and gradually she became surprised. Because no matter how fast Shun Yi drove, he could accurately avoid obstacles and cracks on the road. Even if a few abandoned cars suddenly appeared occasionally, he would avoid them directly, as if he had predicted it in advance. Jiang Nanyan gradually calmed down. Just say it. Shun Yi shouldn't be such a reckless person. She breathed a sigh of relief quietly and looked at Shun Yi, who was driving seriously. It shouldn't be my illusion. Shun Yi may really be able to see through the black fog. Otherwise, dodging obstacles once or twice can be considered a coincidence. But being able to dodge them every time in advance is not a coincidence, but a result of long-term preparation. Seeing through the black fog. Is this another new superpower he has acquired? Jiang Nanyan thought about it and couldn't help but feel moved. If I guessed correctly, it would prove that Shun Yi had most likely mastered the method of obtaining superpowers. Thinking of this, Jiang Nanyan's heart started pounding. Excited. Expect. If Shun Yi completely mastered the method of obtaining superpowers, then he would have a greater chance of obtaining superpowers. After all, she is currently the only woman who has been credited with a merit by Shun Yi. 3 hours later, the off-road vehicle slowly drove to the entrance of a relatively remote village. Shun Yi slowed down. Although he didn't encounter any major troubles along the way, there were still many minor troubles, which affected his driving speed. For example, because the noise of the vehicle is too loud, it attracts many mutant animals to chase behind or even block the front. But Shun Yi didn't tolerate it. He just stepped on the accelerator and crashed to death. Parking is impossible. When parking in the wild, even if he had telepathic powers, he was afraid of encountering scary monsters like the mutated black spider. Anyway, it's a modified car, so as long as you don't encounter any particularly fierce mutant monsters, you can break through directly. There's no need to stop. So, it took him more than 3 hours to reach his destination, my hometown, Xinjia Village. However, the originally bustling Xinjia Village was now silent. There was no human habitation at all, and except for the occasional chirping of insects, the entire village seemed like an uninhabited village. The grass and trees around the village are also quite lush, and some of the grass even grows to 2 or 3 meters high. Shun Yi drove the car slowly towards the east end of the village, which was the direction of his home. When you enter the village, you can occasionally hear noises coming from some people's homes. Perhaps the living villagers are hiding inside. But Shun Yi didn't pay attention to these. He drove all the way to his door, then scanned the surroundings telepathically. After looking around, the only thing that could be considered a threat was a mutant yellow dog lying in the yard of the neighbor next door. Stay in the car. Don't come out unless I call you. Shan Yi Varnit. Uh-huh. Jiang Nanyan nodded seriously. Immediately, Shun Yi used instant teleportation to leave the car and rush to his backyard. The cellar is in the backyard. If my younger sister and grandmother are still alive, they must be hiding in the cellar. At the same time, taking advantage of the gap when Shun Yi left, Jiang Nanyan's face turned slightly red, and she thought secretly in her heart. According to the current progress, the first person to obtain superpowers must be me. However, my top priority now is to put my clothes in order and get into the best possible condition. Because I'm about to meet Xin Yi's family. She was somewhat expectant, yet also somewhat uneasy and nervous. I don't know whether Xin Yi's family will look down on me or hate me. It was the first time that Jiang Nanyan experienced the anxiety of meeting her boyfriend's parents. At the same time, Shun Yi teleported into the cellar and saw his sister Shun Su and his 60-year-old grandmother who were making a fire and roasting potatoes. Chapter 79. Grandma, I seem to see my brother coming back. Was I hallucinating because of the smoke? No, I must be dazzled. My brother's not that handsome. Shun Su stared at Shun Yi blankly, blinking in disbelief. Although she said she didn't believe it, her eyes were already red. When the grandmother heard the voice, she subconsciously wanted to speak to comfort her, but when she turned around, she saw her grandson who had appeared out of nowhere. At first glance, she also thought she was hallucinating, because compared to before, Chun Yi is now a lot taller, his skin is much whiter, and he's become more handsome. Xiaoyi? Is it Xiaoyi? Grandma stood up, somewhat unbelieving. Grandma, it's me. Shun Yi smiled and walked over. Grandma has lost weight. They must have not eaten well or slept well these days. Brother, you are finally back. The petite Shin Su rushed over immediately and threw herself into Shun Yi's arms, hugging him tightly, her voice trembling slightly. She cried. I cried with excitement. Shin Su could no longer remember how many days had passed since the black fog appeared. Because her cell phone was out of battery and she couldn't contact her brother, she was worried that something had happened to him. If her grandmother hadn't been around, she would have left the village to look for Shun Yi. It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back. Grandma just kept repeating this sentence with a kind smile on her old face. Brother, tell me quickly, how did you get back? Aren't all the buses out of service? Also, brother, how come you suddenly become so handsome? And it seems you even have abdominal muscles. Let me touch them. After a warm moment, Shin Su couldn't resist her curiosity and even started touching Shun Yi's body. I drove back. Shin Yi touched the little sister's head and explained with a smile. As for the abdominal muscles, it may be because I often exercise at school, so they have developed secondary. Driving? Brother, you actually bought a car? What car? Shin Su's eyes lit up. She has always wanted to buy a car for her family, so that it would be very convenient for her to go out. As for the secondary development, Shin Su simply ignored it. Anyway, as long as my brother comes back safely, none of that matters. Yes, I bought it, an off-road vehicle. Shun Yi agreed without thinking. This girl is obviously not stupid, so why would she ask such a question? Well, come to think of it, my sister has been staying in the cellar all the time and has never been outside. She doesn't know about the huge changes in the outside world. So naturally, she still retains the 3 views before the end of the world. If you need something, you have to spend money to buy it. Little did they know. Now, if you want a car, you don't even need to buy it. You could just buy it for free. There are cars everywhere on the streets. But Shun Yi didn't need to tell his family about this, as it would only add to their troubles. Xiaoyi, you must be hungry after walking all the way. Come and sit down and eat something. Grandma said as she peeled the baked potato to reveal the golden inside. The golden potatoes were steaming and smelled delicious. Shun Yi took the baked potato and took a bite. Wow, Grandma, you are biased. Those are the potatoes I baked. You gave my baked potatoes to your brother and even peeled the skins for him. I haven't been taken care of like this by your grandma in these days. Humph, I'm jealous. Shin Su puffed up her cheeks with an aggrieved expression. But in fact, she was not jealous at all. She just simply liked to act coquettishly and show off in front of her grandma. This girl was like this when she was little. She loved to show off. Susu, good boy. Can Grandma bake 2 more for you? Then I want to eat the ones that Grandma peels. Okay, Grandma will peel it for you after it's baked. Grandma smiled kindly and cooperated with her granddaughter's antics. As if she had gotten a satisfactory answer, Chin Su gave Chun Yi a boastful smile. as if to say, see, Grandma still dotes on me more. Shun-Yi smiled helplessly, and seeing that Grandma was about to bake potatoes again, he stopped her and said, Grandma, don't bake them for now. I have other food here. Chapter 80. As he spoke, he took out 2 self-heating hot pots, a steaming roast chicken, and several bottles of mineral water from the system space. The self-heating hot pot is a resource that I unlocked from Joanna last night. Ding! It is detected that you have successfully taken a goddess, and a random material is unlocked. Ding! Unlocked successfully. Congratulations on unlocking the item. Self-heating hot pot with luxurious ingredients. Deluxe self-heating hot pot +1, stored in the system space. Deluxe self-heating hot pot +1, stored in the system space. Luxury. The self-heating hot pot unlocked by the system is somewhat different from the one sold in stores. Because the ingredients in this self-heating hot pot are very rich, there's several kinds of fresh meat rolls, fresh seafood, and a variety of fresh vegetables, as if they were just picked. If this self-heating hot pot were sold outside, it would cost at least several hundred yuan. Wow, what did you learn, magic? That's amazing. You can actually make food appear out of thin air. Shin-Su showed a shocked expression and looked Shun-Yi up and down, as if trying to find where on his body he could hide so much food. Grandma was also surprised. In all her years of life, this was the first time she had seen such a miraculous method. Immediately, Shun-Yi roughly explained the matter about superpowers, of course. Most of it was made up. The general content is that I am lucky and I have obtained the ability to create food just after the end of the world. From now on, our family will never have to worry about food and drink. Grandma was very relieved after hearing this. Shin-Su was very excited after hearing this, and kept saying that her brother was awesome. Then, Shun-Yi heated up the self-heating hot pot and let Grandma and little sister eat first. He took some time to go out and killed the mutant yellow dog from his next-door neighbor's house in advance, and then threw the body away so that his grandmother would not be scared when she came out later. Eat and drink enough. Shun-Yi then took his grandmother and younger sister out, and also explained that he would take them to the city. In Shun-Yi's opinion, life in the city is more convenient. Because all kinds of plants and animals have mutated, rural areas are now more dangerous than cities. Grandma and my little sister naturally did not resist. After all, home is when all the family members are together. Shall we? Wait a moment. Grandma will go in and pack the bedding and clothes. Grandma thought of taking the bedding from home with her so that she wouldn't have to spend money to buy new ones when she went to the city. Shun-Yi quickly stopped her and said, Grandma, you don't need to take the bedding and clothes. I bought new ones. If you have any expensive jewelry, you can wear them. You really don't need anything else. Otherwise, the new ones I bought will be wasted. This, Grandma hesitated for a moment. Finally, I agreed. Although my grandmother also came from that era, she is not at all pedantic and is able to listen to children's opinions and ideas. Seeing Grandma enter the room, Shun-Su suddenly looked around, and like a thief, he leaned close to Shun-Yi's ear and whispered, Brother, in fact, I have gained superpowers just like you. What? Shun-Yi was stunned. I looked at my sister with some surprise. I didn't expect that the second person with superpowers I met would be my own sister. What happened was this. 2 days ago, I slipped out of the cellar while my grandma was sleeping and wanted to go back to my room to charge my phone. Then when I passed by the yard, I saw a colorful fruit on a grass. The fruit was glowing and looked very beautiful. Then I took a closer look and found that it was not only beautiful, but also smelled very good. So I couldn't help but picked it and ate it, and then I gained superpowers. Listening to Shun-Su's explanation, Shun-Yi couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Glowing, colorful fruit? And it also emits fragrance? This seems to be different from the 3 supernatural fruits he has eaten. So what superpowers did you get, Susu? Chapter 81. Hey, my superpower is that I can run really fast. I feel like I'm several times faster than the 100-meter sprint champion in our school. And I can feel that this is not my maximum speed. If I run at full speed, I feel like I can run as fast as the Flash in the movie. From now on, I'll be here. So just lie down, bro. Shun-Su raised his little head proudly, like a child waiting for praise. She was obviously very proud of her powers. As for being the same as the Flash, that is of course an exaggeration. Otherwise her abilities would be too abnormal. A power that increases speed? Not bad. Shun-Yi touched his little sister's head and gave her affirmation. Sure enough, it's another new superpower. Could it be that because the supernatural powers are different, the fruits will also be slightly different? For example, it can glow and emit an attractive fragrance? Well, it's just that I don't know what's wrong with my superpower. Every time I run for a while, I will feel very tired and thirsty. So I dare not use this superpower casually, and I dare not run at full speed. I'm afraid that I will be exhausted to death. Shin-Su said here, pouting, a little distressed. It's like owning a mountain of gold, but not being able to spend it. Even though he has superpowers, he can't use them as he pleases. Shun-Yi understood that this was because his younger sister's physical strength was too poor, so she couldn't even use her newly acquired speed ability to its full potential. In this case, you either have to be lucky enough to get a physical evolution fruit and raise your own upper limit. Either you increase the level of your superpowers. Maybe if the level of your superpowers is higher, the physical energy consumption of using your superpowers will be reduced. Don't tell anyone else about your superpowers, Shun-Yi warned. Of course, I'm not stupid, and most of the time, I'm very smart. Shin-Su smiled. If you weren't my brother, I wouldn't have told you. After all, this is a superpower, just like in the movies. If the bad guys found out, I would definitely be captured and sliced up for research. Okay, you're the smartest. Shun-Yi rubbed the girl's head and said, when there's a chance in the future, I will see if I can help you solve the problem of being too tired to use your supernatural powers. Can this be solved? Chun-Su, who was originally enjoying the head pat, stared at Chun-Yi with bright eyes after hearing this. Shun-Yi nodded and said, yes, but it requires a certain amount of luck. The problem can only be solved by finding the fruit of physical evolution. But this is like looking for a needle in a haystack and does require a lot of luck. Or you can find the same type of speed-related fruit that my younger sister has eaten and increase the level of your ability. But according to Shun-Yi's estimation, he would have to eat at least 7 or 8 fruits to reach the next level. That's even more difficult. Not to mention finding 7 or 8 fruits of the same type. It is even difficult to find 7 or 8 fruits of different types. Great. I believe you can do it, brother. Chun-Su happily hugged Shun-Yi's arm. This girl. Shun-Yi shook his head. At this time, Grandma also finished packing and came out. I didn't bring much luggage, just a small bag, and I don't know what was in it. Shun-Yi didn't ask, and walked towards the car with his grandmother and little sister. But, just as he walked out of the yard, he saw a few old men and women surrounding his car. They looked like thieves, but also like they were curious. Seeing Shun-Yi and the others coming out, these uncles and aunts hurriedly greeted them with a smile. Grandma Shun, is this your relative's car? It looks really nice. Are your relatives from the city? Grandma also replied kindly that after all, we were all neighbors and we would see each other every day. However, the grandmother still emphasized that this was her grandson's car, that it was bought by her grandson. And he even pulled Shun-Yi aside to introduce a few things. For the elderly, the ability of their younger generations is something worth praising and showing off. Because Shun-Yi had changed so much, several neighboring aunties and uncles did not recognize him at first, until he was introduced by his grandmother. Then they recognized him and immediately greeted Shun-Yi. Shun-Yi heard that his grandmother and younger sister were in a good mood, so he responded relatively gently. So, several neighbors continued to ask, hey, Shanwazi, are you going back to the city? If you go back to the city, can you take my grandson with you? I heard that the city is safer now. Chapter 82. And my grandson, his parents are in the city. Could you please help send him there? The neighbors were talking at once, all of them asking for favors. Chin-Su frowned, looking a little unhappy. These neighbors usually like to take advantage of others, but I didn't expect that they would want to take advantage of others now. It's already this late, and she still wants her brother to take the risk to help them send the child off. There were even some neighbors who went too far and wanted Shun-Yi to take their entire family to the city. What kind of people are these? Our relationship isn't that good. Even if they are relatives, you can't be so excessive, let alone just neighbors. Grandma's face didn't look too good either. At this time, Shun-Yi said calmly, there is no room in the car, and I can't take anyone. After saying that, he pushed through the crowd, opened the back door, and let Grandma and little sister get in first. But some sharp-eyed villagers noticed that there was still a lot of space in the back of the car, so they squeezed in with their teenage children in their arms and said, Chun, there's still space in the back of your car. Just bring your uncle and your nephew, and we can just squeeze in. We are all from the same village. Now that we are in trouble, we should help each other. When your father was alive, your uncle had a very good relationship with him. I held you in my arms when you were a child. You must not forget your roots. Get out of the way. Shun-Yi glanced at the other person indifferently, pushed him away, got into the car directly, and started the car. The villager who was scolded was stunned, then pointed at Shun-Yi and started to curse. Knowing that they could not gain any benefits, they decided not to act anymore. A few sensible villagers knew that they could not get a ride, so they went home early. But more villagers are scolding Shun-Yi's family for being heartless. They used to be so good to Shun-Yi's family, but now that his family has a car and can go to the city for refuge, they don't help their neighbors and so on. At Doomsday, the ugliness of human nature is fully revealed. Shun-Yi's eyes turned cold, and he was about to draw his gun. Suddenly, he sensed a strong hostility. With his telepathy activated, Shun-Yi instantly saw an extremely dense black aura in the bushes 200 meters away. It was a mutant snake that was more than 10 meters long, and it's approaching fast. Shun-Yi directly put the car in reverse gear, stepped on the accelerator, and quickly reversed away. If anyone dares to stop the car, just hit them to death. As Shun-Yi accelerated away, several villagers were still there, scolding him. They didn't notice at all that a huge snake had emerged from the bushes. By the time someone noticed it, the mutant snake had already launched a fatal attack on the crowd. The man who was holding his son and cursing the most fiercely was the first to be targeted by the snake. The mutant snake opened its mouth, which was bigger than a human, and swallowed the two living people in one go, chewing them hard and swallowing them quickly. A giant worm. There's a giant worm. The villagers screamed in fear and ran home. But the mutant snake was faster than them. It spewed out clouds of green poisonous mist from its mouth, instantly drowning all the villagers, causing them to scream. Shun-Yi could no longer see the miserable situation here, but he could probably guess it. The size of that mutant snake was enough to make him astonished. It was definitely not something an ordinary person could fight against. Even he wasn't sure of the confrontation. Sure enough, the mutated animals in the mountain village are more damn dangerous than those in the city. But, speaking of danger, the atmosphere inside the car is actually the most dangerous. Because when the little sister got in the car and saw a beautiful woman in the passenger seat, the smile disappeared from her cute face. Chapter 83. Grandma, little sister, hello, my name is Jiang Nanyan, and I'm Shun-Yi's girlfriend. Jiang Nanyan subconsciously smoothed the hair by her ears and introduced herself very stiffly. She was very nervous and worried that Shun-Yi's family would dislike her. Shun-Yi has many women. If his family doesn't like me, then my relationship with Shun-Yi will definitely be affected in the future. When Jiang Nanyan greeted people, her palms were sweating from nervousness. It turns out she is Xiaoyi's girlfriend. What a beautiful girl. Grandma was a little surprised. However, after a brief surprise, Grandma also gave Jiang Nanyan a kind and gentle smile. Thank you, Grandma, for the compliment. Jiang Nanyan breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. Very good. Grandma likes me and even acknowledges me as her granddaughter-in-law. So, from now on, I'll be the legal wife certified by Shun-Yi's family. Happy. Then, Jiang Nanyan looked at Chen-Su, who had a delicate face like a doll. There was a flash of surprise in her eyes. Shun-Yi's sister is so cute. Even though she doesn't dress up, her natural beauty is still hard to conceal. Although he is still young, his face still looks a bit childish. But she will definitely be a beauty when she grows up. However, what puzzled Jiang Nanyan was that she didn't know why Shun-Yi's sister had a blank expression on her face since she got in the car. Is this his natural personality? It's completely different from Shun-Yi. These two siblings have very different personalities. Not only their personalities, but even their looks don't seem like real siblings. As she thought about it, she smiled and greeted, "Hello, sister. What's your name?" Snored. Chen-Su snorted lightly, turned her head to look out the window, and ignored Jiang Nanyan's words. This distant attitude made Jiang Nanyan a little embarrassed. She didn't know what she had done wrong. Why would Shun-Yi's sister dislike her? Grandma shook her head and sighed, but said nothing. Naturally, Shun-Yi was too lazy to speak for Jiang Nanyan. In his eyes, his sister is more important than Jiang Nanyan. He also knew the reason why his sister was unhappy. Brother control is like this. It will be fine when you grow up. The SUV was on its way home. While driving, Shun-Yi ate fruits and scanned the plants on both sides of the road with telepathy to see if there were any supernatural fruits among them. Pity. The car drove for dozens of kilometers, but Shun-Yi didn't find a single supernatural fruit. Of course, the main reason was that most of his attention was focused on driving, and he did not observe his surroundings carefully enough, so there might be some fish that slipped through the net. After driving for another half an hour, Shun-Yi felt like peeing, so he found a safe place to park and go to the toilet. If you guys are going to the bathroom, don't stray too far from the car. It could be dangerous in the dark fog. Shun-Yi gave an instruction and got out of the car. Brother, wait for me, I'm going too. Chin-Su opened the car door and followed in the direction of Chun-Yi. In the car, Jiang Nanyan was chatting awkwardly with her grandmother. Although Jiang Nanyan has a high IQ, her EQ is not that good, especially since she had never been in a relationship and had never interacted with her boyfriend's elders. She didn't know how to start the conversation. However, Grandma asked indirectly and asked a lot of questions about Jiang Nanyan's family affairs. Brother, when did you get a girlfriend? Why didn't you tell me? As soon as Shun-Yi opened the gate to release the water, he heard his sister's unhappy grumbling from not far behind him. Susu, what are you doing? Shun-Yi quickly finished peeing and pulled up his pants. At this time, Chin-Su also walked out of the black fog with puffed cheeks. Her cute face was full of unhappiness and grievance, and she was almost crying. Chapter 84. Shin-Yi sighed helplessly and wanted to reach out and rub Shin-Su's head, but then he thought that Shin-Su had grown up, so he took his hand back. But when Shin-Su saw this scene, her eyes instantly turned red. She felt that her brother had completely betrayed her. Regardless of Shun-Yi's objection, she forced her head into Shun-Yi's palm and rubbed it several times. Brother, can you break up with her? Chun-Su raised her head, pouted, her eyes red, and looked at Shun-Yi pitifully. Susu, don't be so petty. Shun-Yi frowned, his tone serious. Chun-Su's aggrieved face puffed up, and seeing that there was no smile on Shun-Yi's face, she didn't dare to throw a tantrum anymore. Even though my brother used to dote on me, whenever he had this expression on his face, he was definitely serious. I understand. Well, I have a few women at home. Susu, please help me keep it a secret from Grandma when the time comes. Shun-Yi reminded again. By the way, I also let my younger sister know in advance to prevent her from throwing a tantrum again. What? Shin-Su was stunned for a moment. He looked at his brother in disbelief. What does it mean that there are several more women? Opening a harem? My brother actually has a harem in real life? Shin-Su thought that such shocking things only happened in novels. It actually happened right next to me, and the person was my own brother. Until she got back to the car, Chun-Su was in shock and disbelief. She glanced at Jiang Nanyan, who was sitting in the passenger seat, and couldn't help but look strange. Although I don't want to admit it, this woman is indeed very beautiful and knows how to dress up. At first glance, she is a rich lady from the city. But why would such a rich lady be with her ordinary brother? And I don't mind my brother having a harem. Could it be because of the black fog outside? Chin-Su felt complicated for a moment, and her young mind was greatly shocked. She found it hard to accept, and it's very uncomfortable. But when Chun-Yi's car drove into the city, Chin-Su saw the miserable scene in the city, and her young heart was hit hard again. The once prosperous and bustling mountain city now has almost no people on the streets. Only the occasional shrill screams could be heard from the black fog. While the off-road vehicle was driving, there were actually mutated animals that tried to pounce on the vehicle from time to time. Weird, absurd, and scary. Chin-Su couldn't help swallowing. Is this the end of the world? Why aren't there any police officers or soldiers to save people? During this time, Chin-Su had been hiding in the cellar with her grandmother and had almost no idea of the situation in the outside world. She just thought that this disaster was like an earthquake or a flood, and the country would resolve it after a while. But now it seems that it is impossible to solve it in a short time. Lianshan City, a new first-tier city with a population of more than 30 million, has fallen. It's just like the end of the world in the movies. It's likely that there will be no rescue. Jiang Nanyan replied to Chun-Su's question softly. She no longer has any hope of state rescue. After all, even the policewomen who had joined their big family yesterday said there was no more rescue. There is no point in dreaming of rescue now. Fortunately, she is currently safe and has no worries about food and drink. Apart from being a little worried about her parents' safety, Jiang Nanyan doesn't think there is anything wrong with her current life. It's just that there are fewer entertainment activities. During the chat, Shun-Yi also drove back to the community. Along the way, he saw through telepathy that there were still many survivors on the road. After all, Shancheng is a big city with a population of tens of millions. Even if more than 2/3 of the people died in these days, there are still at least tens of millions of survivors. After driving the car into the community, Shun-Yi parked the car back in the parking space of Building 13. This is the building where doomsday enthusiast Murong Shuo lives. Chapter 85. After parking the car, Chun-Yi asked his sister and Jiang Nanyan not to get out of the car yet, while he used teleportation to take his grandmother upstairs first. After all, it is the 15th floor. It would be impossible to ask a 70-year-old grandmother to climb the stairs. Yes, Chun-Yi did not bring his grandmother back to his home, but arranged for her to stay at Jiang Nanyan's friend's home. Anyway, her friend's life or death is unknown at the moment, and the house is empty anyway, so it might as well be left to her grandmother and younger sister to live there. After I deal with the woman on the 18th floor in the next 2 days, I will let Grandma move in. That's all. Chun-Yi went back and forth twice and settled his grandmother and little sister on the 15th floor. I also told my grandmother that I lived in the next building not far away and that I would come over often to look after her, and that she could contact me by phone if she had any questions. But, brother, my phone is out of battery. Chinsu really wanted to live with Chun-Yi, but then I thought about not letting my grandma live alone, so I didn't mention it. Chun-Yi took out a few power banks from the system space and asked his younger sister to use them. Immediately, he also left some mineral water and food, enough for Grandma and little sister for 3 or 4 days. This is also to avoid the situation where I am away for a day or two and don't have time to deliver supplies. As for bedding and other things, they are all in this suite and they're all new. Afterwards, he reminded his younger sister not to go out casually, as the neighbors in the building might not be safe. Even if she wanted to throw away garbage, she could just throw it directly from the upstairs and not go out, let alone go downstairs. Now most of the residents in this community have been cut off from water and food. For the sake of food, they will definitely not stick to their bottom line anymore. Before leaving, Grandma also reminded Chun-Yi to be careful. Although she knows that her grandson has abilities that she cannot understand, the old lady is always worried. Chun-Yi agreed with a smile, telling his grandmother not to worry, and then used teleportation to leave, returning to the car in the underground garage a few seconds later. Husband, what's wrong? Chun-Yi saw that Jiang Nanyan seemed to be in a bad mood. The network is down. The phone can't be reached either. Jiang Nanyan's voice was a little low. The internet is down. Chun-Yi was slightly stunned. Although it was expected, it still felt a bit sudden. It might have been disconnected a few hours ago, but I wasn't checking my phone and didn't notice it. Jiang Nanyan had a hint of sadness between her brows. Without the internet, the only possible way to contact my parents is also cut off. Well, let's go home first. Chun-Yi took Jiang Nanyan back to the house. It was already afternoon. Just a few minutes after sitting down, Chun-Yi suddenly remembered something. Chu Xiao from 1501. Her leg was cut, and Chun-Yi had originally promised to change the bandage for her this morning, but he was busy all day and forgot about it. Thinking of this, he used teleportation again to go to 1501. Having used teleportation continuously along the way, and bringing people with him 3 times, Chun-Yi began to breathe slightly. We need to find a way to improve the level of teleportation, reduce physical consumption, or improve the level of physical evolution. As Chun-Yi thought about it, he took a few more supernatural fruits. The only way he currently knows to upgrade his supernatural power level is to eat fruits of the same type. In addition to this, there may be other ways to upgrade superpowers. But he was not clear about this method. As for the telepathic fruit, Chun-Yi has been eating it these past 2 days. Since it is easy to make one's internal organs feel cold if one eats too many of these fruits at once, Chun-Yi eats a few whenever he has time and slowly upgrades. There's no rush anyway. After he had eaten hundreds of fruits today, the system prompt sounded again. Your telepathy is upgraded to level 7. That's right, it's already level 7. I took level 6 yesterday. Telepathy, LV7, you can sense all hostility and kindness within 1,000 meters around you through your mind, and you can see all scenes within 1,000 meters around you without using your eyes and without being hindered by any obstacles. Chapter 86. 1,000 meters. A full kilometer away. Chun-Yi activated the 7th level of telepathy and suddenly felt that his perspective was raised a lot. It's like standing in the sky, overlooking the entire community and even the scene outside the community. As far as the eye can see, everything within 1 kilometer is in sight. Furthermore, as long as Chun-Yi concentrates, he can check any individual within this kilometer, from a building to a person or a bug. For example, Murong Shui, the doomsday enthusiast in Building 13. For example, the women who live in Building 6. For example, there are several survivors outside the community walking vigilantly in the black fog. Everything at a glance. This feeling of seeing through everything is so cool. Putting away his telepathy, Shun-Yi couldn't help but murmured excitedly. Level 7 has a 1-kilometer field of view. If it continues to upgrade, could it be expanded to 10 kilometers? 100 kilometers? If so, it will be invincible. With this plug-in that can see through the entire map, he will never be in the dark about information again. No matter if someone wants to plot against you or you want to plot against others, this ability is invincible. As for the supernatural fruits needed for future upgrades, Shun-Yi has no shortage of them. There are already more than 200,000 in the warehouse. Prince Charming? You're here. Shun-Yi was thinking about something when a surprised voice came from behind him. It was Chu Xiao Xiao who limped out of the bedroom. Well, take off your pants and I'll change your dressing. At the same time, in room 1801 on the 18th floor, Murong Shui was holding a crossbow with a vigilant look on her face, checking around her house. Just now. She was just about to take a shower when she suddenly felt someone peeping at her. Murong Shui immediately guessed that it might be the space ability user from yesterday who brought another female ability user to attack her. Then, she immediately grabbed her weapon and searched the house for any sign of the intruder. Only after a thorough search and finding no trace of the intruder did Murong Shui slowly put down her weapon. She looked very unhappy, because the feeling of being spied on has disappeared. What on earth do these two guys mean? Why are you spying on me all of a sudden? Did they find out that I have electricity at home, so they targeted me? Murong Shui's expression kept changing. She was actually prepared for being targeted. After all, in the doomsday, everyone else has lost power, and only your house has the lights on, which is extremely conspicuous at night and is likely to attract the attention of people with ulterior motives. It wasn't that Murong Shui was trying to turn on the lights, but according to her memories from her previous life, there shouldn't be any people with special abilities in the community at this time. Therefore, as the only person with superpowers in the community, she is not worried about being targeted by ordinary people even if she uses electricity, because her weapons and equipment are enough to deal with greedy ordinary people. As a result, who knew that it would attract the attention of a superpower? Moreover, this psychic peeked at me twice in a row. It was obvious that he was targeting me. No, I have to set up some more traps just in case. Also, I must hurry up and upgrade my ability to level 2. Even if it means taking some risks, I must upgrade it. After finally being reborn, Murong Shui doesn't want to die again. So she started setting new traps in the room in a hurry. As long as there are enough traps, even a mutant can be killed. After all, it is only the beginning of the apocalypse, and the superpowers are not that strong yet. Chapter 87. How could Shun-Yi know that because he casually glanced at Murong Shui, this sensitive woman started to make a big move again? Even the original plan to upgrade superpowers has been brought forward. Of course, even if Shun-Yi knew, he wouldn't care. At this moment, he had just changed Chu Xiao Xiao's medicine. The two had a brief conversation, and Shun-Yi realized that Chu Xiao Xiao was actually a big anchor in the two-dimensional area of B Station. She also bought this large flat with her own loan. However, I don't have to repay the loan now. This is also the only benefit that the doomsday brings her. Although Chu Xiao Xiao earns 700,000 to 800,000 yuan a year, it is still very stressful for her to support a house worth 600,000 to 700,000 yuan. After chatting about some trivial matters, Shun-Yi left some food and water and left. He originally wanted to unlock the supplies, but seeing that Chu Xiao Xiao's calf injury was still very serious, he held back for the time being. This is to avoid tearing open the wound that has just healed with great difficulty when unlocking supplies. We still have to go to the hospital to get some medicine. If there's medicine, the wound will definitely heal faster. Well, it would be better to bring back a doctor, so that it would be easier to treat him if he gets sick or injured in the future. On the way home, Shun-Yi thought deeply about it. Decided to go to the affiliated hospital of Yamashiro University tomorrow. The affiliated hospital is not far from this community. Although it is not a large tertiary hospital, it is not small either. It has all the necessary medicines and can even perform many surgeries. Therefore, Shun-Yi decided to go to the affiliated hospital to search for medicines tomorrow. Look for some supernatural fruits along the way. As the apocalypse gets longer, there will surely be more and more people with special powers. By then, more people will surely know about the supernatural fruit. If you don't collect the fruits now, it will only be more difficult later. With level 7 telepathy and a 1-kilometer God's eye view, the area that Shun E can search is greatly increased. If I could find a powerful supernatural fruit, maybe I could deal with that mutated black spider. Although the black spider posed no threat to him, how could he allow a monster to sleep soundly next to his bed? There is only a thief who can steal for 1,000 days, but there is no such thing as being on guard against thieves for 1,000 days. Back home, after dinner, due to the power outage and internet outage, everyone prepared to go to bed early. Shin-E chose to let Su Wanting accompany him today. Su Wanting's personality has changed a lot in the past 2 days. Regardless of whether she is pretending or not, her performance makes Shun-E very satisfied. Then, after a makeout session, Shun-E rewarded her with a supernatural fruit. If you eat it, you will gain superpowers. Good. Su Wanting, who was originally a little tired, instantly became energetic. She excitedly took the colorful fruit and ate it directly. No doubt about it. This attitude made Shun-E even more satisfied. Su Wanting has gone from being arrogant at the beginning to being obedient and sensible now. She is as loyal to herself as Su Yun. The whole body aura is as white as jade, whiter than Jiangnan cigarettes. This is why Shun-E rewarded her with the supernatural fruit. Ability is one, but Shun-E prefers loyalty. As long as she doesn't betray him, he doesn't mind keeping her even if she's just a vase. Moreover, he has the ability to increase the value of the vase. Is this a supernatural power? So magical. After Su Wanting digested the supernatural fruit, she looked at Shun-E in surprise and found that there was a white aura flowing around Shun-Yi's body. Through her natural perception, she knew that this was a sign that Shun-E was very kind to her and liked her very much. She was delighted and liked Shun-E even more. Su Wanting had always thought that Shun-E hated her, but she didn't expect that he would have such a high liking for her. Little did they know, Shun-E really didn't like her much before. At most, he didn't hate her. But in recent days, her performance has greatly improved Shun-Yi's favorability toward her. Su Wanting has been learning cooking skills from Bai Sini recently, and has also instilled ideas about how to serve Shun-E with other women. It's like she's become a different person. I don't know how she figured it out. In short, Su Wanting is doing pretty well now. Close your eyes again and try to concentrate. Shun-E gave Su Wanting some guidance on how to use her supernatural powers. Su Wanting's obedience test. Then, she discovered that she could actually see around the room with a 360 degrees view and even see through things. But if you turn on the perspective, it's very difficult. Wow, it's amazing. Su Wanting was excited and surprised. I didn't expect this ability could be used like this. If an ordinary person who has just acquired superpowers has no one to guide him and relies solely on self-exploration, it will take some time for him to fully develop his superpowers. But Shun-E is different. Chapter 88. He can understand all the functions of superpowers through the system and then develop them easily. Of course, he also saw these things through Su Wanting's performance of gaining supernatural powers. This is also another reason why he rewarded Su Wanting with the supernatural fruit. I want to see the whole process of other people gaining superpowers. That's all. Having just gained superpowers, Su Wanting, who is extremely happy, served Shun-E in various ways. At the same time, in the living room, Lu Yi tossed and turned and couldn't sleep tonight. She originally thought that it would be her turn tonight. After all, it was Zhou Wana last night, and today it should be me. Lu Yi even dressed up carefully for this occasion and changed into bold underwear that she had never worn before. In the end, Shun-E didn't want him. Why is this? Could it be that Shun-E looked down on him? Lu Yi was very anxious and couldn't sleep at all. She was afraid that if she didn't become Shun-Yi's woman, she would be driven out. Once I lose this safe haven, I will have no ability to survive. Anxious and nervous. A night passed. The next day, Shun-E also slept until after 9 o'clock, which was rare. He used to be full of energy and would get up at 6 or 7 o'clock. But lately it's getting later and later. I have to improve the level of my physical evolution, otherwise I really can't handle it. Shun-E also threw a supernatural fruit into his mouth. It feels so good to crack fruit. It makes me feel energetic instantly. Moreover, if you take more, you can increase your supernatural power level, which is really killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Finished washing up. After breakfast, Shun-E said hello to the girls and went out. First change the gauze for Chu Xiao Xiao, and then go to search the affiliated hospital. This is his schedule for today. And at home, Su Wanting was happily playing with her special powers and showing off to other women. Su Yun and the other girls were shocked that Chun Yi could make ordinary people gain superpowers, and then curiously asked Su Wanting about the process of gaining superpowers. Jiang Nanyan was a little envious, even a little jealous. She thought she would be the first woman in Chun Yi to gain superpowers, but she didn't expect it to be Su Wanting, a stupid guy. He is obviously stupid, dumb, and arrogant. So how can he be better than me? While Jiang Nanyan was feeling uncomfortable, she also asked Su Wanting why she was able to gain superpowers, and whether she had managed to please Chun Yi last night. That's all. The women in the family, because of the supernatural fruit rewarded by Chun Yi, all kinds of little thoughts became active again. Especially the little green tea girl Zhou Wanner. Her eyes were rolling around cunningly, and I don't know what she was planning. At the same time, outside the affiliated hospital, a tall female police officer in police uniform is leading a male police officer against a mutated golden retriever, the originally docile golden retriever. At this moment, his pupils were full of hostility, his blood-stained sharp teeth were exposed, and he made dangerous sounds. This mutant golden retriever is 3 meters long and weighs several times as much, comparable to an adult tiger. Wang Jiqiang, you go to the hospital to find medicine first. I will stop this mutant dog. Policewoman Qin Xiang immediately made the most reasonable arrangement. Yes, the male policeman carried out the order without hesitation. He knew that if he stayed, he would only be a burden to the captain. When a mutant golden retriever saw a prey trying to escape, it immediately pounced on him. But Qin Xiang reacted faster and punched the mutant golden retriever. Her fist hit the golden retriever, and with one punch, the 3-meter-long mutant golden retriever flew several meters away. But the mutant golden retriever had thick skin and flesh, and it quickly stood up again, shook its head vigorously, stared at Qin Xiang with a ferocious face, barked twice viciously, and continued to pounce on her. Qin Xiang's expression remained unchanged. The moment the mutant golden retriever pounced on him, he pulled out the pistol from his waist, pointed it at the dog's head, and pulled the trigger. Bang, 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 bang. Several bullets penetrated the mutant golden retriever's head, causing it to fall heavily to the ground, its eyes wide open in disbelief. As more air was taken and then exhaled, the mutant golden retriever soon died completely. Until its death, it never thought that the human in front of it would actually use a gun. It's totally against the rules. I thought it would be a hearty hand-to-hand fight. While changing the magazine, Qin Xiang walked forward and kicked the golden retriever in the head. He only breathed a sigh of relief when he confirmed that it was completely dead. The mutant animal's vitality is really strong. Even after being shot several times in the head, it still has the strength to struggle. Just as Qin Xiang put away her gun and walked toward the hospital gate, a series of rustling sounds suddenly rang out in the black fog behind her. Chapter 89. Rustle, rustle. The strange sound immediately made Qin Xiang turn around to look. Suddenly, a mutant cockroach as big as an adult's palm flew out from the black fog. No, not one. That's a lot. Too many to count. It's impossible to count how many there are in a short time. At least over 100. These mutated cockroaches vibrated their wings, making a harsh rustling sound. They had a clear division of labor. One part went to devour the mutant golden retriever's corpse on the ground, while the other part flew towards Qin Xiang, making sharp sounds from their mouths. The moment Qin Xiang saw the mutated cockroach, his face changed drastically. She didn't expect that the cockroaches she used to hate the most had also mutated, and so many of them appeared at once. So disgusting. Qin Xiang raised his gun and aimed immediately, then quickly retreated while shooting. Bang! 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 Qin Xiang's shooting skills were extremely accurate, and almost every shot hit the cockroach's head. But what shocked her was that after the mutant cockroach that was killed fell to the ground, its body oozed yellow liquid, and then its entire body cracked open, and more than a dozen small cockroaches swarmed out from it. Although these new cockroaches were small in size, their number was astonishing. They quickly gathered together and pounced on Qin Xiang again. If this continues, the cockroaches will only increase in number. Qin Xiang's face looked grim. He didn't dare to shoot again and waste bullets. He turned around and ran into the hospital gate and immediately locked the door. But the cockroaches outside showed no intention of leaving and were banging against the glass door frantically. Some small cockroaches even tried to get in through the gap in the door. Qin Xiang's face was solemn. While he was stepping on a small cockroach that had crawled in, he was anxiously thinking of a solution. If these mutant cockroaches are not dealt with, she and her subordinates will definitely die in a hospital today. It might even harm the survivors in the hospital, although she didn't know if there were any survivors in the hospital. What a disgusting cockroach. Shun Yi used telepathy, and before he even entered the hospital, he saw from a god's perspective a heroic female police officer fighting a mutant golden retriever alone, and then fighting a group of mutant cockroaches. I have to say, these mutant cockroaches are very difficult to deal with. After they are killed, a bunch of little cockroaches will hatch instantly. This is so disgusting. Shun didn't want to meet these mutant cockroaches, so he chose to take a detour into the building. If the medicines were not in this building, Shun would not have wanted to come over. It's not that I'm afraid of mutated cockroaches. I just simply feel disgusted. But he looked at the policewoman battling wits and courage with the army of cockroaches from a god's perspective and seemed to be thinking about something. This female police officer is so strong that she can actually knock out a 3-meter-long mutant golden retriever with one punch. Could this also be a supernatural power? Shun made a reasonable guess. After all, considering this female police officer's maximum weight of 115 pounds, it is impossible for her to have such terrifying, explosive power. The reason why Shun endured the disgust of the mutant cockroaches and watched the battle for so long was because of the specialness of this policewoman. And she triggered the system prompt. Ding! A goddess who meets the system standards has been detected, and detailed information has been scanned. Name: Qin Xiang. Age: 29. Appearance: 93 points. Body size: 96 points. Internal: 100 points untouched. Total score: 95 points. Evaluation: after taking in a person, you can unlock a random item. 29-year-old policewoman. If it weren't for the system prompt, Shun wouldn't have known that this policewoman could actually meet the system standards. Because the policewoman's face was very dirty, and her hair was messy, she had almost no looks to speak of. Chapter 90. On the surface, it just means good figure and strong fighting ability. Who would have thought that her appearance is as high as 93, which is already goddess level? If she survives, I'll meet her again. Shun murmured, no longer paying attention to the policewoman. Go search for medicine first. I don't know whether the black fog has any effect on medicines. She used telepathy to scan the entire building and quickly found the warehouse where the medicines were stored. She teleported over and began to collect them into the system space. No matter whether it is a known medicine or an unknown medicine, as long as it has not mutated, take it all away. While collecting the medicine, Shun also used telepathy to scan the building, trying to find a doctor to take back. But for some unknown reason, there was not a single doctor or nurse in the entire building. There were only dozens of patients who might be hospitalized, trapped in the ward on the top floor. This made Shun feel pity. If there is no doctor in your team, it will be very troublesome if you get sick or injured. Let's go to the city hospital in a couple of days. Maybe there are still doctors there. Shun thought to himself as he collected the medicines. After looting an entire warehouse of medicines, Shun used teleportation to leave. When he got to the 3rd floor, he also packed away some medical equipment. Although these equipment require electricity, they can be used normally as long as there is a generator. After searching ruthlessly and scraping almost all the land in the hospital clean, Shun left the building with satisfaction. Then, he used telepathy to find the location of the policewoman. The female police officer and another male police officer had left the hospital and were running in the dark fog. Behind them, there are hundreds of mutant cockroaches tracking them. They actually lured the mutant cockroaches away. Are you afraid of implicating people in the hospital? That's too kind. I'm not having a good life myself, and yet I still have the mood to care about people who have nothing to do with me. Shun followed the 2 people from a distance while cracking fruit. Anyway, with telepathy, he could lock onto the policewoman's location as long as the distance was within 1 kilometer. While following the policewoman, Shun was also observing the plants within a kilometer, looking for supernatural fruits. He found that the number of supernatural fruits was indeed very rare, and it was difficult to find one. If you have to eat a lot of supernatural fruits to increase your supernatural power level, then it will be almost impossible for others to upgrade. After all, It took me nearly 10 fruits to upgrade my telepathic ability from level 1 to level 2. It doubles when you reach level 3. The higher the level of the superpower, the more fruit is needed. According to the rarity of superpower fruits, it's already very impressive for an ordinary person to upgrade their superpower to level 2, let alone level 7 or 8. Shun-Yi was speechless when he thought about it. If he didn't have a system that could unlock the supernatural fruit, he would be just like an ordinary person. Perhaps, in addition to upgrading by eating supernatural fruits, there are other ways to upgrade, but they are definitely not as convenient as eating the fruits directly. Because eating supernatural fruits to upgrade has almost no side effects. For example, the only side effect of the telepathy fruit is that it makes you eat slower. As long as you don't eat too much at one time and take it slow, you can continue eating. It will have no effect on your body. This is... Shun-Yi followed the policewoman for 2 kilometers and suddenly discovered through a god's perspective that on the road that the policewoman had to pass, there were a dozen ordinary people with weapons, besieging 2 mutant rural cats. Among them, the man in the lead had a pistol in his hand. Why would these people risk their lives to fight mutant animals? Is it to eat their meat? Shun-Yi was confused. Can the meat of mutant animals be eaten? He's not sure either. Maybe it is possible. But as the distance gets closer, Shun-Yi realized that he might have guessed wrong. Because from a god's perspective, he saw that behind the 2 mutant rural cats, there were several normal plants. And on the rhizome of that normal plant, there were 2 colorful fruits. It's a supernatural fruit, and there are 2 of them. While Shun-Yi was surprised, he immediately realized that the purpose of this group of people was not simple. Chapter 91. Do these people also know about the supernatural fruit? Shun-Yi seemed to be thinking about something. But through the god's perspective, he found that these dozen people did not seem to be ordinary people. Among them, there was a young woman who could create fire out of thin air and control it. Psychic. Sure enough, this makes sense. They must know the effect of the supernatural fruit, which is why they fought with the mutant rural cat. But, now that I have seen it, the fruit is mine. Shun-Yi immediately hid his figure and walked over quietly. At the same time, policewoman Qin Xiang and policeman Wang Jiqiang finally got rid of the mutant cockroaches. They walked cautiously for a while and vaguely heard a sound in the black fog ahead, and a faint smell of blood. There's someone here, be careful. Qin Xiang immediately drew his gun and turned on the safety. Meeting people in the apocalypse is not necessarily safe, especially this kind of bloody sound. Captain Qin, I seem to hear the sound of fighting. Could the people in front be fighting among themselves? Should we intervene? Wang Jiqiang's sense of justice made him want to stop the fight. After all, in the apocalypse, humans have to help each other to survive. Internal strife will only waste energy. No, they shouldn't be fighting with humans. I heard the sound of cat. It might be a mutant animal. Qin Xiang listened carefully for a while. Her hearing is very good, and she can hear many sounds that Wang Jiqiang cannot hear. What? If it's a mutant animal, then we, Captain Qin, should help. Wang Jiqiang said immediately. Qin Xiang nodded and said, let's sneak over there and see what the situation is like. If there is any need, we will help. Yes. Even at the end of the world, Qin Xiang and Wang Jiqiang still insisted on their duties as police officers. Rescue ordinary people and protect ordinary people. They have saved a lot of people during this period. I came to the hospital today to find anti-inflammatory drugs, and also to treat the seriously injured woman who was rescued 2 days ago. Bang! Just as Qin Xiang and the other person were moving forward, they suddenly heard a loud gunshot. Gun! They actually have guns. Qin Xiang and Wang Jiqiang looked at each other subconsciously, with a look of high vigilance in their eyes. Gunshots mean danger. But in addition to being vigilant, Wang Jiqiang also has some expectations. Is it possible that it was other surviving colleagues? Be careful. No matter who it is, it's dangerous if they have a gun. Qin Xiang said seriously. Yes. Wang Jiqiang also nervously gripped his pistol. The two slowly approached the source of the sound. The closer we got, the clearer the sounds of fighting became. There were also cat screams in between. There are many stray cats and dogs in the city, so after the end of the world, mutant cats and dogs are also the most common mutant animals. Only, for some unknown reason, the mutated cats and dogs are no longer docile, but start attacking and eating people. Even mutated pets will attack their owners at the first opportunity. Who is it? Come out! Suddenly, someone discovered Qin Xiang and Wang Jiqiang. Suddenly, Several men with weapons looked over. Because of the influence of the black fog, the two were discovered only when they were very close. You are the police? Everyone was originally furious, but when they saw the police uniforms on Qin Xiang and Wang Jiqiang, their expressions suddenly changed. Seeing that they were just a group of ordinary people, Wang Jiqiang relaxed his vigilance and said with a smile, "Yes, we are from the Xia criminal police team. We are here to rescue you." But when everyone heard the word criminal police, their expressions changed. Some of them even began to tremble for no apparent reason, with panic in their eyes. There's something wrong with these people. Chapter 92. Qin Xiang is experienced. When he saw the changes in people's expressions, he realized that there was definitely something wrong with this group of people. If an ordinary person sees the police at Doomsday, his first reaction would definitely be to ask for help, rather than trembling and being afraid. Qin Xiang quietly opened the safety of his pistol and prepared to deal with the enemy. Wang Jiqiang relaxed his guard somewhat, and even asked with a smile if anyone needed help. Bang! A sharp gunshot suddenly pierced the air. Before Wang Jiqiang, who had a passionate look on his face, could react, a bullet ruthlessly pierced his chest. He looked down at his uniform, which was quickly soaked with blood, his eyes full of disbelief. As his strength drained away, his body slowly fell down, as if time was stretched at this moment, and everything around him became blurry and distant. "Asshole!" Qin Xiang cursed angrily, and kept pulling the trigger in the direction of the person attacking Wang Jiqiang in the black fog. Bang! 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 Bullets kept firing, but not a single one hit the target. The person who fired the gun in the dark fog was very cunning. He took one shot and hid. Wait until Qin Xiang emptied a magazine and quickly reloaded. Suddenly a loud roar came from the black fog. "Fuck! What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and beat this bitch to death. If she escapes, we will all die. Don't forget, there are lives on your hands too." Following the instigation and threat of this voice, the originally frightened people suddenly stared at Qin Xiang with murderous intent in their eyes. "Everyone, come meet together. At such a close distance, a gun is definitely not as fast as a knife." Someone shouted and rushed forward with a kitchen knife in hand. Others were also encouraged and besieged Qin Xiang from several directions with various weapons. During this time, Qin Xiang had also changed the magazine. She immediately raised her hand and fired a shot. Bang! The first man who rushed over aggressively was shot through the cheek. After struggling for a few times, he fell to the ground and died. The others were immediately frightened. Qin Xiang did not continue shooting, but hid behind a wall immediately, because there was a gunman in the black fog staring at him. If she hesitated for even a second, she might be ambushed by the other party. Damn bastard. Qin Xiang glanced at Wang Jiqiang, who was spitting blood in the distance, and clenched his fists in anger. These beasts, killing someone just because of a disagreement. It's simply a desperado. Qin Xiang and Wang Jiqiang still underestimated the viciousness of people's hearts at the end of the world. They came to help out of kindness, but they also thought about the dangers they might encounter and were always vigilant. But I never expected that the other party would suddenly shoot in the dark. Without any communication, a sudden gunshot made Wang Jiqiang, an upright policeman, lose his ability to resist. "Come on, don't be scared. I have a gun in my hand too. If this bitch dares to show her head again, I will beat her to death." In the black fog, the man's voice was heard again. He was the one who fired the shots and was obviously the leader of this group of desperate criminals. Qin Xiang gripped the pistol tightly and observed the surrounding terrain. She only had 4 bullets left. If she can't deal with the gunman in the black fog, she won't be able to exert her full strength. Must kill him first. "Wang Jiqiang, you must hold on." Qin Xiang said something secretly, then quickly retreated and disappeared into the black fog. When the other desperados finally mustered up the courage to rush over, there was no one behind the wall. "Boss, she's gone. Boss, this female police officer actually ran away. Boss, should we chase them?" The desperados reported to the black fog behind them in a flurry of chatter. And not far from them, a middle-aged man and a young woman looked at each other. "Brotherly, we have to give chase. We have to kill this female police officer to be safe. Otherwise, if she goes back and finds help, we will be in danger." The woman made the suggestion with a sinister look in her eyes. The middle-aged man nodded and agreed. "That's right, since we have done it. Let's do it to the end." Then, He shouted to his younger brothers in front of him. "Chase her. Don't be scared. I'm right behind you. If that bitch dares to show her head, I'll beat her to death." Chapter 93. The younger brothers did not dare to disobey the boss's order and immediately checked the surroundings carefully. At this time, Qin Xiang, who was hiding in the black fog, locked onto the direction of the gunman through the sound. She lowered her steps, made a big circle, bypassed the other gangsters, and circled towards the gunman's position. "Lily, do you think this bitch is hiding in the black fog, waiting to attack us?" The middle-aged man suddenly stopped and cautiously analyzed the situation with a young woman next to him. The woman was stunned for a moment, then frowned and said, "She shouldn't dare, right? Besides, as long as we follow these brothers, we will be able to detect any danger immediately." "That's right. As long as we keep a good distance, she won't be able to find us." The man nodded in deep understanding. That's how he ambushed and killed a policeman just now. Moreover, after the sneak attack, he immediately hid behind a building, so even if the other party shot him, they would not be able to hit him. With the cover of black fog, it is safe to do bad things. After looking at the male policeman who was still breathing on the ground and glaring at him fiercely, the middle-aged man raised his gun and shot, completely sending Wang Jiqiang away. "Damn it, you stinky detectives used to chase me every day, and you dared to arrest my big brother." After killing the person, the man spat loudly, seeming to be very resentful. The young woman looked at the body of the male police officer, frowned, and said, "Brotherly, you wasted bullets. You could have just used a knife. It's okay. I still have more than a dozen bullets. That's enough." The middle-aged man didn't care. But he didn't know that because of the shot he just fired, Qin Xiang in the black fog had completely locked onto his position. 10 meters away, Qin Xiang raised his gun, listened to the sound, and determined the position, then shot without hesitation. Bang, bang, bang. 3 consecutive shots all hit the target, and screams of men and women were heard. Even without vision, Qin Xiang's rich experience allows him to determine the direction of a person by sound at a distance of more than 10 meters. Seeing that there were no footsteps in the black fog, Qin Xiang slowly walked over with a gun in hand. Her footsteps were so light that they made almost no sound, until she saw 2 bodies lying on the ground. It's a man and a woman, for sure. The man was shot twice in the chest. Blood kept coming out of his mouth. He was breathing more in than out, and he couldn't even raise his hands. He had a gun in his hand, and it was obvious that he was the gunman who attacked Wang Jiqiang in the black fog. "Li Batian, damn it, it's you, a murderer." When Qin Xiang saw the middle-aged man's appearance clearly, she was so angry that she stepped forward and kicked him hard, killing him directly. This Li Batian is a wanted fugitive. Before the end of the world, he was suspected of robbery and murder, but he was very cunning and had never been caught. And there was more than one person who followed Li Batian to commit crimes. There are at least 3 people in his gang, and they're all desperate criminals who have killed people. After confirming that Li Batian was dead, Qin Xiang looked at the woman who had also been shot, was breathing weakly, and was lying on the ground pretending to be dead. She drew the dagger from her waist and prepared to move forward to finish off the opponent, because there is only 1 bullet left and it cannot be wasted. However, at this critical moment, the young woman who had been pretending to be dead suddenly turned over, and a ball of blazing flame suddenly condensed in her hand and rushed straight to Qin Xiang's face. Although Qin Xiang remained highly alert, the sudden fire attack still caught her off guard. She quickly dodged to the side and narrowly avoided most of the flames, but a few tongues of fire still brushed against her body, leaving burning marks. Superpower. Qin Xiang's eyes narrowed. I didn't expect that this young woman was actually a person with superpowers. At the same time, because of the gunshots just now, other desperate criminals around had already gathered over. "Brother, are you still behind? Brother, did you fire the gun just now?" When a young woman heard the voices of the younger brothers, she quickly shouted, "I'm here. Come here." Qin Xiang's eyes became fierce, and he threw the dagger in his hand like lightning, accurately piercing the woman's neck. Blood gushed out. Chapter 94. The woman opened her eyes wide, struggled in pain for a few times, then fell down weakly, and the flame that had just condensed in her hand dissipated. At the same time, the desperate criminals around them quickly surrounded them, holding various weapons. Qin Xiang did not hesitate at all. He raised his hand and fired a shot, directly killing the bandit who was rushing in front. Then she took a quick step forward and kicked another gangster in the chest. With a crisp crack sound, the man's chest collapsed instantly, and the whole person flew backwards like a kite with a broken string and fell heavily to the ground without a sound. Kicked a living person to death. Is this still a human being? The other gangsters were frightened and stood still for a moment, their faces filled with horror. The boss is dead. Even the eldest sister, who possessed superpowers, was killed. This policewoman is so scary. She is not human. Definitely not a human being. With almost no hesitation, the bandits turned around and rushed into the black fog to escape just as Qin Xiang was about to attack again. Qin Xiang frowned. If she had run out of bullets in her gun, she would have killed all of them. If we let such a group of unscrupulous and desperate criminals live, we don't know how many ordinary people will be harmed. Immediately, she quickly walked up to Wang Jiqiang, who had been shot, only to find that Wang Jiqiang had completely died due to another bullet wound in the head. Qin Xiang looked sad. Another colleague passed away. He is also a young colleague with a strong sense of justice and kindness. Now, I might be the only survivor in the entire criminal police team, but she couldn't die yet because there were still many survivors waiting for her. Qin Xiang took a deep breath, suppressed the grief in her heart, and took out all of Wang Jiqiang's gun and bullets. Then she came to Li Beixian's body and took out all the guns in his hands and bullets on his body. This is actually a police pistol. Qin Xiang frowned. Could it be that other colleagues were also killed by Li Beixian? But this kind of problem was destined to have no clue, so she could only calm her mind, pull out her dagger from the female mutant's neck, prepare to bury Wang Jiqiang's body as soon as possible, and then leave. Because there are many corpses around, the bloody smell emitted by these corpses will definitely attract mutant animals. It will be troublesome then. Just when Qin Xiang was about to dig a hole, suddenly, she moved her ears and heard faint footsteps coming from the black fog ahead. Who is it? Qin Xiang immediately became alert and held the dagger in his hand in a defensive position. The footsteps appeared very abruptly. It's like it suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Relax, I'm not in the same group with them. A magnetic voice was heard. Then, a handsome man came out. Shen Yi had also just arrived not long ago. He did not use teleportation to travel the entire time. Otherwise, he would consume too much physical energy, which would be very dangerous in this scenario. But he watched the entire scene that just happened from a god's perspective. Qin Xiang and his colleagues were ambushed by this group of desperate criminals. But Qin Xiang then turned the tables and carried out a perfect counterattack. I have to say that Qin Xiang is really strong. Plus, she is suspected to have supernatural powers. Even if she is unarmed, as long as the enemy has no guns, a group of desperate criminals are no match for her. Shen Yi weighed the pros and cons briefly and felt that he might not even be Qin Xiang's opponent without a sneak attack. Therefore, he could only show up, because the two supernatural fruits were in the young woman's pocket. Yes, the fruit has been picked by that woman. However, before she could eat, she was killed by Qin Xiang. Chapter 95. Who are you? Qin Xiang frowned, not letting down his guard at all. Even the safety of the gun in her hand was turned off. My name is Shen. She stole something from me, so I came to find her. Shen Yi pointed at the body of the young woman on the ground and made up a story. Qin Xiang frowned even deeper, obviously not believing it. After all, this kind of thing is too coincidental. I just killed a woman, and this man appeared and said he was looking for her. But when she took a closer look, she found that the man in front of her had no gun or other weapons, so he did not pose much of a threat to her. Go get it yourself. Qin Xiang said this and took a few steps back, leaving a safe distance. Thank you. Shen Yi nodded, then stepped forward and took out two supernatural fruits from the dead woman's pocket. He did not hide it from Qin Xiang, but deliberately let Qin Xiang see it. I just want to test whether Qin Xiang is a person with superpowers. If she is a psychic, she will definitely recognize the psychic fruit. Of course, while doing this dangerous action, Shen Yi was also ready to use teleportation to escape at any time. If the policewoman Qin Xiang becomes greedy for the supernatural fruit and wants to attack him, he can also ensure that he leaves the battlefield as soon as possible. Fortunately, Qin Xiang is a very honest policeman. Although her expression changed greatly after she saw the supernatural fruit, she had no intention of killing people and stealing the treasure. Is this thing yours? Qin Xiang asked hesitantly. Well, this is the supernatural fruit I discovered a long time ago, but this woman relied on her numbers to steal my things, so I came here. Speaking of which, I also want to thank you, officer, for helping me kill her. As Shun-E said this, he took out 3 bottles of mineral water and 2 boxes of self-heating hot pot from the system space and placed them on the ground. This supply is a token of our gratitude to you, officer, for your generosity. Having said this, he used teleportation to leave the scene. Once you get what you want, you won't take any risks. As for recruiting this policewoman, it is not possible at the moment, because I might not be able to beat her. If he wanted to marry a woman who was more powerful than himself, not to mention whether the other party was willing, Shun-E himself would not feel at ease. So, it's better to keep a good impression first, and then talk about it when you become stronger. If the policewoman is still alive by then, we could just come find her again. If she didn't have the ability to survive, then Shun-E wouldn't think it was a pity. After all, he only paid a small material price. Qin-Xiang looked at the place where Shun-E disappeared, and her eyes were filled with shock. This man is actually psychic. Moreover, his ability is so strong. If this man had had ill intentions towards me just now, I might not have been able to react. Qin-Xiang couldn't help swallowing. For the first time, she felt cold sweat. I didn't expect that there is such a mysterious supernatural power in the world. Fortunately, this person is a good person. Otherwise, I won't be able to go back today. Qin-Xiang was wary of this young man, who suddenly appeared from the very beginning. Especially when she saw that the other person was very calm when seeing the corpse, and not afraid or disgusted at all. She knew that this person was no simple person, until she saw the other party take out 2 supernatural fruits from the woman's pocket. Because Qin-Xiang had also eaten the supernatural fruit, she recognized the fruit. That is a fruit that can allow ordinary people to gain superpowers. No wonder this man would risk showing up. As to whether what the other party said was true, Qin-Xiang was not sure, but she felt that it was most likely true. Otherwise, how could he take the fruit out of the corpse's shirt pocket so accurately? Chapter 96. Moreover, if this man was a bad guy, he could use his elusive ability to sneak attack and kill himself. There is absolutely no need to reason with yourself. Thinking of this, Qin-Xiang also looked at the 2 supplies left by Shun-E, especially the self-heating hot pot that comes in a large packaging box. This box is enough for 2 or 3 people to have a meal. This man named Shun-E is indeed quite good. Qin-Xiang didn't hesitate and put everything into his backpack. There's a shortage of supplies recently. After, she dug a hole to cover Wang Jiqiang's body, made a simple mark, and left quickly, because she had heard the sounds of several mutant animals approaching. Shun-E found a safe place and watched Qin-Xiang leave from a god's perspective. Shun-E didn't look away until she disappeared from his sight. Then, he took out the 2 supernatural fruits he had just obtained. This is such a pleasant surprise. Shun-E's original purpose was just to see if there was a chance to unlock Qin-Xiang's supplies, but he unexpectedly obtained 2 supernatural fruits. Without hesitation, Shun-E ate one on the spot. When the fruit enters the stomach, a warm feeling rises in the body, but disappeared quickly. Shun-E immediately opened the panel to check the newly acquired superpowers. Shadow binding. LV1 within a distance of 20 meters, you can control the shadows of up to 2 targets to bind them. As long as the target's shadow is controlled by you, the target cannot perform any action. The stronger the target, the more physical strength you consume. The weaker the target, the less physical strength you consume. Damn, this ability is a bit abnormal. Shun-E read the introduction carefully twice and couldn't help showing a look of surprise. Control the shadows of any 2 targets. As long as you control the target's shadow, you can restrict all the target's actions. Isn't this just a low-level version of the time-stopping ability? Shun-E, who was a little excited, immediately used telepathy to find the nearest mutant animal, and then teleported over. This is an ordinary family's house. There is a mutant teddy dog in the living room, which is 6 or 7 times larger than a normal teddy. There was blood on its mouth, the room was filled with the smell of blood, and there was a mutilated female corpse on the ground. The moment this mutant teddy dog saw Shun-E, it barked wildly and pounced on him, extremely aggressive. Shun-E did not move, but looked at the shadow of the teddy dog cast by the light from the window. Immediately, Shun-E just had a thought in his mind, and then he fixed its shadow. Suddenly, the mutant teddy dog that was about to rush over was forcibly controlled in place, like a statue. No matter how wildly it barked or how fiercely it got, it couldn't move. It's indeed a very powerful control skill. Shun Yi was very satisfied. With this shadow binding ability, even if he meets a psychic with rich combat experience like Qin Xiang, he can still defeat the opponent. Then, Shun Yi continued to test this ability. He found that shadow binding was not very restrictive. For example, even if the target's shadow is incomplete, with only the shadow of an arm or a leg, Shun Yi can still restrain the opponent. Moreover, during the period of binding the target, Shun Yi can move around freely or take out weapons to attack the target. He himself will not be affected in any way, and at most he will consume some physical strength. It was like restraining a mutant teddy dog, and it didn't take much effort on him. Thus, we can conclude that Shun Yi can easily restrain ordinary mutant animals. Feeling satisfied with the strength of the shadow binding, Shun Yi used teleportation to return to the safety of the top floor. Then, he took out another supernatural fruit and ate it. Chapter 97. Another fruit went into the stomach. Shun Yi felt his internal organs and limbs were warm. It feels like the whole person is immersed in a hot spring. Vaguely, he felt that his body's strength seemed to have increased a little. This comfortable feeling is like the first time I ate the fruit of physical evolution. Shan Yi whispered softly. He clicked on the panel to check. As a result, no new superpowers were added. Host, Shun Yi. Age, 20. Force value, 45, excluding any external bonus. Unlocked materials. Master Shui mineral water, freshly baked roast chicken. Type 54 pistol, 5A grade steak. Telepathy of supernatural fruit, deluxe self-heating hot pot. Abilities acquired. Physical evolution LV1, teleportation LV1, telepathy LV7, shadow binding LV1. Physical evolution LV1. Your body has evolved for some reason. Your strength, speed, endurance, health, etc. have all been greatly improved. Teleport. LV1, you can teleport 20 meters. Since teleport is a spatial skill, you can ignore any terrain, control, or restraint skills during the movement. As long as you have enough stamina, you can teleport continuously without any restrictions. Telepathy. LV7, you can sense all hostility and kindness within 1,000 meters around you through your mind, and you can see all scenes within 1,000 meters around you without using your eyes, and without being hindered by any obstacles. Shadow binding. LV1, within a distance of 20 meters, you can control the shadows of up to 2 targets to bind them. As long as the target's shadow is controlled by you, the target cannot perform any action. The stronger the target, the more physical strength you consume. The weaker the target, the less physical strength you consume. No new powers. But Shun Yi could feel that his strength had improved significantly. In other words, the second supernatural fruit he ate was the fruit of physical evolution that he had always wanted to find. It's a bit of a waste. If I give this fruit to my younger sister, she will be able to solve her problem of lack of physical strength. It also had some effect when he ate it himself, and even increased his physical strength by about 1/10, allowing him to use teleportation and other superpowers more often. But if you want to evolve your physical body to level 2, you need to eat at least 8 or 9 fruits of the same type. That's why he felt a little bit regretful. The main reason was that before he ate it, Shun Yi couldn't tell what special abilities the fruit had, so he couldn't keep it on purpose. But overall, the results are good. Shun Yi's combat power increased by a full 15 points at once. That's enough. Today's harvest is already very good. Shun Yi was very satisfied. So he turned on his telepathy and searched for possible supernatural fruits on the road from a god's perspective while rushing toward home. He deliberately took a route he had never taken before, just to look for the supernatural fruit along the way. But after walking for several kilometers, he didn't find the supernatural fruit, but he saw a group of soldiers resting in a building. That's right, soldiers. There were more than a dozen people in their team, all wearing dark military uniforms and holding powerful thermal weapons such as rifles and submachine guns. There are also pistols, grenades, etc. on his waist. This is definitely an elite force. Although the number of people is small, their firepower is incredibly strong. In addition to this group of soldiers, Shun Yi also saw several very old men, as well as several young men and several women. These non-combatants, protected by the soldiers, seemed very important. Where did these soldiers come from? Didn't you say there was no rescue team? Shun Yi raised an eyebrow and observed curiously. Anyway, the distance between them was nearly 1 kilometer, and I was hiding in the dark, so there was no way these people could discover me. It's a pity that telepathy can only see the visual field, and there's no way to hear what they are saying. Shunyi looked at the people who were communicating and vaguely felt that the identities of these old men were not simple. Otherwise, how could there be such a small team of fully armed soldiers protecting them when a mountain city was almost captured? Chapter 98. There is a problem. Shunyi observed for a while, and seeing that it was getting late, he prepared to leave. This team should be planning to stay here tonight, and we will check back on their situation tomorrow. As for why I have to come tomorrow, the first is curiosity about the identities and purposes of these people. The second reason was that there was an intellectual woman wearing a white coat and glasses among these people who triggered the system prompt. Ding! A goddess who meets the system standards has been detected, and detailed information has been scanned. Name: Lin Jiwei. Age: 31. Appearance: 91 points. Body: 92 points. Inner character: 100 points, pure and sexually indifferent. Total score: 93 points. Evaluation: after taking in a person, you can unlock a random item. 31 years old, yet so pure. However, after seeing the additional introduction of frigidity, Shunyi could understand why this woman was pure. After taking a quick look around and noting down the nearby locations, he left. At the same time, the soldiers inside the building are deploying their defenses. There was a soldier who looked like an officer and was talking to several old men, his face slightly flushed. Mr. Wang, Mr. Zhou, the mission I have received is to escort you out of the mountain city safely. Nothing else is more important than your safety. The middle-aged captain had a serious expression, as if he was not willing to negotiate. No, I won't leave. The precious research materials and samples in the laboratory are very important. Many people paid the price of their lives to preserve them, and they must be taken out. Otherwise, I won't go with you. You can leave me alone, and I will stay in the Shancheng laboratory. A stubborn old man was angry. Mr. Wang, as long as you survive, the research can continue. But if you die, no matter how much information you have, it will be useless. Captain Zhao advised earnestly. You don't understand the importance of those research samples at all. Old man Wang did not back down. At this time, another old man said gently, Captain Zhao, we understand your good intentions. Professor Wang is not angry with you, but those research materials are really important. If you don't bring out the research materials and samples, it will be useless even if you rescue all of us so-called experts and professors. We need those samples, and so does the country. They're the genetic samples of the earliest mutant animals and plants in the mountain city, including the most important genetic sample of the number 001 mutant. Only by bringing back these samples can we continue our research. Otherwise, when a number 001 mutant fully grows up, tens of millions of people in this entire mountain city will be killed by it. We can't let this happen. These are the lives of tens of millions of people. Hearing Mr. Zhou's almost pleading words, Captain Zhao also frowned. The death order given to him was to rescue these scientists and virus genetic experts. But if you venture to the Institute now, it will undoubtedly be very risky. Captain Zhao was a little hesitant. How to choose between the life and death of tens of millions of people and the life and death of a dozen professors and experts. If it were in the past, he would definitely choose the former without hesitation. But now is the end of the world, and these dozen or so leaders in their respective fields are obviously more important to the future of all mankind. I have to go back to the Institute. I want to go too. At this time, an extremely rational female voice with almost no emotional fluctuations was heard. Everyone subconsciously looked at the person who spoke. An intellectual woman wearing a white coat and glasses. But your safety... Captain Zhao hesitated. I said we must go back. The woman's tone left no room for doubt. Chapter 99. Dr. Lin, my order is to protect your safety. Nothing else is more important than your safety. Captain Zhao still wanted to stop it, and I want the senior professors to help persuade him. After all, Dr. Lin was one of the people who had been specifically ordered to be brought back safely. Who knows? The old professors actually all agreed with Dr. Lin's words. Captain Zhao even had a vague feeling that these old professors seemed to respect Dr. Lin very much, just like her students. But how is this possible? Although Dr. Lin has a good resume, it is definitely far inferior to other senior professors. For example, Mr. Wang and Mr. Zhou, these two old professors have a certain reputation all over the world. But at this moment, the two respected old professors were very well behaved. Even Mr. Wong, who had a stubborn temper, nodded silently. Captain Zhao couldn't help but recall that when he received the mission, his superiors had specifically issued a death order, saying that the safety of Dr. Lin Jiwei was very important, and Dr. Lin must be protected, and no coercive means must be used. When necessary, we can request fighter jet assistance. In any case, we must rescue Dr. Lin. It seems that Dr. Lin's identity is not simple. Therefore, under pressure, Captain Zhao had no choice but to agree to go to the research institute again. But he refused to bring all the experts and professors with him. Otherwise, if they were wiped out, it would be a loss for the entire Xia country, and even for all mankind. So, the troops were divided into two groups. A team led by Captain Zhao went to the institute to obtain genetic samples and research data. The other team stayed behind to protect the safety of the old professors. Only, Lin Jiwei also wants to take the risk and go to the research institute. Even though Captain Zhao tried to persuade him several times, it was of no use. Captain Zhao felt helpless against this strong Dr. Lin. The key point is that the other old professors also stand on Lin Jiwei's side. Whenever he said no, the other senior professors would get anxious before Dr. Lin even reacted. I was right yesterday. This mutant black spider is really growing. It's even bigger today than it was yesterday. After Shun Yi returned to the community, he subconsciously used telepathy to look at the black spider entrenched on the 6th floor and found that its size had grown larger. Yesterday, he thought he had seen it wrong, but apparently not. The mutated black spider is growing, and growing very fast. It becomes one circle bigger in just one day. The growth rate of this black spider is too terrifying. Is it because of the constant eating? Or is it because of the mutation? Shan Yi Fronit. It seems we need to find a way to solve it as soon as possible. Otherwise, if this black spider continues to grow, it might really threaten my safety. Take your gaze away. Shun Yi used teleportation to go to Building 13, visited his grandmother and little sister, and left some food and water. Afterwards, Shun Yi returned to the 6th floor and first came to 1501 to help Chu Xiaoxiao change the gauze and apply medicine. I found a lot of medicines in the hospital today, including some that can treat external injuries. During the dressing change, Shun Yi asked Chu Xiaoxiao if she knew other residents in the building. But Chu Xiaoxiao said that she had just moved in not long ago, and she usually stayed at home to live broadcast and seldom went out. So naturally, she didn't know her neighbors. I don't even know my next-door neighbor's name. In this case, Shun Yi did not ask any more questions and used teleportation to go home. Hubby, you're back. The women in the living room were no longer as surprised as before when they saw Shun Yi appearing out of nowhere, but greeted him enthusiastically one by one. The girls' enthusiasm today was even greater than usual, because Shun Yi gave Su wanting superpowers. They all wanted to gain superpowers, so naturally they started to find ways to please Shun Yi. This is also what Shun Yi wants to see. However, after running around outside all day today, he was a little tired, and he had to get up early tomorrow to find those soldiers. So, Shun Yi planned to have a good night's sleep. If we can get the submachine guns and grenades in the hands of those soldiers, maybe we can kill the mutant black spider. Originally, Shun Yi was simply curious about what those soldiers were doing, but after feeling the threat from the black spider again today, he started to think about taking the soldiers' weapons. The pistol can't break the mutated black spider's defense, but at least a grenade can't do the trick, right? Shun Yi was lying on the bed thinking about tomorrow's plan when there was a knock on the door. Chapter 100. Hubby, are you asleep? It's the sound of Jiang Nan's smoke. Not yet. Come in and tell me something. Jiang Nanyan pushed the door open and walked in, closing it behind her. Honey, I have a friend who also wants to seek asylum. So do you think you can take her in? Jiang Nanyan said. Female. Shan Yi Fronit. Yeah, and she's very pretty and has a great figure. Jiang Nanyan emphasized her friend's appearance. Shun Yi's brows relaxed, and he understood what Jiang Nanyan meant. This relationship is not a virgin act, but a desire to find a woman for myself. Really, because Su wanting gained superpowers, the other women couldn't sit still. It's kind of expected. After all, Jiang Nanyan betrayed her teacher from the very beginning in order to gain his favor. This healthy competition among the concubines in the harem is naturally a good thing for Shun Yi. He thought for a moment and asked, Isn't the internet disconnected now? Can you still contact your friend? I've talked to her before and know where she is now. Jiang Nanyan replied. If possible, She didn't want to take the risk of picking up her friends. But when she thought about the fact that Sue Wanting had gained superpowers, she felt a little unwilling. Honey, I can drive to pick her up. There shouldn't be any problem, Jiang Nanyan added. Shani pondered for a moment. It's a bit risky to let Jiang Nanyan take it. Shani was not sure whether the unlocked supplies would stop being distributed after the woman died, so he didn't want Jiang Nanyan to take risks. It's getting more and more dangerous outside now. Even Shun, he needs to turn on the perspective plug-in at all times when going out, let alone ordinary people. Not to mention, husband and wife are bound by 100 days of grace. There's no need to let Jiang Nanyan die for no reason. As long as the woman was not a traitor to him, even if she was just a vase, Shun-I didn't want to kill her casually. After all, he has enough material resources to support a woman, and they have some emotional foundation. Unfortunately, apart from his own woman, Shun-I had no other subordinates he could order around, and he wouldn't feel bad if they died, etc. Why can't we have such subordinates? Absolutely. Even ordinary people can have a bunch of younger brothers working for them. As long as you take out a little bit of supplies, you can take in a bunch of people to work for you, right? And I have no shortage of supplies. There are millions of servings of water and food in the warehouse. The more I think about it, the more it makes sense. What's more, Shun-I now has the ability to see through hostility. If any of his subordinates have any ulterior motives, he can just kill them. You can recruit people to help you without worrying about betrayal. You can't do everything yourself, right? Even if such a subordinate died, he would not feel too sad. After all, they were just doing normal transactions. I give you food and water, and you work for me. Thinking of this, Shun-I looked at Jiang Nanyan and said, I recently had an idea to set up a shelter to accommodate the survivors. Under the current circumstances, the National Rescue will definitely not be able to come. We can take in some of the survivors, especially the female survivors, to help us. Yes, there is another benefit to setting up a shelter, and that is to accommodate female survivors. Let the female survivors come to our door themselves. Otherwise, asking Shun-I to find female survivors who meet the system standards one by one would be too slow. But if you have a shelter, and everyone is serving you and helping you find women who meet the system standards, then the speed will increase immediately. Assembly line engineering is definitely faster than one person. Honey, if you have made up your mind, I will start preparing tomorrow, Jiang Nanyan said immediately. She now really wanted to do something for Shun-I, so as to also be rewarded with the supernatural fruit. Well, you can start preparations tomorrow, and first count the residents in this community. We will use this community as the initial base to build a shelter, Shun-I said. There are enough houses in this community, and they're all large flats with a wide view, making them suitable as a base. But we have to get rid of the mutated black spider first. Think of this. Shun-I took out several supernatural fruits from the system space. Chapter 101. If you eat it, you will gain superpowers. Shun-I took out the supernatural fruit and said, if Jiang Nanyan is asked to do something, he must be given a certain reward. In addition, Jiang Nanyan also made a contribution by deceiving by Cinny, so giving her a few more supernatural fruits can be regarded as compensation. For people who have already acquired superpowers, eating a few more fruits will not have much effect. Superpowers will only transform every time they are upgraded. Thank you, husband. Jiang Nanyan's eyes lit up when she saw the 5 supernatural fruits, and she quickly took them. I didn't expect that my husband would give me so many supernatural fruits. There are 4 more than Sue wanting. As expected, I still need to collect women for my husband, so that he will be happy. Jiang Nanyan, who thought she had found the trick, now wanted to do a good job in setting up the shelter, take in more female survivors, and then pick out beautiful women for her husband. This way he can get more rewards. While thinking this, he had already taken several supernatural fruits. Suddenly, a cool feeling, like an electric shock, flowed through her body. It felt so good. Is this the feeling of gaining superpowers? Afterwards, Shun-I also taught Jiang Nanyan how to use her supernatural powers. And he also told Jiang Nanyan that superpowers can be upgraded. For example, if she has eaten 5 supernatural fruits now, if she eats about 5 more, her supernatural power level will be 1 level higher, and her supernatural power will become stronger. Jiang Nanyan showed a surprised expression when she heard it. No wonder she felt that every time she ate a fruit, her superpowers seemed to increase slightly, but the feeling was not obvious. It turns out that you need to upgrade. Suddenly, She became more determined to work hard. Only by working hard can you obtain more supernatural fruits and improve your supernatural level. As long as my ability level is higher than Su Wanting and other women, I will have the most say. Besides, the higher the level of my ability, the more valuable I am to Shun Yi, and he will be less likely to abandon me. Jiang Nanyan thought so and already had a clear goal. It doesn't matter who gets the superpower first. What's more important is who has a higher level of superpower. After all, as Shun Yi said, the effect of the ability will double with each level. Level 2 abilities far outweigh Level 1 abilities. Seeing Jiang Nanyan's eager expression, Shun Yi was very satisfied. Continue to use the level of supernatural powers to make promises, so that women will have the motivation to strive for success, and they can also enjoy better services. Anyway, telepathy is not a combat ability. Even if all his women are upgraded to level 7 or 8, they will not pose a threat to him. On the contrary, you can help yourself. For example, when recruiting survivors, telepathy can be used to screen out those who are hostile, have bad intentions, etc. In conclusion, as long as Jiang Nanyan works hard, Shun Yi is prepared to let her become the first person besides himself to upgrade to level 2 supernatural powers. Jiang Nanyan's ability to do things is very reliable, and her current level of loyalty is catching up with Su Wanting, so she is worth training. Hubby, I will serve you. After mastering the supernatural power, Jiang Nanyan blushed slightly and slowly unbuttoned her pink pajamas. Shun Yi wanted to refuse, but when he saw the purple color of Jiang Nanyan's pajamas, he fell silent. Purple is very charming. Well, it's human nature. I'm destined not to have a good night's sleep tonight. Let me explain this on 2 sides. Lu Yiye is in a difficult situation. Her mind was full of messy thoughts, and she couldn't sleep again tonight. Chapter 102. Shun Yi, unexpectedly, didn't want me again tonight. Why? Do you really dislike yourself so much? Although she knew that her looks were not as good as Shun Yi's other women, she would not admit it if someone said she was ugly. From junior high school to college, she had many suitors. If she hadn't been so focused on studying, Lu Yiye felt that she could easily have 10 or 8 handsome boyfriends. I am definitely not ugly. I am beautiful. Only, the girls around Shun Yi were all goddess level, and she was much inferior in comparison. In fact, the main reason is that sleeping with Lu Yiye will not unlock supplies. So naturally Shun Yi had no interest in it anymore. Otherwise, he would have done it long ago. As for the reason for keeping Lu Yiye, it was because Shun Yi had long thought about setting up a shelter and thought that someone might be needed to do odd jobs, so he kept her. Otherwise, you can't do everything yourself. The next day, after Shun Yi woke up, he had breakfast with the girls and talked about the idea of setting up a shelter. This idea immediately gained everyone's support. Since the girls followed Shun Yi, they no longer had to worry about food and drink, nor did they have to worry about safety issues. Every day, they just ate and slept, and they were bored to death, so they wanted to find something to do. And once a shelter is established, they can mobilize the shelter's personnel to search for their families. As for asking Shun Yi to help them find their families, none of the women had ever thought about it. If they make Shun Yi unhappy, they will be in trouble. Of course, in addition to the careful thought of finding family members. More importantly, they heard that Jiang Nanyan was rewarded with 5 supernatural fruits at one time, and also learned that supernatural powers can actually be upgraded. As a result, the enthusiasm of all the girls was aroused. They also have to work hard to obtain the supernatural fruit. Regarding how many people the shelter will admit, as well as issues such as food and accommodation, you should discuss and come up with a reasonable plan, and then show it to me, Shun Yi said. He doesn't want to worry about these trivial matters. What's more, he doesn't understand management matters. In comparison, Jiang Nanyan, whose family runs a company, should have more experience. At least he has more experience than me. Leave professional matters to professionals, and you just need to sit back and do nothing. Anyway, the final decision-making power lies with you. If you're not satisfied, you could just veto it. After roughly arranging the trivial matters, Shun Yi left home. Before leaving, she left 5 guns behind and asked Su Yun to be responsible for the management and distribution of the weapons. Since we need to build a shelter, it is necessary for our women to have weapons, otherwise we won't be able to deal with the bad guys if we encounter them. Hubby, don't worry. Leave the safety of the home to me. So do not eat seriously. Although she was still uncomfortable with Chun Yi's harem, Su Yun's loyalty to Chun Yi did not waver at all. Chun Yi also trusts her. He even rewarded Su Yun with an extra supernatural fruit. The supernatural fruit was unlocked from Su Yun, so giving her the reward would not be unfair to other women. What's more, Chun Yi doesn't care about fairness or unfairness. He can reward whomever he wants. If any woman resents herself for this kind of thing, she deserves to die. Leave home. Chun Yi first came to 1501 to change the gauze for the two-dimensional anchor Chu Xiao Xiao. After a few days of rest, her wounds healed a little. It seems that it should be possible to do some simple exercises. After investing for so long, it's time to see the returns. Chapter 103. Don't go to bed too early tonight. I'll come find you. Remember to wash it clean. After Chun Yi changed Chu Xiao Xiao's medicine, he left dozens of bottles of mineral water and some food, then used teleportation to leave. He also had to hurry to find the soldiers he saw yesterday. Otherwise, it would be difficult to get high-lethal weapons such as grenades after the soldiers left. As for Chu Xiao Xiao, if she is allowed to recover for another day, the investment will be recovered tonight. If Chun Yi hadn't had to worry about food and drink, he would have slept with her long ago, and he wouldn't care whether Chu Xiao Xiao would get hurt. But after all, it has not reached the point where they are out of ammunition and food, and Chun Yi still has his bottom line. What do you mean by coming to see me tonight? Chu Xiao Xiao lay on the sofa, murmuring seemingly ignorantly, but her cute face gradually turned red. Of course she understood what Chun Yi meant. Finally, we are reaching that step. In fact, Chu Xiao Xiao has been feeling anxious these past 2 days. She was looking forward to it, excited but also a little scared and worried. What if the Prince Charming no longer cares about me after I break through the last step? What if I am abandoned? But given the kindness of the Prince Charming, he shouldn't be a heartless man like Chinshimi, right? But no matter how she imagined it, she seemed to have neither the reason nor the ability to refuse. Well, now that things have come to this, let's clean ourselves up first. Chu Xiao Xiao looked at the dozens of bottles of mineral water that Prince Charming had left for her, which were enough for her to wash her body carefully. According to his memory, Chun Yi quickly arrived at the place where the team of soldiers stayed yesterday. While eating the supernatural fruit, he observed secretly and thought about how to obtain grenades and submachine guns. Murder and robbery? Not very stable. Although he could teleport, he could still sneak attack and kill a few soldiers by surprise. But after all, there are more than a dozen people on the other side. What if they're all experienced in combat? Then I might be able to do it too. The risk and return were not proportional. So, Chun Yi decisively gave up the idea of taking this risk. Then we can only trade. Exchange food and water for submachine guns and grenades. As long as these soldiers are short of water and food, they will definitely be willing to change. Certainly, even exchange has risks. What if these soldiers see that I have abundant supplies and want to rob me? In the apocalypse, not all soldiers can be trusted. Chun Yi felt a little tricky. It would be nice if there was a monster that could kill them all, and I could reap the benefits. I think so. Unfortunately, after Chun Yi searched around, he found that there were no particularly ferocious mutant monsters within a kilometer. Are they leaving? Chun Yi was silently thinking about the plan when he suddenly noticed that 7 or 8 soldiers, along with 2 men and 1 woman in white coats, were about to leave the building. Act separately? Although he didn't understand what these soldiers meant, Chun Yi realized that this was his chance. He cracked the fruit, hesitated for a moment, and chose to follow the soldiers who were leaving the building. The first is to observe what their purpose is and see if there is any chance to get their weapons. Secondly, because Chun Yi saw that the intelligent, mature woman who triggered the system prompt was also among the group of soldiers leaving the building. If I'm lucky, maybe I can capture both the weapons and the people. Your telepathy is upgraded to level 8. Telepathy, LV8, you can sense all hostility and kindness within 3,000 meters around you through your mind, and you can see all scenes within 3,000 meters around you without using your eyes and without being hindered by any obstacles. Finally upgraded again. Chun Yi had just finished eating a fruit when a system prompt suddenly rang in his ears. The higher the level of the ability, the more difficult it is to upgrade. From level 7 to level 8, he felt like he had eaten 200 or 300 fruits. Even more, if it were an ordinary person, he might not be able to find so many supernatural fruits in his lifetime, right? So Chun Yi was really curious. Could the abilities of other psychics be upgraded? Or is there any other way to upgrade? Level 8, 3 kilometers of vision. Awesome. Shun Yi sensed it, and his field of vision expanded by 2 times. Chapter 104. But there is also a downside, which is that if he wants to look at the target at the farthest distance, he will consume slightly more physical strength. But the impact is not big. With Shun Yi's current physical strength, it is enough to cope with it. As long as he doesn't use teleportation all the time to travel, the energy he consumes can be recovered even if he uses telepathy all the time. The direction they're heading in, downtown. Shan Yu sudendi från it. From a bird's eye view, he discovered that this team of soldiers was actually heading towards the city center. City center. Shun remembered that Su Yun said that there was a very scary mutant tree in the city center, and that tree seemed to have intelligence. Shun didn't want to meet this one. His current strength is simply not enough. Follow them from a distance and see. If they really want to cause trouble for the big tree, I will just watch from a distance and leave if I see something is not right. Shun thought so. Now, I have a 3-kilometer field of vision, which allows me to leave a large safe distance. Don't worry about being implicated. That's all. 1 in front and 1 behind. Maintaining the maximum distance of telepathy, Shun followed the group of soldiers for another 7 or 8 kilometers. The fighting power of this group of soldiers was indeed very strong. They shot to death all the mutant animals they encountered along the way. Moreover, they also collected the corpses of some mutant animals. I don't know if it's for eating or what. Shun watched all the actions of this group of soldiers, as if he was watching a movie. Until the soldiers arrived at the gate of a virus research institute. Shun raised his eyebrows. So these people in white coats are not doctors, but virus researchers? No wonder there are so many heavily armed soldiers protecting it. Shun understood clearly. From watching the battle along the way, Shun knew that this group of soldiers were definitely not ordinary soldiers. Their reaction ability and reaction speed are very strong. He should be an elite in the army, a special forces soldier or something like that. Fortunately, I didn't take the risk to attack them before, otherwise something might have happened. But what's going on in this institute? There are so many mutant animals and plants. Could it be that since the beginning of the apocalypse, these mutant plants and animals have been studied here? Shun just took a casual glance and saw that there were many mutant plants and animals in the institute, as well as the mutilated bodies of many researchers and security guards. In other words, as soon as this group of soldiers enter, they will soon be attacked by mutated animals and plants. Although they should be able to cope with it in the short term with their weapons and equipment, if it drags on for too long, something big will definitely happen. Because Shun saw through perspective that in a room underground in this research institute, there was a 5 or 6 meter tall, very strong mutant green dog lying down. Yes, a green dog. The hair on its body is green like leaves. If you don't look carefully, you might think this mutant dog is covered with leaves. Something is wrong. There is something wrong with this mutant dog. Even if other animals mutate, at most they will become larger in size, stronger in appearance, and more ferocious. But this mutant dog's hair and appearance have also mutated, and it's also ridiculously large. Just as Shun was watching carefully again. Sudden, the mutant green dog opened his eyes. Its eyeballs are also green. It seemed to have sensed something, looked around, and made dangerous sounds. Shun was shocked. No way. Could it be that this mutant green dog could actually sense that I was watching it from several kilometers away? If so, it is too dangerous. At the same time, soldiers have entered the institute. While killing the mutated animals and plants, they quickly came to the elevator and took it to the underground. Their target seems to be this mutant green dog. Chapter 105. Because the Virus Research Institute has its own independent power supply system. So even if the whole city loses power, it still has electricity. All lights were working normally and the elevators were functioning normally. At this time, inside an elevator, Lin Jue, who had been very quiet along the way, suddenly said to the soldiers, "Put away your weapons." Her tone remained strong. The soldiers were stunned and frowned subconsciously. The Research Institute is so dangerous, yet we still have to put away our weapons. Isn't this just seeking death? Even Captain Zhao, who had been very cooperative along the way, was unwilling to listen to Lin Jiwei at this moment. After all, this concerns everyone's safety. With your weapons sheathed, your reaction to an enemy will be several seconds slower. Most of the time, a few seconds can determine a person's life or death. So, Captain Zhao said to the soldiers, Everyone concentrate and don't accidentally fire your weapons. There may be something important in the underground laboratory. Yes, the soldiers obeyed the order, and the discomfort in their hearts subsided slightly. You can be careful not to fire accidentally, but it is impossible to put away your weapon. Otherwise, they feel insecure. Dr. Lin, you can rest assured about my soldiers. No one will accidentally fire their weapons. Captain Zhao explained to Lin Jiwei. Since Lin Jiwei didn't say anything, he thought that there might be some precious genetic samples in the underground laboratory, so he needed to put away the gun to prevent it from being damaged. But Captain Zhao believes in his soldiers. They are all professionally trained, and it is impossible for an accidental discharge of the gun under such circumstances. Captain Zhao's solution was a moderate one, neither standing on the side of his own soldiers nor on the side of Lin Jiwei. No, I'm not worried about the genetic sample. Lin Jiwei adjusted his glasses, looked at the soldiers, and said without any emotion, I am worried about you. The soldiers were confused. Worried about us who are fully armed? Many people even wanted to laugh. If they had enough ammunition, they would have been able to sweep through this virus research institute. Ordinary mutant plants and animals, who can withstand rifle fire. Grenade bombing? The reason why they were so cautious was mainly because of insufficient firepower, not because of fear. Bite. It was at this time. The elevator stopped on the third floor underground, and the door opened. What comes into view is a long corridor. The corridor is tall and wide, and the white light is a bit dazzling. The soldiers immediately raised their guns vigilantly and scanned the surroundings. I saw. The walls were covered with dark red blood. There were also a lot of bloodstains dragged on the ground. But there are no corpses or mutant monsters to be seen. All soldiers immediately became alert. This situation often means that the danger level is very high. 2 soldiers were the first to walk out of the elevator to check. Then, before they could report the situation, Lin Jiwei followed out. She was as fearless and unafraid as ever, and seemed to have everything under control. Dr. Lin. Captain Zhao's face changed, and he quickly chased after him. Lin Jiwei didn't say anything, but walked towards the laboratory at the end of the corridor. Seeing this, the soldiers could only catch up quickly. Captain Zhao's face didn't look good. This Dr. Lin is so reckless. Didn't take their arrangements seriously at all. If a mutant animal really appeared, they would not have enough time to rescue Lin Jiwei. Come to the laboratory door at the end. Lin Jiwei stood in front of the password door, looked at the soldiers behind him, and said again, Put away your guns and don't show hostility, otherwise I can't guarantee your safety next time. She said very little, but contained a lot of information. But it didn't sound very pleasant to the soldiers' ears. Can you ensure safety by putting away your gun and not showing any hostility? Sorry, we only trust the guns in our hands. So no soldier listened to her. Chapter 106. Captain Zhao, please ask them to put away their guns. Otherwise, it will be very dangerous. There's a very powerful mutant animal in here. Ordinary weapons can't hurt it at all, and will even anger it. A male researcher in a white coat hurriedly advised. Dr. Lin is just a quiet person and not good at expressing herself. Actually, she is doing this for our own good, another male researcher also explained. They understand Lin Jiwei's character and know how smart Lin Jiwei is. Don't think that Lin Jiwei is incompetent just because she is a woman and relatively young. Dr. Lin is a genius who is highly respected even by other senior professors. When they first came to the institute, they looked down on Dr. Lin because she was a woman. As a result, a considerable price was paid for this. Captain Zhao frowned when he heard what the 2 male researchers said. Like his soldiers, he believed more in the sense of security that the gun in his hand brought him. But he did not want to displease Dr. Lin and the other 2, so he ordered the soldiers to lower their guns and not to fire unless absolutely necessary. Although he didn't put away the gun directly, he still gave face to Dr. Lin. I think it should be possible. Lin Jiwei ignored Captain Zhao's little thoughts. After reminding everyone for the second time, she started to enter the password and then went through a series of processes such as facial recognition and pupil recognition to unlock the laboratory door. As for what will happen next, she has already given a hint. Crack! With a crisp sound, the heavy laboratory door slowly opened. An unpleasant smell emanated from it, causing everyone to frown subconsciously and become alert. Woof! Suddenly, a deep and powerful dog barking sounded from the laboratory. The sound was so harsh that the soldiers raised their guns, as if by muscle memory, and prepared for battle. Lin Jiwei frowned. Wrong. How did it wake up? Obviously, this door has never been opened, and no one has ever come in. Lin Jiwei murmured, and then immediately closed the laboratory door that had just been opened, and turned back and said, "Go, get out of here." Everyone was stunned and didn't understand what was going on. "Dr. Lin, what's wrong?" "There's something wrong with the experimental subject. Only I can solve it from now on. You must evacuate the laboratory immediately." For the first time, Lin Jiwei's voice sounded urgent. But Captain Zhao held the gun tightly in his hand, stared at the laboratory door, and showed no intention of retreating. He had to cover the retreat of Dr. Lin and the two researchers first. "Dr. Lin, you can't take any risks. Take the two researchers and retreat first. The rest of you, prepare for battle." Captain Zhao stood in front of Lin Jiwei and gave orders in an orderly manner. The soldiers opened the safety and stared closely at the closed gate. At the same time, inside the laboratory, heavy gasping sounds continued to be heard. What followed was a vibration that seemed to shake the entire laboratory. Something got up and was moving toward the door. The soldiers looked solemn. This movement is probably not an ordinary mutated monster. Bang! Suddenly, the heavy iron door of the laboratory was hit hard and became dented and deformed. The soldiers' pupils suddenly shrank. Such a thick iron door was deformed by being hit. What kind of power is this? Bang! Bang! After two consecutive heavy blows, the heavy iron door was about to collapse. The soldiers clenched their guns and became nervous involuntarily. What kind of monster is this that has such terrifying power? Moreover, what is the function of this iron door? There is no way to stop this monster. Bang! Another heavy blow. The iron gate couldn't bear the weight and was smashed open. Then, a huge green monster appeared in front of everyone. Shot! Without a second's hesitation, Captain Zhao gave the order and pulled the trigger of the submachine gun in his hand at the same time. Lin Jiwei, who was blocked behind, wanted to speak, but it was too late. Countless bullets quickly hit the green monster. Chapter 107. Bang, 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 bang. Bullets from submachine guns and assault rifles poured out a rate of 20 to 30 rounds per second, and the dense rain of bullets penetrated the green monster's body fiercely. Blood spurted out of the monster, splattering on the walls and the ground. Bullets can hurt it. Suddenly, all the soldiers became excited and hope lit up in their eyes. As long as the gun can hurt the monster, it proves that it can be killed. There is nothing to be afraid of if a monster can be killed. The soldiers quickly split into two groups, firing crossfire with almost no interruption. They skillfully changed their ammunition while steadily advancing forward, trying to force the monster back to the laboratory or kill it directly. At the same time, as the gunshots rang out, crackling sounds were heard from several laboratories on both sides of the corridor. It seemed that something was struggling, as if it was startled by the gunshots, and wanted to break out. "Dr. Lin, go away." Captain Zhao pulled the trigger and took the time to turn around and shout. However, but he saw that Lin Jiwei's expression was extremely complicated. Her face showed a mixture of surprise, confusion, and even a hint of surprise. This was the first time that Captain Zhao saw such rich emotions on Lin Jiwei's face, which was always calm and composed, as if he was in control of everything. Why did she have such an expression when she saw this huge monster? Before Captain Zhao could think about it, suddenly, a shrill scream came from the front. He turned his head suddenly, and his pupils suddenly contracted. The huge green monster rushed out under the dense rain of bullets and knocked away the two soldiers in the front with one claw. The blood instantly dyed the ground red. The other soldiers were also shocked by this scene, and the guns in their hands could not help but stop. So many bullets were shot into this monster's body, and it was able to fight back. What's even more terrifying is that its speed seems to be faster than before. At this time, the green monster's eyes glowed scarlet, as if it had fallen into a bloodthirsty frenzy, killing anyone it saw without mercy. This damn beast! Everyone retreat immediately. When Captain Zhao saw his soldiers being killed, he was furious and immediately ordered a retreat. At the same time, he quickly took out a grenade from his waist, and a trace of determination flashed in his eyes. Upon hearing the order, the surviving soldiers and researchers immediately turned and rushed to the elevator, their footsteps echoing in the corridor. Captain Zhao seized the opportunity, pulled the safety of the grenade, threw it hard at the green monster, then turned around and ran. Boom! There was a deafening explosion, and the entire laboratory shook violently. The corridor was instantly filled with dust, several lights were blown out, and the vision became blurred. The power of this grenade is even stronger than what is shown in the movies. Is it specially made? Shun-Yi, who had already arrived outside the research institute and was watching the battle from a distance, couldn't help but reveal a surprised expression when he saw this scene. The power of this explosion was so strong. Chapter 108. If I had this grenade, I could easily kill the mutated black spider. This mutant green dog is still alive? How is it possible? Shun-Yi frowned, a hint of disbelief flashing in his eyes. Because the lights were blown out and the dust was everywhere, he couldn't see the specific condition of the mutant green dog, but he could vaguely see a dark aura in the dust that exuded a strong hostile aura. Such strong hostility must be caused by the mutant green dog. Only living things can emit such a scent. But, after being blown up like that, it's still alive? Shun-Yi felt incredible. First, there was intensive fire from submachine guns and rifles, followed by a fierce bombardment of grenades. How the hell could he still be alive? What kind of heaven-defying vitality is this? If these mutant creatures are everywhere in the world, it seems understandable why the country cannot provide rescue in a short period of time. Shun-Yi found a secluded place, continued to hide, and watched the battle silently. He wanted to see how resilient this mutant green dog was. At this time, Captain Zhao returned to the ground floor, clenched his fists, and his face was terribly gloomy. Although the mutant green dog was killed by the explosion, but his squad also lost 4 brothers. The other surviving soldiers were equally grief-stricken, their eyes filled with anger and unwillingness. The looks they gave Lin Jiwei and the other 2 researchers became complicated, even with a hint of blame. If they had not insisted on coming back to take the risk, perhaps there wouldn't have been such a great sacrifice. Although rationally speaking, as a soldier, sacrifice is inevitable. But emotionally, they still find it difficult to accept. Dr. Lin, we have obtained all the other information, but I'm afraid we can't retrieve the information underground. Can we leave now? Captain Zhao suppressed his emotions and asked in the calmest tone possible. You guys go back. Lin Jiwei didn't even raise his head, and the pen in his hand quickly recorded on the notebook. His tone was calm, as if nothing had happened. Suddenly, Captain Zhao almost broke through. What does you guys go back mean? We sacrificed so many people to protect you, and you don't even leave? Then what is our sacrifice for? Dr. Lin, what do you mean? Captain Zhao couldn't help but raise his voice, with suppressed anger in his tone. Lin Jiwei was still concentrating on the notebook in his hand, and replied without looking up, My research has made significant progress, and I need to further improve it. As long as it can be completed, it can prove that my previous research direction is correct. No, maybe it can be proved now, because Era is alive again, and it still retains a strong vitality. This is a relatively benign evolution. Experiment? Evolution? Captain Zhao was stunned. He seemed to have grasped some key information. Could it be that the huge mutant monster on the 3rd floor is an experimental subject? This woman created this experiment. Chapter 109. Captain Zhao, you guys take the information back first. I'll stay and help Dr. Lin. If Dr. Lin's research direction is correct, then all of humanity will usher in a new era. A male researcher said excitedly, with fanatical light flashing in his eyes. Captain Zhao felt mixed emotions as he looked at the 3 scientists in front of him who were immersed in their research. They seemed to have completely ignored the tragedy that had just happened, and only had eyes for the so-called research progress. He took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. Dr. Lin, we can't joke with your life. We hope you can leave with us. The helicopter that will pick us up will arrive in 5 hours at most. If you miss this flight, you may never have the chance to leave the mountain city again. Captain Zhao tried to persuade her in a heavy tone. Lin Jiwei finally raised his head, his eyes calm and without any ripples. Science is never smooth sailing. Death is certainly painful, but if my research can bring enough value, then all deaths are worth it. So, I will not leave Shansheng, and you don't need to waste your time trying to persuade me. Instead of persuading me, you should take others and leave as soon as possible. Captain Zhao was silent. He looked at the surviving soldiers around him, then at Lin Jiwei and the 2 fanatical researchers, and finally gritted his teeth. Our mission is to protect you. Since you don't want to leave, we won't evacuate. We will stay to protect you, even if we die in battle. Lin Jiwei ignored Captain Zhao's righteous words and continued to immerse himself in his notebook. His expression changed from time to time, and no one knew what he was thinking. It's like a robot without emotions. Captain Zhao sighed silently, turned around, and directed the soldiers to begin setting up defense lines. His mood was extremely complicated. On the one hand, he understood the scientist's persistence. On the other hand, he could not accept such a crazy adventure. However, after calming down, he thought carefully about what the male researcher said and felt that it was a little unusual. What does it mean to let all of humanity enter a new era? Captain Zhao frowned. If the monster in the basement was created by Lin Jiwei, what does that prove? Proves that she has the ability to stir up trouble? Or prove that she has the power to change the world? Seeing Captain Zhao's confused expression, another male researcher explained, the mutant monster you saw on the third floor underground was actually a husky, or a dog. Husky. Captain Zhao and other soldiers recalled that the monster did make a dog's barking sound, but its size and shape were completely unlike an ordinary dog. Yes, it was originally a pet dog raised by Dr. Lin, but it mutated after the apocalypse. The male researcher paused and continued. Dr. Lin injected this mutant pet dog with a special gene extracted from gene sample number 001, causing it to undergo a secondary mutation based on the original mutation. No, it should be said that it evolved. So, it evolved into what you see. However, it should be in a dormant state. After all, the amount of sedatives injected was 5 times the usual amount. But the strange thing is that it woke up early. As the male researcher was talking, he became confused and couldn't help but whisper to himself, "Why did it wake up early? This doesn't make sense. Could it have undergone a new mutation and become immune to the sedative? Or did someone wake it up? But the laboratory door is locked. Who can get in? That's strange." After hearing the explanation, Captain Zhao became even more confused, but he was more concerned about another question. What did you mean by if the research direction is correct? All mankind will enter a new era. Chapter 110. I don't know the specific details of the research. Only Professor Wang and Professor Zhou, as well as Dr. Lin, who is in charge of the research, know these. But I am sure that Dr. Lin's research can change some of the genes of humans, allowing them to gain strength, speed, and vitality that are no less than those of mutant animals. As the male researcher spoke, he turned his gaze to Lin Jiwei, who was recording data, his eyes full of reverence and admiration, as if he was looking at a god. If Dr. Lin really succeeds, she will undoubtedly become a god who changes the destiny of mankind. Captain Zhao and the soldiers around him were completely confused. Changing human genes? Why can such a conclusion be drawn through experiments on a mutant dog? Can dogs and humans have the same genes? But at least they understood the literal meaning. If this research is successful, ordinary people will gain power comparable to that of mutated animals. If this is true, it would indeed be enough to bring all of humanity into a whole new era. Suddenly, the looks of all the soldiers towards Lin Jiwei changed. This doctor is simply a monster. Imagine if you and others could possess the strength and speed of mutant animals, coupled with modern thermal weapons. Then the mutant animals and plants would pose no threat at all. Even if they could have the strong vitality of the mutant monster in the underground laboratory and be able to withstand submachine gun and rifle bullets without dying, they would be invincible. Superman is no more than that. Bang bang. Sudden, there was another loud knocking sound from underground. It was like something was trying to come up from underground. The soldiers were stunned and subconsciously looked towards the elevator. What's going on? It's still alive. The genes of the 001 mutant can indeed merge with living things. Lin Jiwei stood up suddenly and stared at the elevator excitedly. Captain Zhao was stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized, "Dr. Lin, you mean that the noise was made by the mutant dog in the basement?" His tone was full of disbelief. How could it still be alive after such an explosion? Even if he was still alive, he couldn't possibly have such terrifying strength. Lin Ji closed his eyes, sensed for a while, and then said slowly, "Yes, that's it. Its injuries have mostly healed." What a strong vitality. There was no fear or terror on Lin Jiwei's expression, only excitement. But the other soldiers looked unhappy. Not only did the monster not die, but it recovered? Doesn't that mean we have to start all over again? Facing such a monster, It would be a lie to say that I'm not afraid. But even though they were afraid, the soldiers did not retreat. Dr. Lin, what should we do now? Captain Zhao quickly asked Lin Jiwei for his opinion. In the past, he only trusted the weapon in his hand. But after experiencing the battle in the underground laboratory just now, where 4 soldiers died because of his wrong command, he realized his mistake. Professional matters should be done by professionals. You leave the institute, and I will tame it alone from now on. Lin Jiwei did not explain the reason. Or rather, she was too lazy to explain. Just like before in the basement, she had advised everyone to put away their guns, but it was just a few words of advice, and if they didn't listen, then die and die. Dr. Lin, how are you going to tame that monster? Captain Zhao felt unbelievable. Lin Jiwei adjusted his glasses and said calmly, "It's my pet, but it has mutated now. What if it doesn't recognize you? Then I'll be shot to death like everyone else." Lin Jiwei replied calmly. There was no fear of death, only an almost crazy desire in her eyes. This, Captain Zhao hesitated. Dr. Lin himself was not completely sure. The risk is too great. If Dr. Lin dies, then they will really lose a lot on this trip. Chapter 111. Bang! Sudden. There was another loud crash from underground, and the mutant dog seemed to have come to the elevator shaft. Lin Jiwei looked back at everyone and said, "Leave as soon as possible. You can't help me here, and you will make it go berserk." Captain Zhao was silent for a while, and finally nodded and said, "Dr. Lin, we will wait for you outside the institute. If anything happens, you must call us immediately." Lin Jiwei did not answer, but walked towards the elevator. Captain Zhao took a deep look at Dr. Lin's back, then turned around and said, "Retreat. Take them with you." Yes. The soldiers received the order and forcibly carried away the 2 male researchers who did not want to leave. At the same time, a deafening noise was heard. The mutated green giant dog used its brute force to forcibly break a passage through the elevator shaft. The entire elevator was completely destroyed, and the wreckage was scattered all over the ground. When the people who had just walked out of the research institute heard the huge noise, they couldn't help but show worry on their faces. Huff, huff. The mutant giant dog was breathing heavily, and its body was covered with wounds of varying sizes. But these wounds were healing slowly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Its eyes were red and emitted a fierce light. Although it was limping, it still walked towards Lin Jiwei. One of its front legs was blown off and was a bloody mess, but one could vaguely see new granulation tissue slowly growing. The mutant giant dog panted and finally stopped in front of Lin Jiwei, lowered its head and stared at her. Xiaoa. Lin Jiwei stood where he was, showing no fear, nor retreating, but just staring at the giant dog quietly. A few seconds later, the mutant giant dog slowly raised its paw and pressed down towards Lin Jiwei. Still not working. Lin Jiwei sighed softly. The next second, the giant claw that was about to press down suddenly stopped in midair, hanging above Lin Jiwei's head, as if it was firmly controlled by some invisible force. Is this a supernatural power? Seeing this scene through telepathy, Shun Yi was thoughtful. It seems that this woman has a big secret. If you dare to face the giant mutant dog alone, you must be confident, right? Who knows? The next second after Shun Yi thought of this, the mutant giant dog seemed to be enraged, opened its big mouth, and bit Lin Jiwei fiercely. Lin Jiwei's face changed. She realized that Era was still in a furious state at this moment. Is there no other way but to detonate the bomb and kill it? No, I can't. This is the only successful experimental subject. It cannot die. In a flash, Lin Jiwei had made his choice. He would rather die himself than allow his experimental subjects to die, because she saw some possibility in this experimental subject. To put it bluntly, it is not for the country, not for humanity, and there is no greater cause. Lin Jiwei simply does not want his scientific research results to disappear. There's a fine line between genius and madness. Lin Jiwei is obviously crazy now. She gave up on detonating the bomb in the laboratory and gave up on destroying the mutant monster she created. She closed her eyes and waited quietly for death to come. She believed that her research direction was correct. Even if the monster she created did not have stable thinking, she felt that she was not wrong. Even if she had to do it again, she would still do it. Moreover, she will fuse several more genes into the mutated giant dog so that the mutated giant dog can evolve into a stronger one. Lin Jiwei waited for several seconds, but found that he was still alive, so he opened his eyes. I saw. A huge dog's head was hanging above his head. The dog's mouth was very big, and it looked like it was going to eat itself, but it was suddenly frozen in mid-air, motionless. Lin Jiwei was stunned for a moment, then looked at a figure that appeared about 10 meters away. A man. Was this done by him? Chapter 112. You have superpowers too? Lin Jiwei adjusted her glasses and stared at Shun Yi with shining eyes. Although she was asking, her tone was firm. Shun Yi raised his eyebrows. This woman seems to have something. She was almost bitten to death, but not only was she not afraid, she was able to talk to herself calmly. Lin Jiwei stepped closer to Shun Yi and asked at the same time, what kind of superpower do you have? You can actually control mutated animals. Besides mutant animals, can you freeze other things? Like vehicles, airplanes? Shun Yi was stunned. He had never thought about this question. He frowned and thought for a while, then said, I haven't tried it either, but it should work. He remembered the introduction of the shadow binding ability, which said that it could immobilize any two targets, but did not emphasize whether the targets were limited to living creatures. In other words, as long as there is a shadow, even an airplane can be stopped. When I think about it this way, the effect of shadow binding is even more awesome than I thought. Etc. What am I here for? Why am I discussing my powers with this woman here? I was led astray without realizing it. Shun Yi reacted and looked at Lin Jiwei, whose face was full of curiosity and was a little speechless. This woman is too curious. Shun Yi felt the energy in his body being consumed rapidly and asked directly, Do you want to live? Hearing this question, Lin Jiwei was not surprised, but asked in return, What price do I need to pay? Shun Yi raised his eyebrows. Very smart woman. As expected of a researcher. Very good comprehension ability. Know that there is no free lunch in the world. He also directly replied, Your body. Only the body? Lin Jiwei frowned and asked back, seeming to think that the price was small. And your loyalty, don't betray me. If you want to leave, you can tell me. I won't force you to stay. But if you betray me, I will kill you. Shun Yi continued. Okay, I can promise you that I will never betray you and will provide you with all the help I can. But I hope you can also agree to 2 conditions. Lin Jiwei agreed without much hesitation. This really surprised Shun Yi. This woman doesn't seem to be afraid of death, so why would she exchange her own body in order to survive? But he didn't have time to think about it. Using shadow binding on this giant mutant dog would consume a lot of physical strength, and he couldn't waste too much time. Tell me your conditions. Shun Yi said. If it was something like providing food and drink, Shun Yi would naturally agree to it. But if the conditions are very difficult, Shun Yi will just let go of the mutant giant dog. First, I have never done that kind of thing, and I'm not interested in it, so I hope to do it once a month. I don't want to waste my time on that kind of thing. Lin Jiwei stated his request. No problem. Shun Yi had no reason to refuse this condition. Not to mention once a month, as long as you unlock the rewards, you don't have to do it at all. Anyway, he has many women, so Lin Jiwei is not a shortage of them. Besides, Shun Yi already knew through the system prompts that Lin Jiwei was sexually frigid, so he could understand it. Second, I want to study your genes, and I want to continue my own research and experiments. You can't stop me. If necessary, I hope you can provide me with some help. Lin Jiwei said this, and immediately added, As compensation, you have the first right to know and use all the genetic drugs I have developed. I won't give it to anyone without your permission. That is to say, as long as you provide me with research samples, my people and research results will be yours in the future. Shun Yi thought about it, and felt that this condition was not difficult, so he agreed. The reason why he came forward to rescue Lin Jiwei was, firstly, to unlock the supplies, and secondly, he was interested in the genetic research she was doing. Shun Yi wanted to set up a shelter, so naturally he had to recruit talents in scientific research. I just don't know if the woman in front of me has this ability. Shun Yi didn't know that the mutated giant dog in front of him was created by Lin Jiwei. Otherwise, he would definitely not have this question. Even, he would not agree to support Lin Jiwei in genetic research. What if a monster happened to appear in your own home? Wouldn't that be a disaster? All I can say is that telepathy cannot hear sounds, so the information he obtains is not transparent enough. He thought Lin Jiwei was just a simple researcher, at most a bit smarter. But Lin Jiwei is not only smart, he is also a madman. Then let's go, Shun Yi said, and prepared to use teleport to leave. He didn't want to meet the soldiers outside. As for why he believed that what Lin Jiwei said was true, it was naturally because Shunyi did not sense any hostility from Lin Jiwei's aura through telepathy. That proves that although she is smart, she is not scheming. Otherwise, Shunyi wouldn't have wasted so much energy and time. Chapter 113. Wait a minute. I need to get some documents first. Lin Jiwei said this and turned to get the documents from the table. If she could avoid death, she certainly wouldn't want to die. The reason why he didn't run just now was simply because he couldn't run away under the gaze of the mutant giant dog. In addition, the reason why she agreed to make a deal with Shunyi was because she was interested in this man's abilities and body. Lin Jiwei observed that this man's body had a very powerful force, completely different from that of a normal human. Even their physical fitness is much stronger than those of special forces. This is a sample that is very worth studying. Okay, how do we leave? Lin Jiwei came to Shunyi with a pile of documents and a notebook. She wanted to know how Shunyi would avoid the soldiers outside and take her away. If Shunyi doesn't have this ability, then he can let the soldiers control him and study him hard. Shunyi did not use teleportation immediately, but suddenly asked back, "Why don't you run now, or call for the soldiers outside to come in and rescue you? You won't let me get away." Lin Jiwei looked at Shunyi quietly, staring at him, and said calmly, "If I didn't agree to your conditions just now, you might have killed me directly, or you might have let Era go and let it kill me. Just understand. Don't have any more thoughts." Shunyi similed faintly. This is a very smart woman. So, Shunyi was also very direct with her. Either obey or die. Shunyi is not good at playing tricks and calculations. Era, is that its name? Before leaving, Shunyi glanced at the mutant giant dog. "Well, it's my pet dog." Lin Jiwei looked at the mutant giant dog, his eyes full of pride. Shunyi frowned, thinking that he might have seen it wrong. What's there to be proud of if you raise your pet dog to be like this? Immediately, he walked forward, hugged Lin Jiwei, used instant teleportation continuously, and left the research institute. As for the mutant giant dog, Shunyi didn't deal with it and couldn't deal with it. As for Lin Jiwei, she had no intention of dealing with her. She deliberately let the mutant giant dog survive, and she wanted to come back to study it after a while. Of course, I won't tell this to anyone else. And when Shunyi left, the shadow binding lost its effect, and the mutant giant dog instantly regained its ability to move. It immediately let out a wild howl and destroyed the shelter crazily, as if to vent its emotions. The soldiers waiting outside the shelter heard the sound of the mutant giant dog losing control and realized that something might have happened. Two fanatical male researchers wanted to rush in to rescue Lin Jiwei, but he was forcibly held back by the soldiers. Captain Zhao's expression changed, and he could only give the order to retreat. He knows. Dr. Lin failed, and he paid the price with his life. Are you teleporting? What a magical power. How does it feel when you use it? Do you enter other dimensions when you teleport? Or a wormhole? Also, how many superpowers do you have? As soon as he left the shelter, Lin Jiwei asked a bunch of questions. Her desire for knowledge is so strong that it even surpasses her desire to survive. Moreover, she had a strong insight and knew immediately that Shunyi used teleportation. Shunyi looked at the intellectual beauty who was pestering him as if she was a research subject, and suddenly felt a little regretful. Shouldn't I have saved her just now? Too talkative. And they always ask questions to the bottom of everything, which is very annoying. Is this a common problem among scientists? I just hope Lin Jiwei has some ability and can come up with some research results. Otherwise, it's a waste of your time. Shunyi paused and said, "Before I answer your question, let me ask you a question first. What's the problem? We can exchange." Lin Jiwei did not hesitate. Chapter 114. Looking at Lin Jiwei, who has a certain level of scientific research and is very smart, Shunyi asked the question he had long had. "Since the apocalypse, I have been curious about one thing. Since you're a professional, please answer it for me. When the black fog appeared, animals and plants all mutated to varying degrees. But why didn't we humans mutate? After inhaling the black mist, humans only feel hungry and thirsty. Apart from that, there don't seem to be any other symptoms. At least none of the humans I've seen so far have mutated." When Lin Jiwei heard this question, he answered without hesitation. Because humans and animals have different genes, the black mist may have been modulated. It is only effective on animal genes and has little effect on human genes. Of course, low effect doesn't mean no effect. What we can confirm now is that the black fog has an impact on our human body, but the impact is very small and can be alleviated by drinking more water. I see. A question that Shun Yi had been having for a long time was finally answered. Then, he continued curiously, why do animals attack humans after they mutate? Even loyal pets will eat their owners. That's the second question. Lin Jue gave a reminder before continuing to answer. First of all, mutant animals don't just attack humans, they also attack each other. This is why we rarely see multiple mutant animals living in groups. Of course, it is possible that social animals or insects may mutate collectively and stop cannibalizing each other. But I haven't studied it yet, so I can't comment on it. As for why the mutant animals lost their minds, it was because they were hungry. Hungry. Shun Yi was stunned. He hadn't expected this answer. Because it's too simple. It was so simple that Shun Yi ruled it out without even thinking about it. Yes, it's because they're hungry. Lin Jue nodded and continued. After animals mutate, their bodies become larger, their cells divide faster, and they consume more energy. Now, most food and water sources are contaminated and inedible. So when the mutant animals are extremely hungry, they will attack their owners and their own kind. If mutant animals want to survive, they must replenish the energy that is rapidly consumed due to mutation. Otherwise, they will starve to death due to energy consumption. And the way to supplement it is to eat. Of course, in addition to being hungry, the mutated animals' thinking will also change, and they may even fail to recognize their owners, or even refuse to recognize their owners. For example, my pet dog sometimes recognizes me and sometimes doesn't. So that's how it is, Shun Yi suddenly realized again. It is indeed convenient to have an expert. Although Shun Yi had thought about these questions before, he had no clue at all. Now I understand. Maybe what Lin Jiwei said was not necessarily the truth, but at least it sounded like it. It seems that the faster the mutant animals mutate, the better. Because if there is not enough food for them to eat, they will kill each other sooner or later, or even starve to death. Who would have thought that the way humans win is so simple? Just stay safe and wait for the mutant animals to die on their own. After all, animals can't grow crops or vegetables, let alone produce grain, so the food will be eaten up sooner or later. As for the mutated plants, judging from what Shun Yi has encountered so far, it seems that except for a few exceptions, most of them will not actively attack people. Certainly, it sounds simple, but it may not be that easy to wait for all the mutant animals to die. If the mutated animals mutate again and adapt to hunger or the environment, humans will be in even greater trouble. Can you answer my question now? How many superpowers do you have? How did you get so many superpowers? Lin Jiwei stared at Shun Yi, his eyes full of desire, a desire for knowledge. If Captain Zhao saw this scene, he would be terrified. When he was with them, Dr. Lin didn't want to say a word. But at this moment, he was able to answer a bunch of questions from Shun Yi, and even kept pestering Shun Yi like a chatterbox. Actually, this was mainly because the questions Shun Yi asked were all about scientific research. Coincidentally, Lin Jiwei was interested in this issue. When it comes to things that interest her, she's a chatterbox. But if it is an aspect that she is not interested in, she will be brief and speak almost nothing. If you don't know her, you might think she is a person with high IQ and social phobia. In fact, she is just too lazy to pay attention to you. I now have 5 superpowers. Shun Yi said. Chapter 115. This is a lie, and it is not a lie. There are 4 superpowers. But if the system is also considered a superpower, then there are 5. 5. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Lin Jiwei suddenly showed an expression of disbelief. How can a normal person's body contain 5 superpowers? What do you mean? Am I not a normal person? Shan Yi frowned it. He didn't understand what Lin Jiwei's incredulous expression and tone meant. What's wrong with me having 5 superpowers? Let me confirm first, you also gain the superpowers by eating a kind of colorful fruit? Lin Jiwei asked an irrelevant question. That's right. Shun Yi nodded. At the same time, he thought to himself, this woman really knows about the supernatural fruit. Yes, the fact that she can work as a researcher in a genetic research institute that holds mutant animals proves that she understands the end of the world better than ordinary people, and naturally she also knows about the existence of supernatural fruits. So how many of those fruits did you eat in total? Lin Jiwei stared at him and asked. About 6 or 7 fruits, some of which contain duplicate supernatural powers, so only got 5 supernatural powers. Shen Yi lied without hesitation. Anyway, I'm not familiar with Lin Jiwei, so you can make up whatever you want. Impossible. According to my personal experiments, the genes of a normal person can accommodate 3 different superpowers at most. If there's one more superpower, the body will not be able to bear it and will collapse directly. That is to say, when you eat the 4th fruit, your body will have an immune response, and you will instinctively not want to eat it. Lin Jiwei muttered to herself, her beautiful eyes constantly looking at Shen Yi. She began to wonder if her research direction was wrong. Or maybe there's something wrong with my genes? No, it's definitely not my fault. My research has been verified by multiple. There's something wrong with the man in front of me. There's something wrong with his body and genes. What did you say? Shen Yi was slightly shocked. Normal people can only obtain 3 superpowers at most. Will my body collapse if I eat the 4th one? He also thought that as long as people ate the fruit, their supernatural powers would continue to accumulate without any upper limit. At most, the physical energy consumed will increase. Perhaps everyone's genes are different, and some people's genes may have mutated due to the black fog, so they can accommodate more superpowers, like you, Lin Jiwei said, staring at Shen Yi with a burning gaze. That burning look clearly showed that he wanted to dissect Shen Yi for research. This woman is indeed an unstable person. You promised me before that you would let me study your genes. Don't worry, I only need your blood and hair, and a little bit of flesh. Lin Jiwei noticed Shen Yi's resistance and immediately emphasized. Shen Yi raised his eyebrows, but did not refuse. He had a vague guess in his mind. Perhaps the reason why he can accommodate so many superpowers is not because of the mutation of the black fog, but the fruit of the evolution of his physical body. The physical body evolved superpowers. Perhaps even Shen Yi's genes were changed, so that he gained 4 superpowers and still handled them with ease without any discomfort. If my guess is correct, then physical evolution is the superpower that humans must acquire. The two talked as they walked home. As for the matter of snatching soldiers' weapons, let's put it aside for now. There are several supplies to be unlocked, and Shen Yi plans to go back and unlock the supplies first. Maybe there will be some useful weapons. First, let's start with Lin Jiwei, an intellectual beauty who is interested in her body. See what supplies this clever female researcher can unlock for herself. Chapter 116. On the way home, Lin Jiwei has been asking what each of Shen Yi's 5 superpowers are. Shen Yi was getting a little impatient with the question. I really want to execute this curious woman on the spot. In the end, he only replied, talk to me after you finish sleeping. Then, Lin Jiwei fell silent. Shen Yi originally thought that this woman was shy. Who knows? She actually asked if she could go to bed quickly. Shen Yi was speechless. So, after returning to the community, Shen Yi took Lin Jiwei directly to Chu Xiaoxiao's house. Bye. Shen Yi, why are you here so soon? Chu Xiaoxiao was lying on the sofa, thinking about what might happen tonight. As she was thinking, 2 people suddenly appeared in the room, which scared her. She immediately felt ashamed as if she had been caught. But when she saw that Shen Yi was actually with a beautiful woman, Chu Xiaoxiao swallowed subconsciously, and her face turned even redder. No, it's not possible. How is this possible? How could I have such a lavish time on my first time? As she thought about it, Chu Xiaoxiao's face turned as red as a cherry. But I didn't mean to refuse. Just continue sleeping and don't worry about us. Shen Yi replied to Chu Xiaoxiao, then took Lin Jiwei into the bedroom. It's like going back home. This level of shamelessness stunned Chu Xiaoxiao. What's the meaning? Without me? She was dumbfounded. It turns out it's not what I thought. But soon, Chu Xiaoxiao realized something was wrong. Why did my Prince Charming bring a strange woman into my bedroom? Am I being cheated on? Or was he cheated on in his own home? In an instant, all of Chu Xiaoxiao's fantasies about Shen Yi as a Prince Charming collapsed. This is not a Prince Charming. This is a black-hearted businessman. No, worse than a black-hearted businessman. Even if I'm not your girlfriend, you can't bring a strange woman to my house and use my bedroom, right? Chu Xiaoxiao never expected that such a thing would happen to her one day. Green hemp. And in the bedroom, Lin Jiwei sat on the bed, looked at Shen Yi and asked, aren't you afraid that your girlfriend will be angry? She's not my girlfriend. In that case, Lin Jiwei didn't ask any more questions and began to undress. In her opinion, the relationship between her and Shen Yi was just a transaction, and there was no emotional connection between them. so naturally she had no intention of interfering. On the contrary, compared to those, she was more curious about Shun Yi's body and genes. She wanted to study Shun Yi's body ruthlessly. She wanted to know what kind of mutation had occurred in Shun Yi's genes. That's all. A ritual full of exploration to unlock supplies begins. Chu Xiao Xiao in the living room started out gritting her teeth, then blushed and even pricked up her ears to eavesdrop. Hateful. Chu Xiao Xiao was depressed and angry. I don't understand why Shun Yi would do this. Why bring other women into your home? And let yourself see it. Even if you want to find a mistress or have an affair, just act a little bit. Can't you come secretly? Chu Xiao Xiao pouted angrily and kept scolding Shun Yi. Ding! It is detected that you have successfully taken a goddess, and a random material is unlocked. Ding! Unlocked successfully. Congratulations on unlocking the item. Supernatural fruit spiritual connection. Superpower, spiritual connection fruit, +1, stored in the system space. Superpower, spiritual connection fruit, +1, stored in the system space. Superpowers. Fuck, another supernatural fruit appeared. Shun Yi sat up excitedly. I didn't expect this second supernatural fruit to be unlocked so quickly. Immediately, he took out a spiritually connected supernatural fruit from the system space and put it into his mouth. Chapter 117. The fruit is digested instantly once it enters your mouth. A slight coolness spread through his brain, stimulating him and making him feel refreshed. Cool. It's so fucking cool. Shun immediately opened the panel to check the new ability. Spiritual connection. LV1. You can establish a spiritual connection with others, convey messages through the spiritual connection, and share vision. Currently, the maximum number of people in a spiritual connection is 3, and the maximum distance of the connection is 50 meters. If you connect with a target with the spiritual connection ability, the maximum distance is doubled, and the number of people connected is not counted. Transmitting information and sharing perspectives, isn't that what the internet is for? Shan Yi murmured. Although he felt that this ability was not too powerful, it was very practical. Because the internet and electricity were cut off, Shun Yi couldn't contact the women at home every time he went out. If his house was robbed, he might not even know it. So, having an ability like this that can convey messages and share vision is very convenient. It's like carrying a mobile phone with you, and there is no need to charge or pay phone bills. The practicality is beyond words. As for the current farthest distance of only 50 meters, it doesn't matter. As long as the level is increased, the distance will definitely increase. And the range of this power can be doubled. All you have to do is let your women gain the ability of mental connection. I have to say, this ability came at a very appropriate time. It just so happened that Shun Yi was going to build shelter and was still thinking about what method of contact to use. We can't rely entirely on manpower to convey messages, right? That's too much effort. So, spiritual connection is practical. Even if the network is restored in the future, this ability will still be useful. Because the message is conveyed through spiritual connection, there's no need to worry about being eavesdropped. This alone was enough to satisfy Shun Yi. In short, he must raise the level of this ability. As long as your level is high and the connection distance is long, you can keep track of everything even if you are not at home. What's more, it feels really good to eat this fruit. While thinking, Shun Yi took out another 10 fruits and started to crack them one by one. He remembered the lesson from last time and decided not to knock too much at once to avoid hurting his brain. You actually have so many supernatural fruits. Lin Jiwei, who had just recovered, was stunned when she saw Shun Yi stuffing precious supernatural fruits into his mouth. Even in their research institute, there are only a few supernatural fruits. Lin Jiwei has always wanted to study the supernatural fruit in detail, but never had the chance. Because this thing is so rare. But Shun Yi actually ate the supernatural fruit as candy beans. Lin Jiwei didn't understand. Where did Shun Yi get so many supernatural fruits? Is this also his special ability? Obviously. Shun Yi must have lied to him before. It is absolutely impossible that he has only eaten 6 or 7 supernatural fruits, because he is now eating more than 6 or 7 casually. Based on this reasoning, he must have more than 5 supernatural powers. He had a lot of secrets from me. Lin Jiwei stared at Shun Yi with burning eyes, as if he wanted to dig out all the secrets from him. Would you like to eat one? Shun Yi took a fruit and handed it to Lin Jiwei. Although this woman is very talkative and always wants to dissect herself. But she had no less kindness towards herself. Especially after taking her for the first time just now, Lin Jiwei's kindness inexplicably grew a lot. It seems that even the smartest woman still has weaknesses. I already have 3 superpowers, and I can't accommodate anymore. Lin Jiwei said that it could not accommodate other superpowers, but he took the superpower fruit without hesitation and looked at it curiously. You have 3 powers? Shun Yi raised his eyebrows. Very surprised. You tell me that an ordinary person who is not dead has gained 3 superpowers in just 10 days. How can you make a fool like me feel? Well, after our institute discovered the existence of the supernatural fruit, we sent all the police officers to search for it. We searched almost all of the 2 districts, but only found 5 supernatural fruits. Lin Jiwei said, looking at Shun Yi, who was still tapping the supernatural fruit. He ate so many supernatural fruits, but his body didn't have any rejection reaction at all. How many superpowers does he have? I see. Then Shun Yi can understand it. They have gathered the strength of an entire department, perhaps tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of people, to search for the supernatural fruit. And I am a human being, and I haven't searched seriously, but I have 5 superpowers. In comparison, I am indeed quite lucky. After a pause, Shun Yi suddenly looked at Lin Jiwei and said, What are your 3 superpowers? Chapter 118. Although he sensed that Lin Jiwei had no hostility towards him, but she had 3 special powers, which still made Shun Yi slightly alert. There are 3 superpowers. If one of them is very aggressive, you have to be careful to avoid any setbacks. But Shun Yi was alert, yet also a little surprised. If only 5 supernatural fruits were found in their entire research institute, but this woman ate 3 of them by herself, then it proves that this woman's status in the research institute is not low. One person occupies 3/5 of the resources. Could it be that I accidentally picked up a treasure? Originally, Shun Yi didn't have much hope for Lin Jiwei's research, as long as she didn't cheat him. But now it seems that this woman really has something. Thinking room. While eating the fruit, Shun Yi's spiritual connection ability has risen to level 3. Your spiritual connection is upgraded to level 3. Spiritual connection. LV3, you can establish a spiritual connection with others, convey messages through spiritual connection, and share vision. Currently, the maximum number of spiritual connections is 9, and the maximum connection distance is 300 meters. If you connect with a target with spiritual connection, the maximum distance is doubled, and the number of connected people is not counted. The distance is 300 meters. If you double it, it would be 600 meters. With a few more levels, the distance can catch up with that of ordinary walkie-talkies. I'll tell you about my abilities, and you tell me about yours. How about that? Lin Jiwei adjusted his glasses, looked at Shun Yi calmly, and proposed to exchange ideas. She should be the only woman among all the women who does not feel in awe or fear of Shun Yi. Because Lin Jiwei is not a dependent, and she is not afraid of death. Even if Shun Yi chased her away, she wouldn't leave. It's not that Lin Jiwei is afraid of death, but she wants to dig out the secrets of Shun Yi. She wants to study Shun Yi. After just a few hours of contact, Lin Jiwei discovered that Shun Yi had many more secrets than she had imagined. The number and strength of the superpowers alone shocked her. In comparison, the mutant giant dog he created seemed nothing. This man's research value is greater than that of a mutant giant dog. Okay, you go first. Shun Yi said. Of course, he didn't mind exchanging secrets. He had many superpowers anyway, so he could just mention a few. As for what would happen if Lin Jiwei found out that she had lied to her, of course it doesn't matter. Could it be that Lin Jiwei still dared to kill? Then Shun Yi will deal with her first. Okay, in order to verify that what we said is true, we have to use each superpower once. Lin Jiwei emphasized. She obviously guessed that Shun Yi would lie to her again. Shun Yi did not refuse. Then, Lin Jiwei closed his eyes and said, My first ability is that I can see the surroundings within 100 meters without using my eyes. Even without lights, I can see very clearly, probably the same as the night vision of animals, but clearer than night vision. Lin Jiwei seemed to have no shame and spoke in a serious manner about what he saw through his perspective. Shun Yi raised his eyebrows and subconsciously turned on telepathy to see. But let's get back to the topic. Lin Jiwei's special ability is a bit like telepathy, but it is different. Telepathy does not have night vision capabilities, but it has an additional function of being able to see the target's hostility or kindness. Shen-Yi still felt that telepathy was more practical for him. Certainly, the night vision capability is also very good, especially when combined with the perspective, which is very practical even in the dark. Don't you need to go out and take a look to verify my ability? Lin Jue opened his eyes and looked at Shen-Yi. Chapter 119. No, I just used another ability of mine, which is perspective just like yours. It's just that my perspective doesn't have night vision, but correspondingly, I can see the target's hostility and kindness. Shen-Yi also roughly explained his ability. There's no need to hide it, because she will reward this special ability to other women one after another, and it will be impossible to hide it. Can you see hostility and kindness? What's the principle behind this? Is it based on certain substances secreted by the body? Lin Jue began to think thoughtfully after hearing this. Go on to your second ability. Shan-Yi interrupted her. It's really tiring to communicate with people who like to dig into things. As soon as she caught a glimpse of something, she became curious and wanted to find out more. The key is that Shen-Yi doesn't understand the principles behind it and can't explain it clearly. When he was with Lin Jue, Shen-Yi always felt like he was in class. She can talk about all kinds of complex knowledge at will. It made Shen-Yi, who had good academic performance, feel like an illiterate. All I can say is that there are differences among geniuses. My second ability is gravity manipulation, Lin Jue said, and pointed at the supernatural fruit in Shen-Yi's hand. Then, the fruit slowly flew up. It seemed to be floating in the air without being bound by gravity. Moreover, as Lin Jue controlled the fruit with her fingers, it actually flew into her hands. Etc. You can manipulate gravity and steal my fruit? Shen-Yi raised his eyebrows and asked, That's it? The area and weight I can currently control are limited. If it were before you tormented me, I should be able to control your entire body to float up, just like in outer space. But now I don't have enough physical strength. Lin Jue explained, but had no intention of returning the stolen fruit. Shen-Yi said he understood. This ability is still pretty awesome. The upper limit of gravity manipulation is definitely more than this. As for a stolen fruit, it doesn't matter. It only takes a second, and it will be added back in a second. The purpose of this woman Lin Jue wanting the supernatural fruit was also for research. If she could research something, Shen-Yi would also benefit. As for my third ability, I can't demonstrate it. It increases my mental strength and grants me insight and an IQ bonus. Lin Jue paused and explained in detail. I can now remember everything I see. My memory is very good. Even if it happened when I was 1 year old, I can still recall it clearly now. At the same time, my observation ability has also become stronger. The simplest and most direct manifestation is that I can tell whether you want to kill me, as well as other people's various emotions towards me, such as hate like admiration, infatuation, etc. Shen-Yi raised his eyebrows. Although this ability is an auxiliary ability, it is also very awesome, very practical, and Shen-Yi also wanted to improve his mental strength. He always felt that his mental strength seemed not strong enough. Because physical evolution is mainly reflected in the physical body, although there are also improvements in the spiritual aspect, the improvement is not as strong as the physical aspect. At most, it is just better than ordinary people. When encountering some psychics who have improved their mental powers, Shen-Yi is not sure if he can beat them. To sum up, Lin Jue's 3 superpowers are all good, especially considering her work and hobbies. The third superpower is a perfect match. So, can you tell me about your other abilities now? Lin Jue stared at Shen-Yi's face, as if he wanted to see if he was lying to her again. No hurry, let's do business first, Shen-Yi said, pressing on Lin Jue. Lin Jue was stunned for a moment, but did not resist and was even very cooperative. She originally thought that doing this was a waste of time, but after doing it, she unexpectedly found it very comfortable. Although this kind of comfort wastes time and physical energy, it is still okay to relax occasionally. Chapter 120. It was approaching dusk. Shen-Yi came out of the bedroom. Lin Jue was so tired that he fell asleep. Because she was so tired, she didn't have the energy to pester Shen-Yi to ask questions about supernatural powers. Lin Jue, who was originally sexually apathetic, has obviously become addicted to it. When they did it just now, she was very proactive and even pestered Shen-Yi to do it several times. Women, You say one thing and mean another. Shan Yi chucked it. It was agreed that she would do it once a month, but today she used up several months' worth of time. Immediately, Chun Yi looked at Chu Xiao Xiao, who was lying on the sofa with a red face. She obviously hadn't noticed that Shun Yi had come up behind her. Shun Yi came over and hugged her from behind. Why did you come out? Chu Xiao Xiao was startled, and her face turned red when she saw Shun Yi. Now we are together. Shun Yi also became interested. Chu Xiao Xiao blushed and wanted to reject Shun Yi harshly. But somehow, I didn't say anything in the end. Just like that, new rewards are unlocked. Ding! It is detected that you have successfully taken a goddess, and a random material is unlocked. Ding! Unlocked successfully. Congratulations on unlocking the item. Ripe black watermelon. Black watermelon +1, stored in the system space. Black watermelon +1, stored in the system space. Black skin. Shun Yi lay on the sofa, looking at the reward, feeling okay. The supplies I got before were all meat, so having some fruits would make the nutrition balanced. And black-skinned watermelons. Shun Yi remembered seeing related news on the internet. It seemed that only dozens of them were produced each year in the world, and a single watermelon was once auctioned for thousands of dollars. Judging from the fact that the system always rewards the highest quality, this black-skinned watermelon must be the best among all melons. Crack! The bedroom door opened and Lin Jiwei walked out barefoot, yawning. He glanced at the girl who was still pretending to sleep on the sofa and said directly, "Go to the bedroom and rest. I have something to talk to Shin Yi about." Chu Xiao Xiao, who originally wanted to get away with it by pretending to be asleep and didn't want to face the embarrassing scene, had no choice but to wake up at this moment. She glanced at Lin Jiwei and immediately blushed, and her heart started beating fast. She felt that this woman had absolutely no sense of shame. She had just done that, and there was a stranger like me around, so why wasn't she shy at all? Chu Xiao Xiao is not as shameless as Lin Jiwei and can stay in the same room with Lin Jiwei without any care. She immediately shyly covered her clothes and ran into the bedroom. Lin Jiwei didn't care about that. She was only wearing thin underwear and sat next to Shun Yi. She said seriously, "I've been thinking about one thing. Your genes should have undergone some kind of benign mutation, so you can accommodate more superpowers. Weren't you asleep just now? How were you thinking?" Shun Yi immediately grasped the key point. Lin Jiwei glanced at him. Her eyes were obviously a little speechless, but she still replied, "Even if I am sleeping, I can ensure that my mind is clear and I can think about problems normally, so that I won't waste time resting. My body needs rest, but my mind doesn't. As long as my body is well rested, I can continue to work." Congenital physique of an ox or horse. These words instantly popped up in Shun Yi's mind. But there are actually people who can stay awake during sleep. Is that so awesome? It's okay once or twice, but if it happens every time, won't you drive yourself crazy? Let's get back to the topic. If your genes really have a benign mutation, then you might be able to use a gene evolution drug that I developed before. Lin Jiwei said seriously. The genetic evolution potion you're researching? What kind of genetic evolution potion? Shun Yi immediately became interested. It's only been a short time since the apocalypse, and this woman has actually developed a genetic evolution potion. Is she that awesome? Is it because of her third superpower? Chapter 121. Her IQ has improved, so she has this ability? Or maybe this woman is just smart. In short, Shun Yi is very interested in genetic drugs. If Lin Jiwei could really come up with some awesome genetic evolution potion, then her value to herself would be greatly enhanced. Yes, but the medicines are all in the research institute, so we have to go get them again. Lin Jiwei nodded. What I mean is, first tell me what the effects of the genetic medicine you developed are, and what the side effects are. You don't want to use me as a guinea pig, do you? Shun Yi stared at Lin Jiwei. No, my genetic medicine has been tested on living subjects many times and has achieved initial results. Live experiment? Tell me more about it. What you have seen is my mutant pet dog. It is a very successful experimental subject. Lin Jiwei's expression was serious, and there was even a gleam of pride in his eyes. Shan Yi, are you fucking telling me that was a successful experiment? How on earth did that thing succeed? That's a fucking monster, etc. So that monster was created by you? Shun Yi's eyes suddenly changed when he looked at Lin Jiwei. This woman is so dangerous? At first, Shun Yi thought she was just an unstable person who might just be interested in scientific research. It turns out you really have the ability to create monsters. Shen thought of the many science fiction movies he had watched before, in which most of the disasters were caused by such crazy scientists. This made him alert. After evolution, my pet dog has a stronger physique, stronger strength, and stronger recovery ability and vitality than the first time it mutated. Now, even if it is severely injured by submachine gun fire or a grenade explosion, it can recover in a very short time. Don't you want to gain such power? Lin Jue noticed the change in Shun Yi's expression and immediately began to speak passionately. Shun, he seemed to be thinking about something. Really, that giant mutant dog is far more powerful than ordinary mutant animals in both size and strength, especially the abnormal vitality and recovery ability, which can be called immortality. However, although I envy such strong recovery ability, but what if after injecting Lin Jiwei's potion, my body also turns into a green monster? Who can bear this? Although Shun, he doesn't particularly care about my appearance, he can't turn me into a monster. The current situation is not so dangerous that we need to risk everything. I just have 2 questions for you. Shun Yi stared at Lin Jue and slowly said, First question, after being injected with your gene medicine, will my appearance become like your pet dog? Of course not. Lin Jue answered immediately and emphasized, You are a human. How could you become a dog? But if your genes are affected by gene 001, your appearance will definitely change slightly, such as becoming larger, growing leaf-like green hair, etc. You are so damn rigorous. Shun Yi resisted the urge to punch Lin Jue and continued to ask. Second question, what is the success rate of injecting your gene evolution potion? At least 30%. No, now at least 45%. Lin Jue said this with great confidence. It seems like the probability is very high. Considering the short research time from the beginning of the apocalypse to now, her success rate of 45% is indeed not low. But who is Shun Yi? Kingo, be as cautious as a gourd. Without a 100% probability, there is no need for him to gamble his life. But this genetic evolution potion still aroused his strong interest. Chapter 122. Although Shun Yi would not gamble with his life, he also did not want to inject genetic drugs and turn into a monster. But the effect of this genetic medicine is indeed very tempting. After the injection, the vitality and strength become abnormally strong. Such a potion is indeed a miracle drug for ordinary people who have no special abilities or powers. Of course, if Lin Jiwei could optimize the genetic medicine and remove these side effects, Shen Yi would also like to inject himself. With such abnormal recovery ability and vitality, I will not be afraid of getting injured in the future. It's like having an extra superpower out of thin air. I have to say that Lin Jiwei is a very capable woman. Although what she created in the end was a monster, it also proved that she had the ability in this area. If I train it well, maybe I can make some powerful genetic medicine for myself. Of course, while training her, we also have to keep a close eye on her. If you don't keep a close eye on a guy like this who is smart, capable, and has strong hands-on skills, he might create a few mutant monsters in his own home. Then you'll be really unlucky. Shen Yi looked at Lin Jiwei with love and hate. Love that she is indeed capable, smart, and worth cultivating. I hate that she always wants to dissect me, study me, and try drugs on me. Even before in the bedroom, after taking off her clothes, she actually touched Shun Yi's body and studied it for most of the day, which made Shun Yi very angry. This woman's mind is full of curiosity, which is very dangerous. How about it? Do you want to try it? Lin Jiwei stared at Shun Yi with burning eyes, still asking. Shun Yi said expressionlessly, Don't you have supernatural powers that can see into people's hearts? You see through me now. Do you want to see if I want to? Lin Jiwei glanced at him for a few seconds, then subconsciously stepped back and said, I think you want to hit me. You're really good at judging people. Shun Yi twisted his wrist, but held back. In other words, this woman did not act smartly and give herself the medicine directly, but discussed it with herself. Otherwise, I wouldn't want to hit her, but just kill her directly. As long as she continued to cooperate like this, Shen Yi wouldn't mind keeping her or even providing some materials to train her. My gene evolution potion is really good. Considering your physical condition, the success rate is still very high. Lin Jiwei still had some hope. It seems like he has to get beaten up. Shen Yi glanced at her and said, The success rate is too low. I can provide you with what you need, and you continue your research. As long as the success rate can reach more than 80, I can find someone to experiment with it. As for who to look for, it is definitely not one of our own. Wait until the medicine has 100% no side effects, then inject it yourself. Reasonable. I believe that many people in the doomsday are eager for such an opportunity to evolve. Although you will die if you fail, if you don't have the strength, your death will only be more miserable. Okay, Lin Jiwei felt a little bit sorry. After some in-depth communication, she believed that only Shun Yi's body could withstand her genetic evolution potion. The average person's body definitely can't do that. Even without trying it, you can be sure it won't work. By the way, do you know that supernatural powers can be upgraded to higher levels? Shun Yi suddenly changed the subject and asked, "Level up? Do you mean to say that the effect of the power can be improved? Similar to leveling up by beating monsters in games." Chapter 123. Lin Jiwei's ability to understand was indeed very strong, and he understood it immediately. That's about the same. This is the first time I've heard of this, but I did have such a guess before. The level of superpowers may be increased in some way. For example, eating the same type of fruit, adding up the number of superpowers, or constantly honing the limits of superpowers and breaking through one's own limits. Lin Jiwei expressed his guesses and reasoning. It's just that I was busy researching genetic drugs and didn't have time to test my hypothesis. After listening to Lin Jiwei's words, Shun Yi couldn't help but sigh. What a smart woman. Your conjecture is correct. Superpowers can be upgraded, and they can be upgraded as long as you eat fruits of the same type. Shun Yi said, and cracked another spiritually connected fruit. Lin Jiwei's eyes lit up. No wonder she saw Shun Yi eating the supernatural fruit all the time. I see. So, Shun Yi's ability level is also far beyond that of ordinary people. This man is indeed worth studying. Lin Jiwei stared at Shun Yi, the heat in his eyes barely concealed. Shun Yi ignored her gaze, ate the fruit, and continued. As for what you said about honing the limits of superpowers and breaking through your own limits, I don't know how to hone them, so I haven't tested it. Okay, it's getting late. You should rest for the night. When you are well again tomorrow, we will go to your laboratory and take out the genetic medicine. Shun Yi said, leaving some food and water, and then left decisively. Don't give Lin Jiwei any chance to ask further questions. The room fell silent instantly. Lin Jiwei looked at the steaming roast chicken and fruits on the table and suddenly felt a little bored for some reason. In the past, when she was bored, she would study problems that she couldn't solve. But now, I don't know why, but I always think about what happened with Shun Yi in the bedroom. Thinking about the experience of being together. Although there didn't seem to be any unforgettable experience, she just couldn't forget Shun Yi's body in her mind. Women's genes are really strange. He is my first man, so my body will remember him instinctively. Lin Jiwei seriously used scientific methods to explain this phenomenon. This proves that he has no feelings for Shun Yi. It's just genetics. Shun Yi used teleportation to return to Building 6. In the room, the women were busy. Su Yun is teaching Su Wanting and Bai Sini how to use a gun. Jiang Nanyan was in the study with Zhou Wanner and Lu Yiye. They were looking at something together. Hubby, you're back. The first to see Chun Yi were the three girls Su Yun who were playing with guns in the living room, and they all came over to say hello. Well, Wanting, go cut us some watermelon, Shun Yi said as he sat on the sofa and took out 2 black-skinned watermelons from the system space. Su Wanting responded and went to the kitchen to cut the watermelon. Soon, he cut it into pieces and brought it over on a plate. Shun Yi picked up a piece of watermelon, took a bite, and started chewing. Well, it tastes really good, very delicious. The hardness and crispness are perfect, plus its sweetness is simply unmatched. Products produced by the system are high quality. Chapter 124. You guys eat too, Shun Yi said to Su Yun and Bai Sini who were standing next to him. The 2 girls then reached out and took the watermelon to eat. Su Wanting naturally didn't hesitate. This watermelon is so sweet, crispy, and delicious. Su Yun quickly finished one piece and took another one. Eat more if you like. There's plenty of watermelon today. Today, another supernatural fruit was unlocked. Shun Yi was in a good mood, so he naturally wouldn't care about eating a bite. Hubby, you're so nice. Su Yun smiled and took the initiative to kiss Shun Yi. While others are still living in hunger, I have no worries about food and drink and have even achieved watermelon freedom. This feeling of comfort is so nice. At this time, the 3 women in the study heard the sound and came out. Honey, I have already written the preliminary plan for the shelter. Please take a look to see if there is anything that needs to be modified. Jiang Ninyan walked over with a gray notebook. While eating melon, Shun-Yi took the notebook with one hand and flipped through it. Jiang Ninyan's plan is indeed very good and detailed. First, the shelter will accept the first batch of people, about 50 people. Don't be old, weak, or sick. Want young people, especially young and beautiful women. This point was specially set up according to Shun-Yi's hobbies. After, it's about employment for the 50 people we recruited. Since we have hired people, they must work, otherwise it is impossible to give them food for free. So, these 50 people can be divided into 5 teams. 2 of the teams are responsible for patrolling and security issues. Each person can receive 3 bottles of water and 1 meal per day. As for why they were given 3 bottles of water, it was because they had to patrol in the black fog and would easily become hungry and thirsty, so water was a necessity. The remaining 3 teams can arrange tasks at any time, such as going out to search for supplies, doing things that Shun-Yi doesn't want to do, and so on. In a nutshell, the entire shelter and all the survivors exist to serve Shun-Yi. If you don't want to just leave, this is tyranny and dictatorship. But the reason is very simple, because Shun-Yi has to provide supplies for everyone. If you don't serve him, then why should he provide supplies? I have to say that Jiang Nanyan is very smart and can figure this out. Therefore, the entire plan she made was written around Shun-Yi, and even the entire shelter was established to serve Shun-Yi. Shun-Yi was very satisfied after reading this paragraph. This is also the reason why he chose Jiang Nanyan to make the plan. If he asked a kinderwoman, like Su Yun or Bai Sini to make the plan, they might consider the life and death of other survivors. But Jiang Nanyan is even more cold-blooded, where you could say she is an extremely selfish person. As long as I can benefit, other people's life or death doesn't matter. We can increase the number of people. For example, we can recruit 100 people first. Don't worry about the supplies. I can provide them. As for accommodation, as long as you don't go to the 20th floor, you can stay on the other floors below. Shun-Yi put down the melon rind he had eaten and ordered 2 extra ones. Yeah, Jiang Nanyan nodded immediately and remembered it. Bai Sini on the side took out a tissue and wiped the watermelon juice from Shun-Yi's mouth. Then, Shun-Yi specifically warned, remember, no one in our shelter is allowed to go up to the 20th floor. Anyone who disobeys and dares to go up to the 20th floor can be shot to death. By the way, clear out all the residents on the 20th floor and the floors above us. From now on, the 20th floor and above will be where we live. The floors below the 20th floor are where other people live. Chapter 125. Shun-Yi's decision was very overbearing, but no one objected. He has the final say in this family. Not to mention, Shun-Yi requested that the floors above the 20th floor be reserved for his own people to live in and that no one else be allowed to come up. The women did not object at all and were very happy instead. They were originally worried that if any survivors had designs on them, wouldn't that be very dangerous? But by isolating them directly in this way, the risk factor is greatly reduced. It makes sense for strangers to live on the lower level and for friends to live on the upper level. Even Su Yun, a former policewoman, agreed with Shun-Yi's decision. In the doomsday, people's hearts are treacherous, so it is safer to live like this. Su Yun has also been seriously teaching Shun-Yi's women how to use pistols these past 2 days, just in case. It doesn't matter how accurate their shooting is, as long as they can hit the person. By then, with a gun in hand and special powers, even if you encounter a criminal, you can easily subdue him. Okay, honey, I got all down. Jiang Nanyan nodded seriously. Then, she paused, pointed to the contents at the back of the notebook, and said, Honey, do you think this pension arrangement is appropriate? Shun-Yi continued to look back. The so-called pension probably means that if any member of the shelter is injured or dies while patrolling or performing a mission, they can get certain material compensation. Of course, the recipients of compensation are naturally the families of the sacrificed team members. According to Jiang Nanyan's plan, the first batch of survivors admitted to the shelter must have at least one relative. This way you don't have to worry about the other party betraying you easily. With family and loved ones to support them, they will work harder. If the person is single and has no family or lover, especially a man, you must not hire him, because this kind of people have no ties or constraints. Maybe he is loyal one second and decisively betrays you the next. Moreover, people like this who feed the whole family with one person's food will definitely slack off and cheat at work. They're the most unstable type of people. After reading Jiang Nanyan's analysis, Shun Yi couldn't help but look up at her. This woman really has the potential to be a capitalist. I understand so well. No, she seems to be a small capitalist. Jiang Nanyan's parents own a company, and it seems to be a very large company. So it is not a problem to say that she, a rich second generation, is a small capitalist. When it comes to exploiting people, Shun Yi is really not as ruthless as Jiang Nanyan. But I have to say that Jiang Nanyan's plan is very well done, and the plan is perfect. The survivors recruited under this plan are basically not desperate criminals. They will work hard to protect their families and earn food for them, even at the cost of sacrificing oneself. In this way, the order in the shelter will be relatively stable and internal unrest will be unlikely to occur. After all the survivors have family members living in the shelter. Even if someone wants to cause trouble, he has to consider his family instead of himself. Moreover, if the shelter encounters any danger, these survivors will desperately protect the shelter in order to protect their families. This way of controlling people is much more effective than simply threatening them with violence. Well, there's no problem with the pension. Let's just settle it roughly. As for the details, you can continue to improve them. Shun Yi made the final decision. The so-called details are roughly about the punishment and reward mechanisms. For example, if someone asks for leave, someone is lazy, etc., how should they be punished? Or, if someone finds supplies or performs a dangerous mission, how should they be rewarded? Only clear punishment can make the survivors work harder. In short, it is easy to set up a shelter, but it is not easy to manage a shelter well and make it develop healthily. This is also the reason why Shun Yi is unwilling to manage and is unwilling to put in the effort. Anyway, I have a lot of women, and some of them know about management, so I can just leave it to the women. As long as I have absolute military power, even if someone really wants to make some small moves, I can suppress them directly. All that remains is to enjoy the convenience that the shelter brings. As long as the shelter can develop healthily and the population continues to increase, it will be easier to find women who meet the system's standards in the future. Otherwise, as the world population becomes smaller and smaller, it is not easy for Shun Yi to find a woman who meets his standards in all aspects. Finally, everyone ate fresh watermelon and chatted for more than an hour, and Shun Yi went back to the room to rest. Today he held the policewoman Su Yun in his arms and slept peacefully. The next day, I had breakfast at home, as usual. Shun Yi took another look at the plan that Jiang Nanyan had perfected overnight and gave a satisfactory answer. Chapter 126. Then, amid the envious looks of the girls, he rewarded Jiang Nanyan with 2 telepathic fruits and told her to go ahead and do it. The first step is to recruit all the survivors in this building. If someone doesn't want to join, that's fine. No forcing, no pushing. Just use material temptation. Of course, if anyone wants to steal the supplies, let Suyin shoot them to death. No need to hold back. Shun Yi deliberately left a few guns for the women to use for self-protection and dealing with troubles. As for Shun Yi himself, he would not get involved in these things. If Jiang Nanyan is unable to control the survivors in this building, even with the assistance of policewoman Su Yun and 6 or 7 guns, then it can only be said that she is too useless and unsuitable to manage a shelter. Shun Yi will have to consider cultivating other women. Of course, the reason why he made such arrangements was because he knew that the residents in this building were very timid, so he let Jiang Nanyan come to practice. A few days ago, 6 or 7 knife-wielding thugs were able to take control of the building. Now Jiang Nanyan has a gun and supernatural powers to assist him, so he is no weaker than those thugs. It all depends on whether she dares to kill people to establish her authority. First establish your authority, then offer material inducements. I believe that most of the hungry and thirsty residents will choose to compromise, or even be grateful. After arranging everything, Shun Yi also gave each woman a spiritual connection fruit. This ability belongs to the communication category, so there is no need to use it as a reward. As long as the woman is loyal and does not betray him, he will let her obtain it directly. The mental connection ability is very simple to use. As long as Shun Yi leaves a mental connection port similar to an interface in the target's mind, then as long as they are within the mental connection distance, they can communicate without obstacles, share vision, etc. Of course, this interface can be retained without the other party's consent. In other words, Shun Yi can forcibly connect to anyone, unless the other party's mental strength is stronger than his, so he can break free from control. This ability is also unexpectedly domineering. After finishing everything, Shun-Yi came to Chu Xiaoxiao's house and took Lin Jiwei to the Virus Research Institute again. There are 2 goals today. One is to obtain the genetic evolution potion, and the second is to take out the guns and bullets of the soldiers who died before. Then, come back and deal with this mutated black spider. Now that the shelter project has begun, the black spider must be eliminated, otherwise everyone's activities will be confined to this building. That's so stupid. Shun-Yi's target is not just a building. At least one community must be mastered first, then slowly expand outwards. Watching Shun-Yi leave, Jiang Nanyan clenched the supernatural fruit in her hand and took a deep breath. Excitement, nervousness, all kinds of emotions intertwined in her heart. She knew that this was a test from her husband. If I don't achieve some results, it will be difficult to get rewards in the future. Although he will definitely not be kicked out, he will definitely fall out of favor. Therefore, she not only has to do this well, but also do it beautifully. If I can do it well, my status will definitely be higher than other women in the future. And you can also get more rewards of supernatural fruits. Jiang Nanyan could feel that her ability was not far from upgrading. Sister Su-Yun, I'll trouble you from now on. Jiang Nanyan turned and looked at Su-Yun. My husband specifically asked Su-Yun, a former policewoman, to assist me, which proved that he tacitly approved of my use of a certain amount of force. Now, in the end times, we must also use force. Su-Yun nodded and didn't say anything more. She thought it was a good idea for Shun-Yi to build a shelter. Although the starting point may be for one's own enjoyment, at least it can shelter some survivors, which is considered a good thing. So Su-Yun, who has a sense of justice, is also willing to contribute. As long as he didn't kill innocent people, rape or rob, she would stand behind Shun-Yi without hesitation. Even if Shun-Yi did something bad, Su-Yun felt that she might not be able to do anything to Shun-Yi. Nanyan, let me help you too. I have also learned how to shoot recently. Su-Wanting said proactively, seeing Jiang Nanyan becoming more and more favored, and also being rewarded with a supernatural fruit. It would be a lie to say I wasn't envious. So, she also wanted to contribute. She doesn't know how to manage survivors, but she can still assist Jiang Nanyan. After all, she is a student from a prestigious university, and she is not stupid. Jiang Nanyan naturally did not refuse Su-Wanting. No matter how much she competes for favor, Su-Wanting is still a family member to her. From now on, all survivors admitted to the shelter will be outsiders. In comparison, our own people are definitely more trustworthy. At least Su-Wanting would definitely not harm herself, let alone make things difficult for her work. Otherwise, her husband will not forgive her. Chapter 127. Chen-Yi, if possible, can you bring Xiaoha home as well? If Xiaoha is here, my research can progress even faster. After all, Xiaoha is the only successful experimental subject, and there are many things we can learn from him. On the way to the Virus Research Institute, Lin Jiwei tried to communicate with Shun-Yi. Impossible, unless you can make it obedient and never attack anyone. Shun-Yi refused without even thinking about it. How could Shun-Yi possibly keep such a dangerous mutant monster around? It even wants to eat its owner, let alone other people. Unless Lin Jiwei can completely control the mutant giant dog, Shun-Yi can consider taking it in. Maybe it can also increase the combat power of your own shelter. But obviously, she doesn't have this ability. Lin Jiwei was not talking, but was in deep thought, as if he was really considering the feasibility of Shun-Yi's request. Soon, they came to the vicinity of the Research Institute. Shun-Yi first scanned the vicinity with telepathy, and was relieved when he didn't see the soldiers from yesterday. However, the mutant giant dog is still in the Research Institute. It seemed to have eaten all the other mutant animals in the Institute. Shun-Yi scanned the entire Institute, but did not see a second mutant animal. He remembered that he saw 20 to 30 mutant animals yesterday. This mutant giant dog is so greedy. Shun-Yi couldn't help but murmur. Could it be that after its second mutation, its appetite also increased greatly? After hearing this, Lin Jiwei explained, its appetite is not particularly large. Of course, it is larger than that of ordinary mutant animals. But the reason why it eats more is because it is injured. Recovery from injuries requires consumption of its own energy, and this energy needs to be obtained through eating. Understood. During the chat, Shun Yi used teleportation to bring Lin Jiwei to the underground laboratory and collected all the weapons and ammunition from the soldiers who died in the corridor yesterday into the system space. He also unexpectedly found 2 grenades, which he also put into the space. Chen Yi, can you use your spatial ability to bring back some equipment and generators from the Research Institute? I will need them for my future research. Lin Jiwei said. Can. Shun Yi was originally planning to make a lot of money in the Research Institute. Take away everything that can be used. Anyway, the system space is very large, so putting it in won't affect anything. That's all. First, starting from the 3rd floor of the underground laboratory, under the leadership of Lin Jiwei, Shun Yi collected various experimental equipment one by one. During this period, he also obtained the genetic evolution potion that Lin Jiwei mentioned. This is a pure green liquid that seems to be alive and is shaking slightly in a special test tube. According to Lin Jiwei's explanation, the main ingredient in this genetic medicine was extracted from mutant number 001, which is why it has such strong vitality. What is mutant number 001? Shan Yi funded it. It is a mutant plant with extremely strong vitality. It is a big tree that keeps growing. It is a mutant that appeared in the mountain city before the apocalypse, so we named it Mutant 001. It's a pity that it grows too fast. It is very difficult to obtain its genetic sample now. Lin Jiwei mentioned mutant number 001 with a look of regret on his face. Shun Yi was stunned for a moment and suddenly thought of something. Mutated tree? Could it be the tree in the city center? You've seen it too? No, I've just heard about it from other people. Shun Yi shook his head slightly. He was just surprised. He didn't expect that just the genetic sample extracted from the mutant tree could create such a powerful mutant monster like the mutant giant dog. If it is the real body of the mutated tree, how terrifying would its recovery ability and vitality be? No wonder the police force has not been able to eradicate it. Certainly, judging from the current situation, I'm afraid the country does not want to destroy the tree at the first time, but wants to do research. Eventually it got out of control. Otherwise, if we had concentrated our firepower to destroy the tree as soon as it grew out, we might have been able to kill it. If you can help me get some genetic samples of variant number 001, perhaps my research can go further. Lin Jiwei said seriously. Shun Yi was too lazy to answer her and went to the system space to collect the generator. Chapter 128. With a generator, we will be able to use electricity in the future. Speaking of electricity, it's time to take down the doomsday enthusiast living in Building 13. As for asking Shun Yi to get the genetic sample of the mutant tree, is simply impossible. According to Shun Yi's guess, it is impossible to get a genetic sample from just a branch of a big tree. Most likely, it is necessary to get close to the core of the mutant tree, or even take something from the core. This risk is not small. Let's wait half a year before we talk about it. After half a year, if you have acquired a lot of superpowers and are strong enough, you can try to create a wave of mutated trees. If the mutant tree could be eliminated, Shun Yi would not want to leave the mountain city. But if his strength is not strong enough after half a year, Shun Yi will have no choice but to leave Shansheng. In short, Shun Yi's plan is to survive and develop while there is plenty of time now, and never fight to the death. Bang, bang, bang. Just as Shun Yi and Lin Jiwei were busy in the underground laboratory, intensive gunfire suddenly came from above. It sounds like a submachine gun. Is it them? Why are they back again? Shun Yi used telepathy to scan and found that the team of soldiers from yesterday were actually exchanging fire with the mutant giant dogs in the Research Institute. But there are more of them today, and they seem to be preparing to force their way into the Institute. What's going on? Could it be that he is here for the genetic evolution potion as well? Shun Yi turned to look at Lin Jiwei, who was sensing with his eyes closed. Lin Jiwei has the ability of clairvoyance and has already seen this scene. Could this woman be turning against us at the last minute? But it won't make any difference if she turns against us now. Anyway, the reward has been unlocked, and the genetic evolution potion is also in my hands. If she dares to betray him, Shun Yi will kill her immediately. After all, this woman knew too many of his secrets. It would be very troublesome if they met up with the army and then came to arrest me. Shun Yi has always used the dirtiest guesses to gauge people's minds. Even if the possibility is very low, he will not leave any hidden dangers. They're here to see me. Lin Jiwei opened his eyes and looked at Shun Yi. I came to see you today? Am I here to help you collect your body? Shun Yi raised his eyebrows. Captain Zhao must have received a mandatory order from above after he went back yesterday. So he came back. He has no idea how important I am. Lin Jiwei spoke thoughtfully and continued, maybe it's not just Captain Zhao who came today. There should be other support, such as fighter jets or helicopters and other powerful weapons. Wipe. Shun Yi was shocked when he heard this. Is this woman so important that she actually dispatched fighter jets? It has been almost half a month since the outbreak of the apocalypse, and Shun Yi has never seen any military rescue planes. This shows that even if there are still intact planes, they should be very few, or they cannot be taken off at will. But now, in order to rescue Lin Jiwei, not only did they dispatch a fully armed special forces team, they even sent out fighter jets. If they find out that I was the one who kidnapped the person they were looking for, they will probably kill me, right? Shun Yi stared at Lin Jiwei. He realized that in addition to her own talent, this woman was more likely to have an impressive background and a distinguished identity. It actually caused such a big commotion. You want to kill me? Lin Jiwei and Shun Yi looked at each other. Her red lips moved slightly, and her tone was not too turbulent. Only, there was an inexplicable emotion flowing in her eyes. Chapter 129. Yes, Shun Yi just had the intention to kill. Lin Jiwei was killed directly in the underground laboratory, and the body was disposed of. In this way, even if the army really finds him through some channel, he will not panic at all. But if the military finds out that Lin Jiwei is in their hands, it is unclear what means they will use to snatch her away. What Shun Yi was most worried about was not that Lin Jiwei would be found and brought back, but that Lin Jiwei would expose her secrets after returning. For example, his body can accommodate more than 3 superpowers. This will definitely be coveted by many people. Although Shun Yi had a system and some very good superpowers, he was not arrogant enough to think that he could compete with the army. However, he quickly gave up the idea of silencing the witness. Compared to the value that Lin Jiwei could bring if she were alive, her death would be a bit of a loss. So, Shun Yi said, I don't want to think about it now. Lin Jiwei glanced at him, said nothing more, and turned to pack her documents. Shun Yi also knew that Lin Jiwei might be unhappy, but he didn't care. The two had only known each other for one day and did not have a deep relationship yet. Even because Lin Jiwei always wanted to make him an experimental subject, Shun Yi didn't have a very good impression of her. Since Lin Jiwei doesn't care about his life or death, he naturally won't care about Lin Jiwei's life or death either. If it weren't for Lin Jiwei's high self-worth, she would have dared to have so many messy thoughts, and Shun Yi would have driven her away long ago. It may be heartless, but it's the end of the world, so how can there be time for a leisurely romance? Be rational and band together as a community of shared interests. Just like Shun, he does not require women to have deep feelings for him. As long as they do not betray him or stab him in the back, they can still enjoy abundant supplies and a safe shelter. If you want to talk about feelings, you have to wait until you have absolute power. After the two men collected the things in the basement, the gunfire upstairs stopped. Through telepathy, Shun Yi saw that the giant mutant dog was forced into the black fog by the powerful firepower of the soldiers and fled to other places. It seems that no matter how strong the recovery ability is, it is not enough under the firepower attack of a special forces team. Then, the soldiers entered the institute and began searching. Shun Yi used teleportation to take Lin Jiwei away from the research institute in time. With the black fog as cover, Shun Yi would not panic even if there was really a plane in the sky. Come to think of it, did the army also encounter something? That's why they were unable to launch a rescue. Shun Yi took Lin Jiwei to hide in a shopping mall, took out mineral water to drink, and asked her. Considering Lin Jiwei's possibly not simple identity, she must know more than Su Yun, a low-level policewoman. Yes. Lin Jiwei nodded and continued. Before the black fog appeared, the ground cracked first, causing many roads and bridges to collapse, and the army was unable to launch rescue operations in the first place. Later, many birds mutated, and those mutated birds could easily shoot down planes, so it was difficult for planes to take off and fight. Of course, the main problem was that the army encountered many powerful mutant monster attacks when it was gathering, and lost a lot of weapons and soldiers. The strength of those mutant monsters is not weaker than that of mutant number 001. Some of them are even so powerful that they have already caused some small cities to fall. The army that went to rescue them has also lost contact with them. As a result, the number of troops currently in existence is at least 2/3 smaller than before. The remaining troops that can be mobilized are basically separated across the country, and it is almost impossible to carry out effective rescue across the country. Chapter 130. Speaking of this, she glanced at Shun Yi and continued. Besides, the remaining troops are not all of one mind. In the end times, it is inevitable that there will be dissenting thoughts. In addition, some troops have to guard against other countries and cannot carry out rescue missions. Although this disaster is global, no one can be sure whether other countries will take the opportunity to do something unreasonable. For example, the United States released a message to the world at the beginning of the disaster. If an irreversible disaster occurred in the United States would launch a nuclear strike against all hostile countries because they suspected that the disaster was caused by other countries. Shun Yi frowned when he heard this. I didn't expect there was such a thing behind this disaster. No wonder help took so long to arrive. Not to mention that there are a large number of mutated animals and plants in every city. We must also guard against the threat from hegemonic countries alone. Who knows if the United States will really go crazy and launch a nuclear attack on Xia country. After all, Xia country and the United States have been in opposition in recent years, and the United States' remarks are clearly a threat to Xia country. This is not surprising, because at the beginning, when many Xia people saw the disaster, they might think that it was the work of the United States. Vice versa, the United States may also think that it was some kind of powerful weapon developed by Xia country and deployed on their territory. Currently, the strongest military forces in the world are the United States in the West and the Xia Kingdom in the East, while other countries are not yet qualified. People's hearts are so complicated. They're still fighting each other, even at the end of the world. Shuni didn't think that this doomsday disaster would be easy to get through. If humans cannot keep up with the mutation speed of mutated animals and plants, they may really be wiped out. However, despite all the complaints, what Shuni was more concerned about was that other cities actually had mutant monsters that were as terrifying as the mutant trees. So where the hell am I going to go in half a year? If you choose the wrong city, you might as well stay in a mountain city. Shan Yi frowned deeply. Judging from the current situation, I need to speed up the process of unlocking supplies. It looks like the shelter needs to be built as soon as possible. With a shelter, you can unlock supplies like an assembly line. Even if he unlocks 30 kinds of materials every month, as long as one of them is a supernatural fruit, Shun Yi's development speed will far exceed that of everyone else in the world. Moreover, the most important thing is that other ordinary people can only hold 3 superpowers at most. But Shun Yi has no upper limit. He can stack the number of superpowers, and the levels of superpowers can also be stacked. You know, most superpowers are not particularly strong when used alone, but if you can find a suitable superpower to use together, the strength will instantly increase several times. Even if a superpower is powerful in itself, if it is combined with a stronger superpower, the actual effect that can be displayed will be far greater than the superpower itself. For example, teleportation is a very powerful and buggy ability in itself. When combined with the invincible vision of telepathy, it is no exaggeration to say that its strength has doubled. If it is combined with a powerful attack ability, the strength can be multiplied several times. Shun Yi withdrew his thoughts, and his physical strength was almost restored. He scanned the surroundings with telepathy and saw that the soldiers had evacuated. So he said, "Let's go too," etc. Lin Jue suddenly called Shun Yi, and under his puzzled gaze, he said seriously, "Can you let me try to tame Xiaoha again? I feel like now is a great opportunity." Chapter 131. How confident are you? Even if we tame it now, can you guarantee that it won't go crazy and attack us again? Shun Yi asked back. He had seen with his own eyes before that the mutant giant dog was about to eat its master Lin Jue. Even if Lin Jue can tame it in a short period of time now, it will still be a hidden danger in the future. Believe me again, I saw that Xiaoha was seriously injured, and the bloodthirsty desire in its eyes has subsided. It should have regained its normal thinking. I am very confident that I can tame it now and prevent it from attacking people casually. Lin Jue said this seriously, paused, and then said seriously, I can't guarantee that it won't go crazy, but I can live in the same building with it, so that even if it goes crazy and wants to attack people, I can respond immediately and ensure that it won't harm you. Also, I want to improve the gene evolution potion. increase the success rate of injection, and eliminate side effects. I also want to use Xiao Ha's living genes for research. As long as you agree, I can promise you that within 10 days, I can give you an upgraded gene potion. Listening to Lin Jiwei's solemn promise, Shen Yi raised his eyebrows slightly. If what she said was true, it would be acceptable. Shen Yi himself was not afraid of the mutated giant dog. Although he couldn't kill the mutant giant dog, it was still easy for him to escape. He was just worried about threatening the safety of his other women. But if what Lin Jiwei said was true, and she was able to tame this giant mutant dog, there would be many benefits. Not to mention that it can speed up Lin Jiwei's research progress, but he can also have an extra powerful bodyguard. With a mutant giant dog here, you don't have to deal with ordinary mutant animals yourself in the future. After pondering for a while, Shen Yi looked at Lin Jiwei and asked, "If you can tame it, can you make it obedient? For example, if I want it to kill someone, it will kill." This is just the most basic instruction. There is no problem. The evolved husky is much smarter than before and can understand most instructions. Lin Jiwei answered immediately. Also, as long as you feed it regularly, it will most likely listen to you. In this case, Shen Yi agreed. He is still willing to try such a low-risk experiment. Especially now, I have a small problem that needs to be solved. Mutated black spider. If the mutant giant dog could really be obedient and get rid of the mutant black spider, then Shen Yi would think it was a good deal. If it can't do that, then it's pure waste, and there's no point wasting food to feed it. Then, Shen Yi used telepathy to scan the surrounding area for 3 kilometers and found the mutant giant dog in a remote corner. It was lying in the corner, licking the bullet wounds on its body, looking quite pitiful. "Can you find it?" Lin Jiwei asked curiously. It also knew that Shen Yi's telepathic ability was much farther than its own perspective. If Shen Yi can't find it, it will be a bit troublesome. "We found it, but don't worry, let's search this mall first." Shen Yi looked towards the big mall. This mall mainly sells items like brand-name bags and clothes, but not much food, so there are no survivors hiding here. Shen Yi immediately started shopping from the first floor. Men's shoes, shirts, t-shirts, pants, various outerwear, and more. Put everything together with the hangers into the system space. You don't have to worry about changing clothes anymore. There are also women's high heels, underwear, long skirts, trousers, shorts, stockings of various colors, etc., which are also collected together with the hangers. After sweeping 4 floors and clearing out the entire luxury goods mall, Shen Yi was satisfied and left with Lin Jiwei to look for the injured mutant giant dog. On the way, Lin Jiwei couldn't help but be curious. "Chen Yi, how big is the square of your supernatural space?" "I don't know either. I can't see the end at a glance. Maybe it's infinite." Chapter 132. Shen Yi said, "Infinity? How is this possible?" Lin Jiwei fell into silence and shock. Ever since the strange black fog appeared, most of the scientific theories she had known before were destroyed. Some supernatural powers can barely be explained by scientific theories. But some supernatural powers have completely gone beyond the scope of science and are comparable to theology. Like Shen Yi's instant movement, this involves space travel, which is absolutely impossible with current human technology. But he only needs a thought to travel through time and space. It doesn't make sense at all. And this black fog, it's also extremely strange. Lin Jiwei studied it for a long time and found that the black fog did not belong to any known substance on Earth, and it was even a substance that she could not understand. Either this is a higher dimensional technology, or this is theology. But Lin Jiwei is very rational. When she finds that she can't figure out something no matter what, she will not waste time thinking about it, nor will she be discouraged by it. Just pretend that you haven't discovered this theory. When I have enough research data and my own abilities are strong enough, I will come back to solve this mystery. Otherwise, if you keep digging into a dead end, you will gain nothing and will only waste your time and energy. 10 minutes later, the two came near the mutant giant dog. Shen Yi put away his telepathy in advance to avoid alerting the giant mutant dog. He remembered that when he used telepathy to spy before, he was noticed by the mutant giant dog. This proves that the mutant giant dog should have a strong perception. But most of the time, it's just dumb and unresponsive. For example, Shen Yi had been staring at it all the way, but it didn't react at all. I don't know if it's because of the injury that my perception has decreased. I'll go over and try it. As long as Xiao Ha can recognize me, I can make it obedient. Lin Jiwei said, "Be safe." Shun Yi was also ready to use teleportation and restraint to save the situation at any time. Lin Jiwei's expression didn't change much, and she didn't seem surprised by Shun Yi's concern. Although they had only spent a short time together, Lin Jiwei had already understood Shun Yi's character through his super insight. He is a very sophisticated, selfish, and sensitive person. For his own safety, he can kill without hesitation, even if it is a woman he has had a relationship with. As long as his safety is threatened, he will strike without mercy. But he is not so cold that he has no feelings. He just suppresses his emotions very deeply and will not be swayed by them. In other words, as long as he doesn't threaten Shun Yi's safety, he is actually a good person. Can you give me some food? I want to use it to tame Xiao, Lin Jiwei said. Shun Yi took 2 pieces of raw steak from the system space and gave them to her. Immediately, Lin Jiwei took the steak and walked into the alley. In the alley, the mutant giant dog that was licking its wounds heard footsteps, suddenly raised its head, and looked at the person coming with a pair of emerald green eyes. When it saw who was coming, its eyes flickered slightly, as if it had some emotional fluctuations. Chapter 133. Xiaoa, Komiya. Lin Jiwei stood in place, holding a piece of steak in his hand, and gently shook it towards the mutant giant dog. The giant dog moved its nose and stood up shakily. There were many wounds on its huge body that were bleeding. A lot of flesh was torn by bullets, revealing the white bones. If it were an ordinary mutant animal, it would have died from such serious injuries long ago. A strange emotion flashed in Lin Jiwei's eyes. She also has some little thoughts. She has raised this husky since it was young, for more than 6 years, and has a deep affection for it. If Xiao Ha can still retain normal thinking and remember herself, she doesn't want to abandon it. The mutant giant dog limped towards Lin Jiwei, making a low whimpering sound that seemed to be squeezed out of its throat. Hearing this voice, Lin Jiwei's eyes lit up with joy. This is the sound Xiao Ha used to make when he was acting coquettishly. It actually recognized me. Xiao Ha, do you want to eat? Lin Jiwei walked forward slowly with the steak. Shun Yi watched quietly, ready to use teleportation to save the situation at any time. This woman is really brave. For the sake of experiment, she is not afraid of death at all. Very smart, but also a very simple and pure person. Lin Jiwei's cleverness is not reflected in playing with people's hearts or calculating against others. Instead, he focused solely on research. In fact, the threat she posed to Shun Yi was small, because Lin Jiwei had no ambition to compete for favor and power. Her thoughts were very simple. She was simply curious about Shun Yi's body and wanted to dissect Shun Yi and study him thoroughly. In comparison, although Jiang Nanyan is not as smart as Lin Jiwei, she prefers to scheme against others. Of course, Jiang Nanyan is very loyal and sensible. Even if he has many thoughts of competing for favor, he will not delay the work assigned to him by Shun Yi, nor will he make Shun Yi unhappy. This is also the reason why Shun Yi acquiesced to her vying for favor. It looks like it can be tamed, but I don't know if it will go crazy again in the future. Shun Yi used telepathy and quietly looked at the mutant giant dog that showed no hostility at all. Now, it was lying in front of Lin Jiwei, chewing steak and letting Lin Jiwei touch its head. 2 pieces of steak are not enough to fill the huge mutant dog's teeth. Especially now that it has been seriously injured, the faster it recovers, the more energy it will consume. Shun Yi watched for a while, then decided to show up and test it. See if this mutant giant dog will attack him. If this beast is still hostile to him under Lin Jiwei's control, he must not let it stay. He is such a double-standard person. Drink! As soon as Shun Yi appeared, the mutant giant dog immediately turned its head and stared at it, making a low warning sound in its throat. The aura around it also became slightly darker. Obviously, it is hostile to Shun Yi. It should be said that they are hostile to strange creatures. But Lin Jiwei patted its head, and it suppressed its desire to attack, and just stared at Shun Yi vigilantly with a pair of green eyes. That's right, be vigilant. It seemed to still remember that Shun Yi had previously immobilized it in the research institute. Then, the mutant giant dog still feels scared when he thinks about the feeling of being unable to move even after trying his best. Yes, just be sensible. Shun Yi looked at the mutant giant dog that was a little hostile to him, but had no killing intentions, and expressed satisfaction. Although this was because Lin Jiwei stopped it, it was already very good that it could resist attacking itself. After all, they are animals and cannot be treated as humans. But the method of taming animals is actually similar to that of taming humans. Chapter 134. It's the same combination of a big stick and a sweet date. Make it respect you and depend on you at the same time. Thinking of this, Shun-Yi took a step forward and instantly appeared next to the mutant giant dog, scaring it. The mutant giant dog subconsciously wanted to stand up, but a flashlight shone on it, reflecting a shadow, and then its body, which was about to stand up, was instantly frozen. It's that feeling again. The mutant giant dog struggled hard, its green eyes staring at Shun-Yi, who was so close, and it was obvious that it had a hint of fear. Maybe it was in a sane state now, and, coupled with the serious injuries, it felt the threat of death. If Shun-Yi used a gun to continuously shoot at its vital points at this time, he might be able to kill this mutant giant dog. Judging from the feedback of the physical strength consumed by the shadow binding, the mutant giant dog was obviously much weaker than yesterday. The physical strength consumed to immobilize it was 2/3 less than yesterday. It seems that although the resilience of this gene is very strong, it is not to the point where there is no solution. I think those special forces just don't want to take risks, otherwise they would definitely be able to kill the mutant giant dog. As for how to use shadow binding in a black fog, it's very simple. There is no light source, so he just carries one with him. There are many flashlights in the supermarket, and there is system space, so you can use them whenever you want, which is not a big deal. Thinking of this, Shun-Yi saw that the shock was almost over, so he took out a roast chicken from the system space, looked at the mutant giant dog, and said, "From now on, treat me as your master. As long as you are obedient, I guarantee that you will have meat every meal." As he spoke, he threw the roast chicken next to the mutant giant dog. Smelling the aroma of the chicken, the mutant giant dog became visibly excited, making constant howling sounds, and couldn't wait to eat the chicken. At the same time, its hostility towards Shun-Yi was also eliminated by more than half, and its aura turned into a neutral gray and a faint benevolent white. Yes, very sensible. Shun-Yi nodded with satisfaction and released the shadow restraints. Although the mutant giant dog could not understand human language, it also understood that it could not attack Shun-Yi. Otherwise, you will either be immobilized and unable to move, or there will be no delicious food. It glanced at Shun-Yi cautiously, then immediately lowered its head and ate the roast chicken on the ground in one bite. A roast chicken. It was gone before I could even taste it. Then, it looked at Shun-Yi eagerly again. After hesitating for a moment, he limped towards Shun-Yi. Shun-Yi was ready to use shadow binding at any time, and then he did not dodge, but stretched out his hand. The mutant giant dog seemed to understand what to do and lay down in front of Shun-Yi, lowering its head to make it easier for Shun-Yi to touch its head. The hostility of the mutant giant dog also completely dissipated, and there was a lot more white aura of kindness. Immediately, Shun-Yi took out a dozen roast chickens and 20 or 30 steaks and threw them to the mutant giant dog one by one. If you throw it all at once, it won't feel tamed. Let your pet know that you can only eat what I give you. You can't eat what I don't give you, and you can't steal it. This is also Shun-Yi testing the mutant giant dog. If it can't resist the temptation of food and attacks itself, it proves that it has a rebellious nature and should be turned into dog meat soup. But the mutant giant dog was indeed rational. It stared at the food beside Shun-Yi. Although it was anxious and wanted to eat it fiercely, it did not snatch it, but waited for Shun-Yi to throw it to it. It was obviously in awe of the means by which Shun-Yi could hold it in place. After some feeding, the mutant giant dog showed a lot more kindness towards Shun-Yi. Although they are not as loyal as Su Wanting and Su Yun and other women, at least they won't suddenly attack me. Generally speaking, there's a process for goodwill to turn into hostility. This process was enough time for Shun-Yi to react. I didn't expect you to be quite good at dog training. Lin Jiwei breathed a sigh of relief, and a rare smile appeared on his face. Xiaoha is not only her first successful experimental subject, but also her pet for whom she has invested a lot of affection. She is very happy to be able to save him now. Dog training? I don't know much about it, but it feels similar to training people. I have a lot of experience in training people. Shun-Yi touched the mutant giant dog's head and looked at Lin Jiwei. Chapter 135. Training people? Lin Jiwei always felt that this man seemed to be pointing at her, but she didn't take it to heart. After all, this is not good for you, and keeping it in mind will only affect your future performance. Okay, let's go home. Shun Yi said, looking at the mutant giant dog whose injuries had recovered a lot. It seems that as long as there is enough food, its recovery speed will be faster. What a powerful and abnormal ability. If this ability was given to Shun Yi, he would be invincible. The thing Shun Yi lacks the least right now is food. When he's injured, he can recover by just eating. It's so cool for him. If he wasn't worried about turning into a monster, he would really like to inject a tube of genetic evolution potion. Come to think of it, mutant animals don't seem to feel particularly thirsty after breathing in the black mist for a few hours like us humans do. On the way back to the community, Shun Yi drank mineral water and suddenly glanced at the mutant giant dog. Although the mutant giant dog also needs to drink water, it is not like Shun Yi and Lin Jiwei, who need to replenish water after a while. Yes, Lin Jiwei nodded and answered, according to my previous research, most mutant animals will not feel hungry and thirsty all the time in the black fog. But after they mutate, the amount of water they need will increase accordingly. As for the way mutant animals replenish their water sources, it seems that they drink the blood of their prey. Then can they drink polluted water? Shun Yi asked. Most mutant animals can't drink it, but some will. But according to my research, if they drink contaminated water for a long time, even mutant animals will be affected to a certain extent. So, water is indeed the most important thing right now. It is very important to all living things. Shun Yi whispered softly. Fortunately, the first supply he unlocked was mineral water, otherwise he didn't know if he could survive. If you don't inhale the black fog, you can survive for a while longer. But if I continue to live in the black fog, I probably won't be able to survive without 3 or 4 bottles of water a day. If I think about it this way, I'm afraid many more people will die next. The mountain city is slightly better because of its terrain. There are many tall buildings, and people can temporarily avoid the black fog. In some plain cities, if there were no national rescue, more than 80% of the people would probably die. If possible, Shun Yi didn't want so many people to die. It would be of no benefit to him if all human beings died. Because there is no large population base, it will be difficult for him to find a woman who meets the system's standards in the future. But as long as the survivors dare to go out and look for water, there is a high probability that they will find some drinkable water, right? Since Shun Yi had no shortage of water, he had not studied this aspect. But people who lack water will definitely unite to find uncontaminated water sources, such as mineral water in supermarkets. Groundwater? Well water? I just don't know if the groundwater is polluted. Logically speaking, the black fog emerged from the cracks in the ground, that is, from underground. Then the groundwater must have been polluted long ago. But this is just a guess. Shun Yi cannot be sure that the ground is underneath the crack. To be metaphysical, he even suspected whether the crack led to other dimensions or subdivisions. After all, this black fog is too strange and mysterious. It's not like the Earth can produce it on its own. Of course, these are all wild guesses with no real basis at all. I can only wait until I have the strength to go down into the crack and take a look myself. It looks like it's raining. Just as Shun Yi and Lin Jiwei walked back to the gate of the community, there was a drizzle of raindrops falling from the sky. This is the first rain in the mountain city in nearly half a month. And the rainwater does not seem to be contaminated in the first place and is drinkable. Of course, Shun Yi would not take the risk to try it. Chapter 136. But if the rain was a little heavier, ordinary people would have a better chance of survival. Speaking of which, if the rainwater is not polluted in the first place, then the rescue method for other cities would not be artificial rainfall, right? Shun Yi seemed to be thinking about something. It's not impossible. He even suspected that the sudden rain in the mountain city might be artificial rainfall. But it's just speculation. Now it's time to get down to business. Arrived at the door of Unit in Building 6. Before Shun Yi could speak, the mutant giant dog suddenly stopped, staring at the upstairs with a pair of green eyes, and made a vigilant sound in its throat. Obviously, the stupid husky, whose injuries had recovered a little, was now able to sense the potential danger. There might be mutant animals upstairs. Lin Jiwei looked at the building in front of him and then turned on the perspective. Soon, she saw a large spider web in the middle of the floor, and on the spider web, there was a large mutant black spider. Even though Lin Jiwei had seen many mutant animals, he was still shocked by the size of this black spider. How can an ordinary spider mutate so big? Could it be that he has also undergone a secondary mutation like Xiaohe? Lin Jiwei murmured in surprise. She was eager to study this mutated black spider. If it is also a secondary mutation, then the research value is very high. Xiaoha, find a way to capture it alive. Lin Jiwei seriously instructed the mutant giant dog. The husky tilted its head, probably not understanding what was meant at all. Although there is wisdom, it is not much. I'll lure it down, and you can command Xiaoha to launch a sneak attack later. Shun Yi said. Good. Research fanatic Lin Jiwei nodded immediately. She would not let go of such good research material. Even if Shun Yi didn't say anything, Lin Jiwei would find a way to capture him or kill him. The corpses of mutant animals are also very valuable for research. Then, Shun Yi teleported to the door of the unit, took out a Type 54 pistol from the system space, aimed at the resting mutant black spider through the telepathic perspective, and pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. All the bullets hit the mutant black spider, and most of them did not cause much damage. But one of the bullets happened to hit one of the black spider's eyes, and a ball of sticky liquid burst out instantly. The mutated black spider immediately let out a strange cry, perhaps out of pain or anger, and its several legs moved at the same time, moving quickly downstairs. Shun Yi deliberately waited until the mutant black spider saw him, attracted all of its hatred, and then used teleportation to pull back. The mutant black spider didn't seem to notice Era in the black fog, and chased after Shun Yi aggressively, as if it was determined to kill him. Xiaoha, now go ahead. Lin Jiwei seized the opportunity and immediately waved his hand to give orders. The mutant giant dog, which was already eyeing the spider with eager eyes, pounced on the unsuspecting mutant black spider upon receiving the order. With one claw, it pressed it heavily to the ground. No matter how the mutant black spider struggled, it could not escape from Era's big claw. The power of the mutant husky completely crushes the mutant black spider. If the black spider's body wasn't so hard, this claw would have smashed it into a ball. Seeing this, Lin Jiwei immediately stepped forward to study the mutated black spider up close. This was the first time she encountered an animal with a secondary mutation. Xiaoha doesn't count because it is a man-made product. Who knows? At this moment, the mutated black spider struggled with several legs, suddenly opened its mouth, and spit out a white silk like a sharp arrow, shooting towards Lin Jiwei, who was unprepared. Chapter 137. White silk suddenly spurted out of the mutant black spider's fangs, and Lin Jiwei had no time to react and was totally unprepared, because normal spiders do not shoot spider silk from their mouths. The main place where spiders spray spider silk is the silk glands on their abdomen. Spiders secrete liquid proteins through these glands, and when this liquid protein comes into contact with air, it quickly solidifies into spider silk. Therefore, when the mutant black spider's abdomen was pressed to the ground by Era, Lin Jiwei did not deliberately take precautions. But she didn't expect that this mutated black spider was completely against common sense. Its spider silk is sprayed out from its commissary. Lin Jiwei wanted to hide, but it was too late. That white silk is extremely fast, and just like a sharp arrow, if it hits the flesh, it will penetrate instantly. At this critical moment, Shun Yi teleported over, grabbed Lin Jiwei, and pulled her into his arms. The white spider silk brushed against Lin Jiwei's arm, leaving a deep bloody wound, which was even a little corrosive. But fortunately, it was only an arm injury, and he is fine. Woof! The mutant giant dog saw its master injured and barked angrily, then raised a large claw and smashed down heavily, directly smashing the mutant black spider's head, and all kinds of liquids flowed all over the ground. The head exploded, and the mutant black spider's body struggled for a while before slowly losing movement. Shun Yi then retracted his gaze, glanced at the injured Lin Jiwei in his arms, frowned and scolded. Why are you so reckless? Use your brains. Even the weakest mutant monster can easily take the lives of us humans. You're also a researcher. You should know more about mutant animals than I do and be more vigilant. I understand. Lin Jiwei covered his injured arm with one hand. For some reason, he was a little afraid to retort. It's not that I'm afraid of Shun Yi, but I have a very strange feeling in my heart. Is this what it feels like to be in love? This sentence suddenly appeared in Lin Jiwei's mind. Even though she had just had a brush with death, she still did not feel much fear. Instead, she was able to think calmly about her own experience. Go into the building first, and I'll disinfect and bandage your arm. Shun-Yi glanced at the bloody wound on Lin Jiwei's arm. The spider silk was actually corrosive. Although it was not very corrosive, a lot of the flesh on Lin Jiwei's arm was corroded away, making a sizzling sound. Even with such a serious injury, this woman didn't say a word. Her patience is too strong. The two men entered the building, but because the mutant giant dog was too big, they couldn't get in, so they could only lie down at the door. It stared at the corpse of the mutant black spider, as if it wanted to eat it. But before entering the building, Lin Jiwei warned it again and again that it must not eat black spiders. I don't know if the husky understood it, but it didn't eat it at that time. Coming to the building, Shun-Yi discovered that the first floor had been cleaned. The blood on the walls and the bodies on the ground were cleaned up. It seems that Jiang Nanyan's shelter plan is very well done. It's only been half a day, and they've already started cleaning the building. Good. Shun-Yi still prefers a clean environment. He took Lin Jiwei to sit on the sofa, cut the clothes on her arms with medical scissors, and began to disinfect Lin Jiwei with iodine. Fortunately, I went to the hospital before and bought a lot of medical equipment and medicines. Otherwise, if Lin Jiwei's injury is not treated, she might not be able to save her arm. Once infected, you may even lose your life. Be careful next time and don't be so reckless. As long as the person is alive, you can do whatever research you want. It's being held down by Xiaohe, and it can't possibly run away. Why are you so anxious? While using a cotton swab dipped in iodine to disinfect, Shun-Yi chattered on and on to teach Lin Jiwei his way of hiding. He would never do such a risky thing. No matter how weak the opponent is, as long as I take action, I will kill him with the power of thunder. Lin Jiwei quietly watched the man who was treating her wounds and bandaging her clothes, without saying a word. Only, there was a rare ripple in her calm eyes. It's wrapped. Take care of yourself from now on to see if it gets infected. If it does, I'm afraid you'll have to find a doctor to perform surgery on you. After Shun-Yi bandaged Lin Jiwei's wound with a bandage, he glanced at her calm expression. Chapter 138. This woman is so patient. During the whole process of bandaging, he didn't say a word and was in a daze the whole time. I don't know what he was thinking. I guess he's thinking about how to study that mutant black spider. What a research maniac. A research maniac who doesn't even care about his own life. I see. Lin Jiwei glanced away slightly, not meeting Shun-Yi's gaze. Okay, now that the mutant black spider has been dealt with, you can rest today. Tomorrow we will go and select a suitable building for you and install the generator and the experimental equipment you need. Shun-Yi planned. But with a fuel generator, you need a lot of oil, and then you have to go to the gas station to get more gasoline. Husband. Just then, suddenly a voice came from behind. It was Jiang Nanyan and Su Yun, as well as Su Wanting and 8 or 9 survivors who looked like residents. Shun-Yi had naturally seen them through telepathy a long time ago, so he was not surprised. Similarly, when they reached a distance of 20 meters, the 3 women also confirmed Shun-Yi's identity through telepathy. Honey, all residents in this building have completed registration, and they are all willing to join our shelter. Not counting their families, we have already received 12 survivors. While reporting, Jiang Nanyan glanced at the beautiful woman sitting next to Shun-Yi. Is she your husband's new woman again? He's actually injured? She didn't know why, but she felt uncomfortable looking at this new woman. It's not jealousy or enviousness. It's just a very uncomfortable feeling. It was as if when he looked into the eyes of this woman, all his little thoughts were seen through in an instant, making Jiang Nanyan feel as if he was naked. This feeling is very uncomfortable. The other survivors who followed were all shocked when they heard Jiang Nanyan call the man in front of her husband with a very respectful attitude. Turned out to be, this man is the one who really calls the shots. So, the survivors secretly looked at Shun-Yi, wondering why this pretty boy could make such a fierce female devil obey him. They saw with their own eyes Jiang Nanyan shooting someone to death. That cold expression, as if he regarded human life as worthless, frightened the other male survivors. But such a beautiful and cold woman actually called this young man husband, and her attitude was quite respectful. It completely refreshed the survivors' views. But then, what refreshed their 3 views was that the other 2 beautiful women with guns in their hands also called the pretty boy husband. Suddenly, all the survivors were stunned. These 3 beautiful women are actually the women of this pretty boy. How is this possible? Isn't this against the law? Well, that's good. Let's continue. Find the residents of other buildings in this community as soon as possible and see if they are willing to join our shelter. If they're not willing to join, then drive them out. This community will be the base of our shelter from now on. No outsiders will be allowed. After Shun-Yi gave the order, he paused, glanced at the survivors, and said, "If anyone dares to cause trouble, just shoot them to death. There's no need to save bullets. I have enough bullets here." Hearing this, the survivors' faces changed, and they were suddenly frightened. This man is so fucking domineering. This is a house that the residents bought themselves, and you are actually going to kick them out? Survivors who still retain some moral bottom line will inevitably feel uncomfortable. But at the same time, they were also a little relieved. Fortunately, I agreed to join the shelter. Otherwise, faced with the threat of a pistol, they really had to be driven out of their home. As expected, being able to make a group of cold-blooded women obey him will only make this pretty boy even more brutal. Chapter 139. Shun-Yi's show of force was very effective. The survivors looked at him with fear in their eyes. Yes, he said this on purpose in front of these survivors. The purpose is to awe the survivors. Only awe can scare them and let them know how terrible the consequences of betrayal are. Certainly, to rule the sanctuary, it takes more than fear. So, after some knocking, Shun-Yi waved his hand casually, and more than a dozen bottles of mineral water and bags of instant noodles appeared on the ground. He looked at the survivors and said, "You are the first batch of survivors to join the shelter. These water and food are the rewards for your right choice. At the same time, as long as you can attract more survivors to join the shelter, you will receive more food and water as rewards." Shun-Yi said, his eyes sweeping over the awed, shocked, and terrified survivors. Judging from telepathic perception, these people have no hostility towards him. At most, they are neutral, and he does not want to provoke them. That's right, Shun-Yi has a gun in his hand, and only fools would be hostile. There are few residents in this building who dare to fight to the death. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been chased and hacked by 6 or 7 thugs. But people who are afraid of death are actually easier to control. Anyway, they don't need to have amazing fighting power. As long as they can do their general job well, that's enough. When necessary, I can just act as cannon fodder. Okay, let's divide up the food and water. As Shun-Yi spoke, a group of survivors hurried forward to get water, and some even said thank you to Shun-Yi with gratitude in their eyes. Very polite. Shun-Yi gave him an extra bottle of water. This attracted the attention of other people, and I secretly hated myself for not thinking of saying thank you. As expected, you have to know how to lick at any time. The main reason was that they were shocked by Shun-Yi's method of conjuring food and water out of thin air. Their brains crashed for a moment, and they were unable to react. These survivors have never seen superpowers, let alone the existence of superpower fruits. They just felt shocked and unbelievable. With just a wave of his hand, more than a dozen bottles of water appeared. Is this a superpower? This man actually has superpowers. No wonder these 3 murderous female demons were so obedient. No wonder he could have a harem with so many beautiful women in the doomsday. Because of the end of the world, it seems that the emergence of superpowers is not particularly difficult to accept. So while the survivors were shocked and awed, they also quickly accepted the existence of superpowers. Shun-Yi glanced at the crowd and used telepathy to check. None of these survivors had any greed for his abilities. He also wanted to make an example of someone else. As a result, this group of people didn't give me a chance. Whatever. There will be a chance sooner or later. And with Shun-Yi's promise, these survivors were also very excited. As long as you invite people to join the shelter, you will be rewarded with food and water. This is an opportunity. By now, even those residents who had food store at home have already eaten it up. If Jiang Nanyan hadn't knocked on the door today to tell them that the thug was dead, they might have stayed at home until they couldn't stand the hunger anymore, and then they would have risked going out. And now, they don't need to take any particularly big risks, nor do they need to risk their lives. As long as they invite people to join the shelter, they can get food and water. It's so easy. With more people in the shelter, everyone can stick together for warmth, and it will be safer. Therefore, these survivors, either out of awe or because they were cowardly, had no other intentions. No ambition, no big desires. Just being able to survive is enough. Honey, I'll take people to other buildings to search for survivors. Jiang Nanyan responded immediately. She now also enjoys this feeling of being second to none and above everyone else. Even though I don't have 10,000 people under my command, as long as the shelter keeps developing, there is still a lot of potential in the future. It feels great to be in power. I'm a little addicted to Jiang and cigarettes. Well, come out with me, Shun-Yi said, leading the way out of the unit door. Chapter 140. We need to warn the husky first, so that these people won't be eaten by the husky when they enter or leave the unit. At this time, the mutant husky lying at the door waiting saw Shun-Yi and immediately came over, wagging its tail desperately, as if asking for reward. Ah, there's a monster. A female survivor was frightened by the huge size of the husky and screamed, and subconsciously hid backwards. Even some male survivors were frightened, and their faces changed drastically. They retreated repeatedly and almost ran away. Don't expect this group of survivors to fight. But, seeing the mutant giant dog, even Jiang Nanyan and Su Yun and the other girls subconsciously clenched their guns, with a look of nervousness and fear on their faces. But when they saw that Shun-Yi did not retreat, but walked in front of the monster, they did not hide in the building like the others, but watched the scene curiously. Since my husband is not afraid, it proves that I can definitely deal with this mutant monster. Then they don't need to be afraid. The three women trust Shun-Yi's power very much, even to the point of being superstitious. The mutant giant dog might have been full, or it might have sensed that these survivors posed no threat to it, or it might have been because of Lin Jiwei's teachings. In short, it did not take these survivors seriously, nor did it show any hostility. Certainly, if Shun-Yi wasn't in front of it, it would probably be another bloody scene. Well, that's a good performance. Remember, don't attack them next time. Shun-Yi touched Era's head, pointed at Jiang Nanyan, Su Yun, and Su Wanting, the three girls, and gave it instructions. Although the husky may not be able to understand human language, it can still understand the general meaning. The mutant giant dog glanced at Su Wanting and the other two girls with its green eyes, as if it had remembered them. Honey, what is it? Su Wanting swallowed and asked cautiously. It's my pet. Its name is Xiaoa. Shun-Yi said, casually taking out a few pieces of steak and throwing them to Era. As long as you are obedient, you will be rewarded. Pets. Su Wanting, her two daughters, and other survivors were stunned. He actually kept a 5 or 6 meter long monster as a pet. This monster just lying there looks like a small hill. It's scary to look at. Normally, it won't eat people, but you should try not to get close to it to avoid any accidents. Shun-Yi warned, just in case. Several women quickly agreed. Even without warning, they didn't dare to get close to this monster. If Shun-Yi hadn't stood in front of them and touched the monster's head, they would have shot directly, although a pistol probably can't kill this mountain-sized monster. Honey, then, can we go out now? Jiang Nanyan looked at the mutant monster cautiously. Even if one has telepathic powers and can sense that the mutant giant dog has no hostility towards him, any normal person would be scared to see such a huge monster lying at the door. Well, go ahead. Shun-Yi nodded and put the headless body of the mutant black spider on the ground into the system space. Immediately, Jiang Nanyan led a group of survivors and walked carefully past the mutant giant dog. They breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that the mutant giant dog had no reaction. The survivors discussed in low voices with lingering fear. How is such a terrifying monster subdued? I think it can flatten a van with just one claw. This kind of monster can actually be kept as a pet. Nima, what a pervert. The people who were already in awe of Shun-Yi, who possessed supernatural powers, could not even muster the slightest desire to resist at this moment. Not to mention how strong Shun-Yi's superpowers are. Just this pet he raised could easily beat them to death. But then I changed my mind. The boss of our shelter is so awesome, and he is such an awesome pet. So if we just do our job well in the future, won't we be safer too? At least I don't have to worry about encountering thugs like before. If any more thugs dare to come to our neighborhood, the boss's pets will eat them. This is also the effect that Shun-Yi wants. It is necessary to make people who join the shelter feel awed and safe. In this way, the shelter can develop healthily and serve itself better. Chapter 141. Take a rest today. Tomorrow I'll see if the wound on your arm gets infected. If it doesn't, I'll help you install the experimental equipment. Shun-Yi sent Lin Jiwei to choose Xiao Xiao's home, gave her a few instructions, left some anti-inflammatory drugs and gauze, and left. Although he wanted Lin Jiwei to be his slave, He also had to recover from his injuries before he could be his slave. Chu Xiaoxiao looked at the injured Lin Jiwei and hesitated, but still asked with concern, how did you get hurt? Does it hurt? Although the relationship between them is rather awkward. But now is the end of the world, so this kind of thing is not particularly difficult to accept. As a 2D anchor, Chu Xiaoxiao has also watched a lot of doomsday harem anime and novels, so relatively speaking, she can accept this kind of thing quickly. The most important thing is that she does not have the qualifications and power to reject Shani. It was rubbed by spider silk. Lin Jiwei replied concisely and casually. Spider silk? Is it spider? Chu Xiaoxiao was stunned. Lin Jiwei hummed, not knowing what he was thinking about, and had no interest in chatting. Seeing that the woman was so cold, Chu Xiaoxiao said, "Oh," and decided not to try to please her anymore. She got up and went to wash up. Chun was a bit of a germaphobe and loved cleanliness, so he provided each of his women with mineral water for daily washing. Leave Chu Xiaoxiao's home. Chun-Yi drove his telepathy and headed straight to the home of Murong Shui, a doomsday enthusiast. This is the highest-rated woman so far. Whether it's figure, appearance, or temperament, they are all the best Chun-Yi has ever seen. Therefore, he has been coveting Murong Shui's shelter for a long time. If he hadn't been busy these past 2 days unlocking Lin Jiwei and Chu Xiaoxiao supplies, as well as emptying the Virus Research Institute, Chun-Yi would have attacked her long ago. This woman is not a home. Chun-Yi used telepathy to scan the area and found that there was no one in the lighted room on the 18th floor. Where did this woman go? It's the end of the world, and you still dare to go out and have fun? He focused his mind and scanned the entire building, looking for any trace of Murong Shui. This woman, please don't waste her time. Otherwise, Chun-Yi would suffer a huge loss. Chun-Yi looked around and suddenly showed an unexpected expression. He found Murong Shui's figure. Only, this stranger Murong Shui is actually with his younger sister. The two were chatting and seemed to have a good relationship. I've only been away for a day. Why do I feel like so much has happened? Shan Yi Fronit. Does this woman have any bad intentions by approaching my younger sister and grandmother? He didn't think that a woman who had set up traps all over her house would become friends with his younger sister without any precautions. Thinking in his mind, Chun-Yi used teleportation to come to the door, but instead of entering the room directly, he knocked on the door. Brother, you are finally back. When the door opened, Chun-Su immediately rushed over happily, hugged Chun-Yi's arm tightly, and pulled him into the house. After entering the room, Chun-Su immediately introduced to Murong Shui. Sister Murong, let me introduce you. This is my brother, Chun-Yi. Hello, Mr. Shun. Murong Shui stood up and gave Chun-Yi a kind smile. Only, her heart suddenly contracted. The space-related mutant that he had seen before turned out to be Chun-Su's brother. She was stunned. The changes in this life are too great. Chun-Su showed up in a mountain city ahead of time and inexplicably moved into her own community. Obviously, Chun-Su in the previous life would not appear until more than 2 months later. Moreover, her brother should have disappeared in her previous life. Chun-Su came to the vicinity of Shanqing University just to look for her brother, and even the reason why she never left Shanqing University was also to look for her brother. But in this life, her brother is still alive. Murong Shui almost thought that Chun-Su was also a reborn person. Chapter 142. This is also the reason why she is close to Chun-Su. However, through conversation, she discovered that Chun-Su had no memory of her past life, proving that she was not a time traveler. So, in other words, everything that is happening now is the butterfly effect? But how can the butterfly effect be so big? Even though I have done some things that have affected the trajectory of my life, it is impossible for them to affect Chun-Su, and the impact is so profound. Without mentioning Murong Shui's brainstorm of the moment, Chun-Su was happily introducing Murong Shui to Chun-Yi. Brother, this sister is Murong Shui. When you were not here before, the neighbor next door kept banging on our door. I listened to you and didn't open the door or pay attention to him. But that person would smash the door every once in a while, and my grandma and I were very scared. Then, Sister Murong Shui showed up and drove that bad neighbor away. Chun-Yi frowned slightly. Then he released his telepathy and glanced at the neighbor's house next door. Result: the neighbor had died tragically in his home. He had a crossbow bolt stuck in his head. That crossbow arrow was exactly the same as the one in Murong Shui's home. Chun-Yi withdrew his telepathy, glanced at Murong Shui with some surprise, and said calmly, "Thank you. It's just a small favor, nothing." Murong Shui smiled with a kind attitude, but she was extremely nervous. It's not just tension, it's also shock and disbelief. Because during the conversation just now, she clearly felt the strong fluctuations emanating from Shun-Yi again. It turns out that the one who used the perception ability to spy on him before was not that woman, but Shun-Yi. In other words, this man actually has two superpowers. Murong Shui was shocked. He actually got two superpowers at the beginning of the apocalypse. What kind of luck is this? With such good luck, why did he die so quickly in his previous life? Or, he didn't die in his previous life, but just left the mountain city early? That doesn't make sense. If he left the mountain city early, he should have gone back to find his family. It's impossible for him to disappear out of thin air. Otherwise, Chen-Su wouldn't have come all the way to find him. It's unreasonable, very unreasonable. Murong Shui's brain was brainstorming, but she couldn't make sense of it for a while. "Ms. Murong, I won't say any more polite words. If you need any help in the future, you can come to me," Shun-Yi said with a smile. He was once again certain in his heart that this woman Murong Shui must be no simple person. Before, Shun-Yi only thought that the other party was a heavy doomsday enthusiast. But I didn't expect that the other party would dare to kill people. A woman who built a doomsday shelter, stockpiled a lot of food and water, prepared a lot of weapons, and dared to kill people. Why does she feel so much like a character in some novels? Shun-Yi seemed to be thinking about something. Then, the three of them chatted for a while, and Murong Shui left on her own initiative, using the excuse that she was a little tired. "Susu, take these supernatural fruits and eat them." Shin-Yi took a handful of supernatural fruits from the system space and gave them to Shin-Su. They are all telepathic supernatural fruits. This ability is very practical. Although I don't need to go out and generally won't encounter any danger, I can still keep this ability as a backup. As for why it wasn't given before, it was because of the upper limit of supernatural powers. Shun-Yi originally wanted to arrange two stronger superpowers for his little sister. Although telepathy is practical, it is still a little weak and has little combat power. There is no need to occupy a supernatural space. But other supernatural fruits are not easy to find. So let's arrange the telepathic power first. I'll think of other ways later to see if I can break through the limit of my supernatural powers. Wow, bro, where did you dig up a tree with supernatural fruits? There's so many supernatural fruits. Shin-Su's face was full of surprise. Shun-Yi smiled, and then explained to his little sister how to use telepathic powers and how she could level up by eating more power fruits. Then, he left some food and water, and then left on the pretext of having something to do. Walk out the door. He went straight to Murong Shui's house on the 18th floor. Chapter 143. Shun-Yi was almost certain that this strange woman Murong Shui definitely intended to get close to his younger sister. As for the purpose, he had no idea. But now that the hidden danger has been discovered, we must nip it in the bud, or get rid of Murong Shui. Either subdue her and find out her purpose of approaching her family. Through a telepathic perspective, when Shun-Yi saw Murong Shui hurriedly returned home, he immediately picked up the crossbow and opened all the traps in the house, preparing for battle. There's something wrong with this woman. She actually predicted that I would come to find her. Shun-Yi didn't play any tricks with Murong Shui and teleported directly into her bedroom. There's only one trap in this room, which poses no threat to me. At this time, Murong Shui was sitting in the living room with an empty view, holding a crossbow in her hand, with a white fox lying on the sofa, looking as if she was facing a formidable enemy. She could feel that the power that was spying on her was always there. I'm being targeted. That man finally came. Come out and talk about whatever you want. Murong Shui looked around and said in a cold voice. Her attitude was completely different from what it was before in front of Shin-Su. As kind as he was then, he is as cruel now. Shun-Yi stared at Murong Shui, and an idea came to his mind. This woman must have superpowers. She could sense her snooping, but she couldn't seem to see where she was. But this woman is very smart. The reason why she sits in the living room with a wide view is obviously to guard against her own sneak attack through teleportation. No matter from which angle Shun-Yi suddenly attacked, this woman could counterattack immediately. What a keen combat awareness. What was her previous identity? Moreover, he even noticed the limit of my teleportation distance. Shun-Yi frowned, thinking about something. Although judging from Murong Shue's aura, she did not have any strong murderous intentions towards him, he could not let his guard down. Then, Shun Yi was in the bedroom, and he spoke to her through the door. Murong Shue, who are you? Murong Shue was startled and quickly looked towards the bedroom. She subconsciously tightened her grip on the crossbow. People with space abilities are indeed difficult to deal with. And this person with space ability actually also has the ability of perception. The combination of these two superpowers simply doesn't make sense. Originally, there were so many mechanisms and traps in his room that even if someone with spatial ability broke in without vision, they could still plot against him. But if the opponent has perception abilities, then these traps will be useless. Murong Shue clenched her crossbow, stared at the bedroom, and said coldly, I don't understand what you mean by this sentence. What do you want to say? If possible, she really didn't want to fight with this kind of cheating guy, especially since the other party was actually Chun Su's brother. All of this was completely beyond Murong Shue's plan. Then let me ask you bluntly, why did you transform such a shelter in advance? Who told you that there would be a disaster? Shun Yi asked. He even speculated whether some high-level officials knew about the doomsday disaster before it happened. But this speculation was quickly overturned. Because even someone with a strong background like Lin Jiwei didn't know that the end of the world was coming. How could Murong Shue, an ordinary person who seemed to be alone, know about it? So there's definitely something wrong with her. I'm just a doomsday shelter enthusiast. I didn't know there would be a doomsday disaster, and no one told me. As for renovating this house, I just did it for fun because I have money. I didn't expect it would be put to good use. Murong Shue replied. This was the only reasonable explanation she had thought of a long time ago. Chapter 144. Although it sounds a bit ridiculous, it is better than exposing the secret of your rebirth. She didn't dare tell strangers about her rebirth. Yeah, but Shuni didn't believe Murong Shue's reasons at all. It's totally untenable. Let me guess, you're not like in the TV series, a reborn person who came back from the apocalypse? As Shun Yi spoke, he carefully observed the changes in Murong Shue's expression. When he said the three words, reborn, Murong Shue's eyes suddenly shrank, but she tried her best to restrain herself from showing any strange expression. But just this one detail is enough to confirm it. He is actually a reborn person. Shun Yi was immediately shocked. Someone can actually be reborn. Is this the Destiny Girl? Or some rare, supernatural power? Shun Yi had a lot of thoughts in his mind, but he was mostly excited. If you can master the secret of this reborn person, you can avoid many dangers and gain many opportunities. But at the same time, facing a reborn person, Shun Yi dare not underestimate him. Who knows if the other party has any powerful trump cards? It would be troublesome if he were to fight me to death. Then, Shun Yi directly used the mental connection, forcibly connected to Murong Shue, and teleported away from the 18th floor. It's always better to be careful. Through spiritual connection, remote communication is possible. Is this a psychic power? Murong Shue suddenly felt an unfamiliar mental force invading her mind, and she was startled. She quickly gathered her own mental strength and forcibly eliminated the external force. Damn it, she gritted her teeth secretly, showing an expression of disbelief. He actually possesses 3 superpowers. How is this possible? As a reborn person, Murong Shue has only obtained the 2nd superpower so far. Her expression changed constantly, and her eyes then fell on the white fox lying on the sofa. Xiaobai, it seems, I can only rely on you. At the same time, Shun Yi frowned when he realized that his mental connection was instantly erased. This woman's mental power is so strong. He thought to himself, it seems that her ability should be to strengthen her mental strength. After thinking for a moment, Shun Yi initiated a mental connection with Murong Shue again and added a short sentence. Don't be so quick to refuse. I just want to talk to you. Shun Yi's voice rang in Murong Shue's mind. She frowned slightly and hesitated for a moment, but did not cut off the connection again. She could feel that this mental power was weak and harmless, and was obviously only used for communication and was not offensive. It seems that his psychic ability is of auxiliary type, and its level is not high. It can only be used for communication. Murong Shue felt a little relieved. If this guy who possesses spatial and perceptual abilities also has powerful mental abilities, then I will have absolutely no chance of winning. How can a person who died long ago in his previous life be so strong in this life? Who is the one who is reborn? Murong Shue's heart was filled with shock and confusion. Suddenly, she remembered that Shun Yi had easily guessed her identity as a reborn person just now, and her heart suddenly tightened. Etc. Could it be that he is also a reborn person? Otherwise, why would he guess his identity? Thinking of this, Murong Shue asked Shun Yi directly through the mental connection. Shun Yi, are you a reborn person? Chapter 145. Me? A reborn one? Shun Yi was stunned. How does this woman imagine? They actually thought I was reborn. After thinking for a while, he replied, I'm not, but you are. Shun Yi also completely confirmed the other party's identity as a reborn person from Murong Shue's question. All doubts turned into certainties. Murong Shue also obviously realized that her identity was exposed, so she immediately cut off her mental connection with Shun Yi. Let's stop chatting. The more you talk, the more mistakes you make. Now, she just needs to be prepared. If Shun Yi really wants to hurt himself, then even if he is Shun Su's brother, he will never tolerate it. The worst that can happen is that both sides will be destroyed. At this moment, Shun Yi, who was hiding in the black fog, also frowned, hesitating whether to take action. He always felt that Murong Shue had a very powerful trump card. For example, her superpowers, or the white fox. Shun Yi's telepathy stared at the white fox, looking at it carefully. The size of this white fox is no different from that of a normal fox. The only difference is that it has 3 tails. This is also a mutated white fox. Moreover, it might be a very powerful mutant white fox. Otherwise, Murong Shue, a reborn being, wouldn't have spent money to support it. If I'm not careful, I might suffer at the hands of this fox. How can we take her down without getting hurt? Shun Yi fell in a deep thought. A direct assault would definitely not work. He doesn't want to take any risks. There's another way. That is to teleport in, throw 2 grenades directly, kill Baihu and Murong Shue, and be done with it once and for all. But this is a bit wasteful. It's a waste of grenades, a waste of unlock supplies, and even more of a waste of the value of a reborn person. Although I can't use a grenade to blow her up directly, I can threaten her with it. If she is not afraid of my threat, it proves that she is also capable of protecting herself from grenades. I will not touch her for now, and will look for trouble with her after she has developed for a while. If she's scared, then I'll go even further. Shun Yi quickly formulated a plan to test it with a grenade. He once again forced a mental connection with Murong Shue and added a warning. I have grenades. If you don't want to fight to the death, don't refuse to communicate. After his mental connection was erased continuously, Shun Yi felt that his mental energy was greatly depleted. If he takes the initiative to cut off the connection, the consumption will be very small, but if it is forcibly erased by the other party, the loss of mental power will increase exponentially. That's right. The ability of mental connection relies on mental power. Although Shun Yi did not obtain the ability to strengthen his mental strength, his physical evolution ability allowed his mental strength to far exceed that of ordinary people, which enabled him to continuously and forcibly connect with Murong Shue. On the other side, Murong Shue was about to erase the connection again, but she heard the words from Shun Yi. Grenade. She looked incredulous. How could Shun Yi have a grenade? No, impossible. He must be cheating me. How could an ordinary college student have a grenade? This is ridiculous. However, despite her doubts, Murong Shue did not decisively cut off the connection this time. Although she was confident that she could survive the grenade explosion, the risk was still great. What's more, if the opponent has more than 1 grenade, then my situation will be even more dangerous. We have no grudges against each other, and I even helped your sister, but you threaten me like this? Chapter 146. Murong Shue asked coldly, with a hint of anger and confusion in her tone. However, Shun Yi seemed not to hear her question and continued to speak. My grenade was picked up from a dead Special Forces soldier, and it is specially made. The explosive power is much greater than that of ordinary grenades. If it explodes in your house, 1 grenade will be enough to raise your house to the ground. Murong Shue was silent. This bastard. Listening to what he said, it didn't seem like he was trying to deceive me. Does he really have a grenade? Murong Shue took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down. I'm not afraid of your grenade. Don't think that I can't do anything to you just because you have spatial abilities. Since you know that I'm a reborn person, You should be able to guess that I must have my own life-saving trump card. She paused, and her tone softened a little. I don't want to fight you. We have no grudges. There is no need for both of us to suffer. Murong Shui personally admitted her identity as a reborn person. And it was obvious that she didn't just say this casually, but she was determined to die together. Shani pondered for a moment. Indeed, there was no animosity between them. But can this kind of logic be applied in today's era? Those thugs had no grudges against Shani before. Didn't Shani kill them too? The threat posed by Murong Shui is much greater than those thugs. She is a reborn person, hiding a huge secret and deliberately getting close to her family. There was no way Shun could ignore her. What if Murong Shui grows up quickly with the memories of her previous life, and the situation is reversed? I will be the one in the passive position. Although this was just Shun Yi's speculation, he always assumed the worst of others. In this world, only power can decide everything. Whether you're a good person or a bad person, strength is always the most important thing. Therefore, the unstable factor of Murong Shui must be resolved or controlled. At least make sure she can never threaten me. Only in this way can Shun Yi feel at ease. I don't want to be your enemy either. Shan Yi replied. Hearing this answer, Murong Shui's tense heart relaxed slightly. She really didn't want to fight to the death. Only those who have died once know how precious life is. Of course, the main reason is that my current strength is not strong enough. If he was strong enough, Shun Yi would dare to threaten him like this. She just killed Shun Yi directly? Negotiation? I'm talking about Nima. Murong Shui's heart was filled with rage, and she wished she could cut Shun Yi into pieces. But she still resisted the urge. After being reborn, she thought she could get rid of the grievances of her previous life and no longer be bullied by anyone. But he never expected that after only half a month his identity as a reborn person would be discovered, and he was even threatened. What bad luck. If I were to be reborn again, I would definitely find this bastard first and kill him directly. Murong Shui thought with gritted teeth. In this life, she has already become decisive, cruel, and ruthless. She would no longer be indecisive like in her previous life, but learn to solve problems with the most direct means. However, faced with Shun Yi's threat, she had to temporarily suppress her anger and respond calmly. Now is not the time to be impulsive. When I become powerful, I will settle the score with you. She warned herself secretly, with a cold light flashing in her eyes. Suppressing her anger once again, Murong Shui asked through the mental connection, Since you don't want to be my enemy, then what do you want to do by keeping an eye on me? Sleep you. Shen Yi did not hesitate. Chapter 147. Murong Shui was dumbfounded. Stunned. She didn't expect Shun Yi to be so straightforward and direct. No, it's the end of the world now. Why are people still thinking about this kind of thing? You're still thinking about women when you can't even get enough to eat? Murong Shui was stunned. She had always thought that Shun Yi was spying on her and monitoring her for the sake of food in her home, or for the secret of her rebirth. Turns out, he just wanted to sleep with me? Do you have to be so vulgar? Murong Shui was stunned. She rubbed her forehead and couldn't help complaining. Your vision is so narrow that I never thought you would do this for such a dirty thing. Yes, it's the end of the world. Can't we have a bigger picture? Even if you say it's for the sake of becoming stronger, that's fine. You end up making such a big fuss just to sleep with a woman. In fact, I almost died for it. Murong Shui was amused and angry at the same time, and for a moment she didn't know where to start complaining. Of course, she also knows that she has a good figure and good looks, so it is normal for men to be attracted to her. However, Murong Shui always felt that Shun Yi was very capable and cautious, and he was able to detect his identity as a reborn person through a few words, which showed that he was also very smart. Such a smart and cautious person is either a hero or a tyrant. Turns out he's a pervert. Shen Yi also knew the reason why Murong Shui was speechless, but he still replied calmly. I never said that I have a big vision. Everything is just your imagination. I only have one request. I want to sleep with you. Murong Shui remained silent. Naturally, she would never agree to such a thing. Although Shun Yi's ability is not bad, his appearance is just acceptable. But Murong Shui was not in the mood for romance. Now is the end of the world. It's the end of the world. What's the point of talking about feelings? Besides, feelings are the most unreliable. In the previous life, even my biological mother and stepfather betrayed me. So, she will never believe in any feelings again in this life. As long as you don't get involved in emotions, you can live comfortably. When you are strong enough, leave the mountain city. So, Murong Shui replied coldly. Change the conditions. I only have this one request. If you don't agree, you'd better keep one eye open when you sleep in the future. Otherwise, I can't guarantee that a grenade will not suddenly appear at your bedside. Shan yi tihitenet shamelessly. You are so shameless. Murong Shui cursed angrily. How could there be such a vulgar man? The key is that he actually has 3 superpowers. If Chun Yi was a weakling, Murong Shui would never say a word and would kill him directly. It just so happens that this old pervert has very strong supernatural powers and incredible luck. I really can't afford to offend him at the moment. She took a deep breath, suppressed her anger, and said, Change your conditions. Even if it's just the supernatural fruit, I can find a way to help you find a few. No, I only asked for one thing, to sleep with you. Shen Yi was not moved at all. Anyway, as long as I capture her, won't all the supernatural fruits be mine? And, because of Murong Shui's words, Shen Yi's idea was more determined. She actually found a few supernatural fruits. It seems that this woman has a lot of opportunities. Chapter 148. If she can promise me a few supernatural fruits casually, then she must have hidden more. Murong Shui was so angry at Chun Yi's stubborn attitude that she trembled. How could there be such a shameless man? Have you never seen a woman? Murong Shui didn't know that Shun Yi had a system that could unlock supplies, so she just felt that Shun Yi's behavior was incomprehensible and unreasonable. I can give you some time to think about it, but not too long. Shun Yi said generously. Consider. Murong Shui sneered angrily, and then said, Aren't you afraid that I will stab you to death when you sleep in the same bed with me? I'm afraid, but I have a way to solve it. For example, you could take sleeping pills and make yourself unconscious. Shun Yi was naturally prepared. Among the pile of medicines he had looted from the hospital, there were hundreds of bottles of sleeping pills. Anyway, there is enough medicine. Murong Shui was dumbfounded. How did this shameless guy come up with such a shameless idea? How can he say these words without any shame? Let me take sleeping pills myself? Why don't you tell me to tie myself up again? Murong Shui felt that in her second life, she had seen all kinds of ugly human nature. But this was the first time she had seen someone as obsessed with women as Shen Yi, and so shameless. Refresh my cognition and gain new insights. She took a few deep breaths to suppress her anger. The defense was almost broken. The white fox tilted its little head, as if it was the first time it saw Murong Shui so angry. How about it? Have you thought about it? After about 10 minutes, Shun Yi, while cracking fruit, sent out another invitation for a double row. At the same time, his spiritual connection was also upgraded again. Your spiritual connection is upgraded to level 6. Spiritual connection. LV6, you can establish a spiritual connection with others, convey messages through spiritual connection, and share vision. Currently, the maximum number of spiritual connections is 40, and the maximum connection distance is 1,500 meters. If you connect with a target with spiritual connection, the maximum distance is doubled, and the number of connected people is not counted. From level 3 to level 6, the distance has exceeded 1 kilometer. This distance is no worse than that of ordinary walkie-talkies. If you continue to upgrade, 100 kilometers should not be difficult. With a connection distance of hundreds of kilometers, it will be very convenient to keep in touch when you go out. I've thought about it. I refuse. I don't want to fall in love in the apocalypse. Murong Shui also gave her own answer at this time. She did think about it for a few minutes. But, no matter how she thought about it, she felt it was not worth it. If I am reborn and have to rely on selling my body to survive, then wouldn't it be a waste of my rebirth? I didn't say I wanted to date you. If you don't want to, we can just have one time together. Shun Yi said, Unlock the rewards first. See what supplies this reborn can unlock for himself. Maybe the reward is extraordinary. Murong Shui was stunned when she heard Shen Yi's answer and said, So, you came to me just to do that kind of thing? She thought Shun Yi wanted to fall in love with her, and then rely on the relationship to live in her shelter and share her food. But she found that she thought Shun Yi was too smart. Feelings, there are only those dirty things in his mind. How much yellow garbage is in this brain to do such a thing? No wonder he died so early in his previous life. He must have died from this. Is this guy really Chun Su's biological brother? The way of thinking is completely different. Chapter 149. So childish. Shen-Yi is such a childish guy. How could a normal person, in a doomsday world, not think about ways to get food and water, not improve his strength, but instead think about women? How childish. And being childish is not scary. The scariest thing is that such a childish person has the ability to overturn the table. This made Murong Shui speechless. Do I really have to compromise with a childish guy like Shen-Yi? Otherwise, you can't really sleep with one eye open every day, right? It's not like Murong Shui hadn't thought about threatening him with Shen-Yi's family. But as soon as this thought came to her mind, she rejected it. Shen-Yi has spatial and perceptual abilities, so it is easy for him to move his family. Not to mention, Chun-Su's abilities are not simple either. If the threat fails and instead forces Chun-Su into a corner, that would be real trouble. So annoying. Murong Shui grabbed her hair anxiously. If Chun-Yi wanted to fight her to the death, she wouldn't be so conflicted. The key is, the conditions that Shen-Yi mentioned prevented her from risking her life, but she couldn't easily accept them. Choosing to compromise doesn't mean you have to fight for your life. But this is hard for Murong Shui, who was reborn and has a proud character, to accept. But if he chose to fight to the death, Shen-Yi would not confront him head-on, but would hide behind him and attack him secretly. This is even more uncomfortable. Just like now. Although the two had been talking on the phone, Murong Shui was still unable to determine where Shen-Yi was hiding. This guy is incredibly cautious. Whenever he dared to appear in her sight, Murong Shui would consider giving it a try. Looking at the anxious Murong Shui, Shen-Yi was very calm. Now that the initiative is in his hands, he will definitely seek the greatest benefit. Sleeping with Murong Shui is just the first step. Once she really drugged herself unconscious, Shen-Yi could ruthlessly plunder her stored supplies. This is cognitive bias. In Murong Shui's opinion, Shen-Yi's behavior was like that of a sex-hungry ghost. Let's talk it over. Can't we change the terms? Murong Shui said tentatively and added, besides, how do I know if you are lying to me? What if you kill me while I'm knocked out? I doubt your character. I can't trust you. Her suspicion was justified. Judging from Shen-Yi's current behavior, he is really not a good person. After all, Murong Shui had helped his family, but he still wanted to attack Murong Shui. This is also one of the reasons why Murong Shui is unwilling to compromise. I never thought of killing you, Shen-Yi replied calmly. After all, you are a reborn person, and the information you know is the most valuable resource for me. Killing you directly would also be a loss to me. At this moment, Shen-Yi really had no intention of killing Murong Shui. Your loss. Murong Shui's cheek twitched slightly, and she wanted to curse. Today was definitely the day when her defenses were broken the most. Encountered such a shameless person. Take a deep breath. Murong Shui directly cut off the mental connection. Since we can't reach an agreement, let's fight. She didn't believe that Shen-Yi would really fight with her over something like this. It's no good for anyone if the fish die and the net is broken. Hang up again. Shen-Yi raised his eyebrows. Since you are not willing to compromise voluntarily, I will do it for you. Shen-Yi looked down and saw a stone at his feet and picked it up. The next second, he teleported to Murong Shui's residence and threw the stone at her. In the back, Murong Shui keenly noticed the movement behind her, turned around quickly, and shot the crossbow arrow instantly. However, this arrow missed. She only saw a flying stone, and Shen-Yi's figure had disappeared without a trace. Instant movement without CD restrictions cannot be captured by the naked eye. The stone approached Murong Shui at a rapid speed, but just as it was about to hit her, it strangely hovered in the air. Murong Shui gripped the crossbow tightly and couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Chapter 150. I didn't expect Shen-Yi's sneak attack to come so quickly. This guy's so hostile to others. No hesitation at all. This is obviously a warning to myself. This time he threw stones. What about next time? Maybe it's a grenade. Murong Shui clenched her teeth, her face so gloomy that water seemed to drip out. What kind of supernatural power is this? It's a bit like Lin Jiwei's gravity manipulation. Shen-Yi looked at the stone he threw suspended in the air, thinking deeply. If it's just gravity control, it will definitely not be able to stop the explosion of the grenade. But since Murong Shui is confident that she's not afraid of grenades, it shows that the strength of her supernatural powers is far more than that. Shen-Yi took out a bottle of mineral water, drank it all, then took the empty bottle and teleported again to launch a sneak attack. He wanted to see who could last longer. Damn bastard. Murong Shui once again blocked the mineral water bottle that suddenly appeared and couldn't help but curse inwardly. She already understood Shen Yi's intention. This guy wants to consume his mental energy. Shen Yi didn't give Murong Shui much chance to breathe. The elusive sneak attacks followed one after another. Empty water bottles, stones, and even various debris would fly over from a certain angle from time to time. However, no matter from which direction the attack comes, Murong Shui can always block every attack accurately, without any flaws on her body. Only, as she continued to release her supernatural powers for defense, beads of sweat began to appear on Murong Shui's forehead. Obviously, using her supernatural powers over and over again consumes a lot of her energy. As for Shen Yi, he had consumed about 1/6 or 1/7 of his physical strength. This woman must be reaching her limit. He exhaled lightly, observed the sweaty Murong Shui through telepathy, and made a judgment in his mind. I have to say, this woman has strong abilities and combat awareness. There was no flaw in his body. No matter from which angle he attacked, he couldn't break through her defense. But when it comes to a protracted war, Shen Yi doesn't think he will lose. He teleported into the room again, threw out a piece of debris, and continued to consume Murong Shui's energy. After several consecutive sneak attacks, Murong Shui was so tired that she was panting and her face was slightly pale. Seeing this scene, Shen Yi once again forcibly established a mental connection. This time, the connection was successfully established with ease. It seems that using her supernatural power consumes her mental energy. Her abilities are probably psychic. Through the mental connection, Shen Yi sensed that Murong Shui's mental strength was obviously much weaker, and he speculated secretly in his heart. Then, he connected with her mentally and said calmly, "How long can your mental strength last? Just surrender. Shut up. If you have the guts, come out and fight me head on. What's the point of sneak attacks?" Murong Shui responded coldly, with suppressed anger in her tone. Shen Yi's attack method is so disgusting. The perception ability combined with the space ability is simply cheating. What's that? You'll soon be able to experience my abilities for yourself. Shen Yi didn't care. As he spoke, he suddenly launched another sneak attack. No moral ethics at all. Murong Shui was so furious. It's not that Shen Yi's sneak attack is so strong. The objects he used for the sneak attack were just some garbage bags or something like that, which didn't do any harm when they hit him. But Murong Shui did not dare to be careless. What if it's a garbage bag this time, a stone next time, or even a grenade? This disgusting tactic even forced the usually calm Murong Shui to break down. She started cursing. "Asshole, you are not a man at all. Come out if you can. As long as you can beat me head on, I'll lie here and let you do whatever you want." Chapter 151. If you have the ability, don't use your supernatural powers to defend yourself. Try withstand my grenade with your physical body. If you can withstand it, I will leave now and never embarrass you again. Shen Yi said calmly. He was not angry at all because of Murong Shui's insults. After all, he didn't know what Murong Shui's trump card was, so he naturally wouldn't be stupid enough to run out and confront her head on. What's more, the white fox that had been lying motionless on the sofa also made Shen Yi be careful all the time. If you fail because of showing off, you will be really stupid. Shameless. Murong Shui's face was pale. Obviously, she had overused her supernatural powers. But she knew in her heart that Shen Yi was right. This isn't a child's game. If Shen Yi really comes out to fight me head on, that would be stupid. Murong Shui originally wanted to provoke Shen Yi and make him reveal his flaws. However, this guy was extremely vigilant. Every time he threw something, he would teleport far away, making it completely impossible for him to capture his position. If she could lock on to Shen Yi's position, she wouldn't be so passive. I'll give you one more chance to think about it. If you're still unwilling to compromise, I might throw a grenade next time. Shen Yi issued another warning. As for why not use a pistol for a sneak attack? The reason is simple. Shooting requires aiming, and there will be a delay of several seconds. It would be dangerous if Murong Shui caught me because of this few seconds delay. There's no need to risk a full few seconds. In comparison, the current sneak attack method is safer. You can escape from the battlefield in an instant without any worries. It doesn't matter even if I can't sneak attack her. It is enough to keep Murong Shui in a state of mental tension at all times and use her supernatural powers constantly. At this time, hearing Shun Yi's warning, Murong Shui, who was already nervous, tightened the crossbow in her hand even more nervously. Her face was covered in sweat, and her complexion was as pale as paper, but her eyes were still as sharp as a knife. It was like a vicious wolf ready to attack, ready to pounce and bite Shun Yi at any time. This woman's willpower is too strong. He is indeed a reborn person. Even Shun, he had to marvel at Murong Shui's tenacity. She is incredibly strong both physically and mentally. If it were an ordinary person, faced with such a desperate situation, he would have compromised long ago. But Murong Shui was still holding on. Obviously, my spirit has reached its limit, but she still refused to surrender even if she died. A heroine. Fortunately, I'm not a good person, otherwise I really wouldn't be able to do it. Shun Yi murmured in a low voice. He has always been a decisive person. Once he makes a decision, he will carry it through to the end. Changing your orders every day will only lead to mistakes. Since Murong Shui has already been offended, there is no way he can ask for peace. Either she compromises today, or get rid of her completely today. Otherwise, if Murong Shui were allowed to leave with hatred, there would be endless troubles in the future. Even your own family may be in danger. Through telepathy, Shun Yi could clearly see that the aura emanating from Murong Shui's entire body was pure black. This strong hostility and murderous intent. If she is given any chance, she will definitely fight to the death with me. Because of this, it is even more impossible for Shun Yi to let her go. In between conversations, Shun Yi sneak attacks Murong Shui twice more. At this time, Murong Shui's face was as pale as paper, and she had to hold onto the sofa to barely stand. Obviously, she had already reached her limit. Damn it, if this continues, my spirit will collapse. Murong Shui was breathing heavily, and her face was as pale as paper. Because she has squeezed her mental power to the limit, her supernatural powers have broken through to level 2. This is overdrawing mental power to upgrade. This is the dumbest way to level up. But even so, it was of no avail for her after the breakthrough. Because her mental strength is no longer sufficient to support her to continue releasing her supernatural powers. Bang! Sudden, a bottle of water hit Murong Shui. Chapter 152. She failed to defend against this sneak attack. Shun Yi's eyes narrowed. The opportunity has come. He quickly pulled out a grenade, but before taking action, he asked again, "Have you thought about it? This is the last chance." Shun Yi didn't want to take any more risks. If Murong Shui still refuses to compromise, then we have no choice but to solve this problem completely. Although the loss is a bit large, at least a major threat can be eliminated. Consider it? I'm testing your mother. Even if I let you come now, do you dare to sleep with me? Murong Shui leaned on the sofa and cursed coldly. Originally, she was just entangled and hesitant. But being teased by Shun Yi like this, she also got really angry. Don't fight for bread. Fight for your dignity. If she doesn't get rid of this anger today, her rebirth will be in vain. I'm so pissed off. But Shun Yi didn't waste any words. He teleported over and threw a bottle of sleeping pills. Murong Shui subconsciously defended herself, but when she saw that it was sleeping pills, she clenched her fists in anger. Asshole, come out if you can. Let me beat you up. As long as you are willing to stand there and let me beat you up, I will agree to your request. And I don't take medicine. Her words were a disguised compromise. I just want to vent my anger. But Shun Yi didn't care whether she was angry or not. He had no intention of putting himself in someone else's shoes. Isn't it enough to just make yourself happy? It's the end of the world, and you're still worrying about whether others are happy or wronged all day long. That would be too tiring. As a human being, you have to have double standards to feel good. It's impossible to beat me up, forget it. If you are willing to compromise, then let me see your sincerity. Shun Yi remained calm. Although he had consumed a lot of physical strength by using his supernatural powers frequently today, he found that he had become more proficient in teleportation. Really, you still have to use your superpowers more often to improve them. He can now even teleport dozens of meters into the sky continuously. As long as you use the second teleport immediately before falling, you can add up the distance. In other words, as long as you react fast enough, you can really go to heaven. It's useless though. Now, in a mental connection, Murong Shui cursed very badly. It was so dirty that Shun-E almost cut the connection unilaterally. Good job. I didn't expect such a beautiful and elegant lady could swear such dirty words. It seemed that he is really angry. Come to think of it, if it was Shun-E who was teased by the bad guys like this, he would probably have a heart attack. Fortunately, I'm a bad guy. What a relief. Murong Shui cursed for a long time until her mouth became dry and she finally stopped. It seemed like she had let out a lot of energy in one breath, and even the black energy on her body dissipated slightly. She simply sat down on the sofa, no longer on guard against sneak attacks, and didn't say a word, just sitting there. But Shun-E did not dare to be careless. Who knows if Murong Shui is using herself as bait to lure me into the trap? He glanced out the window. The rain is getting heavier. It's time to end this farce. Shun-E held the grenade and used teleportation again. Chapter 153. Kill me if you can. If I could be reborn again, I would definitely settle the score with you first. Murong Shui noticed Shun-Yi's appearance, but she did not resist and just lay on the sofa defenselessly. Just start. But Shun-E did not let down his guard. He still kept a very long distance from Murong Shui and was ready to use teleportation at any time. The closer we get to the final moment, the more we must not let our guard down. Okay, if you can be reborn, you can take revenge on me as you like, even abuse me. I will wait for you. Shun-E said indifferently. He only looks at this world. Be it in this new life or in the next life, don't even think about scaring me. Since I dare to kill you, I'm not afraid of any damn retribution. Hearing Shun-Yi's words, Murong Shui's beautiful eyes moved and looked at him. Although I really want to kill this bastard with one knife. But I have to say, this bastard has a really good mentality. If you want to survive in this increasingly desperate world, you must at least have this mentality. Although Murong Shui hated Shun-E, she never said that he was bad. Why? Because she herself is not a good person either. She had killed people too. After living her life again, Murong Shui deeply understood that only those who are cruel and bad enough can live longer. This is the law of survival in the doomsday. If we don't talk about the hatred between the two, she actually admires Shun-Yi's character. Cut the grass and root it out, be free, and do whatever you want. This is the kind of person Murong Shui imagines herself to be. She did the same in this life. As long as you take action, you will definitely silence them. Do whatever you want. For example, before the doomsday began, she borrowed more than 100 million yuan through various channels and built a doomsday villa, but she never thought about paying back the money. Those creditors had contacted her before, wanting to seek refuge there, but Murong Shui was too lazy to reply to them and simply blocked them all. It's the end of the world anyway, so let the deadbeats be deadbeats. Do they really dare to block my door? If they really dare to come, just kill them all to prevent future troubles. After a few minutes of silence, Murong Shui suddenly asked, "Did you gain any physical enhancement abilities?" "One, no. Become my woman, and I'll tell you." Shun-E was still considering whether to throw a grenade, because he saw that Murong Shui's hostility suddenly dissipated a lot. The black air slowly turned into gray air, even mixed with a hint of white air. What's going on? For some reason, he is no longer hostile to me. The mood changes so fast, it's weirder than Cthulhu. You have already used 3 superpowers, which proves that you can't have a superpower that can strengthen your physical fitness. Could it be a drug that can increase physical strength in a short period of time? Murong Shui looked at Shun-E and analyzed thoughtfully. This scene does not give any sign that the two were fighting for their lives just a few minutes ago. You mean everyone only has 3 powers? Shun-E frowned, catching the key information. He already knew this information through Lin Jiwei, but Shun-E always believed that as long as he obtained the ability to evolve his physical body, he would be able to accommodate more abilities. Same with everyone. But from what Murong Shui, the reborn person, said, it seems that the upper limit of human superpowers in the previous life was also 3. Could it be that no one ate the fruit of physical evolution in the previous life? Chapter 154. Since Murong Shui mentioned that there is a physical enhancement ability, it stands to reason that physical evolution should also be included. If other people also eat the fruit of physical evolution, they should be able to accommodate more than 3 superpowers. Unless the fruit of physical evolution is so rare that even Murong Shui, a reborn person, has never heard of it. Of course, there's another possibility. That is, Murong Shui was too useless in her previous life, and she might not have come into contact with any strong people at all, so she doesn't know much information. This possibility is very high. If she was very awesome in her previous life, she probably wouldn't be reborn. Murong Shui didn't know what Shun Yi was thinking at the moment. She remembered very clearly that the most powerful person in her previous life could only obtain 3 superpowers at most. Some people have tried to obtain the 4th superpower, but their bodies exploded. Therefore, Murong Shui is very sure that humans can only have 3 superpowers at most. At least that's what she knew. And Shun Yi has currently demonstrated perception ability, mental ability, and space ability, which is already 3 abilities. If he has another ability to strengthen his physique, then he has 4 abilities. This is impossible. Then there is only one other possibility. Shun Yi raised the level of his spatial ability, and it was at least at level 5 or 6, so the physical energy consumption was reduced, and he could use it without hesitation. But this is also incredible. Murong Shui was forced into a desperate situation and overdrawn her mental strength before she managed to upgrade her ability to level 2. However, upgrading space-related abilities is several times more difficult than upgrading one's own abilities. The stronger the ability, the rarer it is, and the more difficult it is to upgrade to a higher level. Especially in the space and time departments, it is very difficult to upgrade one level, let alone reach level 5 or 6 in just half a month. It is impossible to level up so fast, even with cheats. If it were really so easy to upgrade rare and powerful superpowers, humans wouldn't have almost become extinct. Murong Shui remembered very clearly that the famous psychics in her previous life all possessed very common elemental powers. Because the common supernatural powers are easier to upgrade. At a higher level, you can use numbers to crush space and time abilities. For example, ice-type abilities. High-level ice-type ability users can freeze hundreds of meters of space with ease. Ordinary space ability users can only teleport dozens of meters and are no match for ice ability users. That is why Murong Shui didn't understand what was happening to Shun Yi right now. Since he already possesses 3 superpowers, it is impossible for him to obtain a 4th superpower to enhance his physical condition. It is even more impossible to raise the level of spatial ability so quickly. So now there are only 2 possibilities. First, there's a person with recovery or enhancement abilities who is restoring his strength and enhancing his abilities. This possibility is very low because Murong Shui did not sense any other psychics nearby. Then there's only the second possibility left. Shun Yi should have taken medicine or fruit that can improve physical strength for a short period of time. She had actually heard of this kind of item in her previous life. It is also a relatively rare resource, and it only gradually appeared over the past 2 months of the apocalypse. And as soon as it appeared, it was controlled by those powerful psychics in the shelter. If Shun Yi has this kind of fruit or medicine now, then he is too lucky. Who is the reborn one? I have lived a new life and know so many opportunities, but I'm still not as strong as an ordinary and unknown person in my previous life. Could it be that this guy wasn't actually dead in his previous life, but was just hiding his abilities? He is actually a very powerful person? As she thought about it, Murong Shui's gaze towards Shun Yi seemed a little strange. Chapter 155. Murong Shui originally planned to fight a protracted battle with Shun Yi. She planned to rely on her powerful mental strength to slowly consume Shun Yi's strength and wear him out. After all, the stronger the superpower, the more it consumes. Shun Yi has been using spatial and perceptual abilities, so it stands to reason that his consumption should be much greater than mine. However, Murong Shui never expected that Shun Yi's physical strength would be so amazing. Not only did he not show any signs of fatigue, but he pushed himself into a desperate situation. It was this abnormal situation that made Murong Shui realize that things were not simple. Even if his rebirth brought about some butterfly effects, it would not make Shun Yi, an ordinary person who was unknown in his previous life, become so powerful in this life. Unless he already possessed great power in his previous life. However, he never revealed his true strength, but hid in the dark and remained silent. Judging from Shun Yi's cautious and cunning behavior when he attacked him, this possibility is very high. Only this can explain why he is so powerful in this life. That's right. A person can only have 3 superpowers at most. At least I've never heard of anyone having a 4th superpower. Amidst her thoughts, Murong Shui answered Shun Yi's question. This is the advantage of being reborn. She knows more. No matter how strong Shun-Yi is, he has to ask her for advice. Thinking of this, Murong Shui couldn't help but feel a little proud. Shun-Yi was thoughtful. His eyes fell on Murong Shui. Since you know that I already have 3 superpowers, why did you give me the superpower fruit before? You want me to die? That's right. Murong Shui admitted it without any reservation. Since you threatened me, why can't I plot against you? Shun-Yi couldn't help but laugh. This woman is indeed not a good person. In this case, I won't have any psychological burden for my subsequent actions. Although he never felt guilty. Next, Shun-Yi suddenly teleported and closed the distance between him and Murong Shui. At the same time, he directly activated the shadow binding, freezing Murong Shui and Baihu in place. It just so happened that the lights were on in Murong Shui's house, which met the conditions for shadow binding. Murong Shui, who was frozen, widened her eyes and looked at Shun-Yi in disbelief. What's going on? This is another supernatural power? The 4th superpower. He actually has 4 superpowers. Rather than fear, Murong Shui was more shocked and unbelievable. She had just vowed that each person could only possess 3 superpowers at most. As a result, Shun-Yi used his 4th supernatural power. This guy, what the hell is going on? Although your calculations are good, they are useless in the face of absolute strength. Shun-Yi said calmly. After completely restraining the man and the fox, he felt much more at ease. But what surprised Shun-Yi was that restraining the white fox consumed twice as much energy as restraining Murong Shui. This shows that this white fox is much stronger than Murong Shui. Really, this woman's trump card is related to this fox. But I don't know what the white fox's abilities are. Shun-Yi stared at the white fox for a while, then turned to Murong Shui. In this situation, can you still turn the tables? As he spoke, he was still ready to teleport away at any time. If Murong Shui can break free, even if she is powerful, I will not provoke her today. Certainly, the reason why Shun-Yi dared to close the distance was because he sensed that Murong Shui had very little hostility towards him, and even had a hint of affection for him. Especially now that she was tied up by him, her favorability towards him actually increased a little. At this time, although Murong Shui was unable to move, her heart was filled with turmoil. Why does this man have 4 superpowers? How did he do it? Even stronger than me, a reborn person. Chapter 156. I can't understand it. I totally can't understand it. No wonder I am no match for him. No wonder this guy is so strong. He might actually have the ability to strengthen his physical constitution. Since I can break through the human body's limit and obtain the 4th superpower, it is possible to obtain the 5th. Thinking of this, Murong Shui looked at Shun-Yi with a little more passion in her eyes. If I could break through the human body's limit and gain the 4th, 5th, or even 6th superpower, then my strength will definitely increase dozens of times. The reason why Murong Shui has only obtained 2 superpowers so far is not because she can only find 2 superpower fruits, but she didn't want to awaken some useless superpowers that would limit her own abilities. Murong Shui's goal is to raise her upper limit and become stronger than she was in her previous life, so she selectively chooses powerful superpowers to obtain. But if Shun-Yi can help me break through the upper limit, then I don't have to be bound by my hands and feet. I can just stack all the abilities together. Anyway, having one more superpower is definitely not a bad thing. Thinking about it this way, having a relationship with Shun-Yi is no big deal. Even living together is fine. Murong Shui can accept a man as long as he can make her stronger. There is nothing wrong with her sexual orientation, nor does she hate the opposite sex. The reason why she doesn't have a boyfriend is because her standards are too high and she hasn't found any man she likes. Especially after her rebirth, Murong Shui's vision has become higher. She looks down on ordinary men, even those men in her previous life who possessed powerful superpowers and status. As long as she wants, she can easily kill those people. This is why Murong Shui doesn't want to find a burden. In her opinion, finding a man is just finding a burden for herself, right? But the strength shown by Shun-Yi made her change her mind. Fuck, Murong Shui. Shun-Yi looked at Murong Shui and found that the hostility in her was almost completely gone, replaced by a neutral gray aura. And in the gray, there's also a lot of white. In just a few tens of seconds, her favorability rating soared. I didn't do anything and was even prepared to use violence. but Murong Shui became more and more fond of me. There's a problem. This woman has a big problem. The harder you are on her, the more favorable she will be to him, right? Shun Yi pondered for a while, then teleported backwards while untying the shadow restraints. He wanted to see what Murong Shui was thinking about. Given Murong Shui's current friendly attitude, she shouldn't suddenly attack. As for the white fox, he still controlled it. To prevent the fox from having any means to attack him, I agree to your request. You can sleep with me. But after sleeping with me, you have to help me gain more superpowers. As soon as she was untied, Murong Shui immediately stood up, staring at Shun Yi with fiery eyes. As long as I can improve my strength and become the king in the doomsday, what does it matter if I get slept with? The body is also the capital for becoming stronger. Murong Shui is no longer a naive little girl of 16 or 17 years old. The reason why she has never had a boyfriend is because she feels that they are not worthy of her and cannot bring her enough benefits. If she needs money, she has it. She is not bad as long as she has status. There is absolutely no need to depend on men. After the apocalypse in her previous life, although she had a hard time, she was able to survive with her own strength without relying on men. So I haven't found a man. She didn't want to look for it in this life. But the secret of Shun Yi made her change her mind. Being with Shun Yi can make you stronger. That's enough. Shun Yi was silenced by Murong Shui's words. He is indeed worthy of being a reborn person. As long as the interests are big enough, everything can be negotiated. Even if you want to kill me 1 second, you'll be willing to sleep with me the next. Through telepathy, Shun Yi was very sure that Murong Shui's words were not meant to plot against him. She is really willing to trade her body. Chapter 157. As long as you can help me gain more superpowers, I will be your woman in the future, and I will also use the secret information I knew in my previous life to help you become stronger. Murong Shui said seriously. As long as we are strong enough, we will have the final say in Shansheng from now on. No, it's not just Shansheng. We can make the decision for the entire Xia kingdom, and even the whole world. Are there any kings, princes, generals, or ministers who are not of the same race? Murong Shui's eyes were filled with passion and enthusiasm. Obviously, she is not a person who is content with her lot, and she is not just trying to survive. Her ambition is even greater than Shun Yi's. She wants to be the king in the doomsday, become the overlord, and even control the whole world. Shun Yi finally understood why Murong Shui's attitude suddenly changed. Because what she cares about is not herself, but her power to break through the upper limit of superpowers. What Murong Shui wants is power, not emotion. Rule the world? You are so childish. Shun Yi complained in his heart, but held back and didn't say it out loud. In the apocalypse, it doesn't seem strange to have this idea. Especially since Murong Shui is a reborn person and has experienced the suffering of doomsday. It is normal for her to have ambitions. But he didn't expect that her ambition was so big. Don't you want to? Murong Shui looked at Shun Yi calmly. If Shun Yi had no ambition and just wanted to live a miserable life like in his previous life, then she would really look down on him. A man without ambition can be thrown away after use. Or, when my strength surpasses his, I can keep him in captivity and just give him food and drink every day, which can be considered as a way of repaying him. Well, this method works. After all, I am not a heartless woman, and I can be more tolerant toward my first man. In a short period of time, many thoughts emerged in Murong Shui's mind. The aura around her was also constantly changing, eventually becoming dominated by white and gray. Seeing this, Shun Yi was sure that Murong Shui had no intention of taking action, so he slowly said, "First tell me what your special abilities and trump cards are." Murong Shui hesitated for a moment, glanced at the white fox that was still immobilized on the sofa, and then said, "My ability is mental telekinesis, and my mental power has also been strengthened. I can passively sense danger, and can also detect the prying of perception-type abilities. Also, I can release my telekinesis to protect my body and block all attacks. If I use my full mental power, I can block bullets, and even grenade explosions can't hurt me. So strong?" Shun Yi raised his eyebrows, secretly surprised. Murong Shui's special ability can be used for both attack and defense, which is very comprehensive. It is no worse than my own teleportation. No wonder she was so confident that she wasn't afraid of grenades. But Shun Yi didn't think this was Murong Shui's trump card. As a reborn person, it is impossible for her to have only one superpower. What else? Shun-Yi continued to ask. Murong Shui paused for a moment and said, my second ability is also spiritual. I can change a person's cognition and thinking through my eyes. Shun-Yi was suddenly shocked. Oh shit, is there such a shameless ability? If he fell into the trap accidentally, he might become Murong Shui's puppet or slave. And I'm totally unaware of it. After all, cognition is modified. This is much more terrifying than hypnosis in the movies. Suddenly, Shun-Yi looked at Murong Shui with a much more alert look. He really is worthy of being a guy who has lived a second life. Murong Shui noticed Shun-Yi's attitude and explained, don't worry, the level of my ability is very low, and it is almost impossible to directly change a person's thinking, unless the other party does not resist at all. At present, I just use it as a perception ability. For example, I can focus my powerful mental power on my eyes, and then I can penetrate the black fog and obstacles and sense the existence of objects. Chapter 158. Of course, the premise is that this object has spiritual fluctuations. As she spoke, Murong Shui's eyes slowly turned into a charming red, looking extremely strange. Shun-Yi immediately looked away and didn't meet her gaze. He was not sure whether Murong Shui's words were true or false. After all, there was no real trust between them. You can even say there is hatred. After all, Shun-Yi almost forced Murong Shui to death before. She also knows that superpowers can be upgraded. It seems that in the previous life, this was no longer a secret. Shun-Yi was curious about how other psychics improve their psychic power levels. But he wanted to know more about Murong Shui's trump card. Although these two abilities are powerful, they're definitely not all her trump cards. Otherwise, why would she dare to think of ruling the world? So what's your trump card? Don't tell me you don't have one. Shun-Yi asked. The enchanting red in Murong Shui's pupils faded away. She looked at the white fox on the sofa and said, Xiao Bai, it is my last resort to save my life. Shun-Yi also looked at the white fox. He had previously guessed that this white fox was no ordinary person, but he was not sure what abilities a fox could have that could be used as a trump card by a reborn person. Xiao Bai, its ability is of the time type. Just like your space type, it is very rare, and in a sense, it is even stronger than the space type. Facing Shun-Yi's gaze, Murong Shui explained in detail. Xiao Bai can control time to a certain extent. For example, it can make your body's time flow faster, thereby consuming your lifespan. Shun-Yi was shocked. This ability was simply amazing. A fox actually has such a supernatural power. Is this reasonable? I feel like he's stronger than me, who's cheating. And Xiao Bai's time ability is not just that. It can also stop a person's time, just like the ability you used to free Xiao Bai and me just now. However, after Xiao Bai pauses time, the person being frozen will not feel the passage of time. When the time stop ends, he will still think he is in the same place as a few minutes ago. Murong Shui paused and continued. Of course, the ability of the time system is more than that. When Xiao Bai mutates to be stronger, it can also make a person's time flow backwards. For example, if your body is seriously injured or even dead, but as long as your body is rewound back to the time before you died, you'll be resurrected. Why? Shan Yi Fronet. This is fucking cheating. It's such a shame. It can attack, control, and assist. This is too comprehensive. Fine. Fortunately, this ability definitely has great limitations. Or maybe the white fox is simply unable to use this ability at the moment. Otherwise, Shun-Yi would have been caught long ago. Fortunately, Shun-Yi had been very vigilant and did not give the white fox any chance. Understanding Shun-Yi's shock, Murong Shui explained, although the time ability is very powerful, it also has great limitations. At least Xiao Bai has to touch you before he can use his ability on you. Besides, because the time ability is very strong, even if it is not used, it consumes a lot of physical strength and energy. Xiao Bai is resting and recovering almost every moment, otherwise he might be exhausted to death. This is the price Xiao Bai has to pay for his weak abilities. If he upgrades a few more times, Xiao Bai's body won't be able to sustain it. Really, the stronger the power, the greater the limitations. It's like teleportation, which consumes a lot of physical energy. Even if ordinary people obtain teleportation, they cannot use it as frequently as Shun-Yi. Even an adult with a strong physique can only teleport 7 or 8 times a day at most. What's the point? It's so hard to escape. But if the level is raised, the time and space abilities will be very powerful. especially the time ability. Maybe you don't even need to touch. You can directly freeze a person's time and kill a person's time. It's outrageous. Chapter 159. Shuni looked at the white fox with only vigilance, not envy. Although its time ability is indeed powerful, the cost is too high. If I had acquired this ability from the beginning, I might not even be able to leave the dormitory building. I also have to worry that my body won't be able to hold on and will break apart anytime. Not worth it. What is the difference between having superpowers that cannot be used casually and having no superpowers at all? Just like now, Shuni can kill by who at any time. It doesn't even have the power to resist. The development cycle is too long. Not suitable for Shuni. I will think about this powerful supernatural power when my physique is strong enough in the future. And Shuni doubted whether there was any time-related supernatural fruit. Even if there is, it may be a split-time ability like his own teleportation, and it is impossible to be as comprehensive as the white fox. You know, the directions of mutation in animals and humans are completely different. Murong Shui is very frank. At least the card she revealed really shocked Shuni. Even if Shun Yi is very cautious, he may still fall into the trap. If it were any other person with superpowers, he might have been ambushed without even realizing it. What other cards do you have? Tell me all at once. Shun Yi looked at Murong Shui. He didn't believe that Murong Shui had no other cards. No, if you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. Murong Shui looked helpless and didn't seem to be lying. Certainly, I also know where some supernatural fruits will appear in the future. This is also my trump card. Shun Yi didn't quite believe it. He didn't believe that Murong Shui had told him all her cards. She must have a secret, but the aura of Murong Shui was whiter than before, and it was obvious that there was no hostility or calculation in her. Even if she really had a secret, it probably wasn't to plot against me. In this case, Shuni did not ask any further questions. The information he had learned so far had already shocked him. If I didn't have the system, I would definitely not be a match for Murong Shui, the reborn person. Even with the system, if Murong Shui really had a trump card and was determined to fight to the death, Shun Yi was not sure he could take her down without getting hurt. Fortunately, there is no need to fight to the death now. As long as he develops well, Shun Yi is still confident that he can surpass Murong Shui, because she has a limit on her abilities. But I don't. Although I don't know the specific reason, this is an opportunity. With thousands of thoughts in his mind, Shun Yi asked a question that he was curious about before. How do I upgrade my supernatural powers? You do not know? Murong Shui was stunned and looked at Shun Yi in confusion. Judging from the strength of the supernatural power displayed by Shun Yi, it is definitely not like that of the first level. Just the psychic ability that was communicating with me was definitely not level 1. Otherwise, the communication distance would be very close, and I could easily capture it. But Shun Yi's call distance was over 100 meters, or even farther. This cannot be achieved by a first-level supernatural power. Chapter 160. I only know one way, which is to eat fruits of the same type to level up. As Shun Yi said this, he casually took out a handful of fruit from the system space and started eating. Eat some fruit to calm down first. By the way, let Murong Shui, this arrogant woman, know that she has the ability. As expected, Murong Shui showed a surprised expression. So many supernatural fruits? All of the same type? How did you get them? Even if there are plant-type mutants who can cultivate it, it's impossible. She was stunned. Who on earth is this guy Shuni? Be perverted. Seeing Murong Shui's stunned expression, Shun Yi was very satisfied and continued. Answer my question first. Murong Shui looked at Shun Yi deeply, and then said, eating the same type of supernatural fruit can indeed increase the level of supernatural power. But this is the hardest and best way to upgrade. The difficulty is that it is very difficult to find the same type of supernatural fruit. After all, supernatural fruits are a very rare resource. Even after a few months, they're still rare. There are benefits, too. That is, you can eat the supernatural fruit to level up, and you don't need to consider any other issues. Other questions? Shun Yi was puzzled. Yeah. Murong Shui nodded slightly and said, just like just now, the reason why my mental power was able to upgrade was because I overdrew my mental power, even my vitality, and almost lost half my life, so I barely upgraded it. This kind of upgrade is very risky, and each upgrade will be more dangerous than the previous one. It is easy to lose your life during the upgrade process. And this risky upgrade method is also likely to leave sequelae and side effects. Of course, it's also because my mental power is relatively rare and powerful, so it's difficult to upgrade. If it were other elemental powers, it would be a little easier, but it's definitely not easy. At least it's much harder than eating the supernatural fruit directly. In other words, similar to honing oneself to the extreme, one's supernatural powers can be upgraded. Shan Yi pondered it. This upgrade method is very similar to what Lin Jiwei had speculated before. There's something about that crazy woman. Almost. Morong Shui nodded. Besides this, are there any other ways to upgrade? I don't know how to upgrade all the superpowers because each superpower has a different upgrade method. Morong Shui shook her head slightly and explained, for example, fire-type psychics. I heard that if you want to level up, you need to increase your affinity with flames, such as close contact with flames, or something like that. Anyway, in my previous life, I heard that a fire-type psychic burned himself half to death in order to increase his level. The only way to level up that everyone knows is to eat fruits of the same type, and to push your own abilities to the limit, breaking through between life and death. However, I also heard a piece of news in my previous life that the United States seems to have gathered the world's top scientists to develop a genetic drug that can help people with special abilities evolve, but it also has certain side effects. I don't know if it's true. After all, I never left the mountain city in my previous life. Shan Yu understood. So that's how it is. Other upgrade methods are much riskier than directly eating fruits. Fortunately, I have a material system, so I can upgrade by destroying fruits without getting hurt. However, it took the United States gathering the world's top scientists to develop genetic medicine. It seems that this woman Lin Jiwei did it all by herself. Is she so perverted? So what happened to her in her previous life? Why didn't you help Xia country develop genetic medicine? Have you heard of the name Lin Jiwei? Shun Yi asked tentatively. No, who is she? Morong Shui was puzzled. It sounded like a woman's name. Really? Since she is not famous, either Lin Jiwei's identity is kept absolutely secret, or something happened to her in her previous life, and she died in the research institute and was unable to make any contribution. In this life, it might be because Shun Yi happened to appear that she survived. Come to think of it, given this woman's madness and her obsession with genetic research, even if she is very smart, it would be easy for something to go wrong. If you escape once, but cannot escape the second time, you will die sooner or later. Even with Shun Yi's protection, she almost got herself killed today. Putting these things aside for the moment, Shun Yi continued to ask, do you know how to upgrade the spatial ability? In addition to eating the same type of fruit, there are other ways to upgrade it. If the level of teleportation can be raised, both the means of saving lives and attacking can be improved. Otherwise, you would have to pause every time you teleport. If you encounter any powerful mutant monster, this pause of less than 1 second could cause something bad to happen. Chapter 161. I don't know either. Morong Shui shook her head and explained, space abilities are extremely rare. Even though I lived in the apocalypse for more than half a year in my previous life, I have only heard of 2 or 3 of them. Moreover, they're not strong and are not as disgusting as you. As for the upgrade method, I have never heard of it. But the upgrade method of spatial ability must be very difficult. After all, its strength is far beyond other abilities. Only by experiencing it yourself can you know how unsolvable Shun Yi's instant movement is. Although the destructive power is not strong, the intensity is definitely not low. Even though there's a brief pause between each teleportation, how many people can catch that gap of less than a second? Hearing Morong Shui's answer, Shun Yi suddenly felt pity. Although my teleportation is very powerful now, if it remains stuck at level 1, its strength will gradually fail to keep up with the times. I can only hope for system rewards to see if I can unlock the fruit of instant teleportation. As for the method of upgrading by squeezing his own limits, Shun Yi did not want to try it. If you go too far, it will be more trouble than it is worth. However, Shun Yi caught a key point. You only lived for half a year in your previous life? It's more than half a year, and even half a year is still amazing. Morong Shui emphasized this sentence, and then argued. There were originally more than 30 million people in Shancheng, but only less than 4 million were left half a year later. This shows how cruel this doomsday is. Do you think there will be military rescue in the future? Nothing. Nothing at all. All the survivors of the mountain city can only rely on themselves to survive. At this point, her expression suddenly became serious, and she added, Also, there's a particularly terrifying mutant tree in the mountain city. In half a year, it will devour the entire mountain city. That disaster is why I died. Otherwise, even in the worst conditions, I can still live for at least 3 to 5 years. Listening to Murong Shue's words, Shun Yi raised his eyebrows. It was that big tree again. Sure enough, it is a huge threat. So, you never left Shansheng in your previous life, and the space ability users you have heard of are only in Shansheng. Shun Yi asked. Well, although there will be ways to communicate with other cities in the future, communication is not convenient. So there's basically no communication between major cities. I don't know much about other cities. The underlying meaning of her words is that, although it is not much, it is there. Don't treat me like trash. Shun Yi nodded slightly, then asked in confusion. Since you know that the mountain city will be swallowed by the big tree in the future, why don't you leave in advance? Does Murong Shue have any other means to fight against the mutated tree? Or can they avoid the crisis of destruction? I don't know the situation in other cities. If I go there early and encounter stronger mutant monsters, it will be even more troublesome. Murong Shue had also considered moving early, but the idea was quickly rejected. After all, the mountain city was the city where she had lived for more than half a year in her previous life. She knew exactly where many mutant monsters appeared and could easily avoid them. She also has a general idea of the locations of some supernatural fruits. As long as you have these supernatural fruits in your hands, you will be able to train your subordinates more easily in the future. If you go to another unfamiliar city, you will have to start from scratch. Maybe my life is even worse than in the previous life. After all, even the city that she thought would be safer in the future was still in turmoil and was not safe. Peace will only come when humans unite and eliminate most of the mutated monsters. Anyway, it's dangerous everywhere outside now, no matter which city it is. And it's not just the mutant animals and plants that are dangerous. Humans are just as dangerous. Murong Shue finished her words and looked at Shun Yi. She herself encountered Shun Yi, a dangerous human. If Shun Yi had not coveted his body and had not killed him, I'm afraid one of them would have died and the other would have been injured. Even dying together is not impossible. Shun Yi is not a good person, and Murong Shue is even less so. Chapter 162. The two have similar personalities in some ways. Whenever they have the chance, they will nip the problem in the bud and solve the problem. Don't give me any hints. Shun Yi didn't feel ashamed. Then, he glanced at the white fox on the sofa and asked, Can you keep it under control after I let it go? If it doesn't work, I'll kill him. Yes, Xiaobai is very smart and can understand what I say. Murong Shue said immediately. Xiaobai's ability is one of the most important aids in his future, and he must not give up easily. Shun Yi glanced at the white fox and realized that it did not have strong hostility, so he loosened the shadow restraints. The white fox stood up, looking at Shun Yi warily, but did not approach him. Obviously, it was also afraid of Shun Yi. So smart. Shun Yi was a little surprised. He actually saw a human expression in a fox's eyes. Well, Xiaobai is very smart. Murong Shue walked over, picked up the white fox, and gently stroked its head. The white fox also lay very relaxedly in her arms, without struggling, closing his eyes and beginning to rest again. This fox is like a sickly person without any vitality at all. This is the side effect of the powerful time-related ability. It seems that animals mutate in more ways than just their bodies. Shun Yi seemed to be thinking about something. The mutation of this white fox is more like another kind of evolution. It has acquired superpowers, can maintain its sanity, will not attack people at will, and has a very high IQ. This type of mutation is still very rare. Shun Yi has only seen the white fox so far. Well, let's get down to business then. Shun Yi looked at Murong Shue and spoke. It wasn't that he was simply lusting after beauty, although Murong Shue's appearance and figure were indeed the most perfect he had ever seen. But Shun Yi's main purpose was to unlock the system reward before Murong Shue became hostile to him. Murong Shue is a woman whose mood changes very quickly, and she is extremely ambitious. Such ambitious people, whether men or women, are dangerous. Shun Yi would definitely not bring her back to his home easily in the future and would not trust her easily. Murong Shue has the ability to change people's thinking and cognition. If she were to plot against other women or family members, he would have no way to defend himself. Can you come back later? Murong Shue paused, looked at Shun Yi and explained, Let's go to Shanxing University first. I know that a supernatural fruit will mature in the next 2 days. If I were to do something like that, I'm afraid I wouldn't have the strength to deal with the dangers in the black fog. If Murong Shui hadn't recovered some of her mental strength during the chat, she would have had difficulty even standing up at this moment. Even so, her current condition is not very good. Although the battle with Shun Yi upgraded her abilities, it also consumed a lot of energy. Shun Yi also consumed a lot of energy, especially since he had been using shadow binding to immobilize the white fox, and his physical strength was constantly being lost. That's fine, let's eat something first. Okay, I'll go get some canned meat. Murong Shui said this and stood up to get the food. Shun Yi raised his hand to stop her, and then took out 3 roast chickens and 2 large bottles of white silcoat from the system space. Canned meat can't compare to the aroma of fresh roast chicken, especially with a carb drink. Shun Yi had consumed a lot of energy today, so he was really hungry and had a strong appetite. The ability to store food? You actually have 2 space-related abilities? Murong Shui immediately showed a look of surprise. Chapter 163. Space-related abilities are extremely rare. In her previous life, Murong Shui lived for more than half a year, but she had only heard of him and had never even seen him. But this world has only just begun its doomsday half a month, and Shun Yi has already obtained 2. Murong Shui was completely numb with shock. How can someone be so lucky? As for the abilities that Shun Yi has shown so far, even if it is placed in half a year, it is still very rare and very practical. With so many superpowers and the ability to use them at will without worrying about physical exertion, it's no wonder he wants women. When life is comfortable and there is no worry about food and drink, apart from supernatural fruits, only women can make a normal man's heart beat, right? Survival of the fittest and liking beautiful things are both human nature. Among those supernatural beings who lived a better life in their previous lives, who didn't have several women. Some powerful female psychics even keep several men. In the doomsday world, the strong are respected. If you have the ability, you can do whatever you want. The only thing that can limit desires is weak strength. Shun Yi didn't explain anything to Murong Shui. He just ate roast chicken and drank Coke. It feels so damn good to overeat when you're hungry. Plus, he would get another supernatural fruit soon, which made Shun even more satisfied. This is one of the benefits brought by Murong Shui. Future information, material information. If we kill her directly, there will definitely be no such benefits. Murong Shui didn't hesitate to pour herself a glass of Coke and took a chicken leg to eat. In her opinion, she and Shun Yi are in cooperative relationship, and he could provide a lot of food himself, so eating Shun Yi's chicken wasn't really taking advantage. It smells so good. It feels like I haven't eaten such fresh and delicious chicken in a long time. Murong Shui couldn't help but sigh while biting the chicken leg. Almost everyone who has eaten fresh roasted chicken says it tastes great. Shun Yi also thought so. I always feel that the supplies unlocked by the system are completely different from those bought from restaurants. Leave all your supplies with me, Shun Yi said casually while eating chicken. If Murong Shui is not polite to him, he will not be polite to Murong Shui either. As long as you have control over all her supplies, you will have to take this woman into consideration even if she has ambitions. All right. Murong Shui hesitated for a moment, but finally agreed. She remembered that the spatial ability to store items seemed to prevent food from rotting and being affected by the black fog. Although I live on the 18th floor and the black fog won't grow that high, it's better to be prepared. Being able to use space powers to store food is something many people would envy. And Shun Yi's tone was not to discuss with her. It was no use if she disagreed. After, the 2 of them ate and drank their fill. Shun Yi put all the food and equipment stored by Murong Shui, including drinks and various alcoholic beverages, into the system space. By the way, he also scanned the room again with telepathy to confirm that nothing was missed, and only then was he satisfied. Murong Shui didn't say a word the whole time. But Shun Yi also discovered that Murong Shui had many potted plants at home. There are in the bedroom, in the living room, in the kitchen, and there are even several on the balcony. Before, Shun Yi just thought that Murong Shui, a doomsday enthusiast, liked to grow some flowers and plants. But now that I know she is reborn, these flowers and plants are definitely not simple. Especially after Shun Yi took a closer look, he found that all the flowers and plants were normal plants, and none of them were mutated. That is to say, these plants may all produce supernatural fruits. Chapter 164. It can be seen that Murong Shui definitely collected these plants specifically. Thinking of this, Shunyi looked at Murong Shui and asked, "How many supernatural fruits do you have now?" "Just 2, not many. Most of these plants haven't grown psychic fruits yet, and you may not know that not all non-mutated plants will produce psychic fruits." Murong Shui naturally noticed Shunyi's gaze and explained. Immediately, she urged, "It's getting dark. Let's get going as soon as possible." "Yes, but before you leave, give me all the supernatural fruits you have stored now." Shun-Yi directly reached out for it. Respect? Human rights? Equality? None of them exist. This family only needs one person to make the decision. Murong Shui frowned immediately. "We're just partners. You haven't provided me with any help yet, but you want all my things?" All the stored supplies were taken away, and she was already feeling a little uncomfortable. Now he wants his own supernatural fruit. This is a bit too much. "Give me." Shunyi didn't waste any words and just looked at Murong Shui. Murong Shui didn't say anything, just stared at him. The two looked at each other, and the atmosphere gradually became cold. The white fox seemed to have noticed something was wrong and opened its beautiful eyes, staring at Shun-Yi vigilantly. But Shun-Yi ignored it. "It's just a beast. If you can't tell the difference between a big king and a small king, just kill it." Although he was wary of the white fox's time ability, it didn't mean that Shun-Yi was afraid of it. The time ability has huge limitations, and in terms of practicality, it is not as good as binding your own shadow. Certainly, Shun-Yi did not completely believe the information revealed by Murong Shui. Perhaps the white fox's ability could also be released over a long distance. But even if Murong Shui lied to him, Shun-Yi would be able to dodge in the first place, because he always kept a certain safe distance from the white fox. From the beginning to the end, he never completely trusted Murong Shui, because Murong Shui is very similar to herself. The same cruelty, the same recklessness, the same villain succeeding. Shun-Yi often lamented his own insidiousness, so he deeply understood that Murong Shui, who was very similar to him, was also insidious, and he had to be extra careful. After the confrontation between the two, Murong Shui finally made concessions. Once you compromise for the first time, there will be a second time, a third time. From the moment she decided to make a deal with Shun-Yi, it was her first compromise. "I can give you a superpower fruit first, but you have to tell me how you broke through the limits of the human body and gained more than 3 superpowers. This is also the condition of my previous deal with you." Murong Shui said this and took out a supernatural fruit from her sleeve. No one knew how she hid it. Shun-Yi used telepathic clairvoyance, but couldn't find it. This woman must have a lot of secrets. The more ambitious a person is, the more secrets he has. Shun-Yi took the supernatural fruit first, and then said, "Give me the other one, and I will tell you." "You." Murong Shui was a little angry. "This bastard. How can you be so unbridled, so shameless, and so shameless? Even more shameless than those businessmen I had fought against in the business world before. It's a shame that this bastard doesn't become a people's entrepreneur." "Take a deep breath." Murong Shui suppressed her temper, took out another supernatural fruit from her sleeve, and said, "Okay, I'll give them all to you, but you must eat both supernatural fruits in front of me now. I want to see with my own eyes that you are not lying to me." Chapter 165. Murong Shui wanted to see with her own eyes how Shun-Yi obtained more than 3 superpowers. Otherwise, she was afraid that she had paid so much but was deceived. Shun-Yi naturally did not refuse, took the second supernatural fruit and threw it into his mouth. "It's already been digested before you can even taste it." Then, the body skin feels slightly warm. It seems that this supernatural fruit is an ability to strengthen the body. Shun-Yi clicked on the panel and took a look. No one else can see the system panel, so there's no need to worry that Murong Shui will notice it. Hardened skin. LV1 Your skin could become as hard as stone, resisting a certain degree of attack. That's it. Shun-Yi suddenly felt speechless. He finally understood why Murong Shui didn't eat this supernatural fruit. It's indeed a rubbish ability, but it's better than nothing. After gaining the 6th superpower, Shun-Yi still didn't feel any rejection reaction from his body, proving that he could continue to gain superpowers. Then, he also ate the other supernatural fruit. A cool feeling flowed through my body, as if it was a new supernatural power. Transformation ability. LV1. You can transform into any person or animal you have seen and remember. During the transformation, your physical strength will continue to be consumed, and the physical strength consumed by transforming into an animal will be doubled. You are currently unable to transform into a large animal that is much larger than you. This ability seems interesting. Looking at the system introduction, Shun-Yi seemed to be thinking about something. I feel that this transformation ability has a lot of room for maneuver. For example, if you turn into a mosquito or a sparrow, can you fly? It is equivalent to having an additional flight reconnaissance capability while also being able to camouflage. However, this kind of supernatural power is actually more suitable for one's woman, so that she can be a scout. If you eat it yourself, at most it will just cause it to deform a bit, which is not a big effect. After all, when it comes to investigative capabilities, telepathy is the best, and there isn't much risk. Of course, being able to transform into anyone you've ever met is a pretty good disguise. Immediately, Shun-Yi checked his current personal dashboard. Host, Shun-Yi. Age, 20. Force value, 55, excluding any external bonus. Unlocked materials. Master, Shui mineral water, freshly baked roast chicken, type 54 pistol, 5A grade steak, telepathy of supernatural fruit, deluxe self-heating hot pot, spiritual connection of supernatural fruit, ripe black-skinned watermelon. Obtained superpowers, physical evolution LV1, teleportation LV1, telepathy LV10, shadow, binding LV1, spiritual connection LV6, hardened skin LV1, transformation ability LV1. Physical evolution LV1. Your body has evolved for some reason. Your strength, speed, endurance, health, etc. have all been greatly improved. Teleport LV1. You can teleport 20 meters. Since teleport is a spatial skill, you can ignore any terrain, control, or restraint skills during the movement. As long as you have enough stamina, you can teleport continuously without any restrictions. Telepathy LV10. You can sense all hostility and kindness within 8,000 meters around you through your mind, and you can see all scenes within 8,000 meters around you without using your eyes and without being hindered by any obstacles. Shadow binding LV1. Within a distance of 20 meters, you can control the shadows of up to 2 targets to bind them. As long as the target's shadow is controlled by you, the target cannot perform any action. The stronger the target, the more physical strength you consume. The weaker the target, the less physical strength you consume. Spiritual connection LV6. You can establish a spiritual connection with others, convey messages through spiritual connection, and share vision. Currently, the maximum number of spiritual connections is 40, and the maximum connection distance is 1,500 meters. If you connect with a target with spiritual connection, the maximum distance is doubled, and the number of connected people is not counted. Hardened skin LV1. Transformation ability LV1. Increased force value by 10 points. Not bad either. It proves that if these two powers are used properly, they can make you more powerful in a fight. It's a pity that I don't have the infinite fruit to upgrade myself. Otherwise, if the level is raised, these two superpowers should be able to exert unexpected power. Chapter 166. Currently, Shun-Yi's highest level is telepathy. It's already level 10, and the maximum viewing distance has reached 8,000 meters, a full 8 kilometers, and it can continue to upgrade. A distance of 100 kilometers does not seem to be a dream. Anyway, there's no limit to the amount of fruits, so just knock dozens of them when you have time. It is not difficult to upgrade at all. Just don't take it too hard and kill yourself. The only downside to eating fruits to level up is that you shouldn't eat too much at once. You need to eat them slowly before eating. You actually gained 2 more superpowers so easily. Murong Shui stared at Shun-Yi with an expression of disbelief. There wasn't even a hint of rejection. Even before he could even react, Shun-Yi had already eaten the 2 supernatural fruits. She also wanted to observe carefully to see what changes would occur in Shun-Yi's body. When normal people first acquire new superpowers, there will be some slight differences. But Shun-Yi didn't change at all, not even his expression. Murong Shui couldn't help but wonder whether this guy had eaten a fruit just now. Could it be that I was just faking it to deceive myself? 2 superpowers. One is the ability to harden the skin, and the other is the ability to transform. Shun-Yi said. As soon as the thought came to mind, the body began to change rapidly. In just a few seconds, his appearance changed into that of Murong Shui. One-to-one restoration. Even the height and voice are exactly the same. The only difference is probably that the clothes and shoes on your body cannot change together. But it's already outrageous. Murong Shui looked at Chun Yi, and her eyes widened in shock. It's actually true. He can actually stack superpowers infinitely. Transfiguration ability? It turns out that this ability... She murmured softly, seeming surprised. Huh? You don't know what the abilities of these two supernatural fruits are? Chun Yi raised his eyebrows slightly. Murong Shui nodded and said as a matter of course. Of course I don't know. It's impossible for me to remember every fruit clearly. At most, I can remember the approximate locations where a few more powerful supernatural fruits may appear. If we can find a plant-type psychic, it will be easier to find psychic fruits in the future, and we can even identify the psychic powers possessed by psychic fruits. Also, can you change back to your own appearance first? Otherwise, it always feels weird looking at another me. Shun thought about it and changed back. He found that the ability to transform was quite physically demanding. It consumes more energy than using telepathy. It may also be because the level of telepathy is high, which reduces the physical consumption. But the experience after the transformation is very good. It felt like I had completely turned into a woman, without any discomfort. The voice and the structure of the body have all changed from the inside out. This is not a simple disguise, but a complete transformation. Looking at it this way, the ability to transform seems pretty impressive. Shun Yi suddenly became thoughtful. If you're seriously injured and on the verge of death, you will immediately transform into an animal with excellent resistance to injury. So does that mean the injury has changed from serious to minor? For example, if I transform into a mutant animal, can I gain the mutant special abilities? Chapter 167. If you can transform into a mutant animal, can you gain the mutant animal special abilities? Try it whenever you think of it. Only by experiencing it yourself can you be sure. Shun Yi looked at the white fox on the sofa, and then its body began to shrink rapidly, and soon it changed from a human to a white fox. Then, Shun Yi felt his empty body and couldn't help but sigh in disappointment. Did not obtain the white fox's time ability. 2. If one can obtain the target superpowers by transforming, then when he turned into Murong Shui just now, he should have been able to obtain her superpowers. But didn't. Even though her appearance and body structure had completely changed into Murong Shui's, she could not acquire her supernatural powers. From this perspective, the ability to transform doesn't seem very practical. Something is better than nothing. Okay, let's go. Shun Yi also stopped the experiment, changed back to his original appearance, and put on his clothes. The white fox on the sofa saw Shun Yi changing all the time, and his big eyes were full of shock. For a moment just now, it almost mistook Shun Yi for itself. A copy of myself. You haven't told me yet how to break through the limitations of the human body and gain more superpowers. Murong Shui stared at Shun Yi with burning eyes. From a scene just now, she was sure that the deal between her and Shun Yi was correct. This man, he can actually obtain superpowers without restrictions. The number of superpowers can be stacked infinitely. In this situation, even a pig can become invincible. I'm not sure the specific reason, but there's a researcher in my shelter who said that my genes may have undergone some kind of mutation due to the black mist, which is why I can break through the limitations of the human body and accommodate more superpowers. Shun Yi paused deliberately when he said this, and said with a bit of temptation in his tone, "That researcher is studying my genes. If her research is successful, others may be able to break through the limitations like me." Murong Shui was skeptical and was not easily deceived. She suspected that Shun Yi was not telling the truth. But this is also easy to verify. Can I meet this researcher? Murong Shui asked. Not now. Let's talk about it later. Shun Yi would not easily let Murong Shui see his other women, especially Lin Jiwei, a woman who has mastered the technology. It would be troublesome if Murong Shui used her supernatural powers to modify her cognition. Although Lin Jiwei's mental power has been strengthened, he should not be easily controlled. But it's better to be careful. Well, we also have to keep Murong Shui away from my sister and grandma. Shun Yi even suspected that his sister's thinking might have been manipulated by Murong Shui. He planned to go back and discuss with Lin Jiwei to see if there was any way to test whether his sister's cognition or thinking had been modified. However, Chinny guessed that Murong Shui should not have done anything to her sister. Otherwise, she would not have directly stated that she had the ability to modify cognition. This is tantamount to a truck exploding on its own. Murong Shui is not that stupid. Then, the two of them went out. No white fox, because it always looks weak and sleepy. Bringing it with you will only waste time. This rain is heavier than before. Walk out of the building. Shen-Yi took out 2 umbrellas from the system space and handed one to Murong Shui. He had casually put this into the system space in the supermarket, and he didn't expect it would come in handy. Chapter 168. At this time, it was already evening. Although because of the black fog, the boundary between day and night becomes blurred. But the absence of the sun still had some impact on Shun-Yi's telepathy. Although telepathy can penetrate black fog and see through things, it still cannot see clearly if it is an absolutely dark place. In situations like absolute darkness, Lin Jiwei's night vision ability is more practical. However, the night is not completely dark. There is still moonlight and starlight, which although has a slight impact, is not a big problem. What's wrong? Is there any danger? Murong Shui saw Shun-Yi frowning and guessed that he might have sensed some danger. The advantage of having perceptive abilities is that they have sufficient information and can foresee dangers in advance and avoid them. It's okay, let's go. Shun-Yi put away his thoughts. He did see a few very powerful mutant monsters just now, but they were all 7 or 8 kilometers away and in the wrong direction of the school, so he would not encounter them this time. Level 10 telepathy, with a field of view of 8 kilometers, is really cool to use. However, Shun-Yi's brain is not a super brain after all, and it cannot capture all the information within its field of vision instantly, so it needs to look carefully. After all, within a distance of 8,000 meters, there is too much information about various buildings, mutated animals and plants, survivors, etc. If you don't take the time to check, you may miss something if you're not careful. Shun-Yi also sorted out the route to school in advance and found the closest road without mutant monsters. Then, he and Murong Shui arrived at school in less than 10 minutes. The supernatural fruit may be near the cafeteria in Campus A, but I don't know if it's ripe yet. Murong Shui said. Then go and take a look. Shun-Yi once again scanned the cafeteria of Campus A using telepathy. There were actually a few survivors inside. Instead of going to higher places, they hid in the black fog. I don't know what he was thinking. Immediately, Shun-Yi and Murong Shui walked towards the cafeteria. Along the way, Shun-Yi was also using telepathy to check on the survivors in the school to see if he could find any girls who met the system's criteria. Compared to a dozen days ago, the school is obviously much quieter now. The number of survivors was also much smaller, but there were a lot more corpses. Some died of thirst, some died of starvation, and some were killed, but more students should have fled the school. As to whether he encountered any danger on the way to escape and whether he could return home safely, it is unknown. Were these students cooking in the cafeteria? You still have cooked food now. Shan-Yi frowned it. There was no light in the cafeteria. It was very dark, and Shan-Yi couldn't see the food in the pot clearly. However, it is normal for living people to cook. Although food will spoil quickly when exposed to the black fog, as long as you eat it fast enough, you can still finish it before it spoils. Shan-Yi was not interested in the food in the cafeteria. If it is a large shopping mall or supermarket, he will go in and take a look. After all, there are many things he can use. Clothes, shoes, and even various jewelry will become non-renewable resources in the future. Although it is possible to unlock your own system. But taking in a woman can unlock one kind of supplies, and who knows when you can unlock what you need. This is also the reason why Shun-Yi plunders supermarkets and shopping malls from time to time. Even if it is junk food, you may not be able to eat it if you want in the future. Therefore, collect as much as you can before they expire. Anyway, the system space is infinite, so you don't have to worry about taking up space. What is the ability of this supernatural fruit? Arriving 100 meters away from the cafeteria, Shun-Yi turned his head to look at Murong Shui. Chapter 169. I have no idea. Murong Shui shook her head slightly and explained, I also joined a shelter in my previous life. I heard from the survivors of the shelter that the third in command of their shelter was a college student from Shansheng, and that he acquired his supernatural powers near the cafeteria. His ability is quite strong, so I remembered it subconsciously. So, the person who obtained this ability might be one of these students in the cafeteria? Shun-Yi raised his eyebrows. I don't know. I've never met him. I joined the shelter and quit within 3 days. A lot of the information Morong Shuen knew was hearsay, and she herself was not sure whether it was true or not. If it weren't for Shun Yi, she wouldn't have risked coming to the school to check out the possible existence of supernatural fruits. But Shun Yi was very strong, and coming to school was not an adventure. So even if he couldn't find the supernatural fruit, he wouldn't lose anything. At most, it would be a wasted trip. Immediately, Shun Yi released his telepathy and began to carefully examine all the plants around the cafeteria. Although the vision is not very clear at night, the plants that have not mutated are still easy to identify. After searching for a while, Shun Yi saw a small patch of weeds that had not mutated at the back of the cafeteria. Among the weeds, there are a few blooming flowers. The raindrops as big as beans kept hitting the flowers, making them shake. And in the center of a yellow flower, there grows a colorful fruit. If you don't look carefully, you can't find it at all. Found it. Shun Yi teleported over and picked the supernatural fruit. He casually put it into the system space and teleported back to Morong Shui. This series of actions was completed in about 10 seconds. Morong Shui looked at Shun Yi, who suddenly left and reappeared quickly, and couldn't help but sighed. The space ability is really useful. Her original idea was to obtain a spatial power. But he was also worried that the spatial ability would consume too much energy and would be difficult to upgrade to a higher level, which would in turn slow down the speed at which he could improve his strength. Certainly, there is another more important reason. That is, Morong Shui also didn't know where the fruit of space ability would appear. Currently, all the information she had about the supernatural fruit was obtained through hearsay. If it weren't for her strong mental strength and enhanced memory, and if she didn't subconsciously remember some important information, otherwise, even if she was reborn, she wouldn't be able to find a few supernatural fruits. Not to mention the rare, space-powered fruit. Go home now. Morong Shui looked at Shun Yi. She was ready to sacrifice herself tonight. Perhaps, only by becoming Shun Yi's woman can you gain his true trust and get his help. No hurry, I just need to do something. Through telepathy, Shun Yi discovered that there were many survivors gathered in the school supermarket. Among them are his classmates and roommates. I didn't expect you were all still alive. You're so lucky. Shun Yi whispered softly. Since you are all alive, I will help you get rid of it myself. Otherwise, my thoughts won't be clear. Besides, Shun Yi also found a girl who met the system standards. Ding! A goddess who meets the system standards has been detected, and detailed information has been scanned. Name, Hanruashi. Age, 21. Appearance, 91 points. Body size, 96 points. Internal, 100 points, untouched. Total score, 96 points. Evaluation. After taking in a person, you can unlock a random item. This is a girl with a very good figure. She was wearing a tight, white sportswear, which looked like it hadn't been washed for a while, and her face was a little dirty, which didn't show her 91-point beautiful face. Through perspective, Shun Yi discovered that the girl even had a few muscle lines on her thighs and abdomen. He seems to be the type who exercises regularly. No wonder the figure score can reach 96 points. Sure enough, it's good to have a large population base. It's easy to find women who meet the system standards. There were 70 or 80 survivors in the supermarket, half of whom were girls. Among them, only a sporty beauty like Han Ruashi meets the criteria. Under observation, Shun Yi and Morong Shui avoided the mutant plants in the black fog and came to the entrance of the supermarket holding umbrellas. Chapter 170. The supermarket door was locked. There were also several boys armed with weapons guarding behind the door. It looked like a small shelter had formed in the supermarket. But building a shelter in the black fog would waste a lot of drinking water every day. In other words, the school's supermarket had abundant supplies. Otherwise, the shelter would have collapsed long ago. Just innocent college students don't have enough survival experience. Let me break the door open. Morong Shui said. Her mental strength has recovered a little, and she can now use telekinesis. In Murangshu's opinion, Shun Yi's purpose of coming to the supermarket must be to search for supplies. That's exactly what she meant. Since Shun Yi has a supernatural space, he must fill it up. No, we can just go in directly. Shun Yi glanced at Morong Shui. The woman knew there were survivors inside, but she still tried to break the door violently. It seemed as if he didn't take the other survivors seriously at all and wasn't worried about accidentally hurting them. Immediately, Shun Yi grabbed Morong Shue's arm with one hand, teleported several times, avoided the students at the door, and came to the inside of the supermarket. There was only a little light in the supermarket. It was the flashlights and candles that the students turned on. But because of the spread of the black fog, the field of vision was only a few meters, and no one noticed that Shun Yi and Morong Shue entered. So, Shun Yi began to sweep the supermarket shelves, storing all the snacks and uncontaminated carbon water drinks that he liked into the system space. He didn't buy everything, such as instant noodles and self-heating hot pot, which Shun Yi didn't even look at. Just give these survivors a chance to live. There's no need to do things to the extreme. After all, only if the human race does not become extinct and the population base is large enough can he find more women who meet the system standards. Leaving a way out for others is also a disguised way of investing in yourself. Is your ability space full? Morong Shue couldn't help but wonder when she saw this scene. No, then why don't you finish these instant noodles? And the snacks here? Morong Shue didn't understand. She didn't want to leave anything for the other survivors, who can have too much food. Now is the end of the world. Food and water are almost all non-renewable resources. If you give others a chance to live, you may starve in the future. And even if you don't eat junk food yourself, you can give it to your subordinates as a reward. After all, Morong Shue has the ambition to build a shelter and become the emperor of the doomsday. If you want to be a local emperor, materials are naturally very important. As for the life or death of strangers, it's none of my business. Morong Shue didn't care at all whether these students would starve to death. Shun Yi also knew the woman's character, so he was too lazy to explain to her. I also picked out some of my favorite snacks and put them in the space. Then, through telepathy, he found Jean Rue, the counselor, and others who were chatting. Former classmates and teachers. Now they are all in a miserable state. Even drinking a bottle of water requires sharing among several people. Although there are plenty of mineral water and beverages in the supermarket, they certainly dare not squander them. Otherwise, they will not live long. Only when I inhale too much black fog and feel extremely thirsty will I take a sip to hold on. You are so pitiful. Shun Yi walked out of the black fog and spoke lightly. Hear a sudden sound. The people sitting around were stunned and subconsciously turned to look at the person who came. When he saw that the person coming was Shun Yi, the burly Jean Rue stood up and pointed at him with a murderous look on his face and cursed. Chan Yi, how dare you show up? I didn't find you in the dormitory before, so I thought you had already run away. I didn't expect you to dare to show up at my door. Today I will let you know the price of talking big. Chapter 171. Chun Yi, today I will let you know the price of talking nonsense online. Jean Rue clenched his fists, his knuckles making a low creaking sound, his face covered with a thick murderous aura, and he approached Shun Yi step by step. His hatred towards Shun Yi was just a fuse. The real reason is that I have been feeling depressed for a long time recently. I can't get in touch with my family. I don't have enough to eat or drink every day, and I'm always in fear of death. I am extremely depressed. The negative emotions accumulated in his chest needed a thorough release. Coincidentally, Shun Yi bumped into the muzzle of his gun. Other students, including classmates and counselors, had no intention of stopping it. Shun Yi's previous attitude of showing off food in the group also made some people resentful. In addition, there are no laws and no police to manage it now. So even if Jean Rue teaches Shun Yi a lesson or even kills him, it will be fine. Human nature is no longer bound by laws. People's moral values have also declined a lot. Bang! Suddenly, a loud noise suddenly broke through the air. Everyone watched in astonishment as a figure suddenly flew backwards and crashed heavily into the thick black fog. Then a shrill scream was heard, and then silence fell. It's Jean Rue. All the students and teachers widened their eyes, disbelief written all over their faces. What's going on? Why did Jean Rue suddenly fly out? Obviously, no one touched him. In everyone's sight, Jean Rue was walking towards Shun Yi aggressively, but before he took a few steps, he flew backwards without any warning. What was even more frightening was that he seemed to have fallen so hard that he lost consciousness and might even have died. Not even a sound was made. This is like a paranormal event. No, that's not right. This is a superpower. It's the same superpower as Zhao Tao. Suddenly, a quick-witted student exclaimed, with shock that was difficult to conceal in his voice. When the other students heard this, they stood up in fear and stepped back one after another, looking at Shun Yi with fear and disbelief in their eyes. Shun Yi, he actually has superpowers too. How is this possible? Some were shocked, some were horrified, some were terrified, and some could not accept it. Shun Yi ignored everyone's reactions and looked at Murong Shui coldly. Who asked you to take action? Why? Do you still care about our friendship as classmates and don't want to kill this person? Murong Shui frowned slightly. She had just used her mental power to destroy the brain of the boy who provoked Shun Yi, and he died the moment he flew out. But Shun Yi's questioning made her a little unhappy. I help you, but you were mean to me? And it's the end of the world. Why are you still caring about your feelings? Shun Yi said expressionlessly, I don't want him to die so easily. Murong Shui was silent for a moment. So that's what he thought. It seems that I am meddling too much. Although she noticed some conflicts between Shun Yi and the boy, she didn't expect the hatred to be so deep. That's right, Shun Yi is not a kind-hearted person. How could he let go of someone who insulted him just for the sake of friendship? Don't act rashly next time. Shun Yi warned coldly, but did not blame him too much. Although Murong Shui's behavior made him somewhat unhappy, her original intention was to help him, so there was no need to get angry about it. Immediately, Shun Yi's eyes swept over the students whose faces were filled with fear. Student Shun Yi, this has nothing to do with us. It's Jean Rue. It's Jean Rue who has a grudge against you. We have no grudge against you. Please, please don't kill us. The counselor Wang Jiaxing spoke tremblingly, his voice full of panic. Seeing this, other students also began to beg for mercy, their voices filled with tears. It was not until this moment that the survivors suddenly realized a problem. When did this man and woman come in? How did you get in? Why didn't the gatekeeper send any news? Could it be that? Thinking of this, a chill surged in everyone's heart. Their bodies trembled involuntarily, and a sense of fear became stronger. Most of the survivors who have survived to this day have witnessed death and even witnessed those crazy students killing innocent people. Therefore, they didn't dare to bet whether Shun Yi would attack them. Chapter 172. Just then, a large black star pistol suddenly appeared out of thin air in Shun Yi's hand, and then he aimed it at the counselor Wang Jiaxing's thigh and fired 2 shots. Bang! Bang! The bullet instantly penetrated Wang Jiaxing's thigh, and blood gushed out. The severe pain made him scream miserably, and he rolled on the ground holding his legs. Pistol and superpowers. When the timid students saw this scene, they were so scared that their legs went weak and they cried and begged for mercy, fearing that they would be the next. Students in other corners of the supermarket heard the noise and rushed over with weapons such as knives and sticks. However, when they saw the gun in Shun Yi's hand, they were so frightened that their faces turned pale and the weapons in their hands almost fell to the ground. No one dared to speak up for Wang Jiaxing. Yeah, it hurts. It hurts so much. Shun Yi, why did you hit me? Why? Wang Jiaxing wailed in pain, his face full of tears. He doesn't understand. I don't understand why Shun Yi has a gun. I don't understand why Shun Yi would shoot himself. I don't understand why I was the only one being beaten. There's so many people around. Why me? Shun Yi looked at Wang Jiaxing, who was struggling in pain, and a smile appeared on his lips. Think about it carefully. Why did I only hit you and not others? Reflection? Wang Jiaxing was stunned. This sentence is so shameless. What do you want me to reflect on? I'm a victim. Resentment, grievance, pain, and all kinds of emotions filled Wang Jiaxing's mind. He covered his bleeding leg with his hands, his voice full of despair. I don't know. I can't figure it out, please. Don't kill me. I know I was wrong. Since you know you were wrong, try to be a better person in your next life. Shun Yi stopped talking and raised his hand to shoot, ending Wang Jiaxing's life. Treat others as you would like to be treated. His mood became light and his thoughts became clear. So cool. Where are you going? Immediately, Shun Yi's gaze turned to several students who were quietly retreating and trying to escape. One of them was his roommate's son Bowen, and the others were classmates. Several people trembled all over, and a girl fell to her knees in fear, crying and begging for mercy. Shun Yi, I've never scolded you before. Please don't kill me. I really have never scolded you. Some people begged for mercy, while others took the opportunity to rush into the black fog, trying to escape Shun Yi's pursuit. Don't worry. I'm not a murderer. Why would I kill you? Shun Yi glanced at the girl, and didn't have a deep impression of her. He only remembered that they were classmates. Thank you. Thank you. The girl cried with joy and thanked him repeatedly in excitement. The other students who did not dare to escape also knelt down and begged for mercy. Even those unfamiliar students who did not know Shun-Yi and had no grudges against him did not dare to move at all and stood still obediently. Some boys even secretly hid their weapons behind their backs, fearing that they would be seen by Shun-Yi and be killed. No one is stupid enough to think that a knife is faster than a gun. Faced with a ruthless guy who has a gun and dares to kill people, the simple college students have no idea of resisting. Shun-Yi glanced at everyone, then turned to Murong Shui and ordered, "Go and kill those people who just escaped." Murong Shui did not hesitate and walked straight into the black fog, killing people if there is a disagreement. When the other students saw this scene, they were so scared that they trembled all over. Even those students who thought they had no grudges against Shun-Yi quickly dropped their weapons, and the female students knelt down like begging for mercy. What is dignity in order to survive? Even kneeling doesn't look bad. Chapter 173. Shun-Yi's eyes swept over the kneeling students, and naturally he had no intention of continuing to take action. As long as there is no one smart enough to attack me by surprise, there's no need to kill them all. The reason why Murong Shui killed those escaped students was simply because two of them had a grudge against him. One of them was my roommate's son Bowen, who had disgusted me before with Jean Rue. Every time there's a conflict between Jean Rue and I, this guy always takes sides. People who like to take sides must die. The other one was called Qin Haoren, who had previously righteously insulted and belittled me in the group. And more importantly, from the moment Shun-Yi appeared, the hostility from Qin Haoren was extremely strong, even stronger than that from Jean Rue. In other words, this kid has always been holding a grudge against me, just because I didn't give him food and water. If this narrow-minded person is not eliminated, if he gains some ability in the future, he will definitely cause trouble for himself. As for the other students, Shun-Yi had no intention of killing them. They don't have much hostility towards themselves, but more fear. And Shun-Yi felt that these college students were quite suitable for income shelter, because most of them would obey after just a little shock. These timid college students who just want to survive usually don't do anything weird. Moreover, college students have relatively simple thoughts and are easier to educate and manage than adults in society. In the doomsday, adults need family constraints to work hard, while college students will behave themselves as long as they are given food and drink in a relatively safe environment. Of course, you can't eat too much, otherwise it will easily lead to a lot of troubles and problems. After thinking for a moment, Shun-Yi looked at everyone and said, "I have built a shelter. Is there anyone willing to join?" First of all, I want to emphasize that I'm not forcing you to join. If you don't want to, I won't force you. But if you join my shelter, I will never let you go if you dare to betray me in the future. As he spoke, Shun-Yi exhaled and wiped the big black star in his hand. The students looked at each other, their hearts filled with fear. If we don't agree, will he kill us? Looking at the body on the ground with its eyes open and still bleeding, all the survivors shuddered. Yes, he will. This guy kills without blinking an eye. I'd like to join your sanctuary. The first person to speak was the female student in the same class who had begged for mercy before. Shun-Yi glanced at her. This girl seems to be called Ma Hong, and her academic performance is pretty good. She has an average look, not ugly, but not outstanding either. After being looked at by Shun-Yi, although Ma Hong was a little scared, she was still firm in her choice. Because she saw that Shun-Yi and the woman next to him both had superpowers, and Shun-Yi had a gun in his hand. In the doomsday world, survival must be guaranteed by force. Otherwise, these 60 or 70 people would not have been intimidated by Shun-Yi's gun. Fortunately, the person I met was Shun-Yi. At least he didn't kill innocent people indiscriminately. If you meet the group of students who killed people crazily in school before, you may not survive even if you beg for mercy. Those lunatics even abuse girls. Ma Hong felt scared just thinking about it. The other students hesitated for a while, and most of them expressed their willingness to join Shun-Yi's shelter. Only a few people remained silent, obviously expressing their rejection. Shun-Yi took a quick look and saw that Han Ruashi, a girl who met the system standards, was also willing to join, so he ignored the others. His main target was Han Ruashi, and as for the others, he just recruited them. Well, boss, should we take all the supplies in the supermarket with us before we leave? Or should we set up our shelter directly in this supermarket? A thin boy came over and asked. This boy is braver and smarter than the others. He spoke at this time, obviously wanting to leave a good impression in front of Shin-Yi. Moreover, he took the initiative to ask to take away the supplies, which also attracted the hatred of other students who were unwilling to join the shelter for Shin-Yi. Sure enough, when the other survivors heard what the thin boy said, they all looked over. Especially those students and teachers who were unwilling to join Shin-Yi's shelter, glared at the thin boy viciously, as if they wanted to stab him. Chapter 174. This bastard. They actually want to share our supplies. They didn't dare to complain to Shin-Yi, so they could only vent their anger on the thin boy, thinking that it was all his fault for talking. Shin-Yi glanced at the boys and said calmly, "Take as many supplies as you can. Whoever brings back supplies today will own them in the future and will not need to hand them in." "Okay, boss, I got it." The thin boy immediately responded excitedly, and then asked everyone to pack the food. The college students were happy with Shin-Yi's attitude. Whoever takes something today owns it and doesn't need to hand it in. It seems like joining the shelter is not a bad thing. But those students and teachers who originally did not join the shelter were now anxious. Although there are quite a few snacks and drinks in the supermarket that have not spoiled, they will not survive long if a large portion of them are taken away. Some fence-sitters immediately changed their minds and wanted to join the shelter again, but Shin-Yi directly refused. "Do you really think you can add a shelter to my place whenever you want? If you don't seize the opportunity, there won't be a second chance." The fence-sitters were immediately annoyed, but they did not dare to bear a grudge against Shin-Yi, so they could only direct their hatred towards the thin boy again. It's all this bastard's fault. If he didn't speak up, maybe Shin-Yi wouldn't take the supplies from the supermarket at all. Boss, something bad has happened. I found that a lot of food and drinks on the shelves disappeared out of thin air. There might be a thief." The thin boy suddenly ran over in panic to report. "Don't worry about it. Just continue to get your things," Shin-Yi said calmly. The thin boy was stunned for a moment, then seemed to have guessed something, but sensibly stopped asking any more questions and turned away. As he walked, he shouted to the others, "Everyone, hurry up and pack more high-calorie food and mineral water. We're leaving soon." Thin boys are really good at reading people's expressions. Shin-Yi didn't mind his little thoughts of wanting to get promoted. He was too lazy to get involved in the specific affairs of the shelter. He only values loyalty and ability. Although the thin boy had some thoughts, he did not show any hostility. And he also knows how to attract hatred for himself, which is very sensible. Although Shin-Yi didn't care about the hatred of these people, he naturally didn't mind using sensible subordinates if he could use them. Immediately, Shin-Yi used telepathy to scan the people who were packing food, and soon found Hanroashi, who was wearing a white sportswear. He walked straight over. Hanroashi was holding a school bag at this time, stuffing snacks and water into it. There were two boys next to her, who looked like her suitors, or more like bootlickers, rushing to help Hanroashi take things from the shelves. Hanroashi, who was busy, looked up and saw Shin-Yi coming over. She was so scared that the drink in her hand fell to the ground, and she stammered, "Boss." She didn't know how to address this devil, Shin-Yi, so she could only imitate the skinny boy and address him as boss. When the two lickers heard Hanroashi's voice, they quickly turned around. After seeing Shin-Yi, he was also frightened and quickly called out boss. Although everyone is of similar age, Shin-Yi's aura is obviously much stronger than theirs. Aura is something that sounds vague, but Shin-Yi had just killed someone, and in the eyes of others, his aura seemed particularly strong. Fear made them feel this way. Shin-Yi ignored the two boys. His eyes fell directly on Hanroashi and asked, "Do you have a boyfriend?" Hanroashi was stunned for a moment and replied with some fear, "Internet. Does an online love partner count? Have you met?" "No." Ever since the power outage and internet disconnection, Hanroashi has never chatted with her online love interest again. Originally, they agreed to meet in person next month. Only, this doomsday disrupted all plans. "Well, that's fine. Be my woman from now on." Shin-Yi spoke very naturally. Chapter 175. Hearing Shin-Yi's undisguised, unreasonable request, Hanroashi froze in place for a moment, and her originally nervous mood collapsed at once. So direct. He didn't even ask my name, but directly made such an excessive request. Is this a hidden rule for me? Hanroashi swallowed and instinctively wanted to refuse. After all, she had just met this man, and they hadn't even spoken a few words. She had no idea what kind of personality this ferocious man had, whether he was a bad guy or not. It's too fast to be together suddenly. The two boys who were pursuing Hanruashi on the side suddenly changed their expressions after hearing what Shun Yi said. But when they saw the gun in Shun Yi's hand, they all tacitly chose to remain silent. Although they liked Hanruashi very much, they didn't want to lose their lives for it. Hanruashi glanced at the two silent boys quietly, feeling secretly anxious. She wanted to reject Shun Yi, but she was worried that after she rejected him, this man would shoot her to death without hesitation. Have you thought about it? Shun Yi asked. He didn't care at all about other people's reactions. Just don't be hostile towards yourself. It doesn't matter what others think. Can I refuse? Hanruashi probed in a low voice. But just after saying this, she was worried that Shun Yi would be angry, so she quickly added, We just met. We're not familiar with each other yet. Maybe you don't like my personality or my appearance and figure. So we could try to get to know each other first, and if we like each other in the future, we could be together, okay? Can't. Shun Yi's answer was crisp and clear. He doesn't care about Hanruashi's personality. If you really have a lot of thoughts, just unlock the supplies and let her go. As for her appearance, although it was hard to tell whether she was beautiful or ugly because her face and hair had not been washed for a long time, the system's rating told Shun Yi that she was definitely not ugly. Not to mention her figure. Shun Yi saw it clearly. Hearing this, Hanruashi's heart sank. She turned her head and looked at the two boys who had originally pursued her with a hint of help, hoping that they could say a word for her. However, the two boys lowered their heads, said nothing, and didn't even dare to look at Shun Yi. Compared to the woman he loves, his own life is obviously more important. What's more, Hanruashi is not their woman. It's just that the object of their pursuit has not yet been obtained. Therefore, even when they saw Hanruashi being forced, the two did not feel any guilt. Hanruashi was desperate. She looked at Shun Yi, knowing clearly that if she offended this man, even if he didn't beat her to death on the spot, she would definitely be tortured and abused when she entered his shelter in the future. Even, he might just force himself. But I have a boyfriend. Do you really not mind? Hanruashi tried to struggle. She didn't know why this man fell in love with her at first sight. Obviously, I look ugly now and I smell bad. I haven't washed or cleaned up for more than 10 days, and there's a faint sour smell on my body. I guess a normal person wouldn't associate their current self with being good-looking. It's just an online crush. I think you'll forget about him soon. Shun Yi naturally didn't mind. After all, Hanruashi had never even met her online boyfriend, and the system also rated her inner qualities as 100 points, proving that her body was pure. That's enough, just as long as she stops thinking about other men in the future. Otherwise, Shun Yi would mind. He can accept that his woman doesn't like him, but if she dares to be fickle, betray him, and cuckold him, he will never forgive her. I understand. Hanruashi lowered her head in humiliation. Compared to the possibility of death after refusing, she is still willing to sell her body. At least this man has strength. I should protect myself in the future. Unlike these two suitors who used to be so attentive to me, now, when I'm really in danger, they don't even dare to say a word to help me. If I really stay with such a useless man, I might be abandoned at any time. Moreover, they are unable to protect themselves. Demons, at least, have great power. The two boys were stunned when they saw this scene. It turns out that you can pursue a goddess this way. No, this is not pursued at all. This is the unspoken rule in the movie. Chapter 176. They felt a little sad when they saw that the goddess they had pursued for a long time, but never even held hands, was won over by a strange man so quickly. Shun Yi, now that everyone has been dealt with, is it time to leave? At this time, Murong Shui also walked out of the black fog. When Hanruashi and the other two heard this, they were so frightened that their hearts trembled. Are all resolved? In other words, those students who escaped just now were all killed? Several living people were killed just like that. This woman is so cruel. There was a hint of fear in the eyes of the three people when they looked at Murong Shui. She is not only ruthless, but also very powerful. A woman can actually kill several boys. Well, let's go then. Shun Yi was also quite satisfied with what he had gained from this trip. A supernatural fruit, some supplies in the supermarket, a woman who can unlock the supplies, and many subordinates. A very rich harvest. After, dozens of people carrying large and small bags of supplies gathered at the entrance of the supermarket. Only Looking at the black fog outside the supermarket, no one dared to step in easily. The black fog is not that scary. What's scary is the various monsters hidden in it. Let's go. Shin-Yi took out a black umbrella from the system space. Holding an umbrella, he took the lead and stepped into the black fog. The others quickly followed. And in the supermarket, there were still about 10 people left. They're the survivors who are unwilling to join Shin-Yi's shelter. Most of them are teachers. The reason these teachers are reluctant to join the shelter is because they don't want to be inferior to others. In the school's supermarket, they are teachers. They can command students, control supplies, and enjoy power. But when you go to someone else's shelter, you have to listen to what they say. Having enjoyed power, they're not willing to live under someone else's roof. Only, seeing that there was less than 1/5 of edible supplies left, everyone looked unhappy. These greedy bastards. It's as if they want to empty the supermarket. If they had known this, they would have joined a shelter just now. At least there's someone to protect me. Now the people are gone, the supplies are gone, and even most of the weapons have been taken away. If they encounter any mutated monsters, they won't even be able to resist. No, we can't do this. We have to find some more students, and we have to set up a shelter too. A middle-aged teacher spoke up. The others looked at each other and agreed. Boss, is the shelter we're going to be Deep Bay 1? Walking out of the school gate, the thin boy looked at the route and asked cautiously. Because Shinhwa No. 1 is the most upscale residential area nearby, if one wants to occupy the most land, this community is definitely the most suitable. Boss, we're going to pass by a neighborhood later. Can you wait for me for a while? I want to go home. My sister and mom are still at home. I want to bring them to the shelter as well. The thin boy hesitated for a long time, but finally uttered words of pleading. Shun-Yi was about to refuse. Murong Shui suddenly pulled his arm. Shun-Yi glanced at Murong Shui, then opened the mental connection and asked, What's the matter? You can agree to his request. Why? Murong Shui shouldn't be such a kind person unless there is profit to be made. Does she know this thin boy? I've seen him in my previous life. Although he does not have supernatural powers, he is quite capable in other aspects and is very sentimental. In his previous life, someone saved his family, and he kept working for that person. In the end, he died to save that person. So, you only need to provide him with a little help to gain his loyalty. After hearing Murong Shui's words, Shun-Yi seemed to be thinking about something. In that case, then that's fine. Anyway, for me, waiting for this boy is just a piece of cake. And what if the skinny boy's sister meets the system standards? Then we can kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Chapter 177. May I have your name? Cutting off the mental connection, Shun-Yi looked at the thin boy who was soaked by the rain. Boss, my name is Wu-Yu. The boy answered quickly. Then he looked at Shun-Yi eagerly, hoping that he would agree to wait for him. Otherwise, even if he could return home safely and bring his family out, he would not be able to survive the doomsday. He is very clear about his own strength. Only by following a person with superpowers like Shun-Yi can he have hope of survival, which is why he took the risk to show his face in front of Shun-Yi in the first place to win his favor. Only by relying on the strong can you live longer. Let me know when we get to your neighborhood. Shun-Yi agreed to him. Since Murong Shui said that Wu-Yu is sentimental, let's try to win him over. Anyway, you don't need to take any risks or pay any price. It's just something I do casually. Thank you. Thank you, boss. Wu-Yu thanked him repeatedly with excitement. When the other survivors saw this scene, they also looked envious. They also want to bring their families over. But their homes were far away, and they didn't know whether their family members were still alive, so they didn't dare to speak up. After walking for a while in fear, Wu-Yu vaguely recognized the location of his own community and said quickly, Boss, it's the community on the left, only a few hundred meters away. Which building and which floor is it on? Shun-Yi asked. Building 12, 29th floor, 2903. Wu-Yu answered immediately, muttering to himself, My mother and sister must still be alive, because we talked on the phone before the internet was disconnected. There was food and water at home at the time. As long as we eat sparingly, it must be enough for them to last for 10 days or half a month. It must be like this. He was very nervous and uneasy. Although this analysis makes sense, it can be seen from the repeated words that he actually has no confidence. After all, surviving in the apocalypse requires more than just food and water. There are also various dangerous mutant monsters to deal with, as well as psychopathic murderer and robber. This is also the reason why Wu-Yu did not dare to leave school, and went home early alone. Even though they walked out of the school, they did not encounter any danger along the way. This was entirely because Shun-E was leading the way and avoiding mutant animals and plants in advance, and also avoided some murderous thugs. Just now, everyone heard screams coming from the black fog, not only from humans, but also from animals. That sound is so miserable and painful. If Shun-E hadn't been walking in front, their group would have been scared and scattered. They were able to suppress their fear and come over only because they knew that Shun-E had superpowers and hot weapons like pistols, so they could fight back even if they encountered danger. No one will find this journey easy. The depressing atmosphere even made everyone afraid to breathe loudly. At the same time, Shun-E activated telepathy and began to look for Building 12. The neighborhood where Wuyu lives is a densely populated high-rise community, and there are still many survivors. After spending some time, Shun-E found Building 12. Then, room 2903 on the 29th floor was locked. Telepathic pinpointing. Then looked through it. Although it was difficult to see clearly due to the darkness, I could still see two people in the room. Judging from their body shapes, they're all women. That's when the system prompt suddenly sounded. Ding! Chapter 178. A goddess who meets the system standards has been detected, and detailed information has been scanned. Name, Wu Qingqing. Age, 18 years old. Appearance, 89 points. Body size, 89 points. Internal, 100 points, no emotional experience. Total score, 90 points. Evaluation. After taking a person, you can unlock a random item. It actually meets the standards. Because of his vision, Shun-E couldn't see Wu Yu's sister's appearance clearly, but her score was definitely the lowest among the women who currently met the system standards. Certainly, this is not to say that Wu Qingqing is ugly. As long as they can trigger the system prompt, they must be beautiful women picked from thousands. It's just possible that he is too young and his eyes haven't opened yet. Shun-E subconsciously glanced at Wu Yu's appearance. Although he is a little thin, he has a pretty face. I don't think his sister can be ugly. Thinking of this, Shun-E said, "You are right. Your sister and your mother are still alive." Wu Yu was subconsciously stunned. He didn't understand at first why the boss answered him. But after just a little thought, he vaguely guessed something. Could it be that? Could it be that the boss has another superpower that allows him to see his family remotely? Otherwise, why would he tell me that my family was still alive less than 2 minutes after I just asked for my home number? As a modern college student, Wu Yu has been exposed to various novels, online dramas, etc. His thoughts are not so rigid, and he can easily come up with a bunch of answers in his mind. Suddenly, he got excited. My sister and mother are still alive. This is the best news for him. Some of the other college students were confused, but there were also some smart ones who quickly guessed that Shun-E might be able to use his superpowers to detect that the other person was still alive through the name or address, so they also became excited. They all have families and want to know what is happening with their families. If the eldest brother really has this kind of superpower, then they will have hope of finding out about their family member situation in the future. Shun-E glanced at the people with different emotions and deliberately did not explain, just to let them imagine. The sense of mystery is created by the imagination. Thank you, boss. I will definitely repay you in the future. Wu Yu came back to his senses from his excitement and immediately expressed his gratitude to Shun-E. Although when they first met, he felt horrified and frightened when he saw Shun-E killing people coldly. But after spending some time together, he felt that the boss was not that cold-blooded after all. At least the boss doesn't kill innocent people indiscriminately. He only kills students who have grudges against him. Moreover, the eldest brother was willing to generously let the students share supplies. Although those supplies were from the supermarket. Even when this group of students and teachers lived in the supermarket before, they had to listen to the teacher's distribution and could not eat casually. And Shun-E, as the boss of the group, and with absolute military power, did not force them to hand over the supplies, which shows that the boss has a very broad mind. Even if we don't hand over the supplies, just this once, it will be enough to make them remember our kindness. And the eldest brother was also willing to accept his family and let them join the shelter. These actions are enough to make Wu Yu grateful. When Shun-E saw that Wu Yu's aura had completely turned pale, even paler than Morong Shue's, he was sure that he was a person who valued feelings and knew how to repay a favor. So he said, "Take 2 people with you to pick up your family. There is no danger in your building, but don't go to the wrong building or enter other buildings." "Okay, boss." Wu Yu nodded heavily. He didn't expect that the boss would help him check for dangers and even send people to help him. As a result, Wu Yu's aura became a little paler. Shiny white, directly surpassed Jiang Nanyan and was catching up with Su Yun and Su Wanning. Chapter 179. Wu Yu took the two boys and quickly ran into the community according to the route pointed out by Shun Yi, heading straight for his own building. He did not doubt whether there would be any problem with the route Shun Yi pointed out. Although he was quite smart, he was indeed naive and believed Shun easily. But even if Wu Yu didn't believe it, he had no other choice. He has no superpowers and no extraordinary abilities. If he were to explore the way on his own, he might not even know how he died. At the same time, Shun Yi observed this densely populated community from a god's perspective through telepathy. At present, there is no large-scale group in this community, and no one has stepped forward to integrate resources. The surviving survivors were scattered across the buildings, each acting independently and forming many small groups. In the end of the world, humans will subconsciously huddle together for warmth. In addition to this, Shun Yi also saw dozens of mutant animals through telepathy. They were also scattered throughout the community. Some were gnawing on the corpses, while others were licking the rainwater in the potholes. These mutated animals have different shapes. Some are huge, while others are extremely agile, and they have obviously adapted to the environment shrouded by black fog. Among these mutated animals, the most eye-catching one is a giant mutated snake that came from nowhere. It was entrenched under a building. Its body was extremely strong, thicker than a bucket, and its length was estimated to be 5 or 6 meters. Its scales glowed coldly in the faint moonlight, and its tongue moved out from time to time, as if sensing the surrounding environment. This giant snake has apparently become one of the overlords of this area, and other mutant animals seem to stay away from it. It seems that the situation in this community is more complicated than the one where I live. Shun Yi was calculating in his mind. He decided that after unifying the Shunhua No. 1 community, he would let Jiang Nanyan work out a detailed expansion plan as soon as possible to expand into Wu Yu's community. There are far more survivors in this community than in Deep Bay 1, and there must be many women among them who meet the system standards. If it wasn't too late today, and Murong Shui and Han Ruashi were waiting to be unlocked, he would have prepared his search for beauties in each building. As for why Shun Yi didn't personally help Wu Yu rescue his family, the reason was very simple. He was not a fool. Even if he had nothing to do, he would not do such a stupid thing. He established shelters and recruited followers for his own convenience and to serve himself. If the situation becomes one where you are the one serving your younger brother, then what do you want your younger brother to do? And if I help out from time to time, my younger brothers will think that I have a good temper and can order me around at will. Gradually, they will lose their respect for me and will not take me seriously. Good people are easily pointed at with guns. There are very few people like Wu Yu who are grateful. Most people will forget their roots once they seize an opportunity. Therefore, Shun Yi can release some goodwill appropriately, such as giving Wu Yu some advice or rewarding his younger brothers with some supplies. But he would never do the work himself. In fact, if it weren't for the fact that Wu Yu's sister met the system standards and could unlock supplies, Shun Yi wouldn't even bother to wait for him. I tried to win Wu Yu's favor just for his sister. Using telepathy to plan a route for him was also to ensure that he could bring his sister back safely. Otherwise, an ordinary person is not worth Shun Yi wasting these dozens of minutes. Even if Wu Qingqing just randomly unlocks a kind of fruit or vegetable, it's not a loss. Shun Yi whispered softly. About half an hour later, Wu Yu arrived with his family. The distance was only a few hundred meters, very close, but they wasted most of their time climbing the stairs. After climbing nearly 30 floors, several people were out of breath and their calves were shaking. Especially Wu Yu's sister and mother. Although they were just going down the stairs, they were so tired that they could hardly walk. However, only this kind of tiredness and exhaustion can make them understand that hard work pays off. Boss, I followed the route you told me to take, and I really didn't encounter any danger along the way. Wu Yu panted slightly and reported to Shun Yi gratefully. When he walked into the community just now, he heard screams not far away from him. Although he couldn't see what happened, he was sure that it must be very dangerous. If we don't strictly follow the boss's route, we might be the ones in danger. It was also through this round trip that Wu Yu guessed that the boss must have superpowers like clairvoyance or radar, able to see through the black fog. This is so awesome. Chapter 180. Wu Yu increasingly felt that his previous decision to take the risk and join the shelter was the right one. Following a boss like this, as long as you don't do anything stupid in the future, there will be no problem surviving safely. Therefore, he had been praising Shun Yi to his mother and sister all the way, saying that it was because of the eldest brother that he could return home safely and pick them up. Of course, this is not entirely exaggerated. It's just that he used some words that were too mythical, which made the two boys who went to help feel embarrassed. Although Shun Yi is not bad, he is not as divine and glorious as what you said, right? When he first came to the supermarket, he shot and killed people without hesitation, and also asked the woman who followed him to kill several students. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is a murderer. I really don't know how you can say so many brilliant words with such admiration on his face. It's so damn embarrassing that they all have goosebumps. Only a fool like you would think that Shun Yi is a simple good person, right? However, after hearing the flattery, Wu Yu's mother and sister felt a heartfelt gratitude towards Shun Yi. Having saved their loved ones, they should be grateful. Thank you for saving my brother. Wu Qingqing took the initiative to step forward to thank him, quietly looking at Shun Yi with a bit of curiosity and shyness in her eyes. This is an 18-year-old girl in puberty with a high ponytail. She looks very much like the object that many boys would pursue and have a crush on in high school. You're welcome. Shun Yi replied casually, looking at the girl with a high ponytail, slightly surprised, because this girl actually has a very high liking for him. Taller than Murong Shui. Not only the girl, but even Wu Yu's mother has a great liking for him. It seems that Wu Yu said a lot of good things about himself to his family along the way. He is indeed a person who can see the situation clearly and values feelings. It's worth wasting my energy helping him. After, Wu Yu's mother also said a few words of gratitude, and everyone left. Strange noises could be heard from the black fog from time to time. Even though Shun Yi was leading the group, the crowd was still in a state of panic. Fortunately, we didn't encounter any danger along the way and returned to Shunhua No. 1 community safely. Arriving at the bottom of Building 13, Shun Yi contacted Jiang Nanyan through a mental connection and asked her to arrange accommodation and work for these newcomers. As for management matters, they were all left to Jiang Nanyan. Okay, husband, I'll come right over after I finish dealing with things here. Jiang Nanyan responded. Yeah. Shun Yi replied briefly, cut off the mental connection, and then said to everyone, just wait here, don't run around, someone will come to make arrangements later. Okay, boss, you go and have a rest, and leave the things here to me. Wu Yu agreed immediately. After receiving his family, he was eager to repay Shun Yi, make some contributions, and let the boss see his ability. Shun Yi didn't say much and left with Murong Shui and Han Ruashi. As for Wu Yu's sister, don't worry for now. After I unlock the rewards for Han Ruashi and Murong Shui tonight, I will find her alone. With the girl's good impression of him, it would be easy to win her over. Brother, does our benefactor also live in this high-end community? Can we see him again in the future? Wu Qingqing looked at Shun Yi's leaving back until his figure completely disappeared. She couldn't help but ask her brother Wu Yu. Wu Yu glanced at his sister and seemed to sense what she was thinking and said, the boss must live in this neighborhood. Maybe the entire neighborhood is already the boss's territory. Wow, my benefactor is so awesome. I remember the houses in this neighborhood are very expensive. In this world today, money has long lost its value. The boss must have controlled this community by force, but I don't know how many people and weapons the boss is under his command now. Wu Yu wanted to contribute to the shelter and repay his boss, but he didn't know where to start. Is that so? Then he is still very powerful. Very powerful. Wu Qingqing looked in the direction where Shun Yi left, smiling with a crescent moon in her eyes. Whenever she thought of Shun Yi's face, she felt her heartbeat quicken. I don't know if it's because my brother kept praising Shun Yi along the way, but when she saw Shun Yi for the first time, she thought he was so handsome. Moreover, that group of people all listened to his orders and revolved around him. That kind of aura immediately attracted Wu Qingqing, a girl in the fantasy stage of adolescence. The girl, who had no experience in love, inevitably fell in love at first sight. Wu Yu looked at his sister, who was smiling foolishly and didn't know what she was fantasizing about, and subconsciously said, Qingqing, are you in love with the boss? Chapter 181. Huh? How is this possible? Wu Qingqing was suddenly awakened from her fantasy, and her face instantly turned red like a ripe apple. She turned around and said stubbornly, "Brother, don't talk nonsense. Otherwise, I will ignore you in the future." "Will you?" "Okay, that's confirmed. My younger sister really likes the older brother. This should have been something to be happy about. If my sister could be with a strong man like the boss, she would definitely be much safer in the future. But the problem is that the boss already has a woman who is more beautiful than his sister, and that woman seems to have superpowers. Maybe she is the boss's girlfriend." Thinking of this, Wu Yu could only sigh in disappointment and said to Wu Qingqing, "Qingqing, the boss may already have a girlfriend. If you like the boss, I'm afraid there is no hope." Hearing this, Wu Qingqing was stunned for a moment, and her shy expression disappeared instantly. She subconsciously turned her head and stared at her brother and asked, "Girlfriend? Is she the beautiful woman who left with him just now?" "I guess so. That woman seems to have a close relationship with the boss. So Qingqing, you should give up as soon as possible," Wu Yu advised. He didn't want his sister to get deeper into trouble, as it would only hurt her more. It would be better to nip it in the bud as soon as it appears. Moreover, it would not be good if the relationship between the eldest brother and his girlfriend was affected because of the younger sister. The boss has been kind to my family. I can't repay him with evil. I get it. I didn't say I like him. You just made that up. I'm ignoring you, stinky old man. Wu Qingqing replied stubbornly, turned around, and ran towards her mother, pretending to be angry as if she had been wronged. Wu shook his head slightly. Then he began to think seriously about how to help Shun Yi and repay the boss's kindness. "Go take a shower and clean yourself up." Building 13, 18th floor, Murong Shue's home. Chun Yi looked at the dirty Han Ruashi and didn't know where to start. Bath. Han Ruashi, who was already shy, was stunned when she heard this. She only brought a few bottles of water in her bag. How could that be enough for a bath? She couldn't even bear to brush her teeth. Murong Shue, who was resting on the sofa, glanced at Han Ruashi. Although she was a little unhappy about the appearance of this woman, she still said, "There is water in the bathroom. Just use it sparingly." When she built this shelter, she naturally took into account the problem of daily washing water, so she stored a large amount of water resources. Several sealed water tanks, filled with purified water, are also installed on the roof. In addition, she also installed a rainwater collector. It happened to rain today, and a lot of water has been collected, which is enough for taking a bath. "Ah, Okowo." Han Ruashi glanced at Murong Shue and felt inexplicably ashamed. She didn't know what the relationship between this beauty and Shan Yi was, but she always felt that she shouldn't be here. Does this count as a mistress taking advantage of someone's face? Although I wanted to refuse. But why is there electricity in this apartment? Is it a generator? And there's hot water. Han Ruashi walked into the bathroom and looked at the bright lights and hot water. She felt a little dazed for a moment, as if she had returned to the time before the end of the world. There is water and electricity. Everything seems to be normal, but she knew that this was just an illusion, because this is the only apartment in the entire building that has electricity. Everywhere else it was pitch black. Occasionally I could see a little light, but I didn't know if it was a flashlight or a candle. Those are the realities. This is more like a utopia. Did Shuni build all this? He actually has such a strong ability, so amazing. Thinking of Shun Yi, Han Ruashi's cheeks turned slightly red. After taking a shower, he won't want me tonight. If he insists, should I refuse? Chapter 182. But wouldn't it seem too fake to refuse now? As Han Ruashi thought about it, her face turned even redder. I don't know what that feels like. Looking at the perfect body in the mirror that she was usually proud of, she didn't know what she would have to endure that night. Meanwhile, in the living room, Murong Shue held the white fox in her arms, glanced at Shun Yi, who was eating with some unhappiness, and said, "Don't you think you've gone too far? You just went out today and brought back a wild woman. If I go out more often in the future, will I have to find 6 or 7 wild women?" Although I know that Shun Yi is not a man who is content and loyal, but Murong Shue still found it hard to believe that he was so fickle. He said he wanted to sleep with me 2 hours ago, but he turned around and found another woman, and even brought it to his home. This is simply a face-to-face output. That's too much. Shun Yi ate snacks, glanced at Murong Shue, and said lightly, "You don't think we are in love, right? Even if we're not in love, you can't be so excessive." Murong Shue frowned. Although she knew it was normal for a strong man to look for a woman, even before the end of the world, which rich and powerful businessmen didn't have a few women. There are very few, almost none, men who are truly rich, powerful, and loyal. But she still felt a little uncomfortable when this happened to her. Although it was just a transaction between her and Chun-Yi, Morong Shui also hoped that he could respect her. At the very least, you will feel guilty about yourself and comfort yourself with a few words, even if it's just fake. At worst, don't bring a wild woman to you. But Shun-Yi had no such intentions at all, and he was even too lazy to explain if he hadn't taken the initiative to speak. What do you think of me, Morong Shui? Tool? Disposable item? If you can't accept it, you can go wait outside and come in after it's over. Shun-Yi suggested. He didn't care about Morong Shui's emotions. I will not fail to unlock the supplies just to consider her feelings. The system is your biggest hang. If I give up my cheating function just for Morong Shui's sake, I'd be really stupid. You are indeed a shameless bastard. Morong Shui was speechless, even a little angry. This is obviously my home, but they asked me to wait outside. Too much. That's too much. But she still couldn't do anything to Shun-Yi. This man really seemed to just want to sleep with her, had no feelings for her at all, and didn't even consider whether she would be jealous. Morong Shui was very angry, but at the same time she admired this bastard a little. Such a heartless guy is destined to go further than those survivors who fall in love in the doomsday. She was certain that if she encountered danger beyond her control, Shun-Yi would abandon her without hesitation. Of course, the same goes for myself. So when she was depressed, she had nothing to say and could only curse to vent her feelings. Mirong Shu, I hope you won't talk to me in this tone again. Shun-Yi took out 2 tissues and wiped his mouth, then looked at Morong Shui, his tone calm, but with unquestionable indifference. Before, you scolded me a few times to vent your emotions. I can understand. But from now on, I don't want to hear you scold me again, understand? Morong Shui subconsciously wanted to say something, but when she saw Shun-Yi's calm eyes, her words instantly got stuck in her throat, and she swallowed them hard. She admitted that she was a little scared of this heartless bastard, because he really dared to do that to himself. Final. Morong Shui didn't say anything, which was considered as her agreement. Shun-Yi nodded with satisfaction, then took out the supernatural fruit he had picked near the school cafeteria from the system space and put it in his mouth. Chapter 183. You can actually gain superpowers? Morong Shui watched Shun-Yi swallow the supernatural fruit again, her eyes full of shock. 3 superpowers in one day? This speed is too outrageous. How can others live? If you give me a few more supernatural fruits, I might be able to try to break through my limits. Shun-Yi turned his gaze to Morong Shui, guessing that she might still have the supernatural fruit hidden on her body, but was unwilling to hand it over easily. I really don't have any more, so don't keep staring at me and trying to snatch it all by myself. Morong Shui was speechless. In just half a day today, she has paid a lot but received nothing in return. This guy Shun-Yi is all talk and no action, just making empty promises for himself. She thought about it carefully and found that the only thing she gained was eating a chicken leg and drinking a glass of white silk cola. No more. No more. Other than that, nothing. The more Morong Shui thought about it, the more she felt something was wrong, and she felt that she might have been deceived by Shun-Yi. He has been getting something for nothing by just making a few promises. They took my supplies, robbed my fruits, and even took over my body. Hold on. Now is not the time to turn hostile. Morong Shui suppressed her dissatisfaction and stared at Shun-Yi closely. She now only wanted to know how Shun-Yi was able to continuously acquire superpowers. Compared to children's love affairs, power is what she really cares about. As long as Shun-Yi can give him enough benefits, it doesn't matter how many women he finds. Anyway, I don't like Shun-Yi. She had only one request at most. That is, don't bring the wild woman into her home. Don't bring her in front of her. Otherwise, she will be unhappy. What's your new power? Morong Shui sat up while holding the white fox and looked Shun-Yi up and down with her beautiful eyes, try to find some clues from him. At this moment, after Shun-Yi swallowed the supernatural fruit, he felt his eyes slightly warm, even a little hot. He guessed that this ability might be related to the eyes. Immediately, he opened the panel to check. High-temperature ray, LV1. Your eyes can emit extremely high-temperature rays. The current maximum distance is 30 meters, which can easily melt steel. And the stronger your physique, the higher the temperature of the high-temperature rays. And as long as you have enough physical strength, you can release high-temperature rays continuously. similar to Cyclops' abilities? Shen Yi's heart moved, and he thought of the superheroes in the movie. But his own high-temperature rays are more practical than Cyclops. He can freely control whether to launch them or not, and the upper limit is higher. Introduction to superpowers. The stronger your physique, the higher the temperature of the rays. This means that as long as you continue to strengthen your physical fitness, this supernatural power will continue to become stronger. Even if you don't increase your ability level, you can still become stronger. Moreover, if the level of supernatural powers is increased, the power and range of high-temperature rays will definitely be enhanced based on physical fitness. This means that there are two ways to increase the power of this power. Shen Yi was secretly delighted. This was undoubtedly his strongest means of attack at the moment. The high-temperature rays can easily melt steel, are as powerful as a pistol, and can be released continuously. As long as he has enough physical strength, Shen Yi's eyes can continuously emit high-temperature rays. A sustained attack is definitely more destructive than a one-time attack. Chapter 184. More importantly, the rays do not need to be aimed deliberately. They can hit the target accurately as long as their sight reaches it. Although the current maximum range is only 30 meters, you should know that the effective killing distance of the pistol in his hand is only about 10 meters. If it was more than 10 meters, Shen Yi would easily miss the target. But high-temperature rays do not have this disadvantage. Within 30 meters, shoot wherever you see. So cool. This ability, combined with telepathy and instant movement, makes Shen Yi almost invincible within 30 meters. If combined with the defensive ability of skin hardening, it would be like a cheat. The only disadvantage is that it would consume a lot of energy to use so many superpowers at once. After all, his physical evolution ability is currently only at level 1. Even though his physical strength is far superior to that of ordinary people, it is still stressful for him to use 4 or 5 abilities continuously. Of course, there is pressure, but it is no problem to kill dozens of fully armed people in seconds. If I meet the special forces again, I can definitely defeat them without any injuries. Shen Yi thought to himself. He always seeks to defeat the enemy without taking any damage. If there is any risk, Shen Yi will give up directly. After all, his golden finger is of the development type. As long as he holds on and develops, he will be invincible sooner or later. There is no need to take the risk and give up. If you win, you'll gain very little, but if you lose, you'll get hurt or even lose your life. It's not worth it. I don't know if the policewoman is still alive. If I meet her again, I can catch her this time. Shen Yi thought back to the policewoman Qin Xiang, who had explosive fighting power and felt a little bit of anticipation. The reason why I didn't take action last time was because I was not sure if I could defeat the opponent without getting hurt. The policewoman has extremely rich combat experience and is much stronger than the young policewoman Su Yun. She was able to fight a mutant and a dozen thugs, almost unscathed even when her teammates were killed, and even seized a pistol. She's simply a fucking god of war. This kind of woman, Shen Yi would definitely not take her without sufficient assurance. Certainly, as to whether he could kill the other person before, 99% of the time he could. But what Shen Yi wanted was not to kill, but to capture. Just like dealing with Murong Shui, you have to be able to unlock supplies steadily after capturing her. If the purpose was just to kill, then even if 5 policewomen Qin Xiang were tied together, they would not be a match for me as before. Not to mention now, with a powerful attack ability, it is not difficult to complete the kill. The new ability is an offensive ability. It should be more powerful than a grenade. Shen Yi looked at Murong Shui, his eyes slightly warm, and he had the urge to test it. I don't know if Murong Shui's level 2 mental power can block the high-temperature rays. Attack ability? Murong Shui was stunned for a moment. Then she said in shock, "You now have spatial ability, perception ability, and an additional powerful attack ability. Teleport, information bit, attack. This configuration is simply rogue. Will this allow other people to survive?" The key is that Shen Yi's upper limit is more than that. He can continue to stack more superpowers. Murong Shui was a little confused for a moment. I feel like I may never be able to turn the tables and become the master. Crack. Just then, the bathroom door was gently pushed open, and Han Ruashi walked out wrapped in a bath towel. Her skin was still a little moist, her wet hair stuck to her neck, and her long, athletic legs were faintly visible under the bath towel, making her particularly eye-catching. Well, I didn't bring any change of clothes. She lowered her head slightly, her cheeks flushed, and her voice was soft with a hint of shyness and embarrassment. Chapter 185. Shinyi's eyes fell on Hanruashi, sizing her up. Her clean face looks particularly delicate, with beautiful features, but what is even more outstanding is her figure. Under the bath towel, the pair of slender legs are faintly visible. Perhaps because of years of exercise, her legs are smooth and firm, and the muscles in her thighs and calves are clearly defined but not exaggerated. She looks neither thick nor sturdy, yet full of healthy beauty. Moreover, the skin of these legs looks firm and elastic, without any signs of sagging. The proportions of her legs are also very well proportioned, from thigh to calf to ankle, very graceful and natural. It's okay. I don't have to get dressed next anyway. Chun-Yi teleported directly in front of Hanruashi, picked her up, and teleported into the bedroom with a scream. The hungry ghost of sex. Murong Shui curled her lips and complained harshly in her heart. She really couldn't understand why Chun-Yi was only interested in women when he was so powerful. If I had such power, I would never think about any crappy man, but would unify the mountain city first, then send troops to other cities and take control of the entire country. After that, destroy the island countries, flatten the West, and unify the world. This is the pattern and ideal that a strong person should have. Xiaobai, if only you could use your abilities freely, I wouldn't have to compromise. Murong Shui gently stroked the white fox in her arms and whispered softly. The white fox opened its beautiful eyes, glanced at Murong Shui, then closed its eyes again and continued to rest. Ding! It is detected that you have successfully taken a goddess, and a random material is unlocked. Ding! Unlocked successfully. Congratulations on unlocking the item. A bundle of 5-color aphrodisiac chives. 5-color leak +1, stored in the system space. 5-color leak +1, stored in the system space. 5 colors. Aphrodisiac leaks? Chun-Yi raised his eyebrows, his expression a little strange. He took out a bunch of leaks from his system space and weighed them a few times. This bundle of leaks weighs about 1 pound, is brightly colored, has a generous portion, and is very fresh. Adding a pound of leeks in just 1 second, you can't finish it at all. But how can you unlock something like this? Chun-Yi shook his head. Although I feel I don't need it. But the leeks were still thrown back into the system space. The next morning, it was just dawn. In the living room, Murong Shui opened her eyes drowsily and found that she had slept on the sofa all night and felt uncomfortable all over. She frowned and looked towards the bedroom, somewhat displeased. He didn't come out all night. Do you like wild women so much? I was waiting for him last night, but I didn't see Chun-Yi until I fell asleep. You'd better not come to me. With a somewhat unhappy snort, Murong Shui stood up, stretched, walked into the bathroom, and started washing up. Washing her face, brushing her teeth, and putting on simple makeup are her daily routine. Despite being in the apocalypse, she has enough stored water to still maintain a relatively normal life. Just as Murong Shui was brushing her teeth, the bathroom door was pushed open. Chun-Yi walked in yawning, went straight to the toilet, and opened the gate to release the water. You! Murong Shui was stunned, her cheeks slightly flushed. This bastard's behavior is so natural. How come you don't feel ashamed at all? It's as if they're an old couple. Can you cook? Chun-Yi asked casually while running water. Murong Shui turned her head and continued brushing her teeth facing the wall, answering vaguely. I could do a little, but I am average. It's fine as long as it's cooked. Fry some leeks for me later and steam some rice. I haven't eaten rice for a long time. Chun-Yi said. He originally had no rice, flour, or oil, but Murong Shui had stored a lot. Chapter 186. It's just right for a refreshing meal and a staple food. I didn't eat staple foods before, mainly because there was none. I happened to unlock leeks yesterday, so I can stir-fry some vegetables. By the way, try the aphrodisiac 5-color leeks produced by the system to see if they are effective. Then, Chun-Yi also washed his face and brushed his teeth. After washing up, he came to the living room, took out a few steaks and a few bundles of leeks from the system space, and asked Murong Shui to cook. Unfortunately, there are too few types of vegetables unlocked, only leeks, which are not enough to make 3 dishes and 1 soup. Although there were still some vegetables stored by Murong Shui in the system space, Chun-Yi didn't feel they were particularly fresh, so he had no desire to eat them. I don't want to eat self-heating hot pot. I just want to eat some home-cooked meals. Where did you get such fresh chives? And they're so clean that you don't even need to wash them before putting them in the pot. Murong Shui looked through the leeks and found them extremely fresh, as if they had just been picked. And it's a pretty rare species. Don't ask questions that you shouldn't ask. Hurry up and cook. I'm a little hungry. Shun Yi was too lazy to explain and urged directly. Murong Shui couldn't help but roll her eyes, feeling a little unhappy. How can this bastard order me around so confidently? Do you really consider me your wife? But she still went to cook and steam rice obediently. Life with electricity is indeed much more convenient. At the same time, Han Ruashi also walked out of the bedroom. She was wearing Murong Shui's pajamas and looked a little uneasy. When she arrived in the living room, Han Ruashi's eyes first fell on Murong Shui, who was cooking. She wanted to speak, but didn't know what to say. After all, her current identity is very embarrassing. Is she considered a mistress? Murong Shui looked up and glanced at her, frowning slightly. Who asked you to wear my pajamas? I'm sorry, my clothes were washed last night and are not dry yet, so I borrowed your pajamas, sorry. Han Ruashi lowered her head and explained weakly, not daring to refute at all. She knew clearly that her status in this family was lower than Murong Shui's. Especially since Murong Shui had superpowers and could kill her in an instant, she didn't dare to offend her in the slightest. This is Shao San's awakening. Wash it and put it back for me after dinner. Murong Shui said coldly. She doesn't like others using her things, especially her underwear. If it weren't for the fact that Han Ruashi was Shun Yi's woman, she would have killed this wild woman directly. Yeah, Han Ruashi nodded quickly and obediently. Shun Yi did not intervene in this matter. He usually doesn't stop such sure-feel behavior. If every woman needs to be disciplined by himself, then he won't have to do anything else in the future, as he won't be able to manage all the women every day. Shun Yi chose to let the women handle their relationships on their own. As long as the Shura field did not go too far and no casualties occurred, he would not care. But if a woman dares to go too far because of jealousy, she will be considered a black sheep and should be killed immediately. A very simple and crude management method. Chun-Yi, let me massage your shoulders. I learned massage from my grandma before. Han Ruashi sat next to Shun Yi and took the initiative to show her goodwill. She knew that apart from her figure and looks, she had no other advantages, and she had to try her best to please Shun Yi in order to gain a foothold here. If I make Shun Yi angry and get kicked out, that'll be the end. Her most precious thing was gone last night, and now she had no right to bargain. She doesn't want to be kicked out. There is water, electricity, a sense of security, and plenty of food here. It's just like heaven. Han Ruashi wanted to stay there and live in heaven forever. And this, it takes dedication. Well, try harder. Shun Yi did not refuse. He closed his eyes and felt the soft little hands wandering around his shoulders and neck. Han Ruashi's massage technique was much more professional than Su Wanting and Jiang Nanyan's, and it made him feel relaxed. While enjoying the massage, Shun Yi continued to eat the supernatural fruit, and at the same time remotely replied to Jiang Nanyan's message through the mental connection. In my mind, Jiang Nanyan's voice came clearly, with a hint of expectation. Chapter 187. Hubby, this is the current situation. The total number of people in our shelter has exceeded 100. Should we continue to expand and recruit more survivors? Jiang Nanyan contacted Shun Yi, mainly to report on the progress of the shelter. At present, she has checked 4 buildings, and not counting the survivors brought back by Shawnee yesterday, she has recruited 43 people. Since this community has 2 households per floor, there were not many residents to begin with, and many people were not at home when the disaster occurred, so the actual population was even smaller. According to Jiang Nanyan's estimation, even if he controlled all 15 buildings in the community, he could only recruit 300 survivors at most. And this number will only be less, not more. Because in the past few days, many people went downstairs to look for food, and various accidents happened. The already scarce number of survivors is decreasing. So, what Jiang Nanyan meant by asking was whether they should take in all the survivors in this community. Anyway, there are only 300 people at most. Even if we add the dozens of people that Shun Yi brought back yesterday, the number would definitely not exceed 400. To guard such a large community, 400 people are not a lot, and may even be too few. After all, some of these 400 people are women, children, and the elderly, and less than 1/3 of them are truly capable of fighting. According to the original plan, Jiang Nanyin was not going to take in the elderly, the weak, women, and children. But after thinking about it, she felt that women and children were also important for a shelter to develop well. If Shun Yi has enough supplies, he can consider keeping them. At most, he can give them less food, as long as they can survive. And in the future, if there are any odd jobs, such as cleaning, mending clothes, etc., they can be handed over to these women and children to do. Well, let's do as you say. Shun Yi thought about it for a moment and agreed to Jiang Nanyin's proposal. Now that leaks have been unlocked, supplies are more abundant, and we can completely expand the scale of the shelter and build a larger shelter. And Shun Yi's goal is not just to control the Shunwan #1 community. There are also several neighboring communities that need to be taken over. The more survivors there are, the easier it will be to find women who meet the system standards. Moreover, as long as the shelter develops healthily in the future, even if the women of this generation do not meet the standards, the next generation will be able to, right? Or the next generation will do. Anyway, Shun Yi is still young and can wait. It's always a good idea to take a long-term view. After all, you have more than enough food to eat, so you don't have to worry about wasting it. The only problem is the mutant tree in the city center. But it doesn't matter. If after half a year his strength is not enough to deal with the mutated tree, he could just abandon the entire shelter and leave with his woman. Shun Yi built the shelter just for his own convenience, not to devote his life to others. Okay, husband, I'll try to finish the statistics of our community within 3 days. Jiang Nanyin replied immediately. Well, I'll go home later and give you some supplies. You can make the arrangements then. There's still a lot of junk food in Shun Yi's system space, so it's no problem to use it to develop the shelter temporarily. After forming a special supply search team, Shun Yi may not need to provide supplies anymore, and may even be able to gain profits from it. Finish arranging the shelter. The meal is ready. Shun Yi ate 7 bowls of rice in one go, along with the fried pork with leeks. I still feel a little unsatisfied. So he took out another roast chicken from the system space and continued to feast on it. Murong Shui and Han Ruashi were both stunned. This is too much to eat. One person's appetite is equivalent to that of 6 or 7 of them. If you eat so much in the doomsday, won't you starve to death? This is Han Ruashi's simple idea. Murong Shui seemed to be thinking about something. She was almost certain that Shun Yi must have an ability to enhance his physical fitness, because this type of psychics usually have a big appetite. In the previous life, not many shelters were willing to accept this kind of people with special abilities, because those with enhanced physiques are generally not very strong, but the supplies they consume are several times, or even dozens of times, more than those of other people. Who can afford this? Even if I can afford it, I don't want to raise it. After all, the input and return are not proportional. However, space-related abilities consume a lot of energy. It may be because Shun Yi has physical enhancement abilities that he can produce such a strong effect. Murong Shui never underestimates any supernatural powers. Even if the physical enhancement ability seems useless in the eyes of others, it can exert extremely strong power as long as it is properly matched. The main difficulty lies in matching. The supernatural fruit itself is very rare. In addition, many people cannot distinguish the supernatural powers of the supernatural fruits, and it is easy to make mistakes in the combination, resulting in mediocre strength. Finished breakfast. Han Roashi was very sensible and took the initiative to wash the dishes. Even though she felt a little unwell, she did not dare to be negligent or complain. You are quite sensible. Murong Shui glanced at Han Roashi and felt less disgusted with this wild woman. At least I have a servant to serve me. Chapter 188. Not bad. Come on, follow me into the bedroom. Shun Yi finished the drink in the cup and looked at Murong Shui. Murong Shui was stunned. I just finished my meal, and it's broad daylight now. Why don't you go out and search for supplies? Yet you still think about this kind of thing? Besides, didn't you just do that last night? Is it such a big addiction? Murong Shui looked at Shun Yi with a strange expression. She felt that the term lust-hungry ghost was not enough to describe Shun Yi, who in the doomsday would work then sleep, wake up then eat, and then work again after eating. Don't they need to find supplies or become stronger? Don't you have a sense of crisis? Little did they know, Shun Yi is anxious because he has a sense of crisis. But this kind of thing must not be told to Murong Shui. Some things can be said, and some things cannot be said easily. For example, the system, especially to ambitious and unstable elements like Murong Shui. The existence of the system cannot be revealed casually. Otherwise, this woman might have some bad ideas. Certainly, maybe she'll help unlock more supplies for herself. But Shun, he doesn't like to gamble on a possibility. Even if the success rate is 90%, he is not willing to take the risk, unless absolutely necessary. Well, final. Murong Shui sighed, but still got up and followed Shun into the bedroom. While washing dishes, Han Roashi secretly peeked into the bedroom, her cheeks slightly red. In broad daylight, what a luxurious life. Is this still the end of the world? If she hadn't been able to see the black fog downstairs through the window, Han Roashi would have thought she was in some strange place. If it were her old self, she would definitely despise herself now. Because I'm just like a maid, with no dignity at all. Not only do they have to sacrifice their bodies, but they also have to contribute their labor in a humbling manner. Not even as good as a mistress. Of course, we're talking about mistresses in peacetime. The mistress in the doomsday world might be worse than myself now. You can have food and drink, and even take a shower. Most of the survivors outside can't even get enough to eat, let alone take a shower with clean hot water. Thinking back to the hard days she had at school a few days ago, Han Roashi felt that she was so happy now. It's just washing dishes, what's the big deal? Even if you asked me to clean the house every day, I would be willing to do it. As long as I can live here and have enough food and drink, I will be happy even if I am a mistress. She didn't want to go back to her previous hard days. I haven't taken a shower for more than 10 days, and I haven't even washed my face. Not only are you always hungry and thirsty, but you also have to worry about monsters or murderers all the time. That's simply not a life for a human being. Although I was taken advantage of, I feel like it was an opportunity. Han Roashi thought seriously while washing the dishes. Shun, he was also very nice to him. No beating, scolding, or insults. No violence was used. At most, I just like pinching my legs. This is actually a good thing for Han Roashi. Shun, he likes his legs, which proves that he won't abandon him easily. As long as you work harder, your life will get better and better. I have to continue to exercise and keep in good shape, especially my legs. I have to train my legs more. This is my only advantage. Han Roashi was planning secretly. She believes that she has a very good appearance and figure, and even among the tens of thousands of students at Shanshan University, she can proudly say that she is very outstanding. But compared with Murong Shui, she is almost a level lower. Murong Shui's appearance is so perfect. She has a great temperament too. I can't compare to her at all. Fortunately, my legs are unique and look good. Shinny likes it very much too. This is your only advantage. You must seize it. Seize the future. At the same time, Shin-E also successfully unlocked new supplies. Chapter 189. Ding. It is detected that you have successfully taken a goddess, and a random material is unlocked. Ding. Unlocked successfully. Congratulations on unlocking the item. Supernatural fruit frost condensation. Frost condensation fruit +1 has been stored in the system space. Frost condensation fruit +1 has been stored in the system space. Frost. Fuck. Another supernatural fruit has been unlocked. Shin-E sat up in surprise. You know, there are more than millions of types of supplies. And with a probability of several million, it is possible to unlock the supernatural fruit. I have to say, my luck is really amazing. Shin-E couldn't help but look at Murong Shui and squeezed her hard. He is worthy of being a reborn person that I spent so much effort to deal with. It really can bring surprises to yourself. Fortunately, I spent some more energy before, otherwise if I kill Murong Shui directly, it would be a huge loss. In just 2 days, he had already obtained several superpowers from Murong Shui, and they are all very practical. Even the skin-hardening ability that Shun-E had previously thought to be the most useless, he found that it was very effective. Because skin hardening can choose any part of the body to harden. And after hardening, the senses still exist. How can I describe this feeling? It cannot be described or described with simple words. In short, it's awesome. Ugh, what are you doing? You're hurting me. Murong Shui turned over, slapped Shun-Yi's hand away, and muttered something uncomfortably. She was so tired that she wanted to take a nap, but Shun-Yi went crazy for no apparent reason. It's okay, just continue sleeping. Shun-Yi also rarely treated Murong Shui better. He is willing to give a certain amount of respect to anyone who can help him. He has intuition and can get a lot of good things from Morong Shui. Reborn, that's awesome. Awesome in every sense of the word. Immediately, excited, Shani took out a few newly unlocked supernatural fruits from the system space and checked them. It feels so cool. He picked up a fruit, and a cool touch passed into his body through his fingers. This icy feeling was even colder than the first time he came into contact with the supernatural fruit. Could it be an ice-related ability? If it is an ice-related power, it would be very practical. Thinking of this, he casually put a frost-condensed fruit into his mouth. As the fruit entered his mouth, it seemed to turn into ice water and instantly flowed into his body from his throat. In the blink of an eye, it flows through every limb of the body. An extremely cold feeling was running through the body, but Shani didn't feel cold. On the contrary, he felt great. How to describe it? He knew that this energy was cold, but he felt close and comfortable. It's like it's your own energy without any rejection. But Shun-Yi could clearly sense that if this icy energy were placed on other people, they would definitely be frozen into popsicles in an instant. This is the ice power. Murong Shui was stunned when she saw Shun-Yi cracking the supernatural fruit right after he finished. This guy actually has a supernatural fruit. And there's more than one. She felt unbelievable. Where on earth did Shun-Yi find so many supernatural fruits? In just one day's time from yesterday to today, she saw Shun-Yi eat no less than 50 supernatural fruits. Even if these supernatural fruits are of the same type, it would still be outrageous. Chapter 190. With so many supernatural fruits, it would be difficult to take them out easily even in a large shelter half a year later. Where did Shun-Yi pick it up from? In the entire mountain city, Murong Shui had never heard of a place that produced abundant supernatural fruits. Could this guy really have some kind of cheat? Murong Shui doesn't read novels, but only watches movies and TV series occasionally, so she knows little about things like plugins. But she is not stupid. Shun-Yi's ability to easily pull out supernatural fruits must be hiding a big secret. It might be even bigger than the secret of my own rebirth. Murong Shui sat up without hiding anything, staring straight at Shun-Yi, and said, "I am your woman now. Isn't it time for you to tell me something?" Shun-Yi glanced at Murong Shui, ignored her, and continued reading the introduction to superpowers. Frost condensation, LV1, you can create ice out of thin air and can control the hardness and shape of the ice. You can manipulate ice for long-range attacks or close-range defense, with the current maximum distance being 20 meters. In addition, you will also have a higher resistance to low temperatures. However, the more ice you create and the larger the area, the more physical strength you will consume. Why? This ability is pretty cool too. Although it is a relatively common elemental power, its effect is very comprehensive. It can defend, fight, and even eat. That's right, it's edible. Because Shun-Yi can control the hardness of ice. He can create a high-hardness ice wall defense. It can also create high-hardness ice cone attacks. You can also make crispy little ice cubes to cool off. Damn, it's so omnipotent. The most important thing is that the frost power can be upgraded by eating fruits without any mindlessness. As long as you raise your level, you can use your level to suppress some incredible supernatural powers. For example, the White Fox's time ability. The first level frost power is not as good as the time power. So, can the 10th level or 50 level power crush it? Absolutely. Think of this. He started to crack the fruit of frost power to level up first. This ability has a wide range of uses and is very practical. And it also comes with a passive ability. Can improve low temperature resistance. This is a divine skill. In the future, if I encounter a low temperature environment or in winter, I may be able to walk naked in the snow without being affected. Although you may not use it normally, it's better to have it than not. Anyway, superpowers can be stacked infinitely. As long as you stack enough passive buffs, no one can kill you even if you stand still. Shun-Yi, you haven't even pulled up your pants yet, and you're already turning your back on me. Murong Shui saw that Shun-Yi ignored her at all, and she immediately became furious. My body has been played with all over, but this bastard's attitude is still so distant, as if he has no feelings for me at all. Is it really just for sleeping? Even though Murong Shui said that she didn't want to be in a relationship after having sex, she still had some feelings for Shun-Yi. After all, no matter what, he is the first man in his 2 lives. As the saying goes, a husband and wife for a day is 100 days of grace. No matter how hostile they were before, There will be some feelings between them now. Shun Yi glanced at the angry Murong Shui, threw a few supernatural fruits to her, and said, "These are elemental, supernatural fruits. The effect is not bad. See if you want to eat them." After saying that, he got out of bed naked, put on his clothes, and walked out of the bedroom. He ignored Murong Shui. When in the same room with this woman, Shun Yi needs to be alert at all times and dare not relax his mind at all, for fear of being tricked. So, he never thought about having pure love with Murong Shui. Murong Shui stared blankly at Shun Yi's back, then looked down at the several supernatural fruits on the bedding, and suddenly a feeling of humiliation came over her. "Asshole, what kind of woman do you think I am?" Chapter 191. Even though I'd already walked into the living room, I could still hear Murong Shui's scolding coming from the bedroom. This time, Shun Yi didn't care about her words. Just let this woman vent her anger verbally. Just don't do it. As for the frost fruit given to Murong Shui, just treat it as prostitution money. At the same time, it was also to appease the woman. Murong Shui is a reborn person after all, and she is very powerful. Plus, she knows a lot of information about the future, so she will be of great use in the future. It is not appropriate to make enemies now. Chini, are you okay? Do you want me to go in and comfort Sister Murong, or let her scold me to vent my anger? Han Ruashi also heard the scolding in the bedroom, and asked with some concern. She guessed that it might be because of her that Murong Shui was angry, which made her worry that she would be kicked out. If it were her, and her boyfriend brought another woman home and did that in front of her, she would feel uncomfortable and even get angry. So Han Ruashi could understand Murong Shui's anger, but she didn't want to be driven away because of it. Understanding is one thing, but it doesn't mean you can empathize with others, especially when it comes to self-interest. It's none of your business. As Shun Yi spoke, he took out the spiritually connected supernatural fruit from the system space, handed it to Han Ruashi, and said, "Eat this, and then you can live here temporarily. I will also provide you with daily food and drink in the future." "Yes, thank you." Although Han Ruashi didn't know what this colorful fruit was used for, she still ate it obediently. She guessed that this might be a means of controlling herself. Just like the poison in the novel, to prevent yourself from betraying others, you need to take the antidote regularly to be fine. However, Han Ruashi never thought of betrayal, so she ate it without hesitation. Shun Yi was satisfied with her attitude. Han Ruashi can be said to be the one with the fastest change of mind among all the women currently. And she had no intention of vying for favor. She just simply wanted to live here and enjoy the safe and warm shelter. Desire is low. What you just ate was a supernatural fruit. Then, Shun Yi explained the function of the power fruit to Han Ruashi and told her that what she ate was the mental connection power, which could be used for long-distance communication. Of course, the most important purpose is to be able to communicate with yourself in time when encountering an emergency, and facilitate daily communication. After explaining the supernatural power, Shun Yi gave Han Ruashi a handful of spiritual connection fruits, asking her to eat them slowly to upgrade and facilitate future contact. After arranging these trivial matters, Shun Yi used teleportation to leave. He also wanted to go and see how badly that crazy woman Lin Jiwei's injuries were. If the wound gets infected, the situation will be very troublesome. Lin Jiwei plays a very important role now, and nothing can happen to him. He also hoped that the crazy woman could develop a genetic drug to train the people in the shelter and improve his own strength. Han Ruashi was startled when she saw Shun Yi suddenly disappear from her sight, but she quickly calmed down. She knew yesterday that Shun Yi had superpowers, but she didn't expect that he could disappear out of thin air. So amazing. It's even more powerful than the superheroes in the movies. Perhaps it's good to be dominated by such a powerful man. Han Ruashi couldn't help but smile happily as she felt the superpower she had just acquired. I can actually gain superpowers. Although it's not a particularly powerful superpower, being able to make calls without a mobile phone and seeing other people's vision is already very magical. How can I not be happy when I got superpowers for free? Chapter 192. Although she was a mistress, Shun Yi was still very good to her. Han Ruashi happily studied her new ability to see if it had any other uses. At the same time, she did not forget to continue eating the supernatural fruits to upgrade. Just then, Murong Shui, wearing pajamas, walked out of the bedroom. Seeing dozens of supernatural fruits in front of Han Ruashi, she was stunned for a moment, and her face suddenly became ugly. Did that bastard give you this? Uh-huh. Han Rawashi stood up quickly and asked carefully, Sister Morong, do you want to eat? What power does this fruit have? Morong Shui did not answer directly, but asked back. Chun Yi said, this is called mental connection, and it can be used for long-distance conversations. It's amazing. Han Ruruxi Lu Kid excited. Oh, rubbish superpowers. Morong Shui snorted coldly, with disdain in her eyes. She simply despises this kind of rubbish ability. But for Han Rawashi, an ordinary person who didn't even know what the superpower fruit was, she was very excited and thrilled to have her first encounter with superpowers, even if they were not very powerful. She doesn't think it's trash at all. This is Shun Yi's care and love for himself. Then I eat alone? Han Rawashi asked cautiously, afraid of angering Morong Shui. Now that Shun Yi is not here, if he makes Morong Shui, who has superpowers, angry. If I beat myself up or kick myself out, that's it. So Han Rawashi didn't dare to speak loudly, for fear of angering Morong Shui. If you want to eat, just eat. Why are you asking me? I don't like this kind of rubbish. Morong Shui snorted again, and then said, don't be idle either. Go wash the sheets in the bedroom. Don't waste water and electricity. Wash them by hand and make them clean. Uh-huh. Of course Han Rawashi didn't dare to refuse. She quickly put away the supernatural fruit on the table and went to work. Morong Shui looked at Han Rawashi's back with a bit of contempt in her eyes and said proudly in her heart, what an ignorant wild woman. A piece of trashy superpower moves you so much. The supernatural power fruit that Shun Yi gave me is of the elemental type, which is much stronger than this rubbish supernatural power that can only communicate. A wild woman is a wild woman. She has no vision and is not presentable. The wound has become infected. If it is not treated quickly, I am afraid that this arm will be useless. Shun Yi frowned and looked at Lin Jiwei's arm. He had just left Morong Shui's house and went to visit his grandmother and younger sister, leaving some supplies. Then he went to Chu Xiao's house and checked Lin Jiwei's injuries as soon as possible. It turned out that the wound she had been scratched by the spider silk yesterday had become infected and had even started to ooze pus, emitting a faint foul odor. Without an arm, it will be inconvenient to do many experiments in the future. Although gravity manipulation can make up for it, it will still be a bit troublesome. Lin Jiwei looked at his left arm and frowned rarely. Xiao looked shocked. This woman's train of thought is really different. Her tone and expression were as if she was discussing a tool rather than her own arm. Moreover, her arm was rotten and festering, but she didn't even cry out in pain. She remembered that she had been stabbed on the leg a few days ago, and she cried for a long time at home because of the pain, especially during the 2 days when Shun Yi helped her disinfect. She was in so much pain that she didn't sleep well. It wasn't until the wound healed in the past 2 days that it started to feel a little better. Chapter 193. There are 2 options now. First, amputation is to save life, which has the lowest risk. Second, let's go to the city hospital and see if we can find a doctor to treat the infection. But given the situation outside right now, it's hard to say if there are any doctors still alive. Shun Yi looked at the infected wound on Lin Jiwei's arm and said with a frown, I didn't expect the wound to get infected so quickly. The situation is a bit tricky. When do we leave? Lin Jiwei made his choice almost without hesitation. She doesn't want to become disabled. Even if there are no doctors or nurses in the hospital, she can treat the wound herself as long as there are medical equipment. At worst, you could just scrape off the rotten flesh with a knife, bandage it, and wait for new flesh to grow out. Simple and crude, but should work. Lin Jiwei could feel that he still had feeling in his arm, which meant that the infection was not particularly serious and could still be saved. Then let's go now. Shun Yi didn't procrastinate either. He also didn't want Lin Jiwei's arm to be disabled. This will not only affect her work, but also delay her contribution to the shelter, which will affect her own interests. So she must be cured. And I'm going to the city hospital today, and I can also search for some medicines. Medicines are a scarce resource, and Shun Yi never has too much. Given the current disaster situation, it is almost impossible to resume drug production. Therefore, it is very important to collect more medicines of various types. If we're lucky enough, we can find a few doctors and nurses to join the shelter. So much the better. If you get sick or injured in the future, it will be much easier to deal with. So, Shun Yi set off with Lin Jiwei. Before leaving, he returned to the 20th floor and met with Jiang Nanyan, Su Wanting, and other girls. He left a batch of supplies for Jiang Nanyan to use to operate the shelter. This batch of materials is considered the first investment in the early stage. Most of them were instant noodles, snacks, and some canned food that he didn't like very much. Even if it was wasted, Shunyi didn't feel bad. And in his system space, all kinds of fresh supplies are still accumulating at a rate of 1 per second, and they can never be consumed. After placing the supplies, Shunyi did not stay long and set off with Lin Jiwei. As for how Jiang Nanyan developed the shelter and how to mobilize the survivors, he didn't care. As long as he can see tangible feedback, he is willing to continue investing. If after a while the shelter still doesn't make any progress, change people. If not, let Murong Shui take over. Although Murong Shui is a very ambitious woman, but her skills and strength are definitely stronger than Jiang Nanyan's. Through the previous conversation in bed, Shun-Yi learned that Murong Shui started from scratch before the end of the world and founded a company on her own with a market value of several hundred million. This is already very awesome for an ordinary person. In fact, if it weren't for the doomsday disaster, her company would still be thriving. The rain outside hasn't stopped yet, but compared to yesterday, it is much smaller. This continuous heavy rain gave many survivors a chance to survive. As long as we collect more rainwater, we won't die of thirst in the short term. And not only the survivors, but also the mutated animals benefited greatly. When Shun-Yi and Lin Jiwei went out, they saw Xiao Ha looking up and drinking rainwater. Water is vital to any living thing, even mutant animals. After feeding Xiao Ha, Shun-Yi and Lin Jiwei came to the underground garage and drove the modified Mercedes-Benz G-Class of Jiang Nanyan's friend. The community is 20 to 30 kilometers away from the municipal hospital. It is a waste of time to walk there, so driving is more convenient. Shun-Yi conveniently stored all the other cars in the underground garage into the system space. It's the end of the world anyway, so these cars are assumed to be ownerless. However, when Shun-Yi drove out of the community, the road was already blocked before he had gone a few kilometers. Chapter 194. There's so many cracks on the road that even the roads without cracks are blocked by abandoned vehicles, making it impossible to pass normally. In addition, the noise of driving is too loud, and even if it is covered by the sound of rain, it can easily attract a large number of mutant animals. Although ordinary mutant animals pose no threat to Shun-Yi, his main purpose is to go to the hospital, not to kill monsters. There is no need to fight to the death with mutated animals. So, Shun-Yi put the car into the system space, took out 2 umbrellas, and he and Lin Jiwei each took one, and walked towards the city hospital. With telepathy, he can also avoid various dangers along the way, as well as many survivors who form teams to search for supplies. Basically, there will be no danger. Through the god's perspective, Shun-Yi discovered that the survivors were obviously much bolder than when the apocalypse first began. Most people dare to go out. There are even teams of survivors who dare to fight against the mutant animals. However, there are 2 people with special powers among the team of survivors who dare to fight the mutant animals. It seems that the existence of the supernatural fruit has gradually been known to ordinary people. That's normal. After all, it's been there for half a month. Hey, what is this? Shun-Yi watched the battle for a while, but didn't find a woman who met the system standards. So, he retracted his sight and suddenly found that the main road ahead was blocked by various debris. Only a small passage was reserved. This is obviously man-made. Shun-Yi immediately used telepathy to check the houses on both sides of the road. Really, there were no less than 10 people hiding in several of the houses. There are both men and women, but men are the majority. Moreover, there were many backpacks and blood-stained clothes in the house they were in, as if they had been stripped from corpses. This is most likely a robbery gang. Order has collapsed and morality no longer exists. It's really getting more and more doomsday-like. Shun-Yi murmured silently, but he had no intention of taking a detour. Dare to set up roadblocks and rob. Let's see who robs whom. Shun-Yi. At this moment, Lin Jiwei suddenly reached out and grabbed Shun-Yi's arm very hard. Shun-Yi turned around and saw that Lin Jiwei's face was slightly pale. No, it's okay. Lin Jiwei bit her lip, let out a breath, and slowly let go of her hand. Shun-Yi glanced at the wound on her arm, which was oozing yellow liquid, staining the white gauze yellow. It looks like the wound infection has worsened. Shun-Yi pondered for a moment, then stretched out his hand and placed it on Lin Jiwei's arm. A deep blue ice quickly condensed and quickly froze her wound. Although freezing the wound in this way has no therapeutic effect, it can temporarily relieve pain. Huh, what kind of supernatural power is this? It can actually create low-temperature ice quickly. You got new power again. Lin Jiwei looked at his frozen arm with surprise. Then, she stared at Shun Yi with burning eyes, full of inquiry and curiosity. Very curious. Want to study? Let's go to the hospital first. Shun Yi was too lazy to explain, so he picked up Lin Jiwei and used teleportation to hurry on. Lin Jiwei was stunned when he was suddenly picked up, but it soon quieted down. This was her first time having this experience. It feels like it's pretty good. Lin Jiwei leaned her head gently in Shun Yi's arms and closed her eyes obediently. Leaning in the man's broad arms, she didn't know what she was thinking about, and the corners of her mouth curled up unconsciously. Shun Yi originally wanted to deal with a few robbers who blocked the road, but seeing that Lin Jiwei was not in good condition, he ignored them and directly used teleportation to pass through the obstacle. It took more than 10 minutes to reach the city hospital. Through telepathy, Shun Yi saw that there were many survivors in the hospital. Among them, there are doctors. Chapter 195. The municipal hospital is the largest tertiary hospital in the mountain city. It is much larger than the affiliated hospital that Shun Yi had visited before, covering an area of more than 150,000 square meters. Usually this place is crowded and you have to wait in line for at least several hours to see a doctor. There should have been a lot of people in the hospital when the disaster happened. Even though more than 10 days have passed, there are still hundreds of survivors scattered in different buildings. There are so many people. Shun Yi stood outside the city hospital, breathing slightly. I used teleportation frequently along the way, which consumed a lot of my physical strength, but the result was pretty good. He quickly found the doctor and nurse through telepathy. There are many surviving doctors in the municipal hospital, with several in almost every building, especially on the top floor of the outpatient building, where 4 or 5 doctors in white coats and 7 or 8 young female nurses, as well as many patients and their families, gather. However, the situation for these survivors is not optimistic. A group of people armed with weapons were trying to rush to the 6th floor with great momentum. Shun Yi did not hesitate and directly chose the outpatient building. Although there were doctors and nurses in other buildings, 2 women in the outpatient building triggered the system prompt, which forced them to come and find out. At the same time, in the outpatient building on the 6th floor, doctors, nurses, and survivors were moving various tables, chairs, and cabinets to block the stairs to prevent people downstairs from rushing up. Although everyone is a survivor in the hospital, but people have different bottom lines. The survivors downstairs were the same as the people on the 6th floor, including doctors in the hospital, as well as most of the patients and their families who came to see the doctor. But after the disaster, rescue was delayed, food and water gradually ran out, and some people gradually lost their moral bottom line and no longer abided by the law. They began to steal supplies, threaten men, and assault women. Some men were driven out by them to look for food and were eaten by the monsters. A female nurse was raped by them one after another. So, the bullied survivors who still retained some moral bottom line united, rushed to the 6th floor, used the 6th floor as a shelter, and stayed there. They had originally thought about rushing out of the hospital, but there were man-eating monsters outside, and even if they ran out, there was almost no chance of survival. I can only hide on the 6th floor and survive. However, the group of thugs downstairs still refused to let them go. Damn it, we obviously don't have anything on the 6th floor, and we've already finished the food. Why on earth do these bastards have to cause trouble for us? A man cursed angrily. We are all human beings. Can't we help each other and survive together? The other survivors looked terrified, especially the women, who trembled as they recalled what had happened to the female nurses who had been captured before. The thugs downstairs are inhumane. Falling into their hands is more terrible than death. Everyone, hurry up and move some more tables and chairs over to block this place. Quickly, someone shouted loudly. The men quickly brought in the furniture, and the women helped carry it as well. None of them wanted to fall into the hands of the thugs. At this time, most people's attention was attracted. In the corner, the 2 men looked at each other and whispered, "Let's do as we agreed last night. We will simultaneously control Vice President Wong, and then make way for the people downstairs to come up." The young man hesitated and asked in a low voice, "Can you really guarantee that they will let us go? Those guys dare to kill people." "Don't worry, my relatives are downstairs. Given my relationship with them, They will definitely not harm us. Besides, didn't someone sneak downstairs before? And I didn't see them killed. If we don't turn to the light now, it will be really dangerous when they attack us. By then it will be too late, even if we want to turn to the light. The older man whispered soothingly, but also with warning. The young man gritted his teeth and finally made up his mind. Okay, in order to survive, this is the only way. Be a shameless traitor. Chapter 196. He looked at the people who were busy, with deep guilt in his eyes. But he had no choice. He didn't want to die. If he continued to be trapped on the 6th floor, even if he was not killed by the thugs downstairs, he would die of starvation and thirst sooner or later. It was because it rained in the past 2 days that they collected some rainwater. Otherwise, they would have collapsed long ago. He knew it was useless to continue holding on. The group of thugs down, there are mostly men. Once a fight starts, the elderly, the weak, the women, and the children on the 6th floor will have no chance of winning. Therefore, in order to survive, one has no choice but to abandon morality and conscience. I can't die. My wife and children are waiting for me at home. I must go back alive, even if I have to become a beast. The young man murmured silently, his eyes gradually becoming firm. All right, brothers, get ready. We're about to take action. As the middle-aged man spoke, he turned to look at a man in a white coat who was directing everyone at the stairs. This older man is the vice president of the hospital and the backbone of the group on the 6th floor. As long as he is controlled, the others will surely fall apart. Good. The young man gritted his teeth, quietly took out a scalpel from his pocket, and his eyes became fierce. The two of them slowly approached the vice president from behind, just when they were only about 1 meter away from Vice President Wong and were ready to attack. Suddenly, 2 figures appeared out of nowhere in the corridor, instantly scaring everyone so much that they screamed in fear. Ghost! There's a ghost! Don't come over here. Please don't come over here. Otherwise I will kneel down for you. Vice President Wong, help! The survivors stepped back in fear, looking in horror at the man and woman who suddenly appeared. Even the 2 men who were planning to attack Vice President Wong were shocked and dared not move. Who are you? What do you want to do? The only relatively calm person in the crowd was Vice President Wong. Although his hands were shaking, he still stood in front of everyone, staring at Shun Yi warily and asking. That's right. The 2 people who appeared out of nowhere were Shun Yi and Lin Jiwei. Shun Yi's eyes swept over everyone, and he casually took out a pistol from the system space and asked, Who can treat external injuries? Don't be afraid. We just want to see a doctor. We won't hurt anyone. See a doctor? You pulled out a gun and said you were treating a patient. He also said that he didn't want to hurt anyone. Do you think we can believe him? Everyone swallowed their saliva, and their little thoughts were instantly put away. A pistol is more intimidating to people than superpowers. Superpowers only make people surprised, but pistols make people afraid. Especially in Xia, a country where guns are banned, pistols with low power are almost regarded as myths. Therefore, no one dared to step forward and be the first to speak out. Why aren't you talking? Is there any living surgeon? Shun Yi frowned and looked at everyone, then asked for the second time. But more than 10 seconds passed, and still no one stood up, and no one even answered. Chapter 197. Are you all fucking deaf? I'm going to ask if there's a surgeon. If no one speaks up, I'm going to kill you all. Shun Yi pointed his gun directly at the crowd. Be prepared to shoot indiscriminately. Suddenly, the crowd became a commotion. There were cries of begging for mercy and crying mixed together. Many survivors began to flee to the wards, and a stampede occurred. Don't kill me. Please don't kill me. Get out of my way. Don't block my way. Ouch. Who stepped on my foot? Oh my god. My shoes were stepped on and fell off. Shan Yi frowned speechlessly. Why are they such a bunch of cowardly losers? Compared to the survivors he met on the way here who dared to go out to look for food, these people are so useless. Even worse than college students in school. Although college students are timid and fearful, they are not as bad as this bunch of idiots. They almost trampled their own people to death. Shun Yi had no intention of accepting them into his shelter. No, little brother, don't shoot. We have surgeons here. Don't be impulsive. Vice President Wong shouted hurriedly, his voice filled with nervousness and pleading. He turned around quickly and shouted anxiously to the back of the crowd. Dr. Jiang, please come out for a moment. There is a patient who needs your help. Originally, Vice President Wong did not want to betray Dr. Jiang, but seeing that the man really wanted to kill someone, he dared not hesitate any longer. In an instant, all the survivors' eyes were focused on a woman in a white coat at the back of the crowd. Without any hesitation, the survivors immediately pushed the female doctor out. Some people even complained and cursed in low voices, blaming her for not taking the initiative to stand up. Obviously, if these people didn't know that the female doctor was a surgeon, they would have used violence to force her out. The weak will often only bully the weaker ones. Can you treat external injuries? Shen-Yi looked at the female doctor. She looks to be about 30 years old, with a mature temperament, delicate features, and healthy skin. She's like a ripe peach, exuding a unique charm. She wore a stained white coat that was tailored to her body, accentuating her slender figure. Her legs are wrapped in a pair of flesh-colored stockings, which not only do not look vulgar, but add a bit of elegance and intellect. This female doctor was one of the two women he had seen earlier who met the system's criteria. Bite. A goddess who meets the system standards has been detected, and detailed information has been scanned. Name: Jiang Huimin. Age: 28. Appearance: 92 points. Body size: 96 points. Internal: 100 points, untouched. Total score: 96 points. Evaluation: after taking in a person, you can unlock a random item. This female doctor has a mature figure. She is not as pale and thin as Su Wanning, but has a little bit of plumpness. Especially the pair of long legs in flesh-colored stockings with a slightly plump shape, which looks neither too thin nor too bloated, showing a natural sense of fullness just right. It must taste good when pinched. Although I am a surgeon, I am only an intern and lack experience. I cannot guarantee you whether I can cure your injuries. Jiang Huimin replied with a trembling voice, facing the muzzle of Shen-Yi's gun. She didn't want to stand up at first. It's not that she has no confidence in her medical skills, but the current situation makes her feel uneasy. If she succeeds in curing the disease, it may not be a success, but if she fails, she will definitely get into trouble. Come and read it first before you answer. Shen-Yi said, turning his head to look at Lin Jiwei's frozen arm, raised his hand and snapped his fingers, and the ice shattered instantly. This scene left the survivors present stunned and shocked. What kind of ability is this? Break the ice with a snap of fingers. It's unbelievable. Is this man really a normal person? Jiang Huimin also swallowed, suppressed the shock in her heart, and hurried forward. When she removed the gauze and saw the rotten flesh and pus-oozing wound on Lin Jiwei's arm, even she, who was experienced, couldn't help but frown. Don't you feel any pain? Jiang Huimin looked at the beautiful woman's almost expressionless face and couldn't help asking. Chapter 198. She didn't say a word even though the wound was so serious and no anesthesia was used. Pain. Lin Jiwei answered briefly, but there was no trace of pain in her tone or expression, as if she was just stating a fact. Is this woman really a normal human being? Jiang Huimin muttered to herself, but still mustered up the courage to continue asking. Can I ask you a few questions? For example, how did this injury occur? I was scratched by the spider silk. Lin Jiwei answered concisely. Spider. Jiang Huimin was stunned for a moment, then realized this was definitely not an ordinary spider. The size of the wound alone was far beyond the size of spiders she knew. How long have you been injured? Jiang Huimin continued to ask. 16 hours and 36 minutes. Lin Jiwei answered without hesitation. His memory was very good. Only 16 hours? The infection spread so quickly. Jiang Huimin was a little surprised and then carefully examined the muscles around Lin Jiwei's arms, pressed gently with her hands, and asked some details. Although Lin Jiwei didn't talk much, his answers were very accurate, saving a lot of trouble. After some examination, Jiang Huimin turned to Shen-Yi and said, the infection is indeed serious, but fortunately it has not affected the entire arm, and it can be cured without amputation. However, it will require anesthesia and some auxiliary drugs and a minor operation. What specific medicine do you need? Shen-Yi asked. Jiang Huimin immediately named several medicines. Shen-Yi searched the system space and found that they all had it, so he took it out and handed it to her. You go and do the surgery now. If you need an assistant, just choose one from this group of people. I need to clean up first, then I'll be ready to go in a minute. Jiang Huimin was shocked by Shen-Yi's method of taking medicine out of thin air, but she quickly nodded in agreement. The other survivors were even more incredulous when they saw this scene. Who is this man? Not only can it appear out of thin air, it can even create medicine out of thin air. This was simply beyond their comprehension. What exactly happened in the outside world during this period of time? These survivors, who had hardly ever left the city hospital, were filled with astonishment and confusion. Others, those who were called, should cooperate with Dr. Jiang. After the operation, I will give you corresponding compensation. But if anyone dares to play tricks, don't blame me for being rude. Shunyi glanced at everyone coldly, his tone carrying an unquestionable threat. No one dared to refute. However, at this moment, a noisy sound came from the stairs. A large number of obstacles were being removed, the people downstairs were vaguely visible, and the shouting and cursing became clearer and clearer. The survivors on the 6th floor suddenly changed their expressions, and fear quickly spread. Compared to Shunyi, they were more afraid of the group of thugs downstairs. After all, they had seen those people kill and torture people with their own eyes. Some people were panicking, some were sobbing, and the scene was in chaos for a while. "Shut the fuck up," Shun-Yi scolded coldly, then looked at Jiang Huimin, who was also panicking, and said, "Take the people to do the surgery, don't worry about anything else." Jiang Huimin was stunned for a moment, and when she saw the gun in Shunyi's hand, she immediately reacted and nodded quickly. She realized that this was her chance to survive. As long as this man is willing to take action, the thugs downstairs are nothing to be afraid of. The prerequisite is that she must perform the operation well. Otherwise, this man would probably kill himself before the thugs downstairs could rush up. Immediately, Jiang Huimin began to select assistants from the crowd. "Dr. Jiang, choose me. Let me help you. Let me do it. Although I'm an internist, I also know some surgical knowledge. Let me do it. Although I'm a pediatrician, I also know a lot about surgery. Meh. Choose me. I may not be a doctor, but I am very good at observing people's expressions. Dr. Jiang, I'm already 65 years old this year. You must respect the elderly and love the young." The survivors put aside their previous fears and rushed to help. They realized that this was a chance to survive. However, facing those pairs of eager eyes, Jiang Huimin hesitated for a few seconds and finally only picked a few female nurses, then walked into the ward with Lin Jiwei, bringing the medicines. She knew she couldn't help everyone. If I ask a bunch of irrelevant people to be my assistants, it might make this man angry and offend him. That would be terrible. Right now, the only thing she can do is to try her best to complete the operation. Chapter 199. Seeing that Jiang Huimin had chosen female nurses in nurse uniforms, Shunyi nodded with satisfaction. He didn't speak just now because he wanted to see the woman's personality and thoughts. If she really dares to pick a bunch of old men and old ladies as assistants, then she's really thinking of herself as a fool. Shun-Yi will really get mad. As Jiang Huimin began the operation, Shun-Yi pulled a chair and sat at the door, waiting quietly. He also ignored the group of thugs who were carrying obstacles downstairs. The survivors looked at each other, their hearts filled with confusion and anxiety. Why didn't this man take action in advance to deter the thugs? Isn't he afraid of the thugs rushing over? Even if he had a pistol, could one gun really be enough to handle the situation when facing 20 or 30 thugs? Some people are worried, some are anxious, and some have ulterior motives. In the corner, the two men who had originally planned to betray gathered together again and talked in a low voice. He has a gun and that magical superpower. Why do we still have to take refuge downstairs? Isn't this courting death? The young man lowered his voice with fear in his tone. The moment he saw the gun, he gave up the idea of betrayal. But the middle-aged man pulled him hard and insisted on voting. "I admit, his superpowers are scary. But that gun, are you sure it's a real gun?" The middle-aged man sneered, glanced at Shun-Yi quietly, and whispered, "Haha, you have to know that guns are banned in our Xia country. How can ordinary people get guns? That gun of his is most likely a toy gun used to scare us. Otherwise, why didn't he take the opportunity to shoot and intimidate the people downstairs? Besides, what if it's a real gun? There are 20 to 30 people downstairs. A pistol only has 10 bullets at most, right? Can he kill them all? I'm afraid that before he can fire a few shots, we can rush over and kill him right away." The young man was still very scared after hearing this. But he has superpowers. Can ordinary people really resist that kind of superpower that disappears suddenly? The reason he wanted to betray was just to survive. Now that we have encountered such an inhuman pervert, if we continue to betray him, wouldn't that be courting death? What's wrong with superpowers? I don't believe his superpowers are that great. Look, he couldn't even heal that woman's injury, which means his abilities must have limitations, and they are very big. The middle-aged man continued to encourage. As long as we seize the opportunity and attack him unexpectedly, he will definitely not be able to react. Brother, you have to think carefully. Even if you don't betray him now, he may not help us. Otherwise, why didn't he shoot in advance to deter the people downstairs? When they rushed up, he would at most protect himself, or only protect the doctors and nurses performing the operation, and he would definitely not care about innocent people like us. So, we actually only have one way to go. When a young man heard this, he was indeed shaken. Yes, even though the man had superpowers and a gun, he didn't say he wanted to protect us. If the thugs rush over and he ignores us, what should we do then? Hesitantly, the young man looked at the middle-aged man who was chattering, and suddenly an idea flashed in his mind. If I tell the mysterious man now that this middle-aged man is going to betray me, can I get a chance to survive? It should be possible. After all, this also concerns his life and death. Thinking of this, the young man quietly retreated, ready to go to shun E to complain. However, just as he took a step forward, the middle-aged man suddenly stepped forward, covered his mouth fiercely, and then inserted a scalpel directly into his throat. Blood spurted out instantly, staining the walls and floor red. The young man's eyes widened, struggling in pain, his eyes full of disbelief. Chapter 200. Why did you want to kill me? Boy, don't think I can't see that you want to tell on me. The middle-aged man said coldly, then pulled out the scalpel, let go of the man, pretended to be terrified with blood all over his body, and shouted loudly. This bastard wants to betray us, and he wants to drag me down with him. Everyone be careful. As he shouted, the survivors in the distance finally noticed the situation in the corner. The ground was stained red with blood. A man covered his bleeding neck and struggled in pain, but could not make any sound. Suddenly, screams of terror broke out in the crowd, and everyone stepped back with fear written all over their faces. What's going on? Vice President Wong squeezed through the crowd and walked over quickly. When he saw the young man with a pierced neck, his face turned pale instantly. Then he looked at the middle-aged man holding the blood-stained scalpel with anger and fear and shouted, "Zhou Guangyi, how dare you kill someone? Are you crazy? Killing people at this time is simply insane." Vice Dean Wong, I don't want to do this either. It was this bastard. He wanted to betray us and join the thugs downstairs, and he wanted to drag me along with him. I said I didn't want to, and he threatened me. He said he wanted to kill me, so I had no choice but to do it. Otherwise, I would be the one to die. Zhou Guangyi looked aggrieved and frightened. He quickly threw the scalpel to the ground and showed great fear. Hearing Zhou Guangyi's words, the young man lying on the ground widened his eyes and stared at him. He whimpered and tried to expose the true face of this beast, but because his throat was pierced, he could not make any sound. It was obviously him. He was the one who instigated me to betray. He is the traitor. Why is this happening? Why is this happening? Pain, fear, resentment, unwillingness, all kinds of emotions intertwined in the young man's mind. But in the end, all the complex emotions turned into an unbreakable obsession. Wife, all right, I really want to go home. I really want to see you again. The faces of his wife and daughter flashed through his mind. Gradually, his eyes lost their luster and became completely lifeless. However, he stared at Zhou Guangyi unwillingly until his death. He always thought that Zhou Guangyi would take him alive, but he didn't expect that he would die at the hands of Zhou Guangyi. Before the end of the world, he was just an ordinary man who was honest, had no opinion, and no courage. After studying hard for more than 10 years, I finally passed the exam to move from the countryside to the city, found a relatively stable job, met a woman I liked, bought a house with a loan, got married hastily, had a lovely daughter, and life was getting better, but I never expected that the end of the world would suddenly come. All his efforts came to nothing. He never dared to think about getting rich or becoming a member of the privileged class. He just wanted to survive, live a peaceful and stable life with your family. When I was in school, I didn't dare to offend the bad students in the class. After I started working, I didn't dare to offend my superiors. I didn't dare to fight back when I encountered provocations from drunk passersby. I lived a timid life for half of my life. I lived with inferiority and cowardice for more than 20 years. I just want to live an ordinary life. But even such a small wish cannot be realized. Looking at the young man who had lost his breath, Vice President Wang frowned deeply and stared at Zhou Guangyi. Now that there is no evidence, who knows if what he said is true?